Chapter 1. The Tower of Gentle Winds and Fine Rain. In the northern land of Daliang, where the bitter cold prevails, lies a young man of striking features, of moderate stature, yet pallid and haggard, sprawled upon the vast expanse of white snow. Su Yan's mind was in a haze. Surrounded by a blanket of pristine snow, the chill rendered his limbs stiff and his body numb. He distinctly recalled playing a martial arts game in his university dormitory. In this game, players could forge martial factions, ascend to become their leaders, and summon renowned martial heroes to assist in their endeavors. Yet abruptly, a blinding flash of white light enveloped him. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a land of ice and snow. Initially, he thought he was dreaming. However, the bone-chilling cold made it abundantly clear he was not dreaming. If he were to encapsulate his situation in a single phrase, it would be this: he had traversed into an unfamiliar realm. Damn it, I had no desire to transmigrate. Suyankerst inwardly. Yet, the immediate priority was survival. If he did not swiftly locate a refuge from the cold, he would undoubtedly freeze to death. After a few moments, he managed to struggle to his feet once more. He stumbled forward, each step a laborious endeavor. His teeth were clenched, revealing a fierce determination. Yet with every step, his heart sank further. All around him was a world draped in silver-white snow. What in the world is this place? He thought, overwhelmed with irritation. Ultimately, his mind, muddled like a bowl of porridge, could no longer withstand the strain, and he collapsed into the snow. Just before losing consciousness, he faintly heard two voices. One was gruff, while the other chimed like a silver bell. To encounter a living person, yet he appears unlikely to survive. Father, let us help him. In these times, it is best to refrain from meddling in others' affairs if one wishes to endure. Father, do you intend to stand by while someone perishes? Mother always said that saving a life is worth more than building a 70-year pagoda. When Su Yan awoke once more, he felt a warmth enveloping him, the icy grip of cold having receded. He opened his heavy eyelids, and the first sight to greet him was a charming little girl clad in a white fur coat and a leather cap. Big brother is awake. Awake. With twinkling eyes, the little girl beamed with joy upon seeing Su Yan conscious, nearly bursting into a dance of delight. Connecting the dots, Su Yan realized that he had been rescued. His face was drawn, and his voice hoarse. Thank you for saving me. I will repay this kindness. At his words, the little girl smiled broadly, her mood evidently uplifted. But it was merely a small act, no need for repayment. Seeing Su Yan's pallid complexion, she kindly brought him a steaming bowl of hot water. Su Yan accepted it gratefully, and after consuming the warm liquid, he felt significantly rejuvenated. Big brother, how did you end up in the Taihang Snow Mountains? Big brother, you seem rather frail. Big brother, have you never practiced martial arts? The little girl, like a chatty bird, bombarded him with questions, leaving Su Yan somewhat bewildered. Taihang Snow Mountains, was this where he had lost consciousness? Frail? Surely not. He occasionally exercised, and his overall physical fitness was quite commendable. As for martial arts, was this a world imbued with martial prowess? Soon, Su Yan engaged in a lengthy conversation with the girl, whose name he learned was Qiao Qiao, and he began to grasp the gravity of his predicament. He had departed from the azure planet he once knew, and now found himself in a seemingly mundane village called Qinghe, on the fringes of the Daliang Dynasty. This was also a realm where martial arts flourished. Take, for instance, this 80-year-old girl named Qiao Qiao, who had already reached the first stage of body refinement, the refining skin stage, endowing her with the strength of 100 pounds and skin resilient enough to withstand some of the biting cold. In an instant, Su Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This new world indeed possessed martial arts. Therefore, he must learn to cultivate. Qiao Qiao, do you know the principles behind practicing martial arts? Su Yan asked eagerly. Well, a hint of shyness crossed Qiao Qiao's cherubic face. Given your age, your innate talents have likely already solidified. If you were to learn martial arts now, achieving great success would be quite challenging. A voice, unremarkably bland, intruded upon Su Yan's thoughts. He lifted his gaze to see a tall, muscular man, with a square jaw and pronounced brows, dressed in a black leather coat, appearing to be in his early 30s. He bore a hunting knife at his waist. Father, please do not dampen his spirits. Qiao Qiao Po did, seemingly defending Su Yan. Upon seeing this, the man displayed a resigned expression, his gaze toward Qiao Qiao filled with affection. Initially, Su Yan felt disheartened, as the prospect of his innate talents being fixed meant little hope for martial prowess. Yet, in an instant, his gloom dissipated, for before him appeared a line of text. Martial Hero Card Drawing System activated. Indeed, he was not without his own abilities. A line of text materialized before him. Please promptly create your own martial faction. Su Yan's mind raced, and he quickly established his faction. Gentle Winds and Fine Rain Tower. This name was borrowed from the martial arts game he had previously played. In that game, he had commanded a plethora of unparalleled heroes. Two more lines of text appeared. Current wealth? None. Current prestige? None. As he contemplated this, anticipation filled his heart. With wealth and prestige, he could draw cards. A white card required the expenditure of 10 taels of silver and 10 points of prestige. A green card demanded 100 taels of silver and 1,000 points of prestige. Once drawn, the martial hero would descend by his side, obeying his commands. With these thoughts swirling, Su Yan's emotions surged. He needed to amass wealth swiftly. He must also gain prestige. That very night, at the dinner table, sat Qiaoqiu's family and the outsider, Su Yan. The meal was hearty, with meat and vegetables. Su Yan had initially assumed that Qiaoqiu's family led a frugal existence. However, he was mistaken. Qiaoqiu's father, Mr. Wang, was a skilled hunter and a martial artist as well. Mr. Wang's demeanor towards Su Yan was somewhat aloof, clearly indicating that had it not been for his daughter's intervention, he would not have extended his hand to save Su Yan on the Taihang snow mountains. Having saved him, Mr. Wang began to subtly inquire about Su Yan's origins, as he appeared an enigma to the family. His hairstyle, attire, and mannerisms starkly contrasted with theirs. Chapter 2. The 6 Realms of Body Refinement. Faced with Mr. Wang's inquiries, Su Yan found himself at a loss for words. He was not of this world at all. Boy, did you suffer a massacre, bearing a deep grudge? Mr. Wang narrowed his eyes, his tiger-like gaze fixed intently upon Su Yan. At this, Su Yan's lips twitched involuntarily. Brother Wang, I'm not a victim of a massacre. My family is very much alive. He wore a bemused expression. I'm not your brother. Mr. Wang interjected hastily. Su Yan feigned ignorance, continuing to shovel rice into his mouth. The rice, though lacking the texture and flavor of the modern world, tasted particularly delightful to him, given his hunger. Father, please stop the incessant questioning. Brother Su Yan is not a bad person. Xiao Xiao stood with her hands on her hips, her cherubic face displaying a look of indignation. At her words, a wave of gratitude washed over Su Yan. This little girl truly had a heart of gold. Mr. Wang fell silent, yet inwardly sighed in resignation. His daughter was too naive. This was a world where the strong devoured the weak. If this boy harbored ill intentions, he could easily be dispatched without a sound. Contemplating this, Mr. Wang scrutinized Su Yan. In his eyes, Su Yan was an enigma. With such delicate skin, he could not possibly be from a poor family. He was likely a wealthy young master. But if he were truly a rich young master, how could he have never practiced martial arts? As Mr. Wang pondered these contradictions, his thoughts became increasingly muddled. Brother Wang, could you elaborate on the realms of martial arts? Su Yan's face was alight with eagerness. He was deeply interested in martial arts. Since he had arrived in this new world, he must learn to adapt. However, Mr. Wang remained sullen, completely ignoring Su Yan. It was Xiao Xiao who, with her bright, expressive eyes, spoke up. Brother Su Yan, as far as I know, there are 6 realms of body refinement. Refining skin, refining flesh, refining tendons, refining bones, refining marrow, and refining blood. As for the higher realms of martial arts, Father says they are too distant for me to comprehend. Su Yan affectionately ruffled Qiaoqiu's hair, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Xiao Xiao. Instantly, Xiao Xiao beamed with joy. Brother Su Yan, don't mention it, just tell me more stories. Su Yan momentarily hesitated before responding. All right. He had discerned that Xiao Xiao's warm treatment of him stemmed not merely from her inherently kind disposition, but also from their previous conversation in which he had regaled her with fairy tales. It must be said that fairy tales possess an astonishing allure for children as young as Xiao Xiao. This scene caused Wang, the hunter, to grit his teeth in frustration, as if his beloved little cotton-padded jacket were about to run off with someone else. After they finished dinner, Wang led the young Xiao Xiao in practicing martial arts in their modest courtyard, while the graceful and virtuous Mrs. Wang washed the dishes in the kitchen. Su Yan stood in the courtyard, intently observing Xiao Xiao as she trained, eager to learn a few basics himself. However, without any guidance, he found himself unable to grasp anything. Meanwhile, he surveyed the entire courtyard. It was blanketed in snow, with drifts visible everywhere. The courtyard's entrance was a rudimentary wooden gate, surrounded by earthen walls made of packed soil. Within, there were several adobe houses topped with blue tiles. Additionally, a small vegetable garden could be seen, though it lay dormant in the winter, covered entirely by a thick layer of snow. Scattered about the courtyard were stone tables, stone chairs, and stone benches. Father, Suyin Gij wants to practice martial arts too. Could you please give him some guidance? Xiao Qiao could not contain herself any longer. Wang retorted gruffly, since ancient times, the learned are poor while the martial are wealthy. Practicing martial arts requires money. Does he have any? I doubt he possesses even a single copper coin. With that, his scrutinizing gaze lingered on Su Yin. In response, Su Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment but bore no resentment. After all, he was currently benefiting from their hospitality without contributing anything in return. All he could do was remember this kindness and repay it in the future. Ultimately, Wang did impart some fundamental martial arts techniques to Su Yin. After learning these moves, Su Yin felt a warmth coursing through his body. You are too old. Xiao Qiao began her training at the age of 3 and only entered the body refinement stage after 5 years. A fleeting glimmer of regret passed through Wang's eyes as he observed Su Yan's remarkable ability to learn the basic techniques. Unfortunately, the issue remained age. One's innate talent solidifies with time, and a lifetime of practice may yield little achievement. Thank you, Brother Wang, for your guidance. Su Yin expressed his gratitude. Though Wang often wore a sour expression and spoke irritably, Su Yin understood that he was a man of a cold exterior but a kind heart. That night, lying on the hard wooden bed, Su Yin racked his brain, contemplating how to earn money and build his reputation. Lost in thought, he soon fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, before dawn broke, Xiao Qiao scampered to Su Yan's bedside, rousing him from sleep. Suyin Gij, hurry up. Let's practice martial arts together. Xiao Qiao was quite enthusiastic about martial arts. Still groggy, Su Yin wondered why they were practicing so early in the morning instead of enjoying a leisurely sleep. Yet, he soon realized that a little girl had appeared at his bedside. His mind felt hazy for a moment, but after a few breaths, it dawned on him that he had entered an entirely new world. Thus, he followed the little girl, Xiao Qiao, to practice martial arts. Wang instructed them in boxing techniques. Despite her tender age, Xiao Qiao demonstrated remarkable vigor in her punches, each strike powerful and fierce. In contrast, although Su Yin picked up the techniques quickly, his punches felt feeble and lacked strength compared to Xiao Qiao's. Wang shook his head in dismay at this sight. After several rounds of practice, Xiao Qiao remained lively and energetic, while Su Yin was left panting heavily, crouched on the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, he realized that Xiao Qiao's earlier observations were indeed accurate, was somewhat weak. Through indirect inquiries, Su Yin learned that to advance in martial arts, practice was one aspect, the other was soaking in medicinal baths. However, such baths were generally beyond the means of most, as the required herbs could be quite costly. I've soaked in a medicinal bath before. It's thanks to the money I earned from hunting a black bear in the Taiyang Mountains, Wang said, pride evident on his face. In Qinghe village, he was the only hunter capable of bringing down a black bear. The hunt had been perilous. One misstep could have cost him his life. Hearing Wang speak of it only intensified Su Yan's longing for martial prowess. A black bear, after all, could unleash nearly 1,000 pounds of force in a single strike, capable of easily crushing a wolf skull with its paw. This clearly illustrated that Wang was no ordinary hunter. Before long, under Xiao Qiao's arrangement, Su Yin prepared to brush his teeth. However, the toothbrush was merely a willow branch, leaving him perplexed. He had no idea how to use it. But as he watched Xiao Qiao bite one end of the branch to soften it and dip it in some herbs before brushing her teeth leisurely, he decided to imitate her. Unfortunately, he struggled with the unfamiliar technique, feeling clumsy and out of sorts. Chapter 3. The Golden List in Turbulent Times. Having a willow branch is already quite fortunate. Do not be ungrateful. Guang remarked, observing Su Yan's clumsy attempts. He had already concluded that Su Yan's background was undoubtedly not humble. He likely hailed from a well-off family. In such households, toothbrushes made from bone, horn, or bamboo, with bristles made from pig hair, were commonplace, accompanied by salt water, strong tea, or wine for rinsing. Su Yin quickly replied, Brother Wang, how could I dare to be ungrateful? After brushing his teeth and splashing cold water on his face, he felt revitalized and quite spirited. Then, he caught a whiff of a delightful aroma. Mrs. Wang had prepared breakfast, consisting of fragrant steamed buns and rice porridge. Su Yin relished the meal, eating heartily and satisfied. Once breakfast was finished, Wang prepared to head back to the Taiyang Mountains for another hunt. As the pillar of the family, he had returned empty-handed the previous day, only to rescue a burden. This time, Wang chose not to bring Xiao Qiao along. Though she was at the body refinement stage, her martial arts skills were still quite rudimentary. Moreover, taking his daughter along would only fill him with anxiety, preventing him from delving deeper into the mountains. Father, be careful. Xiao Qiao expressed her concern, though she was frustrated about not being able to accompany him. "Take care, dear." Mrs. Wang, with her gentle demeanor and graceful appearance, gazed at him with a hint of worry in her eyes. Wang nodded silently, donning his fur coat as he stepped out into the biting wind with purposeful strides, leaving behind a sense of reassurance for his family. In the entirety of Qinghe village, only he and his daughter Qiao Qiao are practitioners of martial arts. Inside the Wang household, Mrs. Wang is skillfully knitting a sweater, her hands deftly maneuvering each stitch. Meanwhile, Qiao Qiao is diligently washing the dishes, with Su Yin assisting her. As a guest in the Hunter Wang's home, Su Yin wishes to contribute in any way he can. Once the dishes are cleaned, he begins to pace back and forth in the modest courtyard. He was still pondering the matters of earning silver and gaining prestige. However, the little girl Qiao Qiao tugged at him, urging him to continue telling stories. "Brother Su Yin, I want to hear a story." Qiao Qiao gazed longingly at Su Yin. On ordinary days, when her father was away, she would play with her companions. But at this moment, she had no inclination for play. She yearned solely for the enchanting tales that unfolded one after another. Very well. Su Yin did not refuse. It was impossible to deny this little girl, for she was indeed his savior. Just as he was about to begin his tale, a strange phenomenon appeared. The azure sky revealed an extraordinary sight, as golden light burst forth. The dazzling brilliance left Su Yin utterly astonished. Simultaneously, lines of golden text emerged on the horizon, on the second day of the 12th lunar month. Yi Qingwan pursued relentlessly and gravely injured Lu Zhijing in the town of Wanshi. The rankings of the Qianlong list have shifted, with Yi Qingwan now placed third. The northern hero Yi Qingwan lives up to her reputation. At this moment, Su Yin wore a bewildered expression. What was happening in the sky? And how could golden text materialize? He also noticed the admiration and reverence etched across Qiao Qiao's delicate face. There was not a trace of shock to be found in her expression. Did this imply that the appearance of golden characters in the sky was a commonplace occurrence? Before he could utter a word, Qiao Qiao blinked her lively eyes, her small visage brimming with longing and admiration. "Wow, Beixia Qianlong is third. How impressive!" she exclaimed, her excitement causing her to raise her petite fist in triumph. However, her tone soon shifted to one of indignation, declaring her intent to vanquish those wicked individuals, Luo Zhijing, HMPF, a member of the demonic sect. From Qiao Qiao's demeanor, it was evident that she regarded the golden characters in the sky as an entirely ordinary sight. Before long, through indirect inquiries, Su Yin learned of a ranking known as the Chaos Era Golden List. This illustrious list is divided into the Heavenly List, Earthly List, Human List. In the Qianlong list, the Heavenly, Earthly, and Human lists are ranked based on martial prowess, while the Qianlong list encompasses a comprehensive assessment of martial potential, character, and age, with only those under 25 eligible to be included. To ascend to the Qianlong list is to be among the elite of the younger generation. As for the origins of the Chaos Era Golden List, Qiao Qiao was unaware. It had existed long before her birth. "Brother Su Yin, have you never seen the Chaos Era Golden List?" Her large, watery eyes fixed upon Su Yin, her head tilted in confusion. To her, it seemed an obvious fact that everyone should know about the Golden List. "I have seen it, indeed," Su Yin quickly replied, fabricating some clumsy explanations to dispel her bewilderment. This girl truly lacked any guile, Su Yin mused inwardly. Subsequently, Qiao Qiao spoke of Yi Qingwan. "In our northern land, harsh and frigid, she upholds justice, aids the weak, and resolves injustices, earning her the renowned title of Beixia." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with fervor, as if she too yearned to emulate Beixia Yi Qingwan in championing the oppressed and punishing the wicked. Yet, her expression soon dimmed, hinting at her understanding that attaining such heights was beyond her reach in this lifetime. Afterward, the spirited Qiao Qiao chattered on about the Chaos Era Golden List, detailing that the Heavenly List comprises 10 individuals, the Earthly List 36, the Human List 72, and the Qianlong List 200. This ignited a fervent desire within Su Yin. Should he find himself among the ranks of the Chaos Era Golden List, he would undoubtedly garner significant prestige. Moreover, the martial figures he summoned would also share in this honor. 10 taels of silver and 10 points of prestige are required to draw a white card. He sighed deeply within his heart. He had contemplated leaving the home of Hunter Wang, yet in his current state, he felt akin to a rootless floating weed, pondering where he might go if he departed. The first pot of gold was indeed challenging to acquire. However, he chose to momentarily set aside these thoughts and instead narrated a story to the young girl. Once upon a time, there was a queen who bore a daughter with skin as white as snow, and thus she was bestowed with the beautiful name of Snow White. Su Yan eloquently recounted the captivating fairy tale. Children possess an untainted innocence, and this was particularly evident in the spirited little girl, Xiao Xiao, who was utterly engrossed in the tale of Snow White. The queen is so vile. She is certainly not the most beautiful woman in the world, Xiao Xiao exclaimed. Her teeth clenched, revealing her adorably sharp little canines. Observing her, Su Yan found himself both amused and exasperated. Xiao Xiao was deeply invested in the story. Upon further reflection, Su Yan could comprehend Xiao Xiao's mindset. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, she had never been exposed to fairy tales, which naturally rendered them irresistibly enchanting to her. Once the story concluded, Xiao Xiao erupted into peals of laughter, declaring that Wicked Queen deserves to be the ugliest woman in the world. It's all her own doing. She felt immense satisfaction at the dreadful fate of the malevolent queen. Soon, Su Yan continued with other fairy tales, but he remained preoccupied with thoughts on how to break through his current predicament. At present, his wealth and reputation stood at zero. Yet, an unexpected turn of events was about to unfold. He merely cast a casual glance at the information displayed on the panel. Current wealth, none. Current prestige, 1. Consequently, he was left utterly astonished. How had he acquired a point of prestige without his knowledge? Su Yan was perplexed, yet upon careful contemplation, a vague suspicion began to form in his mind. The attainment of prestige requires being revered or admired by others. Clearly, the only individuals he had interacted with thus far were the 3 members of the Wang family. And who could possibly admire him? It could only be that little girl, Xiao Xiao. What captivates Xiao Xiao about him is predominantly his enchanting fairy tales. This stirs a thought in Su Yan's mind. If he were surrounded by more little children, could he not amass greater renown? At the very least, it seems he could swiftly accumulate the 10 points of prestige required for drawing the white card. Thus, he engages in a conversation with Xiao Xiao. He also learned that Qinghe village is home to several dozen households, with a population of approximately 200. There are quite a few close companions of Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, go call your friends. They should be quite interested in my fairy tales, Su Yan said with hopeful anticipation. For he was eager for recognition. Although he had yet to acquire any silver, he believed it prudent to gather more prestige in advance. All right, I will fetch Guzi, Huzi, and Ernie, Xiao Xiao replied, nodding earnestly. With that, she dashed away like a fleeting wisp of smoke, leaving no trace behind. Su Yan felt a pang of envy at her speed. He knew he could not match the little girl's swift pace. A penny can shatter a hero's dreams, he sighed. Squatting at the entrance of the courtyard, he did not have to wait long. In just a moment, several of Xiao Xiao's friends appeared behind her. Compared to Xiao Xiao's rosy complexion, her companions were all gaunt, with sallow faces and dressed in thin garments. They seemed to belong to entirely different worlds from Xiao Xiao. Their standard of living, in comparison to Xiao Xiao, is undeniably inferior. One must master martial arts and also earn money and prestige, Su Yan pondered silently. In the blink of an eye, a group of children had gathered behind Su Yan, their voices a constant murmur. Can this person tell stories? He seems so unfamiliar. Xiao Xiao, is the tale he tells truly captivating? I doubt he can spin a yarn. Among them, some young children questioned Su Yan. However, Su Yan chose not to engage with these little ones who had yet to reach maturity. He remained unperturbed, yet Xiao Xiao was intent on making a fuss, adorning a fierce yet endearing expression and shaking her fist. You lot should not underestimate brother Su Yan. He is quite the storyteller. It was evident that Xiao Xiao held a position of leadership among the children. Her declaration rendered the other kids obedient, silencing any further chatter. With a face radiant with admiration, Xiao Xiao eagerly urged, Brother Su Yan, please recount the story of Snow White once more, so these fellows can witness your prowess. Su Yan nodded quietly and began to narrate the tale of Snow White anew. Although it was a story they had already heard, Xiao Xiao still listened with rapt attention, while the other children appeared utterly captivated. Su Yan's storytelling was immensely entertaining and irresistibly alluring to them. Such a marvelous tale had never graced their ears before. Thus, he continued weaving his narrative until midday, when the audience had grown to a dozen eager listeners. Even those children who typically maintained a less amiable relationship with Xiao Xiao hurried over to hear the fairy tale, though Su Yan's throat felt parched from speaking. The experience yielded rewards in the form of burgeoning esteem. 2 points, 3 points, 4 points. In the blink of an eye, his renown soared to 15 points. There were a total of 15 children enchanted by the enchanting tales. Clearly, they were all enthralled by the captivating stories. Alas, delightful moments are fleeting, soon. The children were escorted away by various villagers, who treated Su Yin with courtesy due to their respect for the esteemed hunter Wang. Su Yin understood that the villagers' politeness was undoubtedly influenced by Wang's notable standing in Qinghe village. At noon, the Wang family had prepared a hearty meal, featuring noodles accompanied by an assortment of meat. Gurgle. Su Yin's stomach growled incessantly, and he relished every bite of the delectable noodles. With each mouthful, he felt a profound gratitude towards the Wang family. If not for their temporary hospitality, he might have struggled to find sustenance. Unlike the previous children, who subsisted on 2 meals a day while assisting with household chores, the Wang family enjoyed 3 hearty meals daily, each replete with meat. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Xiao Xiao awaited her father's return at the doorstep, her eyes scanning the distance. Meanwhile, Su Yin took to the courtyard to stretch his limbs and contemplate small inventions for profit. Initially, he had devised a profitable idea to create toothbrushes from the bones of wild beasts, fashioned into elongated handles and adorned with bristles made from pig hair. However, to his surprise, Xiao Xiao informed him that such toothbrushes were already available for sale in the nearby town of Qinghe. If toothbrushes were not a viable option, what about soap? Who would have thought that soap could also exist? However, the average household cannot afford it. Soon after, Hunter Wang, burdened with a wooden box, finally returned. His broad, smiling face, adorned with thick eyebrows, revealed the success of his hunting expedition. Indeed, he began to boast about his achievements for the day, having captured numerous wild rabbits and even a nearly 100-pound gray wolf in the Taihang Snow Mountains. Xiao Xiao, tomorrow when your father sells the gray wolf in town, we shall have the funds to purchase medicinal materials for you, allowing you to continue your therapeutic baths. Hunter Wang radiated with a rosy glow. The gray wolf was worth a considerable sum of silver. Particularly, the intact wolf pelt, prized for its exceptional warmth during the bitter cold, was highly sought after by affluent families. Meanwhile, Su Yin found himself contemplating a notion. Perhaps he could borrow some money from Hunter Wang for an urgent need. With 10 taels of silver, he could procure a white card. Chapter 5. I am the master of Jin Feng Shiyu Tower. However, this thought was fleeting. It was evident that Hunter Wang did not possess much wealth. Had he the means, he would have already purchased medicinal materials for Xiao Xiao, enabling her to enjoy her therapeutic baths. This realization sparked a new idea in Su Yan's mind. Why not accompany Hunter Wang on his next hunting venture? He also articulated his thoughts. Young man, hunting is not as effortless as you imagine. Do you know what I encountered today in the Taihang Snow Mountains? I came upon a formidable beast. Hunter Wang's expression was grave. Today, he had faced a great peril, yet emerged unscathed. He loathed his mediocre martial arts talent. Having only attained the 6th realm of body refinement, the blood refinement stage, this granted him a strength of 600 pounds. Yet, with such power, he felt trepidation when confronted by the monstrous creature. Wang the hunter continued, that beast must weigh at least 300 to 400 pounds. A single swipe of its paw could possess a force of 2,000 pounds. At first, Su Yin was somewhat bewildered by the mention of the great beast. However, he soon realized that beast generally refers to animals, and the great beast specifically denotes a formidable creature like a tiger. Tigers are capable of preying on wolves and capturing bears, truly reigning supreme in the animal kingdom. If he were to accompany Hunter Wang and encounter a tiger, his physique would undoubtedly hinder Hunter Wang, and he would likely become the tiger's next meal. That night, dinner was a feast for the senses. With Wang preparing a special rabbit soup, Xiao Xiao delightedly sipped the soup, and she even thoughtfully offered Su Yin a piece of rabbit meat. Witnessing this scene, Wang could only laugh and cry at once. Hunter Wang, on the other hand, gritted his teeth in displeasure, his gaze unwelcoming, yet he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. He had formed a judgment about this outsider, suspecting he was a neglected young master from a noble family. After all, how else could one explain his delicate and tender appearance, along with his lack of martial training? Brother Wang, how much silver is required for the medicinal bath? Su Yin inquired casually, seeking a more tangible understanding of the treatment. The herbs for a basic medicinal bath typically cost around a dozen taels of silver, while those for a moderate bath would amount to several dozen taels, and the finest herbs could exceed 100 taels. As Hunter Wang chewed his rice, he began to elaborate on the topic, explaining that the preparation of the medicinal bath requires numerous infusions, although the efficacy diminishes with each subsequent brew. Despite being new to this place, Su Yin had gleaned considerable information through discussions with the local children. For instance, an ordinary villager could earn merely a few dozen won for a day's labor, and even if they refrained from eating or drinking for an entire month, their income would barely amount to a few taels of silver. It was evident that the cost of these medicinal baths was far beyond the means of the average villager. No wonder, in this village of over 200 souls, only Hunter Wang and his daughter Qiao Qiao practiced martial arts. This was not a pursuit of skill. It was clearly a drain on finances. At that moment, Su Yin took a deep breath and solemnly declared, "Hunter Wang, I am the master of the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Tower, having fallen into misfortune due to the treachery of others, which led me to the Taihang Snow Mountains. If you lend me 10 taels of silver, once my subordinates appear, I shall appoint you as the deputy master of the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Tower." Su Yin spoke with utmost sincerity, prompting varied reactions from the Wang family. Their expressions ranged from astonishment to disbelief. Hunter Wang's mind was in a state of confusion. What was this Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Tower? Was it a faction in the martial world? Yet, he had never heard of it before. "Young man, do not attempt to deceive me." Hunter Wang glared at Su Yin, clearly skeptical of his words. Wang, too, found the situation laughable, evidently doubting Su Yan's claims. However, the innocent and carefree Qiao Qiao believed him, softly suggesting, "Father, why don't we lend 10 taels to brother Su Yin?" "Absolutely not. The silver is meant for purchasing your medicinal herbs." Wang the hunter maintained a resolute demeanor, undeterred by the charming antics of the young girl Qiao Qiao, adamantly refusing to lend any silver. This left Su Yin shaking his head in exasperation, yet he refrained from further comments. Only he understood that he was not deceiving Wang the hunter, nor was he jesting. It was unfortunate that Wang the hunter was destined to remain distant from the position of deputy master at the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Nonetheless, he bore no resentment towards Wang, for he felt a profound gratitude. Should he rise to prominence in the future, he would undoubtedly ensure that Wang the hunter was appointed as the steward of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. After their meal, the young girl Qiao Qiao practiced her martial arts in the courtyard, with Wang the hunter offering guidance. This time, Su Yin chose not to continue his training, opting instead to inquire more about local intelligence from Wang. He sought information about Qinghe village, the neighboring settlements, and the various livelihoods that could be profitable. Through their discussion, Su Yin learned that while there were indeed numerous villages surrounding Qinghe, one would need to venture to the nearby town of Wanshi to make a profit. In Wanshi, a plethora of labor opportunities awaited, including the crafting of straw sandals, bamboo baskets, bamboo mats, and oiled paper umbrellas. Could he manage such tasks? He could also work as a carpenter, a stonemason, a peddler, or even sell incense at night. Wang the hunter spoke with ease. Yet Su Yin realized that he was ill-equipped for these jobs, which only yielded a meager few dozen coins per day. Earning 10 taels of silver would seem an insurmountable task. This revelation impressed upon Su Yin the formidable challenge of earning silver in the Diliang. Could it be that you are truly the so-called master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion? In the realm of martial forces, conflicts arise. Yet if they do not affect the common folk, the authorities remain indifferent. While the martial world may offer swift riches, it is a perilous path, fraught with the risk of losing one's life at any moment. Wang the hunter spoke at length, scrutinizing Su Yin with a discerning gaze. In his astute judgment, he perceived that with Su Yin's frail physique, mingling within the martial factions would likely lead to an untimely demise. Suddenly, Su Yin recognized the name Wanshi. It rang familiar. The reason was simple. Today, the list of the turbulent era had mentioned it. Yi Qingwan had pursued a grievously wounded individual to Wanshi. Driven by curiosity, he sought to learn more about the list of the turbulent era. What was its origin? When he posed this question, Wang the hunter was not taken aback. For discussions about the list were commonplace, it had become a topic of daily discourse, and to refrain from such discussions would feel unsettling. Opinions varied widely. Some claimed the list was a manifestation of celestial will, others attributed it to divine intervention, while still others asserted it was a peerless treasure. In short, the list was shrouded in mystery. Wang the hunter spoke slowly, contemplating. Celestial will? Divine intervention? A peerless treasure? Su Yin listened intently, pensive, and then pressed on with his inquiry. Why is it called the list of the turbulent era? Dissatisfied with the rankings, one might wonder why. Amidst the tumult of the martial world, some are placed before others. When the golden list is unveiled, does it not incite conflict? Indeed. Does it not throw the world into disarray? Hence, it is aptly termed the golden list of the chaotic era. Wang the hunter displayed an expression of utter disdain, asserting that such a nonsensical list ought not to exist. After dedicating 2 decades to the cultivation of martial arts, he found himself outperformed even by the younger generation. Truly, it felt as though he had lived in vain. He spat fiercely onto the ground. In Chapter 6 of the Blood Fiend sect, during his conversation with Hunter Wang, Su Yin learned that beyond the sixth realm of body tempering lies the five mysteries: Xian body, Xian gang, Xian ming, Xian heart, and Xian void. However, Hunter Wang did not elaborate on these matters, as he believed that his martial path had reached an impasse, likely to remain stagnant in the blood-tempering realm for a lifetime. Perhaps it was his pride that compelled him, for he could not help but remark to Su Yin, "In the blood-tempering realm, with a strength of 600 pounds, I fear neither wind nor cold. Do not underestimate it, young one." Upon hearing this, Su Yin shrugged. Appearing rather helpless, he had no intention of belittling the blood-tempering realm. At this moment, he believed that even one Hunter Wang could contend with a dozen, or perhaps even 20 or 30 opponents without difficulty. The next day, as dawn broke, Su Yin decided to accompany Hunter Wang to Shattered Stone Town in search of lucrative opportunities, for remaining in this small village was not a viable option. Today, he adorned himself with a black dogskin hat, donned a black cornet cotton jacket, and draped an aged fur coat over his attire. His lower half was clad in blue cotton trousers, and his feet were encased in intricately woven black cotton shoes. He was adorned in garments belonging to the renowned Hunter Wang, the fit being somewhat adequate, allowing him to blend more seamlessly into this era. Although Su Yin was not entirely accustomed to the attire he donned, he resolved to make the best of his situation. His attire could easily be deemed eccentric by onlookers. He certainly did not wish to be the subject of incessant gazes while on the road. "Father, I too wish to go to Shattered Stone Town." Xiao Xiao pouted, her delicate face revealing a sense of grievance, as her fair little hands repeatedly waved at Wang Hunter's broad, dark palm. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have undoubtedly consented to her request. However, the present situation in Shattered Stone Town was far from usual. Just yesterday, individuals from the Bloodslaughter cult, such as Lu Zhijing, had been spotted. Wang Hunter wore a stern expression, his demeanor serious, yet in truth, he was merely attempting to frighten his daughter. Lu Zhijing had long since vanished, and should he remain in Shattered Stone Town, he would undoubtedly lose his life. Even if he managed to survive, it was highly likely he would be captured by the authorities. Upon hearing about the Bloodslaughter cult, Xiao Xiao's small face paled in terror. "Father, brother Su Yin, please be cautious," she exclaimed, for even the Wang family had repeatedly reminded one another to be vigilant while outside. Shortly thereafter, Wang Hunter set out with a sack slung over his back, followed closely by Su Yin. Along the way, the villagers of Qinghe greeted Wang Hunter with warmth and friendliness. He responded with polite nods. Even Su Yin was met with an exceptionally warm reception from the villagers. He began to grasp that becoming a martial artist would afford him a better chance of survival in this tumultuous world. Most villagers resided in thatched houses constructed of mud bricks, which were perilously unstable and prone to collapse. Moreover, with winter upon them, a heavy snowfall could result in countless houses succumbing to the weight. In contrast, the earthen house with blue tiles where the Wang family resided offered a measure of safety. "Brother Wang, is the Bloodslaughter cult truly formidable?" Su Yin inquired, his curiosity piqued as he sought to learn more about this world. "Indeed, they are quite powerful, but they are infamous in the martial world for their brutal methods, frequently annihilating entire villages. Just mentioning the Bloodslaughter cult is enough to silence a child as cries at night," Wang Hunter replied earnestly, his eyes filled with trepidation. It was evident that he held a profound fear of the Bloodslaughter cult and would never dare provoke them. Annihilating entire villages. Truly a cult of darkness. Su Yin shuddered involuntarily, his resolve to earn wealth and prestige intensifying. Though he possessed a powerful artifact, he was currently unable to wield it, a frustrating predicament indeed. His thoughts drifted back to the previous night. He was left in a state of perplexity, as the little girl, Xiao Xiao, unexpectedly and surreptitiously slipped him 10 copper coins. He wished to decline, but Xiao Xiao pressed him earnestly. Ultimately, he accepted the 10 copper coins. After traversing 10 miles, beads of sweat began to form on Su Yin's forehead, and he felt a slight fatigue. In contrast, Hunter Wang appeared remarkably composed, not a single drop of sweat gracing his brow. "Is this all you've got?" "The journey to Stone Town spans 50 miles, which amounts to 100 miles round trip," Wang teased, his dark eyes scrutinizing Su Yin. The more he interacted with Su Yin, the more convinced he became that this young man hailed from an extraordinary background, one that had likely never been acquainted with arduous labor. Could it be that this lad is the esteemed master of some obscure faction known as the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion? Such a sect was unknown to him. Was it merely a small force content with its corner of the world? "I can manage," Su Yin forced a strained smile, though he had only traversed 10 miles. The rugged, Winding terrain starkly contrasted with the smooth, modern concrete roads, rendering Su Yin momentarily disoriented. After nearly 5 hours of travel, they finally arrived at Stone Town. The roads here were significantly more even, made of compacted red sandstone, intertwining in a well-structured manner. Alongside these thoroughfares, shops flourished, and a steady stream of pedestrians filled the streets. The clamorous calls of street vendors echoed all around. However, Su Yin had no time to appreciate this vibrant scene. He was utterly exhausted, panting like a weary beast. Walking 50 miles had truly drained him. His limbs felt numb and weary, rendering him nearly incapable of continuing his journey. He was drenched in sweat, while Hunter Wang merely perspired with a few beads of moisture glistening on his forehead. Moreover, Hunter Wang carried a burlap sack, filled with a considerable amount of game, including a nearly 100-pound gray wolf. The blood-forging realm, truly impressive. Su Yin mused silently. In the blink of an eye, Hunter Wang found a vacant spot and began to set up his stall to sell the freshly caught prey. The assortment of game was diverse, ranging from wild rabbits to mountain chickens and gray wolves. Hunter Wang also raised his voice, calling out to potential customers, yet none seemed to arrive at the moment. Beside him was a pancake stall, run by a robust man named Li San. "Brother Wang, would you like a pancake? 1 for 6 coins, 2 for 10. Li San said expectantly. Perhaps due to the chilling weather, his pancake business had not been thriving lately. "I'll take 2, Hunter Wang replied, pulling out a string of copper coins totaling 10. After receiving the fragrant pancakes, he handed one to Su Yin. "Here, this will suffice for lunch," he casually remarked, before devouring the pancakes with great enthusiasm. His assistance to Su Yin undoubtedly stems from ulterior motives. It is often said that one should help in emergencies but not in poverty. Su Yin does not hail from a destitute background. By extending his support now, it is certain that Su Yin will return the favor in the future. Moreover, Hunter Wang has contemplated that allowing Su Yin to eat and stay without charge would not deplete his resources excessively. Of course, if this situation persists for too long, he may have to dismiss the young man without mercy. "Thank you, Brother Wang." Su Yin expressed his gratitude as he accepted the warm, freshly made pancake. He was indeed feeling somewhat hungry. When the crispy and delectable pancake was savored, it was truly a unique delight for the taste buds. Shortly thereafter, Su Yin casually mentioned something to Hunter Wang before temporarily taking his leave. He intends to wander about in search of opportunities during this period. He encountered a scholar renowned for his letter-writing prowess. The scholar, seated at a simple table with a chair and a stool, was described by onlookers as diligently crafting words on stationery with a brush. His calligraphy was vigorous and powerful, with strokes that danced like dragons and serpents. This filled Su Yin with a profound sense of inadequacy, for his own brushwork resembled the scrawl of a dog, unworthy of public display. Chapter 7. The earthly rankings fall like rain. The celestial rankings gather like clouds in a teahouse, he observed a storyteller, armed with a striking wooden podium and exceptional eloquence. The storyteller captivated the audience, earning enthusiastic applause and generous rewards from listeners. This sparked a thought in Su Yin's mind. Perhaps becoming a storyteller was not such a bad idea. Yet, he shook his head. Did he possess eloquence? Did he have stories to tell? He let out a long sigh. In comparison to the storyteller, his eloquence was truly overshadowed by a considerable margin. As for recounting fairy tales, he had no difficulty, however. When it came to the lengthy masterpieces, they had long since faded from his memory. Su Yin then contemplated a lucrative avenue, selling poetry for remuneration. Yet, in this chaotic town of Shirtu, where could one find a brothel? To be precise, such establishments did exist, but they were of the lowest caliber. Colloquially referred to as yaozi or mother houses, where the women lacked both beauty and talent, their sole purpose being the sale of their bodies. The patrons they entertained were merely ordinary townsfolk from the lower strata of society. Ultimately, Su Yin resolved to take a bold step. He purchased a piece of coarse cloth from a fabric shop for a mere 5 won. Subsequently, he sought out a scholar who specialized in letter writing and conveyed his thoughts with great detail. The scholar, tall and slender, possessed well-defined features. Adorned with a square cap and dressed in a scholar's robe, he conducted himself with a refined demeanor, yet his expression was rather peculiar. "Young sir, are you truly certain you wish to proceed in this manner?" The scholar, known as Shen Zixing, was 19 years of age, hailing from humble beginnings, and typically earned a modest living by composing letters for others. Sitting upon a wooden bench, Su Yin nodded gravely. Shen Zixing chose not to elaborate further and swiftly put pen to paper. In the blink of an eye, 2 lines of elegant calligraphy adorned the coarse fabric. Do you wish to join the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower? It requires merely 10 taels of silver. Miss this opportunity and you shall regret it for a lifetime. Our rankings at the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower are as plentiful as rain, with the celestial rankings as abundant as clouds. Observing this, Su Yin revealed a satisfied expression, yet a conjecture arose within him. Perhaps it was due to the system that enabled him to grasp the language and script of this realm, thus eliminating any barriers to communication. This scholar, Shinzixing, proved to be a man of integrity as he charged a mere coin for the 2 vigorous lines of calligraphy. Holding the coarse fabric, Su Yin sought out Hunter Wang, finding a vacant spot beside him, where he laid the fabric upon the ground. Then, he sat cross-legged on the ground, patiently awaiting a fateful encounter. His actions left Wang the hunter utterly bewildered. Although he made his living as a hunter, Wang was still literate. Irritated, he exclaimed, "Young man, what nonsense is this?" At the same time, his gaze was profound, filled with confusion. He distinctly recalled that Su Yin was utterly penniless. How could he afford to purchase this coarse fabric? From where did the money originate? After a moment of contemplation, a conjecture began to form in his mind. It was likely that Su Yin's funds were sourced from Chao Chiao. What a foolish girl she is. Hunter Wang found himself both amused and exasperated. Yet, he bore no resentment, for Chao Chiao's nature was inherently kind and innocent. "Brother Wang, I am like Jiang Taigong fishing, inviting only those who are willing to bite," Su Yin remarked earnestly, even recounting the tale of Jiang Taigong. Although he acknowledged that his actions were somewhat absurd, he felt compelled to give it a try. Who knows, he might just encounter a true fool. Hunter Wang shook his head in laughter and chose to ignore Su Yin thereafter. His spirits were quite high, for not long ago he had sold a considerable amount of goods for a handsome sum of silver. Among these, a complete wolf pelt fetched an impressive 20 taels. To the townsfolk of Shishir Town, Su Yan's actions appeared remarkably novel, drawing a considerable crowd of onlookers. However, the common folk were largely illiterate, utterly oblivious to the inscriptions on the 3-foot coarse cloth. "Good sir, what exactly do the writings on this coarse cloth signify? Are you perhaps selling yourself to bury your father? Young master, do speak up." The townspeople chattered animatedly, while Su Yin remained silent, the corners of his mouth twitching intermittently. The truth was, these onlookers were all gaunt and emaciated, and none could possibly produce even 10 taels of silver. He spoke to the common folk, yet it was entirely a waste of breath. Soon, an old scholar arrived, around 50 years of age, thin in stature, with a weathered face, clad in a gray robe, cinched at the waist, and wearing black cotton shoes. This learned man was named Wang Wen, a failed scholar who had repeatedly fallen short of passing the imperial examinations. Despite his misfortunes, Wang Wen, armed with a wealth of knowledge, managed to thrive in the chaotic town of Shishir, even taking on the role of a teacher at a private school. Upon his arrival, the townsfolk greeted him with utmost reverence, for they held great admiration for those who possessed wisdom. However, Wang Wen paid them no heed. Instead, he raised his head slightly, adopting an air of arrogance. As a scholar, he believed it essential to maintain a proud spirit. These simple peasants were beneath him. How could they, who could not even recognize a single character, dare to stand alongside him? His arrival was merely to join the commotion, to glimpse what was inscribed upon this 3-foot swath of coarse cloth. Were they verses? Or perhaps poetry? Yet, upon closer inspection, Wang Wen's aged face darkened. Utterly nonsensical nonsense. He uttered curses under his breath. As an educated man, he held a particular disdain for those brutish warriors who relied solely on raw strength. However, he harbored genuine admiration for the warriors who managed to ascend to the esteemed ranks during tumultuous times. This chaotic golden list represented the will of the heavens, and as such, he was intimately familiar with its intricacies. Therefore, the so-called Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion, with its earthly rankings like rain and celestial rankings like clouds, was nothing but sheer nonsense. "Mr. Huang, what exactly does it say up there?" The common folk could not help but inquire. Huang Wen did not conceal the truth, directly reciting the words inscribed on the coarse cloth. It was utter nonsense. And to demand 10 taels of silver for the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion? How absurd. Such underworld factions are best avoided by us, ordinary citizens. The Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion? I have never heard of it. The townsfolk whispered among themselves, their murmurs filling the air. Some chose to leave, while others remained to witness the spectacle. A few even laughed heartily, expressing their contempt, anticipating their reactions. Su Yin was well aware that this crowd was not his target audience. He yearned for a genuine fool, no, rather, a kindred spirit. Nearby, Wang the hunter, who was setting up his stall, could only shake his head in silent disapproval, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. If Su Yin desired to indulge in mischief, that was his own affair. Directly in front of this array of stalls stood an inn, aptly named the Inn of Occasions, which boasted 2 stories. Though modest in size, it was replete with all essential amenities. The first floor housed a spacious hall adorned with numerous dining tables, while the second floor contained a series of guest rooms. Among them, the heavenly room on the second floor was the most luxurious accommodation within the inn. This chamber featured exquisitely carved furniture made from fine sandalwood, adorned with delightful pastries and an assortment of writing implements, brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. The bed curtains were embroidered with intricate designs, draped with pristine and neatly arranged bedding. The walls displayed lifelike ancient paintings alongside a well-preserved, aged guqin. In the corner, vibrant potted plants flourished, lending a touch of life to the space. Yet, what captivated the attention most were the 2 ethereal figures within the room. One woman, clad in a flowing white gown, had her silky hair elegantly twisted into a single bun, secured only by a plum blossom jade hairpin. Her presence was otherworldly, her skin as flawless as jade, with eyes resembling a tranquil spring, exuding a faint chill. The other woman, adorned in a violet gauze dress, possessed skin akin to white jade and gem-like eyes. Her figure was slender, her hairstyle impeccably neat, and she sported a simple wooden hairpin. At first glance, they appeared to be 2 unparalleled beauties. Yet, upon closer inspection, their features were rather ordinary. The woman in the white gown had settled into a sandalwood chair, slowly closing her icy eyes, seemingly in a state of tranquil meditation. The violet-clad woman, with eyes as clear as autumn waters, leaned eagerly towards the open bamboo window, her gaze fixated on a peculiar stall bustling with activity below. The lively discussions of the onlookers reached her ears with clarity. "Master, have you ever heard of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion?" asked Xiaorao, her eyes sparkling and her lips parting with a voice as soothing as a gentle brook. Feng Feihuang, still lost in her reverie, remained oblivious to the surroundings. Yet she was acutely aware of the clamor emanating from the stall. "Do not refer to me as master. Be cautious of eavesdroppers." "I have never heard of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion," she replied in an emotionless tone, as frigid as the depths of winter, sending a shiver through the air. "Master, I wish to join the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. It requires only 10 taels of silver. Missing this opportunity could lead to a lifetime of regret." Xiao Raorao's eyes blinked with urgency, her voice ringing like silver bells. Feng Feihuang's lips parted slightly, her tone still as cold as ice. "Do not forget our purpose for this journey." Xiao Raorao quickly interjected. "I would never dare to forget, not for a moment. We seek the ancient martial arts relic, which appears to be connected to our heavenly demon sect." Though she spoke lightly, her figure vanished like a wisp of wind in the blink of an eye. In response, Feng Feihuang remained silent, lost in contemplation about the whereabouts of the ancient martial arts relics. She yearned to embark on a grand quest in search of them, yet was apprehensive of revealing her true identity. Once exposed, a myriad of troubles would inevitably follow. Although she and her disciple had altered their appearances, vigilance was still paramount to avoid encounters with that troublesome pack of rabid dogs and the cunning woman, replete with nefarious schemes. Meanwhile, Su Yin, still tending to her stall, felt an inner turmoil as Wang the hunter's quarry was continually snatched up by eager patrons. He found himself utterly neglected as no one paid him any heed. It appeared that in this chaotic town of stone, a fated companion would remain elusive. If he wished to earn some silver, he would have to contemplate alternative methods. Su Yin had already resigned himself to this reality. Yet, a figure clad in purple soon graced his stall. The young woman, around 20, exuded an ethereal charm. Her figure alluringly voluptuous, although her features were rather ordinary. This young lady, Xiao Yushi, expressed her desire to join the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Without any superfluous words, she articulated her intention. She had always possessed a keen interest in the peculiar and the extraordinary, much like the current situation. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, claiming to be as revered as the earthly rankings and as lofty as the celestial ones, left the onlookers in sheer astonishment. Even the hunter Wang widened his eyes in disbelief. Was it truly possible that someone was willing to part with 10 taels of silver to join this establishment? Su Yin, too, was taken aback, surprised by the suddenness of this joyful turn of events. Was the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion truly as illustrious as it claimed? With a smile, Xiao Yushi retrieved several pieces of silver from a delicately embroidered pouch adorned with peony patterns, the total amounting to 10 taels. Indeed, I am merely a vanguard in this endeavor. Su Yin's gaze fixated intently on the young woman's slender, fair hand, which held the silver. Without further ado, Xiao Yushi handed the silver to Su Yan. Through subtle observations, she had already discerned that this tall young man, with his rugged features, had never trained in martial arts. As for his claims regarding the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, they were undoubtedly fabrications. Her sole interest lay in how he would proceed to weave further tales. Should she find his stories tiresome, she would not hesitate to sever his head, thus adding a dash of amusement to her otherwise vexing existence. The thought of the ancient martial arts relics gave her a headache. She and her master had scoured the vicinity of Stone Town repeatedly, yet they had uncovered not a single clue or trace. With the silver now in hand, Su Yin felt a surge of exhilaration. At last, he had gathered enough to draw his first martial arts character card. This made the young woman before him appear increasingly appealing. She was likely a wealthy patron. Parting with 10 taels of silver seemed effortless for her. The onlookers, however, were growing somewhat numb to the spectacle, perceiving her as rather foolish. 10 taels of silver could sustain an ordinary family for half a year. How could she so casually part with such a sum? Xiao Yushi continued. Now that I am a member of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, might I have the opportunity to meet those esteemed masters of the earthly and celestial rankings? Her voice was melodious and delightful. The masters of the earthly and celestial rankings were indeed preoccupied, not easily accessible for a mere meeting. However, you shall soon encounter a skilled practitioner from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Su Yin wore a serious expression, utterly unaware that the woman before him harbored murderous intentions. Xiao Rao smiled sweetly and said, Very well, I shall come to see you another day. She was evidently in no rush, intending to remain in the chaotic Stone Town for some time. Should she fail to encounter the master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion next time, she would claim the life of her adversary. 10 taels of silver for a life, such a transaction was undeniably profitable. With that, she departed with determination. Once her figure faded from view, Hunter Wang could not resist leaning closer to Su Yan's ear and whispering, You lad, are you truly willing to trade your life for gold? This girl may very well be a formidable warrior. Su Yan dismissed Hunter Wang's words as mere background noise, for he had already spent the 10 taels of silver tucked away in his pocket. Before him lay a series of white cards, each depicting only a silhouette devoid of distinct features. The cards flickered incessantly until he finally drew one. It revealed a middle-aged Taoist priest clad in a blue robe, adorned with a Taoist crown, his face plump and eyes sharp. Zhao Zhijing, third-generation disciple of the Chuanjin sect realm, blood refinement in an instant. 3 lines of text materialized. Su Yan's expression turned to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated drawing Zhao Zhijing. He had a vague recollection of this individual, a hot-tempered, narrow-minded villain who had betrayed his fellow disciples in pursuit of the position of sect leader. Yet, Su Yan did not harbor excessive disdain for Zhao Zhijing. After all, he was his first subordinate. A new line of text appeared, inquiring whether he wished to summon the white card of Zhao Zhijing. Su Yan sensed that upon summoning, Zhao Zhijing would promptly materialize before him. Given the multitude of onlookers around, he refrained from making an immediate decision. Moreover, he pondered the implications of merely possessing a white card with a blood refinement realm. What might the green, blue, or purple cards entail? The martial prowess they represented would undoubtedly be astounding. Before long, Hunter Wang had packed up and purchased a considerable amount of medicinal materials from the apothecary. Throughout the process, Su Yin could only think how exorbitantly expensive martial training could be. Those seemingly innocuous bundles of herbs culminated in a staggering expenditure of over 30 taels of silver. Chapter 9. Yi Qingwan. The two companions set forth towards Qinghe village, facing a journey of another 50 miles. Su Yan's feet grew numb with fatigue, and he even feared that blisters might form from the prolonged walking. By the time the sun set and darkness enveloped the sky, Su Yan and Hunter Wang finally returned to Qinghe village. Father, Brother Su Yan. At the entrance of the village, Xiao Qiao had already been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing the two arrive, her joy was palpable, and she danced with delight. It was nightfall, and having just finished dinner, Hunter Wang busied himself preparing a medicinal bath for his daughter. In the modest bathing chamber, he quickly filled a wooden tub, reaching a height of 1.5 persons, with steaming hot water, and added the medicinal herbs. Soon, the room was enveloped in a thick mist, infused with the aromatic scent of the herbs, awaiting the moment when the young girl would immerse herself in the therapeutic concoction. Quietly, Hunter Wang stepped out of the bathing chamber and waited patiently in the courtyard. Brother Wang, will this medicinal bath enable Xiao Qiao to become a body refinement martial artist? Su Yin inquired with a look of curiosity. Upon hearing this, Hunter Wang shook his head resolutely. The elevation of martial arts realms was not a matter of simplicity. Xiao Qiao would require an additional year or two of diligent practice to reach the body refinement stage, unless she ventured into the martial world. Encountering fortuitous events and acquiring rare treasures, her martial arts prowess would not advance swiftly. However, the martial world was fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could cost a life. Clearly, Hunter Wang was reluctant to let his daughter navigate such dangers, preferring instead for her to follow a steady, methodical path in her martial training. Listening intently, Su Yin was once again reminded of the arduous nature of martial practice. Subsequently, Xiao Qiao's medicinal bath proceeded without incident, yet it left her pallid and weak. This sight tugged at Hunter Wang's heartstrings. Su Yin soon learned that enduring the medicinal bath was not akin to a leisurely soak. It required withstanding pain that was beyond ordinary human tolerance. Only through enduring such suffering could one unlock greater potential within the body. Should one falter in this trial, the effort would be in vain, resulting in a waste of precious resources. "Brother Su, I am fine," Xiao Qiao managed to say, her face pale but still managing to muster a faint, radiant smile. At that moment, Su Yin realized he could offer no assistance to Xiao Qiao. He could only continue recounting those familiar fairy tales. Indeed, upon hearing them, Xiao Qiao was completely immersed in the enchanting world of fairy tales. Witnessing such a scene, Wang the Hunter smiled broadly, his expression radiating happiness. For him, this way of life was quite satisfactory. In the tumultuous world of martial arts, it was perhaps wiser for a small figure like him to refrain from getting involved. Unbeknownst to him, the night grew deep and silent. Su Yin had not yet fallen asleep. He is prepared to summon Bai Ka Zhao Zhijing. Regarding the arrangements for Zhao Zhijing, he has devised a plan. He intends for Zhao Zhijing to venture alone to Wanchur town to assess the situation there. Once Zhao Zhijing acquires wealth and renown, all will ultimately belong to the Golden Wind and Fine Rain Pavilion. He chose to linger in Qinghe village for a day or two longer. Although Zhao Zhijing played the role of an antagonist, his capabilities were undeniably commendable, enabling him to thrive in a small locale like Shattered Stone Town. As a thought crossed his mind, Zhao Zhijing materialized before him. Clad in a blue robe and adorned with a Taoist crown, his demeanor was composed, and he appeared to be in his 30s. With a courteous bow, Zhao Zhijing proclaimed, "Your subordinate pays his respects to the master of the tower." His politeness and measured gestures swiftly revealed to Su Yin that Zhao Zhijing was not merely an emotionless automaton, but rather an entity with the capacity for independent thought. Subsequently, he instructed Zhao Zhijing to establish a foothold for the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower in Shattered Stone Town, detailing the town's location. Once he had conveyed all pertinent matters, Zhao Zhijing confidently replied, "I shall not let the master of the tower down." In the next moment, Zhao Zhijing set forth. He was as light as a swallow, gently pressing his left foot against the courtyard wall, and in an instant, he leaped gracefully into the air. The entire process appeared remarkably effortless. Su Yin, who observed silently, immediately recognized that this was Zhao Zhijing demonstrating the lightness skill of the Chuanjin sect, the Golden Goose technique. This revelation made him realize that although Zhao Zhijing was merely at the blood refinement stage, his combat prowess could rival that of even the Xian body warriors, perhaps even surpassing them. Take Wang the Hunter, for instance, who was also at the blood refinement stage. Yet, throughout Zhao Zhijing's agile maneuvers, he remained undisturbed. After vaulting over the wall, Zhao Zhijing wore a proud smile, having purposefully showcased his lightness skill before Su Yin to impress him, hoping to gain his esteem. Soon, his figure receded into the distance, disappearing under the moonlight. The following day, as dawn broke with a gray hue, Su Yin had already risen early, practicing martial arts under the guidance of Wang the Hunter alongside the little girl, Xiao Qiao. Though they had just begun their martial training, Su Yin could distinctly sense a slight improvement in his physical condition. However, according to Wang the Hunter, any significant enhancement would require immersion in medicinal baths. Such baths would invigorate the body and promote circulation. Shortly after finishing breakfast, Wang the Hunter donned his hunting knife and bow, wrapped himself in a fur coat, and set off once more to hunt in the icy expanse of the Taihang Snow Mountains. Meanwhile, Su Yin found himself surrounded by a group of children eager for fairy tales. In the past, he would have been enthusiastic, but now these children had no wool left to be sheared. A single child could only offer him a modicum of reputation. Yet, upon seeing their innocent faces and expectant gazes, Su Yin felt compelled to continue narrating fairy tales. During this time, he merely stretched and twisted his slightly sore neck. It was then that he inadvertently caught sight of a graceful figure in a blue dress atop a blue-tiled roof in the courtyard. She was a young woman, seemingly in her 20s, adorned in a flowing azure robe. Her figure was slender and elegant, her skin luminous as jade, and her hair was tied up in a high ponytail. With a delicate, egg-shaped face and captivating features, she bore a sword at her waist, exuding an air of vitality. At that moment, their eyes met, and both Su Yin and the woman were momentarily taken aback. Yi Qingwan felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, deeply mortified as she realized she had become too engrossed in the story. The tale was indeed extraordinary. A poor youth named Aladdin had fortuitously come into possession of a remarkably magical oil lamp. What a beautiful sister! Even the children turned their bright, sparkling eyes towards Yi Qingwan. She felt immensely embarrassed, wishing to escape at that very moment. However, fleeing in such a manner was not in her nature. With a graceful leap, she soared through the air like an arrow released from its bow, effortlessly descending from the blue-tiled rooftop to the ground below. The entire process showcased her exquisite grace, leaving Su Yin utterly astonished. Before him stood a beautiful and formidable heroine of the rivers and lakes, whose prowess seemed to surpass even that of Zhao Zhijing. Nevertheless, Su Yin remained calm, as it was evident that she did not possess malevolent intentions. Had she been a villain, her long sword would have been drawn long ago. Chapter 10. My sword only slays those who deserve it well. Sister, your lightness skill is impressive, exclaimed the little girl, with her pair of bright, dark eyes shining brightly. Su Yin cupped his hands and spoke aloud. I am Su Yin. May I inquire about the fair maiden's name? His demeanor appeared quite refined, as he endeavored to adapt to local customs. Although it was their first meeting, he inquired about the lady's name, which seemed somewhat discourteous. However, it was evident that his counterpart was a carefree child of the streets. I am Yi Qingwan, she declared, her voice a harmonious blend of strength and gentleness, exuding both resolve and grace. In an instant, Su Yin found himself momentarily stunned. He had unexpectedly encountered the illustrious Yi Qingwan, ranked third on the coveted dragon list amidst the chaos of the realm, something he had never anticipated. But wait. How could the northern heroine Yi Qingwan be present in this courtyard, having just been seen atop a blue-tiled roof? For a fleeting moment, Su Yin felt utterly bewildered. The surrounding children, their imaginations running wild akin to his own, gazed at Yi Qingwan with expressions of admiration and awe. Among them, the little girl Qiao Qiao had her mouth agape, wider than an egg, her rosy cheeks betraying her excitement as she exclaimed, Is it truly you, the renowned northern heroine Yi Qingwan? Yi Qingwan nodded silently. In an instant, the children's faces illuminated with radiant smiles. They unexpectedly encountered the northern hero, Yi Qingwan. It has been several years since Yi Qingwan first stepped into the martial world. They had all heard numerous tales of the renowned hero, Yi Qingwan, who upheld justice by quelling evil and apprehending criminals of the imperial court, as well as vanquishing disciples of the demonic sect. How could Miss Yu possibly be present in this place? Su Yin inquired, although he found Yi Qingwan to be extraordinarily beautiful and striking. He was not so easily ensnared by her allure. In contemporary society, he had encountered countless depictions of the most beautiful goddesses and otherworldly beauties that appeared once in 5 millennia on the internet. It was precisely for this reason that he was able to maintain his composure in Yi Qingwan's presence. Nevertheless, a fleeting glimmer of astonishment passed through his eyes. He must concede that the other possesses an exquisite beauty. Yesterday, in the town of Shattered Stones, I observed your peculiar behavior. I was led to believe that the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion was affiliated with some sinister cult. Thus today, I took the opportunity to investigate further. Yi Qingwan's voice was melodious, yet the more she spoke, the more her cheeks flushed with shame. She had misunderstood. This Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion was unequivocally not a cult, but rather a fabrication of the person before her. Miss Yi, I am wronged, deeply wronged. Su Yin lamented, feeling unjustly accused as he nearly fell victim to the northern hero's misperception of him as a member of that nefarious sect. As for how Yi Qingwan located the residence of the hunter Wang, it was likely connected to that pancake vendor, Li San. After some exchange, Su Yan's conjecture proved accurate. Yi Qingwan had merely given Li San a few copper coins, and he had divulged the details of Wang's home and family with remarkable clarity. With unabashed boldness, Su Yin remarked, Miss Yi, had you truly mistaken me for a member of the cult, would you not have struck me down with your sword? Shouldn't you then offer me some silver as compensation? As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Qingwan with keen anticipation. Although their acquaintance had been brief, he had discerned that the northern hero was indeed, as the tales described, noble and righteous. Having recently arrived in this world, he had neither stolen nor committed any heinous acts. Thus he bore no fear of her. In fact, he contemplated how he might benefit from her generosity. Suddenly, Yi Qingwan's face flushed a deep crimson. Do not speak such nonsense. My sword only strikes those who deserve it. In the north, I have slain the hypocritical disciples of the White Lotus sect who prey on the weak for profit. I have also dispatched bandits who ravage the innocent and murder indiscriminately. Moreover, I have dealt with the ruthless and lawless outlaws of the Green Forest. Each word she uttered resonated powerfully, exuding a spirit of gallant heroism. Su Yin swallowed hard, silently acknowledging that this young woman was indeed a formidable force. However, those she had slain were deserving of their fates. The children nearby gazed at her with expressions of admiration. Su Yin continued, Miss Yi, tell me, did you not nearly mistake me for a member of that cult? Indeed. Yi Qingwan replied, biting her lip and nodding slightly. Then, is compensation necessary? Su Yin inquired. Yi Qingwan fell silent, retrieving from her bosom a small, palm-sized pouch. The dark blue pouch was adorned with exquisite orchid embroidery. Here, she offered. Yi Qingwan retrieved a string of copper coins as compensation. Given Su Yan's remarks, she felt compelled to offer some form of recompense, lest she seem unreasonable. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling of injustice. It was the peculiar behavior of the other party that had drawn her into an association with the demonic sect. However, Su Yin did not accept the copper coins but instead fixed his gaze intently on her bulging dark green pouch. Just moments ago, he had caught sight of a considerable amount of silver and banknotes. 10 taels of silver would settle this matter. Moreover, with a gift of 10 taels, you might also gain entry into the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Su Yan's demeanor was earnest, his eyes unwaveringly focused on Yi Qingwan's pouch. Yi Qingwan's charming visage paled at his greed. This man was exceedingly avaricious. Furthermore, she had no interest in the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. The storytellers at tea houses received rewards from their audience, while her fairy tales garnered no such gratuities from a certain female hero of the martial world. Su Yin continued to ramble on, growing increasingly convinced that Yi Qingwan had indeed been captivated by the fairy tales he narrated. He also discerned that she was not one of profound scheming. What? You won't accept it? It's merely 10 taels of silver. Yi Qingwan ceded, her almond-shaped eyes glaring fiercely at Su Yin. She had traversed the martial world and encountered all manners of individuals, yet none had been quite like Su Yin. Nevertheless, she had to concede that his fairy tales were whimsical, bizarre, and undeniably entertaining. In the end, Su Yin successfully extracted 10 taels of silver from Yi Qingwan, which significantly lifted his spirits, a radiant smile illuminating his face. This silver is the reward I received for capturing criminals for the authorities, Yi Qingwan added, seemingly concerned that Su Yin might perceive her funds as ill-gotten gains. At this, Su Yin chuckled in disbelief. This northern heroine was indeed amusing. At that moment, Yi Qingwan's expression turned stern as she concluded the story of Aladdin. Su Yin resumed his storytelling, captivating the children completely. Soon after, the children returned home, each needing to assist with household chores. The little girl Qiao Qiao then sought Yi Qingwan's guidance in martial arts. Yi Qingwan patiently explained, while Su Yin, seated on a stone bench in the courtyard, listened intently, his desire for martial knowledge growing. Alas, he was sorely lacking in silver. Just then, a gaunt old man with sparse white hair and calloused hands, dressed in gray, arrived at their doorstep. Grandfather Village Chief, what brings you here? Qiao Qiao, ever the embodiment of politeness, took the initiative to greet the elderly man clad in gray. This venerable figure was none other than the village chief of Qinghe Village. With a benevolent demeanor and a warm smile, the chief exchanged a few intimate words with the young girl before turning his attention to Su Yin. With a smile, the chief addressed him, Young Master Su, I am the village chief of Qinghe. He then shifted his gaze to Yi Qingwan, inquiring, and who might this young lady be? Yi Qingwan pursed her lips and replied, This humble girl bears the surname Yi. It is an honor to meet you, sir. This exchange prompted a contemplative expression on Su Yan's face. Yi Qingwan refrained from invoking the name of the northern hero, perhaps wishing to avoid overshadowing the moment. As for the village chief referring to him as young Master Su, Su Yin felt no surprise. After all, he had resided in Qinghe Village for 2 or 3 days, making brief acquaintances with some villagers. The village chief wasted no time and directly conveyed his purpose. It appeared that the villagers, having witnessed Su Yin's literacy and his playful interactions with the children, wished to offer him a modest remuneration to serve as a teacher, imparting knowledge to the village's youth. To this proposal, Su Yin politely declined. His aspirations lie elsewhere. Suddenly, the village chief's demeanor appeared quite despondent. Murmuring to himself, the temple in Qinghe Village is far too small to accommodate young Master Su. With that, he wore a look of melancholy and departed in silence. Su Yin did not allow this matter to weigh on his mind. His attention was entirely captivated by Yi Qingwan, who bore an expression of contemplation on her exquisite face. What could she be pondering? After a moment's reflection, Yi Qingwan spoke. This village chief of Qinghe village gives me an unsettling impression. You don't suspect that he is affiliated with the demonic cult, do you? Su Yan's expression was peculiar. He reminisced about the village chief's demeanor and actions, yet found nothing amiss. He was simply an ordinary village chief, so unremarkable that his gray attire had been patched numerous times. Beside him, a young girl whispered softly, "Grandpa, the village chief is not a bad person." Yi Qingwan shot a glare at Su Yan and turned to leave, stating, "I must seek out the whereabouts of Lu Zhijing." With that, she elegantly departed, leaping over the wall with graceful ease, her movements fluid and unencumbered. Watching her retreating figure, Su Yan felt an urgent need to continue summoning the martial arts character cards. Beside him, there remains a lack of a guardian. As for Yi Qingwan, he is utterly oblivious to when she might appear. What if Yi Qingwan were to be an adversary? His life seems to be in jeopardy. However, how could she perceive something amiss with the village chief of Qinghe? Su Yan wore a contemplative expression. He still held faith in Yi Qingwan's judgment. If she lacked any discernment, how could she navigate the complexities of the martial world and earn the title of Northern Hero in the Northern Territories? Furthermore, Yi Qingwan had previously commented on his peculiar behavior, which indeed proved to be accurate. He was never a being of this world. Lu Zhijing, the village chief, Yi Qingwan. As these names intertwined in his mind, Su Yan was struck by a bold hypothesis. Yi Qingwan had grievously injured Lu Zhijing, the master of the Blood Slaughter Church, in Shattered Stone Town. Thus, if Lu Zhijing was indeed gravely wounded, even if he managed to escape, he could not have gone far, likely remaining within the vicinity of Shattered Stone Town. Why had the village chief arrived so suddenly? And why would he appoint him as a teacher? In Qinghe village, nearly every household was impoverished, struggling even to secure their daily meals. Who would have the means or desire to pursue education? Perhaps the local children had inadvertently let slip that they had seen the northern hero, Yi Qingwan. This would explain the village chief's sudden anxiety, prompting him to investigate, fearing that Yi Qingwan had uncovered something in Qinghe village. Eventually, the village chief breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Yi Qingwan had found nothing of significance. In that moment, Su Yan felt a wave of disorientation. If his suspicions were correct, did it not imply that there was a member of the demonic sect concealed within Qinghe village? It was quite possible that this individual was none other than Lu Zhijing, the master of the Blood Slaughter Church. Su Yan rubbed his temples in contemplation. He has increasingly grown certain that the village chief of Qinghe has issues. Unfortunately, although he now possesses 10 taels of silver, his reputation remains a mere 5 points. However, as he casually peruses his reputation, he was astounded. Current reputation, 12. Could it truly be a score of 12? Surely, he must be mistaken. But no, it had to be him, Zhao Zhijing. The reputation Zhao Zhijing garnered was tantamount to the prestige acquired by the Jinfeng Shiyu building he had established. Zhao Zhijing, a member of the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Suddenly, Su Yan felt a surge of anticipation. Which white card would he draw this time? As his thoughts coalesced, the attribute card drawing interface materialized before him. One by one, white cards floated into his view until finally, one card came to a halt. On this card, he beheld the silhouette of a tall, imposing figure. The man donned a bronze mask that concealed his true identity, imparting an air of enigma. Gong Ziyu, hardly anyone in the martial world had ever glimpsed his true visage. Realm, blood refinement. Upon noticing the 3 lines of text in his line of sight, Su Yan was momentarily stunned. He had drawn the white card of Gong Ziyu. Gong Ziyu was a formidable overlord in the martial realm, known for enlisting nearly every assassin and killer across the land. He even authored the list of notable figures in the martial world. Moreover, Gong Ziyu wielded the dazzling and formidable concealed weapon, the peacock feather dart. Although he had never personally engaged in combat or taken a life, the might of Gong Ziyu is undeniable. Yet, how could such a legendary martial figure be classified as a mere white card? A contemplative expression crossed Su Yan's face as an inkling of an answer began to form within him. In the martial arts game he played, the character Gong Ziyu ultimately retreated into the mountains and forests. However, the martial arts he practiced bore significant drawbacks, leading to his premature aging and a reduction in his lifespan. As he contemplated whether to summon the white card of Gong Ziyu, familiar text appeared once more. Su Yan did not hasten to summon, but instead took a moment to observe his surroundings. He encountered the young girl, Qiao Qiao, hurriedly carrying a bundle of firewood towards a quaint blue-tiled house in the courtyard. Su Yan was fully aware of her intentions. Xiao Qiao was on her way to replenish the firewood in the Wang family's brazier, which was necessary for warmth. Earlier that morning, Mrs. Wang had fallen ill. Afflicted by a chill, noticing that the surroundings were devoid of company, Su Yin quietly returned to the abode where he was temporarily residing. Upon entering the room, he directly summoned young Master Yu. In an instant, a tall figure, adorned with a long sword at his waist and wearing a bronze mask, materialized from thin air. This individual was none other than young Master Yu. His eyes were sharp as blades, and his voice carried an icy chill. One could not help but be drawn to the remarkable aura that emanated from the young Master Yu, as if his mere presence declared him a formidable figure in the martial world. He discreetly vowed to protect me in my current state of weakness. I was acutely aware that without a guardian, my life could be in jeopardy. The young Master Yu nodded silently. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from my sight with a swiftness that was almost preternatural. His skill and lightness of foot far surpassed that of Zhao Xijing. If his martial training had proceeded without error, it was likely he would possess at least a green card, if not a blue card. Chapter 12. Hot soup. In a corner of Qinghe village stood a dilapidated courtyard, home to several crumbling, thatched huts. The corners of the yard were piled high with dry firewood. This was the residence of the village chief. At present, the chief had just entered a dimly lit thatched hut. Before him lay a rickety bed, upon which rested a man clad in black, seemingly in his 30s. The man appeared pallid and haggard, coughing intermittently. A long scar, now scabbed over, marred his forehead. He was none other than Lu Xijing, the esteemed leader of the blood slaughter church. The village chief, displaying utmost reverence, bowed respectfully towards Lu Xijing, who lay upon the bed. Despite his injuries, the chief dared not engage in any inappropriate behavior. It was evident that the village chief was a member of the blood slaughter church. Had the renowned northern hero, Yi Qingwan, truly appeared in Qinghe village? A grotesque expression twisted across Lu Xijing's pale visage as he recalled the events of 2 days prior. On the second day of the 12th lunar month, he felt utterly constrained. The northern hero, Yi Qingwan, had relentlessly pursued him for over 1,000 miles, inflicting severe injuries upon him. Consequently, he could now only lie in bed, cultivating his energy to heal. The mere thought of the golden characters on the chaotic world ranking ignited a fierce light in Lu Xijing's eyes. He has become a stepping stone for the northern hero, Yi Qingwan, and perhaps has even turned into a subject of ridicule among countless wanderers of the Jianghu. My subordinates encountered her, but rest assured, the hall master. She gained nothing in Qinghe village. Her presence was merely a coincidence. A determined expression appeared on the village chief's wrinkled face. In an instant, Lu Xijing let out a long sigh of relief. His injuries have yet to heal. Should he encounter the northern hero, Yi Qingwan, once more, his demise is inevitable. This cannot be allowed. He must recover from his injuries swiftly. In the next moment, the pallid-faced Lu Xijing uttered a chilling proclamation. Once it is fully confirmed that the northern hero, Yi Qingwan, has departed, gather the wretched villagers of Qinghe. I shall devour their vital essence to restore my strength. A flicker of astonishment and dread passed through the murky eyes of the village chief. Master, this seems rather hasty, he expressed, concern etched upon his countenance. Fear not. Our blood slaughter sect's reinforcements are en route. Once they arrive, what is the northern hero Yi Qingwan to us? Lu Xijing's gaze was steely, his words imbued with unwavering confidence. His sole concern at present is the sluggish pace of his recovery. Should the northern hero, Yi Qingwan, come calling, the consequences would be dire. The village chief nodded silently before turning to depart. In the afternoon, the sun shone brightly, and the air had warmed slightly. Su Yin was in the courtyard, practicing his martial arts repeatedly. He practiced with remarkable intensity, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. The young girl, Xiao Qiao, was similarly engaged in the art of boxing. Even her seemingly effortless punch carried the force of over 100 pounds. In contrast, his most vigorous strike barely reached 50 or 60 pounds. One wonders how Zhao Xijing is faring in Shattered Stone Town. Has he managed to make a name for himself? It would be unfortunate if he were to tarnish the reputation of the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion. Yet, it seems he is doing well, as evidenced by his recent check on his reputation, which now stands at 23, an increase that suggests Zhao Xijing has made significant gains in Shattered Stone Town. Suddenly, the distant sound of drums and gongs drew near to his ears. A towering, burly man was seen wandering through Qinghe village, wielding an old copper gong. Striking it as he walked, the giant, clad in a patched hemp garment, bellowed with a loud voice, "Everyone, gather at the village chief's doorstep. Each household must send someone. The village chief has important matters to discuss with us." As he spoke, he visited each household in turn. In the courtyard, Su Yan furrowed his brow. Why had the village chief suddenly deemed it necessary to announce something of great importance? What could it possibly be? After a short while, one by one, the humble villagers gathered at the chief's doorstep. Suddenly, the area was bustling with people, creating a lively atmosphere, with such excitement to partake in. Both Su Yin and Xiao Qiao had arrived, although Su Yin had yet to truly become a martial artist. He felt a sense of security knowing that he was under the protection of the accomplished martial artist, Gong Ziyu. As more than 100 villagers congregated, the village chief finally made his appearance. The weather had grown increasingly cold, particularly on snowy days when the thatched cottages seemed fragile, at risk of being crushed beneath the weight of the snow. Everyone was aware of the recent blizzard that had claimed the lives of several villagers from Qinghe village. The chief spoke eloquently, and as he recounted the sorrowful events, his eyes reddened, and tears streamed down his face. Each villager was profoundly moved by his words. At that moment, Su Yin displayed an expression of sudden realization. He began to understand that the village chief had summoned the villagers to unite their efforts in reinforcing and renovating the homes of the residents of Qinghe village. In Su Yan's eyes, this was indeed a matter of great necessity. The villagers not only led a wretched existence, but their homes were predominantly thatched huts, with roofs merely covered by large swathes of straw. Should heavy snow arrive, a substantial accumulation could easily cause the thatched roofs to collapse. Nevertheless, he remained on guard, harboring a lingering suspicion that there might be more to this situation than met the eye. Upon noticing that some villagers were inadequately dressed, shivering from the cold, a look of shame washed over the village chief's weathered face. I may have been somewhat verbose. This dreadful weather is truly frigid. Let us all enjoy some hot soup to warm ourselves, he declared. With that, the chief instructed someone to bring forth a large pot of hot soup, which had been prepared in advance, along with various bowls and utensils. Soon enough, the villagers began to partake in the steaming soup, savoring every spoonful. A bowl of hot broth warmed their insides, and their hands and feet seemed to lose some of their icy chill. Although Su Yin also felt the bitter cold in his extremities, he refrained from tasting the offered soup. Given his suspicions regarding the village chief, he dared not partake in the concoction. Moreover, he discreetly cautioned the young girl, Xiao Qiao, against drinking it. She quietly obeyed his advice. As he observed that nearly all the others had consumed the hot soup, a radiant smile spread across the village chief's face. Yet, within the depths of his eyes, a glimmer of disdain flickered. Did these lowly peasants truly believe he would show them kindness by offering them hot soup? Moments later, a pallid man, clad in black and bearing a long scar across his forehead, emerged slowly from the village chief's residence. His arrival left the villagers in a state of bewilderment, as they could not fathom who this man in black was. Could he be a distant relative of the village chief? Emerging from the dimly lit bedroom, he was met once more by the foolish expressions of the villagers, and a profoundly satisfied smile spread across Lu Zhijing's haggard face. By employing the blood fiend technique, he could swiftly drain the lifeblood from the villagers before him, thereby enabling his injuries to heal rapidly. At that moment, one villager suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. Such occurrences happened in quick succession. Even the most naive of villagers began to realize that the hot soup might be tainted. Chapter 13. The town's martial affairs. That soup is suspicious. My head feels heavy and muddled. Chief, what on earth is happening? The villagers' faces turned grim. Faced with the accusatory gazes directed at him, the chief retracted his benevolent demeanor. You should feel honored, for soon your lifeblood will be completely consumed by the master of the blood fiend church. The chief grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. The mention of the blood fiend church made the villagers aware that their chief had indeed colluded with the forces of darkness. Their expressions shifted in unison, filled with dread as they realized their dire predicament. Perhaps their very lives were at stake. However, just as the villagers attempted to flee, they found their minds clouded and heavy. In a short span of time, over 100 villagers lay unconscious on the ground. Only Su Yin and Xiao Qiao remained at the scene. Xiao Qiao curled up in fear, never having witnessed such a scene before. It terrified her. The usually kind and gentle village chief now appeared monstrous. Su Yin, however, maintained his composure, protected in secret by Gong Ziyu, and he surmised that this man in black was most likely Lu Zhijing, the master of the blood fiend church. If the opponent were at full strength, his situation would undoubtedly be perilous. Fortunately, the adversary was currently injured, and the severity of that injury was apparent. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Su Yan's demeanor grew increasingly calm. Suddenly, a woman clad in azure robes leapt from a nearby thatched cottage near the village chief's residence. Like a bolt of lightning, she brandished a longsword. aiming directly at Lu Zhijing. The sword sliced through the air with a fierce brilliance, all happening in the blink of an eye. Lu Zhijing barely had time to react, but his instinct for survival kicked in, and he instinctively shoved the elderly chief aside. With a swift sound, the longsword pierced the chief's chest. His eyes widened in shock as blood gushed forth from the wound. Thud. The village chief collapsed, having been pierced through the heart by a sword. Yet his aged eyes remained unclosed, as if he could not succumb to eternal rest. The woman in the azure robe continued to wield her sword, striking again and again. As if countless sword shadows danced before the eyes, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Lu Zhijing twisted and turned, evading the relentless attacks. In the midst of his evasions, he sustained further injuries, and his appearance was exceedingly disheveled. Witnessing this scene, Su Yin wore an expression of astonishment. This woman in the azure robe was none other than the northern hero, Yiqing Wan. It was his first encounter witnessing Yiqing Wan in action, decisive and utterly unhesitant. Yet, upon seeing the village chief's lifeless body sprawled in a pool of blood, Su Yin felt an immense impact. A life extinguished just like that. Such is the nature of this world. Such is the essence of this martial realm. He must learn to adapt. Su Yin took a deep breath, after all. This is no longer the modern society where one could afford to be overly compassionate. Furthermore, the village chief is far from a virtuous character. His demise is well-deserved. He also noticed the little girl, Qiao Qiao. She merely appeared slightly pale, showing no signs of fear or tears. Suddenly, the situation on the scene shifted dramatically. Yiqing Wan, wielding her longsword, halted her steps, her delicate brows furrowed, her gaze sharp and piercing. For she realized that the enemies surrounding her were not limited to Lu Zhijing alone. Emerging from the shadows were a group of adversaries clad in dark garments. Among them was an elderly woman, her hair streaked with gray, her figure hunched, and her face resembling the withered bark of an ancient tree. Elder Pang, you have arrived. Lu Zhijing, tattered and battered, lit up with joy upon seeing the old woman, his entire demeanor brimming with excitement. The reinforcements from the Bloodshah sect had arrived. This time, Yiqing Wan was doomed. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Zhijing directed a venomous gaze towards Yiqing Wan. It was this accursed northern hero who had brought him to such a wretched state. You are Elder Pang Ping of the Bloodshah sect, a practitioner of the mysterious void. Yiqing Wan's almond-shaped eyes widened in recognition of the elderly woman's identity. Pang Ping narrowed her eyes, her voice as cold and sharp as a blade. Yiqing Wan, for every life you have taken from my Bloodshah sect, today you shall pay with your own. The disciples of the Bloodshah sect surrounding her glared hungrily, some with eyes filled with insatiable greed. Roaming over Yiqing Wan's graceful form, beside her, Su Yin struggled to maintain his composure in the face of such a scene. This elderly woman was indeed a practitioner of the mysterious void, although he was uncertain of the opponent's strength. The preparedness displayed by the adversary suggested that Yiqing Wan was in considerable peril. Yet, Yiqing Wan appeared unfazed. Could it be that she had some hidden strategy? Su Yin pondered this, guiding the young girl Qiao Qiao away from the battlefield in silence. Elder Pang, why waste breath? Yiqing Wan is merely a practitioner of the Xuanxin realm, while you surpass her by an entire level in martial prowess. Simply take action and eliminate her. Lu Zhijing's words were fervent and insistent. He yearned to witness the scene of Yiqing Wan's demise with great urgency. Furthermore, an inexplicable fury simmered within him. That old wretch, Pang Ping, likely regarded him as a mere bait to lure Yiqing Wan. Otherwise, how could it be that Yiqing Wan arrived just as Pang Ping followed closely behind, accompanied by the forces of the Bloodfiend sect? Such coincidences seemed too fortuitous. At that moment, Pang Ping's expression darkened, and she cast a cold glance at Lu Zhijing. Her tone chillingly frosty as she remarked, "Do I require your guidance in my affairs?" Slap him. Instantly, one of her trusted subordinates stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to Lu Zhijing's face. The crack of the slap sent Lu Zhijing's heart into a tempest of rage. His cheeks swelling painfully, Pang Ping, that old hag, remained as capricious as ever. Nevertheless, he dared not utter another word. He yearned to witness the tragic demise of Yiqing Wan. The scene evoked an involuntary chuckle from her, her laughter ringing clear and melodious, akin to a yellow oriole emerging from the valley. It was truly a case of dogs biting each other, leaving nothing but fur behind. Her words were exceedingly infuriating, casting a pall over the faces of Pang Ping and her companions. However, what plunged Pang Ping and her associates into utter despair was the sudden emergence of 10 imposing figures surrounding them. Each of these individuals was tall and robust, adorned in black robes intricately embroidered with exquisite patterns, bearing the words Zhenwu elegantly woven into the fabric. Their gazes are piercing, their expressions stern, and their aura is formidable. One can distinctly sense an air of grim determination surrounding them. They hail from the Town Marshal Division. The leader, a towering figure with bronze skin and sharply defined features, appears to be around 30, sporting a beard on his chin. He is Han Qianqiu, the chief flag bearer of the Town Marshal Division. In an instant, Pang Ping recognized Han Qianqiu, having suffered greatly at his hands in the past, although her martial prowess matched his in the realm of the mysterious. Her advanced age and declining vitality rendered her no match for the robust Han Qianqiu. Without hesitation, Pang Ping's sole thought was to flee. However, how could the Town Marshal Division allow her escape? In the blink of an eye, Han Qianqiu's forces clashed with those of the Blood Fiend sect. Chapter 14. The Hidden Dragon surfaces, soaring to the ninth heaven. To oppose the Town Marshal Division is to overestimate oneself. Han Qianqiu's voice boomed like rolling thunder as he swiftly intercepted Pang Ping, delivering a devastating palm strike. The speed of this strike was akin to lightning. Imbued with terrifying force, Pang Ping furrowed her brow and attempted to retreat to evade this ferocious blow. Little did she anticipate that the palm strike would be swifter than her imagination. Boom! She endured the full brunt of the strike, her body plummeting like a kite with severed strings, crashing down to the ground and causing the earth to cave in. Gasping for breath on the collapsed ground, Pang Ping coughed up blood, her murky eyes betraying disbelief. How could she, of the same mysterious realm, suffer such a devastating defeat? Unable to withstand even a single blow from Han Qianqiu? You were no match for me 2 years ago, let alone now. Han Qianqiu's gaze was icy. Easily defeating Pang Ping was well within his expectations. This spectacle left the other members of the Blood Fiend sect in shock. Elder Pang Ping was their pillar of support. How could she fall so swiftly? This revelation extinguished any spirit of resistance among the Blood Fiend sect's members. In mere moments, those engaged with the other 9 members of the Town Marshal Division surrendered entirely. Witnessing this scene, Su Yan was left dumbfounded. Was the battle truly over? He was not entirely ignorant of the Town Marshal Division. Previously, he had heard Wang Lihu mention that it was established by the court, with considerable authority, primarily tasked with eliminating the wicked and malevolent forces throughout the realm. Miss Yi, it is thanks to you that we have successfully captured these miscreants of the Blood Fiend sect. Han Qianqiu expressed his gratitude. Had it not been for the northern heroine Yi Qingwan, they would have faced immense challenges in apprehending these elusive villains, possibly even toiling in vain. The Blood Fiend sect incited unrest and evil among the populace, deserving of retribution. Yi Qingwan's voice was clear and melodious, her countenance exuding youthful vigor. She harbored a profound hatred for malevolent cults like the Blood Fiend sect that harmed the common people. Han Qianqiu laughed heartily. Miss Yi, you truly possess the spirit of a gallant hero, coupled with a heart of innocence. Subsequently, Han Qianqiu assumed a demeanor of utmost seriousness, regardless of the circumstances. The Town Marshal Division would undoubtedly spare no effort in eradicating the Blood Fiend sect, a malevolent cult, once and for all. With that, he concluded his statement. He cast a cold, sweeping glance over the multitude of Bloodslaughter sect members held captive. Among them were Lu Zhijing and Pang Ping, both grievously injured and in a pitiful state. Despite their desire to resist, they found themselves powerless. However, Pang Ping, an elder of the Bloodslaughter sect, held her head high, a chilling smile gracing her aged visage as she coldly remarked, "Does the Zhenwu division truly capture us to eradicate the Bloodslaughter sect? Or is it rather for the Marshal King's secret treasury?" Such nonsense. Han Qianqiu's displeasure was evident. Moments later, under Han Qianqiu's command, the entirety of the Bloodslaughter sect members was escorted away, along with the lifeless body of the village chief. Miss Yi, what is the meaning of all this? Although he had an inkling of the answer, Su Yan still sought confirmation from Yi Qingwan. Yi Qingwan did not withhold the truth. She explained that she had sensed something amiss with the village chief and had pretended to leave, only to investigate in secret. Indeed, her inquiries led her to the faint traces of the Bloodslaughter sect, and she discovered that Elder Pang Ping had also arrived. Thus, she approached the Zhenwu division. Now, do you understand? Yi Qingwan smiled coyly, her spirits lifted as she reveled in having assisted the Zhenwu division in capturing members of the demonic sect. A look of realization dawned on Su Yan, prompting him to inquire further. What, pray tell, is this Marshal King's secret treasury? If it pertains to some earth-shattering secret, there is no need to divulge. At his words, Yi Qingwan chuckled softly. The Marshal King's secret treasury is no secret at all. It is common knowledge amongst the martial world. A century ago, when the foremost expert, the Marshal King Xiang Batian, passed away, he left behind a treasury. Within this treasury lies the martial king's lifelong martial arts, numerous rare treasures, divine weapons, and vast riches. She recounted the tale, and Su Yan's heart raced at the thought of obtaining such a treasury. Would it not propel him to unimaginable heights? What happened next? He pressed. Naturally. The martial king's secret treasury stirred a tempest within the martial realm, inciting bloodshed and chaos. Many clues pointed towards the Bloodslaughter sect. As speculation arose that the martial king had taken a liking to the sect's saintess, siring a child with her. This treasury was intended as a legacy for his descendants. Yi Qingwan continued to elaborate on the myriad of information regarding the martial king's secret treasury, which spurred countless martial artists to clash with the Bloodslaughter sect. What was once a flourishing sect a century ago had now fallen into decline, struggling for survival as a third-rate faction. Yet, the martial king's treasury remained elusive. Some claimed it never existed, while others asserted it had been claimed by a fortunate soul long ago, and still, others believed it remained undiscovered. Hidden from the light of day. As the conversation drew to a close, Yi Qingwan's gaze grew profound, reflecting on the enigmatic martial king's secret vault. A place that had claimed the lives of countless martial artists and innocent civilians alike. Su Yan silently etched the existence of the martial king's vault into his memory, evidently captivated by its allure. He then recounted the recent battle, which had unfolded with astonishing swiftness. At the mention of this, Yi Qingwan broke into a smile. Although both Han Zongqi and Pang Ping were practitioners of the arcane arts, their strengths varied within the same realm. In years past, Han Qianqiu, known as Han Zongqi, had once ascended the Qianlong list, yet her expression grew increasingly intricate as she continued. Su Yan, intrigued, pressed for clarification. What a pity. The Qianlong list. What does it signify? A potential dragon lies in concealment, gathering strength, biding its time for emergence. When the dragon ascends from the depths, it soars to the heavens. A solemn expression graced Yi Qingwan's oval visage. Suddenly, she shifted her tone, revealing a hint of regret. He failed to ascend the Ren list. With such clarity in her words, Su Yan could hardly feign ignorance. The martial artist on the Qianlong list achieved completion only upon reaching the Ren list. Yet, the journey is fraught with challenges, as the competition is fierce and success is rare. You were a participant in that recent skirmish. Yet the Chaos Era Gold list showed no response. Su Yan gazed skyward, where the sky remained an unblemished azure, devoid of clouds. Yi Qingwan retorted with a hint of irritation. Only changes in rankings provoke an update to the Chaos Era Gold list. During that battle, I hardly exerted myself. Upon hearing this, Su Yan's expression transformed into one of enlightenment. The previously reticent little girl, Qiao Qiao, now regarded Yi Qingwan with admiration. In her eyes, Sister Yi was the epitome of greatness. The sweet, innocent tone of the young girl coaxed a radiant smile from Yi Qingwan. I am not as formidable as you may think. I am merely average. Yi Qingwan blinked her expressive, sparkling eyes, displaying a modest demeanor. However, to Su Yan, her humility felt akin to ostentation. Yi Qingwan seemed to sense Su Yan's thoughts. Her eyes shimmering with brilliance, she spoke leisurely. This world is vast, and prodigies abound. In the southwestern region of Daliang, the holy son of Tianzhu, Siddha, aged merely 18, ranks second on the Qianlong list as a practitioner of the Xuanqin arts. In the northern expanse of Daliang, the Turkic Ashtana Hichu at 19 holds the first position on the Qianlong list as a practitioner of the Xuanqi arts. In the southern realms of Daliang, the Nanjiao tribe's maiden, Bai Yudi, aged 25, occupies the 71st spot on the Ren list. Su Yan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Others at 18 and 19 ranked as the first and second on the Qianlong list. Even at 25, one had ascended to the 71st position on the Ren list. Indeed, one must not underestimate the individuals of this world. At that moment, Su Yan raised an eyebrow, contemplating the fact that the top ranks of the Qianlong list were occupied by individuals of foreign descent. How could one tolerate such a reality? Do you believe their martial arts talents are remarkable? However, there exists an even greater prowess. Our esteemed Princess Zhaoyang of Daliang, at the tender age of 15, ascended to the pinnacle of the hidden dragon rankings. By 16, she emerged from the depths of the dragon, securing her place among the top 50 in the human rankings. Now, at 24, she stands at the 29th position in the Earth rankings. Yi Qingwan's eyes sparkled like stars, reflecting admiration and reverence. In that moment, even Su Yan found it difficult to maintain his composure. 24 years old and ranked 29th in the Earth rankings, such a level of achievement is indeed formidable. After taking a deep breath, Su Yan remarked, "Indeed, should the opportunity arise, it would be prudent to inquire whether Princess Zhaoyang would be inclined to join the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Upon hearing this, a series of dark lines appeared on Yi Qingwan's forehead. Subsequently, Su Yin sought her guidance in martial arts. Your innate talent has already solidified. It is quite challenging to attain mastery in martial arts, unless you can acquire extraordinary materials, which is clearly nearly impossible. Yi Qingwan's expression remained calm in her eyes. Su Yin's desire to pursue martial arts was merely a futile expenditure of time. Receiving such a response did not surprise Su Yin, as the hunter Wang had previously indicated the same. He possesses a well-defined bone structure. However, he remains utterly indifferent. He firmly believes that as long as he can summon more martial arts heroes in the future, he can dispatch them to seek out rare treasures of heaven and earth. At that time, he shall never be devoid of such precious materials. Yi Qingwan offered some words of comfort, saying, if fortune smiles upon you, there is indeed a chance to acquire these rare treasures. I appreciate your kind wishes, Su Yin replied casually. He did not believe in luck. He only believed in strength. Ultimately, Yi Qingwan agreed to guide Su Yin in martial arts, but with one condition. She wished to hear a story. Su Yin readily consented. In the courtyard, Su Yin sat on a stone bench, preparing to narrate. Yi Qingwan, with a long sword at her waist, crossed her arms, her graceful neck slightly raised, and her bright eyes gleamed with anticipation. The little girl, Qiao Qiao, sat beside Su Yin on a wooden stool, resting her chin on her hands, her expressive eyes sparkling with delight as she eagerly listened to Su Yin's tale. The story unfolded during the Eastern Jin Dynasty. Su Yin, calm and composed, began his narrative. In the annals of this new world, there were no familiar ancient dynasties like the Qin, Han, or Three Kingdoms. Yet, figures such as Confucius and Mencius had indeed graced history. How peculiar, indeed. Su Yin continued. Zhu Yingtai, a girl fond of reading, could not show her face in public due to the customs of the time, so she disguised herself as a boy and traveled to Hangzhou to pursue her studies. Halfway through the tale, Qiao Qiao listened intently, while Yi Qingwan furrowed her brows in discontent. How could one not see through a woman disguised as a man? Moreover, was it not excessive that women were forbidden from appearing in public during the Eastern Jin? As she spoke, Yi Qingwan's teeth clenched audibly, her gaze sharp and piercing. Su Yin hastily explained, Miss Yi, this is merely a plot device. At once, Yi Qingwan's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Indeed, what Su Yin recounted was simply a story. She should not become too immersed in it. The Eastern Jin was entirely unfamiliar to her, a mere fabrication of Su Yin's imagination. Su Yin continued to weave the tale, filled with twists and turns. However, upon hearing that Liang Shanbo succumbed to illness from excessive sorrow, and that Zhu Yingtai, on her wedding day, passed by Liang Shanbo's grave and chose to die beside him, Qiao Qiao exclaimed, Brother Su Yin, this story is utterly unappealing. Why couldn't Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai be together? Her eyes were red-rimmed, and her lips slightly pouted. Even Yi Qingwan's almond-shaped eyes displayed discontent. Su Yin shrugged and replied, Is it not beautiful that Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai transformed into butterflies, flying together, inseparable? To his astonishment, both Qiao Qiao and Yi Qingwan chorused in protest. Not at all. Their dissatisfaction was palpable, demanding Su Yin alter the story's conclusion. Su Yin refused to alter it frivolously. Changing it would strip the story of its essence. Miss Yi, do you know what extraordinary treasures are required to swiftly transform my innate qualities? Su Yin gazed intently at Yi Qingwan, eager to learn about these heavenly treasures. Yi Qingwan, well-versed in such matters, began to enumerate a plethora of extraordinary treasures: Shisui liquid, Xian fruit, Tuatai grass, and other wondrous items that could expand one's meridians and enhance one's foundation. As Su Yin listened, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that by consuming these rare treasures of heaven and earth, he could ascend to greatness and directly enter the hidden dragon ranking? In that moment, Su Yin's expression was filled with joy, and he realized that if he wished to surpass others, these extraordinary treasures were indispensable. However, the thought lingered in his mind that relying solely on these treasures to achieve rapid advancement was utterly implausible. As Yi Qingwan continued speaking, she hesitated slightly. Do not keep me in suspense, Miss Yi, Su Yin urged eagerly. If you can acquire treasures from the ancient martial arts relics, such as the ancient vermilion fruit or the ancient dragon saliva tea, your innate potential and meridians will undergo a qualitative leap. You will be completely transformed. However, she cautioned, obtaining treasures from the ancient martial arts relics is nearly impossible for you. Yi Qingwan's starry eyes glimmered with longing and aspiration. What are these ancient martial arts relics? Su Yan asked, feeling somewhat bewildered. Instead of hastily explaining, Yi Qingwan shifted to another topic. Do you know the origin of the chaotic era golden ranking? Su Yan replied. There are various accounts, and I am not entirely certain. The ancient times were the era of gods and demons, where they could shatter mountains and rivers with a mere gesture. However, a conflict erupted between the gods and demons, resulting in a battle that altered the heavens and earth, rendering the sun and moon dim. Ultimately, the world shattered, and a new era began. This fractured realm gave rise to peculiar spaces, which, due to their origins in ancient times and their close ties to martial arts, are referred to as ancient martial arts relics. Yi Qingwan elaborated. Chapter 16. The transformation into the skin refinement realm. The existence of ancient martial arts relics is not a secret. Anyone involved in the martial world or holding a certain status would have some knowledge of it. Yet, she could see that Su Yan was entirely ignorant of the ancient martial arts relics. How peculiar he was. Though he did not appear to be an ordinary commoner and claimed to come from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, he seemed completely unaware of these ancient relics. Nonetheless, Yi Qingwan, being an open-minded person, did not dwell on it for too long. Su Yan's mind buzzed with confusion, feeling overwhelmed. He had thought this was merely a world of martial arts, yet even gods and demons had emerged. Miss Yi, do gods and demons truly exist? He asked, displaying an expression of disbelief. They once did in ancient times. However, now the gods have fallen, and the demons have perished. The era of gods and demons has long since ended. The ancient martial arts relics that have been discovered are entirely controlled by powerful clans, sects, and the imperial court. Therefore, you should not even think about the treasures within the ancient martial arts relics, unless you can find undiscovered relics. Yi Qingwan's words were like pearls of wisdom, each sentence deepening Su Yan's understanding of the world around him. The heavens had shattered, and the celestial order lay in ruins. Fragments of this celestial order had scattered across the mortal realm, giving rise to the tumultuous list of the chaotic era. Many believed that this list was merely a shard of the celestial order. Yi Qingwan's voice was melodious and enchanting, her words unraveling the doubts that lingered in Su Yan's heart. It turned out that the list of the chaotic era was indeed related to the celestial order. Could it be that other fragments of the celestial order existed in this world? Su Yan's curiosity was piqued. If there were indeed other fragments, they would undoubtedly be treasures of unparalleled worth. I'm not aware. I have never encountered them. Yi Qingwan shrugged, completely oblivious to the existence of any other fragments. Subsequently, she prepared to take her leave. Observing this, the little girl Qiao Qiao displayed a reluctant expression. In her sweet, childish voice, she asked, Sister Yi, will I be able to see you again? Yi Qingwan smiled gently. If fate allows, we shall meet again. She held a favorable impression of Qiao Qiao, who was clever and sensible, with commendable talent in martial arts. Miss Yi, you have yet to guide me in my martial skills. Su Yan gazed at Yi Qingwan with eager eyes. With your rudimentary skills, what could I possibly teach you? Yi Qingwan replied with a warm smile, producing a porcelain vial the size of her thumb. This vial contains a foundation cultivation pill, which I obtained by chance. It has the ability to replenish qi and nourish blood, strengthen the spleen and kidneys, and enhance physical constitution. While it is of little use to me, it could help you step into the refinement stage. Initially, Su Yan's expression darkened at Yi Qingwan's words. His martial arts are far from mere amateurish skills. Upon hearing Yi Qingwan produce that porcelain bottle, his face was alight with a beaming expression. After receiving the porcelain bottle, Su Yan felt as if he had stumbled upon a priceless treasure. Thank you, Sister Yi. He shamelessly referred to Yi Qingwan as Sister Yi. In response, Yi Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, chuckling softly without further comment. In the next instant, she set forth on her journey, her sword in hand, departing with an air of nonchalance. However, before she took her leave, she casually uttered a couple of words. Is there truly a force behind the golden wind and drizzling rain tower? If so, do not engage in acts that harm heaven and justice. Otherwise, my sword shall show no mercy. Upon hearing this, Su Yan was momentarily stunned. Was she cautioning him against emulating the practitioners of the demonic sect? Or had she discerned the hidden protection extended towards him by Gongziyu? For a moment, Su Yan found himself at a loss for answers. Once he regained his composure, the enchanting figure had already leaped over the wall and vanished. Why choose to scale the wall when a proper entrance was available? Su Yan's expression was one of melancholy. In truth, he felt a deep sense of envy. Her lightness of foot was truly remarkable. He had not anticipated that Yi Qingwan possessed extraordinary hearing, allowing her to catch every word he uttered with crystal clarity. This revelation caused her to falter as she leapt over the wall, nearly losing her balance upon landing. Although her expression bore a hint of sorrow, she swiftly adjusted her mindset. Moments later, she activated her lightness skill, her figure darting away from Qinghe village like a bolt of lightning. Before her departure, she took note of the villagers who had previously been unconscious, now awakening one by one. Upon learning of the village chief's demise and the capture of the members of the blood slaughter sect hidden within the village by the town guard, the villagers erupted in joyous celebration, clapping their hands in delight and even ringing gongs in merriment. In response, Yi Qingwan offered a gentle smile. In the courtyard, Su Yin had already removed the stopper from the porcelain vial and poured out a pill, which was slightly smaller than a fingernail. The pill was entirely crimson, and resting in the palm of his hand, it emitted a faint yet pleasant medicinal aroma upon a gentle sniff. Brother Su Yin, I heard Father say that this foundational nourishing pill must be taken immediately after being removed from the vial to ensure its efficacy is maximized. The young maid Xiao Qiu thoughtfully reminded. Su Yin understood her implication, recognizing that the fragrance he detected was indeed the vapor emanating from the pill. Without hesitation, he swallowed the foundational nourishing pill in one swift motion. Once ingested, he felt a warm current flowing through his body, enveloping him in a soothing embrace. Suddenly, a gentle warmth spread throughout his entire being, causing his skin to flush a deeper shade of crimson. This sensation made Su Yin realize that the potent effects of the foundational nurturing pill were being rapidly absorbed and assimilated by his body. After a brief moment, beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead, and the redness of his skin gradually subsided. He sensed that he no longer feared the cold as he once did. Moreover, it felt as though his entire being had grown significantly stronger in an instant. A thought suddenly sprang to his mind. I've reached the refinement of skin level. Xiao. I have become a refinement of skin martial artist. Training in martial arts isn't so difficult after all. Su Yan's face radiated joy as he finally took his first step. The beginning is always the hardest, and from here on, it was bound to be a smooth path ahead. With such thoughts, he was overwhelmed with excitement and elation. Congratulations, Brother Su Yin. You've finally entered the refinement of skin level. Xiao exclaimed with delight, genuinely happy for Su Yan's breakthrough. However, she soon pouted, her expression turning serious. But martial arts practice is indeed quite challenging, especially as it requires a substantial amount of silver. Just take this essence replenishing pill. A mediocre one costs several taels, while a high-quality one can cost dozens. At this moment, Su Yan's expression froze. How could such a small pill cost so much? Surely, the essence replenishing pill that Yi Qingwan gifted him must be of superior quality. Practicing martial arts truly burns through wealth. Having an elder sister like Yi is indeed a blessing. Su Yan's face was beaming with joy, and he pondered that when he next met Yi Qingwan, he should bestow a gift upon her in return. After all, reciprocity is essential. Yet, with the vastness of the martial world, who knows when they might meet again? Chapter 17. Fujitang. As night fell, Hunter Wang returned home. Though this time his demeanor was somber, he had returned empty-handed from the Taihang Snow Mountain. While having dinner, he spoke of the village chief. At the mere mention, his frustration surged. Upon returning from the hunt, I overheard the villagers talking. It turns out the village chief is a member of the blood slaughter sect. Truly, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. Thankfully, the town marshal division arrived just in time. As he spoke, a look of lingering fear crossed his face. Without the town marshal division, how many lives would have been lost due to the chaos of the blood slaughter sect in the village? Little Xiao puffed her cheeks in agreement, saying, Father, the Northern Hero also contributed significantly. She then chattered on about the Northern Hero's gallant deeds. Hunter Wang looked on with admiration. Capturing all those members of the blood slaughter sect was no small feat, and was indeed a commendable effort by the Northern Hero. When he heard Xiao mention that Su Yin had received an essence replenishing pill and had stepped into the refinement of skin level, Hunter Wang was genuinely surprised. The Northern Hero is truly generous. You've only been training for a short while, and you've already reached the refinement of skin level. That essence replenishing pill must be of exceptional quality. A look of envy crossed his face, and he felt genuinely happy for Su Yin. If only there were another one. It would be great to save one for Brother Wang or Xiao. Su Yin displayed a regretful expression as he held an empty little porcelain vial. Is this the vial that contained the essence replenishing pill? Wang the hunter inquired, his gaze fixed upon the porcelain vase. The vase, smooth as jade, exuded an exquisite tactile sensation. Indeed, Su Yin nodded in affirmation. Observing Wang the hunter's evident fascination with the vase, He promptly handed it over to him. Upon receiving the vase, Wang the hunter swiftly examined its base. There, prominently displayed, were two striking red characters, Puji. This indicated it was the foundational nourishing pill from Puji Hall, priced at an astonishing 100 taels each. No wonder, with such a pill, you were able to ascend to the skin refinement realm. A look of astonishment crossed Wang the hunter's face, his profound gaze scrutinizing Su Yin anew. Young man, have you been acquainted with the northern hero prior to this? He pondered. Such a diminutive pill, commanding a price of 100 taels? Su Yin was utterly bewildered. He had initially believed the pill to be worth merely a dozen or 20 taels at most, never imagining it would fetch such a sum. Had he known the foundational nourishing pill held such immense value, he took it to resell. My acquaintance with Miss Yi is merely in its infancy. Su Yin spoke with utmost seriousness, even addressing her as Miss Yi, indicating that the northern hero holds you in high regard. Wang the hunter's tone carried a hint of jealousy as he then spoke of the Gu Bin Pei Yuan pill from Puji Hall, renowned for its exceptional quality and remarkable efficacy, with only a trace of toxicity. Su Yin understood well that Yi Qingwan gifted him this Gu Bin Pei Yuan pill because his story piqued her interest. High regard? It had not yet reached that level. This pill possesses toxicity? Su Yin displayed a look of astonishment, with a grave expression. Wang the hunter elaborated. It is commonly said that all medicine carries a third of its poison. Every medicinal substance has its own bias, whether it be cold, hot, warm, or cool. The bias of a medicine is indeed its toxicity. If the medicine is compatible with your body, it will not be toxic. Do not fret. Even if this Gu Bin Pei Yuan pill does not suit you, that slight toxicity cannot harm you. Instantly, Su Yan's expression transformed to one of realization. Wang the hunter certainly possesses considerable knowledge. He inquired once more about the renowned Pujitang. It was evident that this establishment possessed an extraordinary origin, as a mere pill could fetch a staggering price of 100 taels of silver. Pujitang, under the banner of extensive relief and the salvation of all beings, has established its presence in various locales, from the chaotic Shirshir town to other small towns, as well as in county cities, prefectural cities, and throughout the vast majority of the Great Liang region. The formidable backing of Pujitang comes from the town military office, with whom it maintains a close relationship. Whenever personnel from the town military office are injured or unwell, it is the physicians of Pujitang who come to their aid. As Wang, the hunter, munched on his dinner, he began to enlighten Su Yin about Pujitang. In just a few words, he sketched the extraordinary nature of Pujitang. Pujitang spans across the Great Liang, bolstered by the support of the town military division, constituting a formidable force that should not be underestimated. Perhaps in the future, he might have dealings with Pujitang. Su Yin mused silently. At the dining table, Su Yin mentioned that he would be departing from Qinghe village the following day, heading towards Shattered Stone Town. Are you leaving, young man? Although Wang the hunter had only taken Su Yin in for a few days, he held a favorable opinion of him. Thus, the news of Su Yin's impending departure came as quite a surprise. Why is brother Su Yin leaving all of a sudden? The little girl Xiao, with her large, glistening black eyes, displayed a look of reluctance. She did not wish for Su Yin to go. How wonderful it would be if he could stay in her home, accompanying her in her martial arts training and regaling her with delightful fairy tales. Yet, she understood that it was not proper to impose too much. Su Yin, maintaining a calm demeanor, gently patted Xiao's head. I want to be gone forever. I will make time to return to Qinghe village. Xiao, make sure to practice your martial arts diligently. Despite her reluctance for Su Yin to leave, the little girl nodded appreciatively. Brother Su Yin, Xiao will certainly work hard in her training. She clenched her delicate fists, her gaze resolute. Observing her mature demeanor, Su Yin couldn't help but chuckle. What amused him further was when Xiao made a pinky promise with him, insisting that he must remember to return to Qinghe village, as she wanted to hear his fairy tales again. A pinky promise lasts 100 years, and only a puppy would lie, Xiao proclaimed in her sweet, childlike voice. I would never deceive you, Su Yin replied with a serious expression. At this, Xiao beamed with delight. Young man, do you have a place to stay in Shattered Stone Town? Wang the hunter inquired with concern. Hearing this, Su Yin felt a warmth in his heart. Immensely grateful to Wang the hunter. Without him, it was likely that Xiao and her father would have perished in the snow on their first day in this world. Brother Wang, how could there be no place to stay? Our Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion has already sent someone to arrange accommodations in Shattered Stone Town. Su Yin replied earnestly, his spirits high, given his recent rise in reputation. He could surmise that Zhao Zhijing had already secured a temporary place to stay in Shattered Stone Town. Is that truly the case? Wang the hunter asked, still somewhat skeptical. Indeed, Su Yin affirmed with a serious expression. After the meal, Su Yin and Xiao Qiao practiced martial arts in the courtyard, with Wang the hunter providing guidance. Having entered the skin-tempering realm, Su Yin could distinctly feel a qualitative leap in his physical abilities. Just the strength of his punches alone could exceed 100 pounds with ease. And this was only the skin-tempering realm. Beside them, the hunter Wang spoke eloquently, introducing Su Yin to the second realm of body refinement, the realm of flesh refinement, which endows one with a strength of 200 pounds, allows the practitioner to expel the accumulated impurities from their physical form upon entering this state. Chapter 18, The Holy Son of the Blood Fiend Sect. Su Yin, filled with anticipation, quickly inquired, Brother Wang, how long will it take for me to reach the realm of flesh refinement? Wang pondered for a moment before providing an answer. With the aid of superior medicinal baths, it could take a year or a year and a half to attain the realm of flesh refinement. Though this answer lacked precision, Wang considered it to be quite close to reality. A year and a half? Su Yin's expression faltered slightly. If it truly took that long to reach the realm of flesh refinement, then all hope would be lost. Wang, somewhat exasperated, remarked, that is under the condition of having top-notch medicinal baths. Without such assistance, it may take 2 or even 3 years to reach the realm of flesh refinement. He further advised against aiming too high and encouraged a step-by-step approach to martial arts, emphasizing that one cannot expect to achieve greatness in one swift motion. Su Yin silently committed Wang's words to memory. He must swiftly acquire rare treasures of heaven and earth to achieve remarkable advancements in martial arts. If he could discover the ancient martial relics, untouched by others, it would be even better. Unfortunately, seeking those yet-to-be unveiled ancient martial relics seems as daunting as scaling the heavens. Meanwhile, Wang Lihu returned to the bedroom and found Wang Shi in much improved spirits. Are you well? He inquired, sitting beside her bed and grasping her arm with concern. I am fine, truly, nothing serious, Wang Shi replied, shaking her head. It is all my fault. Had I not offended that person back then, we would not have to live in hiding. Now, that individual has become a master on the human rankings. Wang Lihu's expression turned desolate, and the feeling of defeat within him was indescribable. Wang Shi's pallid face broke into a smile, warm as the spring sun. Dear, it is all in the past. It is behind us now. Subsequently, Wang Lihu spoke of Su Yin's imminent departure. Both husband and wife held a favorable view of Su Yin. That lad keeps talking about the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. We have roamed the martial world together and encountered various powers. Yet I have never heard of such a place. Wang Lihu displayed a bemused expression, half amused and half annoyed, exclaiming that the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower had already sent people to arrange matters in Shattered Stone Town, which was nothing but nonsense. Wang Shi smiled knowingly, clearly in agreement with Wang Lihu's sentiments. The next day, as dawn broke with a hint of light, Su Yin rose early as usual to practice martial arts and have breakfast. After finishing his meal, he shouldered his backpack and bid farewell. Inside the pack were some old clothes, bread, and a water pouch, all prepared for him by the Wang family of 3. He departed with remarkable grace, leaving no trace of hesitation. Father, Su Yin has left, Xiao Qiao remarked, her expression imbued with a sense of bittersweet remembrance. He merely journeyed to Shattered Stone Town, which lies a mere 50 miles from our Qinghe village. In the future, I will take you to Shattered Stone Town, father, said Hunter Wang, his demeanor exuding warmth. At his words, Xiao Qiao's spirits soared with delight. Yet, a profound worry lingered in Hunter Wang's eyes. His wife's health was a constant ebb and flow, improving one day only to worsen the next, leaving him in a state of turmoil. Consequently, Hunter Wang resolved to remain home today to keep his wife company. Xiao Qiao, I steamed a whole basket of buns this morning, but it seems a few are missing. Did you, my little glutton, sneak some? He said with a loving gaze. That's not true. Xiao Qiao retorted in defiance, sparking a playful exchange between father and daughter. Meanwhile, Su Yin walked alone, occasionally greeting the amiable villagers of Qinghe. Though he ventured forth by himself, he did not feel lonely. He understood well that Gongziyu had always been protecting him from the shadows. Although he had not seen Gongziyu's presence, it was undeniably real. As he traversed the winding mountain paths, Su Yin no longer felt the breathlessness that he had experienced during his first journey, having become a tempered skin realm martial artist. Navigating these several dozen miles of mountainous terrain posed no challenge for him. He recalled his initial trek to Shattered Stone Town, where he returned with numerous blisters on his feet. However, such discomfort would not plague him this time. Suddenly, as he journeyed onward, he beheld a breathtaking azure sky that unfolded like a scroll, where an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Golden light burst forth. In an instant, Su Yin realized that the golden ranking of the turbulent world was about to be revealed. Sure enough, a line of dazzling golden characters appeared on the horizon. On the 5th day of the 12th lunar month, the blood dropper of the Blood Fiend sect, at the age of 15, entered the Blood Fiend pool and comprehended the Blood Fiend Great Method, defeating 18 disciples of the same realm. The entire sect was astounded, and he was personally designated as the Holy Son of the Blood Fiend sect by its leader. The rankings of the Hidden Dragon list shifted, placing the blood dropper at the 89th position. With extraordinary talent, a bright future awaited him. At that moment, astonishment and bewilderment adorned Su Yan's countenance. Just look at others. At the tender age of 15, they had already stepped into the tempered blood realm and defeated 18 disciples of the same level. 1 against 18. He, however, took great pride in having become a weapon master in the realm of leather tempering. Yet, he knew that he must exert even greater effort. Su Yin murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with determination. He held a genuine admiration for the blood droplet assassins. Indeed, one must never underestimate the individuals in this world. Let him set a modest goal first, to ascend the Hidden Dragon rankings. He silently contemplated, while simultaneously quickening his pace. He must hasten to the town of Shattered Stones. Finally, as noon approaches, he arrived at the town of Stone and Pebble. As he stepped into this quaint settlement, the throngs of passers-by were ever present. Amidst the bustling crowd, he once again encountered Shen Zixing, who operated a stall for letter writing. "Brother Shen, it is a pleasure to see you again," Su Yin greeted him warmly. Shen Zixing's letter-writing business was rather lackluster, with hardly any patrons throughout the day. Furthermore, due to Su Yan's rather unconventional demeanor in their previous encounter, Shen Zixing had retained a vivid impression of him. "Young master, it seems we are quite fated to meet," Shen Zixing remarked with a gentle smile. He then inquired about Su Yan's background, wondering if he wished to compose a letter or perhaps require assistance with something else. This question left Su Yin feeling somewhat awkward. He possessed merely 4 copper coins. It was not a letter he wished to compose, but rather a matter he sought to inquire about. "In the town of Wancher, have you ever heard of the Golden Wind and Fine Rain Tower?" Su Yin spoke directly and to the point. "The Golden Wind and Fine Rain Tower?" Shen Zixing furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding. "I happened to overhear its mention while passing by an inn yesterday, though I did not pay it much heed at the time." With that, he displayed a look of regret. Su Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, Zhao Zhijing had not disappointed him. Since it had been mentioned at the inn, all he needed to do was to gather more information there. "Which inn is it?" Su Yan pressed further. "Rui Tower," Shen Zixing replied, gesturing the way. "Just ahead, take a left, and you will find Rui Tower." "Thank you, Brother Shen." Su Yan expressed his gratitude, offering Shen Zixing 2 coins as a token for his guidance. "You are too kind, young master. I cannot accept this," Shen Zixing insisted, shaking his head repeatedly, stating that it was merely a small favor. Su Yin, however, firmly placed the 2 coins into Shen Zixing's hand. Just as Su Yin was about to depart, the old scholar Huang Wen happened to pass by the letter-writing stall. Chapter 19. The elderly man with white hair and the gray-bearded thief Huang Wen, clad in a patched black robe, wore warm black cotton shoes on his feet. He cast a discontented glance at Shen Zixing. The resentment he harbored towards the student of the private academy was palpable. He remarked that the recent days marked the winter solstice, a time of extreme darkness giving way to the emergence of yang energy. On that day, many students from the academy presented him with modest gifts, be it fish, meat, or dumplings, and one student even brought a brand new pair of cotton shoes. Those perfectly fitting shoes he had yet to bring himself to wear. Yet, there was one student who stood apart, Shen Zixing. Not only did he fail to offer a gift, but he had also neglected to pay his school fees. Upon encountering Mr. Huang Wen, the instructor of the academy, Shen Zixing promptly rose and respectfully bowed. Despite Shen Zixing's humble demeanor, Huang Wen's disposition grew increasingly frosty, his wrinkled face falling into a frown. "Will you pay your school fees or not? They have been overdue for quite some time." Huang Wen's voice was devoid of warmth. He held little regard for Shen Zixing. Not only could he not afford the fees, but he also failed to present any gifts during the winter solstice or any other festive occasion. "I kindly request that you grant me a little more time, esteemed teacher. I will surely find a way to gather the funds for the fees," Shen Zixing hastily replied, feeling the weight of his financial predicament. He had sought assistance from relatives, friends, and neighbors, hoping to borrow some funds to weather this storm. However, after visiting household after household, the outcome was disheartening. Not a single coin could be borrowed. How much time have you been given? You cannot even afford the tuition fees, so do not return to the private academy for your studies. Every item used in the academy, ink, paper, and brushes, requires money to procure. Huang Wen wore a stern expression. Today, he had specifically come to negotiate the matter of tuition fees with Shen Zixing. Otherwise, every time he encountered Shen Zixing in the academy, he felt as though he were swallowing a fly, a most unpleasant sensation. With a swift motion, Huang Wen's words caused Shen Zixing's face to drain of color, going pale as death. The prospect of being unable to return to the academy was an overwhelming blow, far too heavy for him to bear. He still harbored dreams of attaining scholarly distinction, bringing glory to his family. Suddenly, Huang Wen's expression softened considerably, and he offered a suggestion to Shen Zixing. You have some fertile land at home. If you sell a portion of it, you could easily afford this tuition. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Zixing shook his head vigorously. Like a rattledrum. Sir, that is not an option. The land was bequeathed by my ancestors. How could I possibly sell it? The fields are sacred. I cannot part with them. In an instant, Huang Wen's demeanor darkened. He believed that the suggestion he offered to Shen Zixing was rather commendable. Witnessing this scene, Su Yan was both amused and infuriated by Huang Wen's words. In that moment, Su Yan sarcastically remarked, as a teacher, are you seeking a stipend or coveting the fertile lands of others? Instantly, Huang Wen's face flushed with embarrassment. His thoughts were indeed accurately discerned by Su Yan. He coveted Shen Zixing's fertile land and had already devised a plan in secret. When the time came, he would manipulate the land deed, and Shen Zixing, a mere bookworm, would be oblivious to the deception. By then, Shen Zixing would have settled his debts, and the fertile land would be his. This was the harmonious scenario he envisioned. Though he thought this way, Huang Wen would never admit it openly. In a fit of rage, he berated Su Yan, exclaiming, You young scoundrel, do not slander me. In his eyes, Su Yan, dressed in plain and shabby attire, was merely an insignificant figure. Therefore, offending him was of little consequence. However, for Su Yan, offending Huang Wen would make it difficult to navigate life in the chaotic Shitu town. After all, Huang Wen held a certain reputation there. Mr. Huang, do not be angered. Why pay heed to such an ignorant fellow? Mr. Huang, calm down. Do not let this ruffian disturb your health. In the eyes of the simple-minded citizens of Shitu town, Huang Wen was a learned and capable individual. He was a scholar. How many scholars could there be in the entirety of Shitu town? Hearing the citizens' words of encouragement, Huang Wen gradually regained his composure, although his gaze towards Su Yan remained distinctly unfriendly. Su Yan, unfazed, commented, One who stands upright need not fear a crooked shadow. If you truly do not covet Shen's land, that may be questionable. Though his words were succinct, they ignited a fiery rage within Huang Wen, leaving him in a state of anxious turmoil. He indeed covets the fertile lands of Shen Zixing's family. Should this matter be substantiated, his reputation in Shattered Stone Town would be irrevocably tarnished, leaving him with no place to stand. In that moment, Huang Wen, with a stern countenance, remarked, A decayed log cannot be carved, and a wall of dung cannot be plastered. He was prepared to unleash a torrent of verbal humiliation upon the young scoundrel before him. You old rogue, coveting the land of others. How dare you engage in such idle chatter here? An old man with a white head and a gray beard. What a shameful existence you've led for so many years. I have never encountered anyone so shameless. Su Yan unleashed a barrage of invectives at Huang Wen. This old wretch, incessantly referring to him as a young scoundrel, a withered tree, and filth. How could he possibly endure it? Enough was enough. How dare this young scoundrel act in such a manner? In an instant, Huang Wen was consumed by rage, his body trembling and breath faltering, until he finally collapsed, eyes closed in unconsciousness. Mr. Huang, are you all right? The surrounding townsfolk wore anxious expressions, but after a brief examination, it was determined that Huang Wen had merely fainted from anger and was not gravely harmed. Soon, a group of compassionate citizens offered to escort Huang Wen home. Meanwhile, the gazes of the onlookers directed at Su Yan were filled with indignation. To this, Su Yan remained oblivious. Internally, he felt quite astonished. He had only uttered a few words of reproach against that old rogue. Who could have anticipated that he would faint? Before long, the crowd began to disperse. Shen Zixing displayed a worried expression. Young master, you have acted recklessly. He spoke hastily, his expression filled with concern. It is of no consequence. Su Yan waved his hand dismissively, not truly concerning himself with such a trivial matter. "Young master, your actions are exceedingly inappropriate." Mr. Huang is a learned man, a scholar of some repute. The legal codes of the Great Liang Dynasty clearly stipulate that insults fall under the category of brawling, punishable by fines or, in severe cases, imprisonment. Given Mr. Huang's status as a scholar, the authorities may impose a harsh sentence. A look of deep worry etched itself onto Shun Zixing's face. Upon hearing his words, Su Yin was momentarily taken aback. The legal codes of the Liang clearly pertain to the laws of the Great Liang Dynasty. However, he had never anticipated that insults could be classified as brawling. Chapter 20. The arrogant young master. You young master. Calamity often arises from one's words. It is prudent to speak and act with caution. Perhaps we should visit Mr. Huang to offer our apologies and present him with generous gifts, which may mitigate the situation, Shun Zixing suggested. It is of no concern. Su Yin waved his hand again, maintaining an air of indifference. What does it matter to offend a mere impoverished old man? With that, Su Yin departed without lingering further. Following Shun Zixing's earlier directions, he soon came upon a bustling tavern named Rui Lu. The establishment was lively, filled with numerous patrons, and the tantalizing aroma of various dishes wafted from within. With haste, Su Yin entered Rui Lu and swiftly intercepted a flustered waiter. "What can I do for you, esteemed guest?" The waiter inquired, not appearing the least bit annoyed, but rather displaying a bright smile. Su Yin retrieved 2 coins from his pocket and handed them to the waiter. He casually remarked, "I wish to inquire about something." "What is it, esteemed guest?" "Feel free to ask. I am quite familiar with this town of stone and rock," replied the innkeeper, deftly concealing 2 copper coins within his sleeve, displaying a practiced ease. Such inquiries were not uncommon, as many newcomers to stone and rock would come to the tavern seeking information. "Is there a faction in stone and rock known as the Pavilion of Gentle Winds and Fine Rain?" Su Yin inquired directly. The innkeeper's eyes darted around several times before a look of realization dawned upon his face. "Indeed, there is. I happened to overhear some patrons mention the Pavilion of Gentle Winds and Fine Rain just yesterday." At this revelation, Su Yin's expression brightened. The innkeeper continued, "I heard those patrons say that the eastern part of Stone and Rock was originally the territory of the Brotherhood of Justice. However, for reasons unknown, the leadership of the Brotherhood has changed hands, and the new leader has renamed it the Pavilion of Gentle Winds and Fine Rain." Subsequently, the innkeeper provided Su Yin with the precise location of the pavilion, which greatly pleased him. Zhao Zhijing had not disappointed him. The innkeeper then busied himself once more. Stone and Rock was not overly large, and after less than half a stick of incense, Su Yin finally halted before an old building adorned with blue tiles and stone bricks. The structure boasted a wide-open vermilion door, above which hung a sign with white background and black characters inscribed, "Brotherhood of Justice." Flanking the red door stood 2 imposing and muscular guards. Upon Su Yin's arrival, their piercing gazes fell upon him, as if appraising his intentions. Su Yin inquired of the 2 robust men, "Is Zhao Zhijing present?" Upon hearing this, the 2 burly guards exchanged glances. "How dare you be so presumptuous as to call our leader by his name?" One of them exclaimed. "Who are you?" Their demeanor was decidedly unwelcoming. "I am Su Yin. Go inform him that Zhao Zhijing will surely come out to meet me," Su Yin replied languidly. Initially, the 2 men regarded Su Yin with a hint of disdain, perceiving him as an inconsequential figure. However, upon hearing the tone in which he spoke, they could not help but draw in a sharp breath. This fellow was indeed audacious, believing that merely sending a message would prompt their leader to appear before him. Who does he think he is? Yet, upon witnessing the unwavering confidence exuded by the other party, they began to perceive that he was not to be underestimated. Ultimately, a robust man stepped forward to deliver the message. It was merely a simple task of conveying a message, taking but a fleeting moment. Soon, a middle-aged Taoist clad in a blue robe and adorned with a Taoist crown emerged from the crimson gates, striding with the grace of a dragon and the power of a tiger. "I have the honor to meet you, young master," Zhao Zhijing said, his demeanor respectful and his gaze filled with reverence. He was utterly taken aback. Never had he anticipated that the esteemed leader, Su Yin, would personally come seeking him. Subsequently, Zhao Zhijing ushered Su Yin into his residence. The 2 guards stationed at the Crimson Gate exchanged glances, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they had not been sent to announce his arrival. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Yet, who exactly was this young master that the leader treated him with such deference? Once Su Yin was welcomed into the elegantly antiquated hall and seated at the principal position, Zhao Zhijing discreetly dismissed those around him. "My lord, what brings you here in person?" Had I known, I would have sent someone to fetch you from Qinghe village. Zhao Zhijing remarked with an ingratiating demeanor. In these turbulent times, should anything befall the leader, he would be utterly unable to absolve himself of blame. Your concern is appreciated. Su Yin replied with a smile, but do not worry, I have others accompanying me for protection. Upon hearing this, although Zhao Zhijing maintained a respectful demeanor, he felt a pang of melancholy. Indeed, the leader had summoned reinforcements. Who were these allies? Did he know them? Were they even more formidable than himself? In that moment, Zhao Zhijing felt a surge of anxiety. He hurriedly inquired, who is it that protects the lord of the building? May I have the privilege of meeting them? He should have always been by my side. Did you not notice? Su Yin maintained a calm demeanor, yet he discerned that although Gongziyu had faltered in martial prowess, his practical combat abilities likely surpassed those of Zhao Zhijing. Zhao Zhijing scanned his surroundings, searching diligently, yet he remained empty-handed, which inevitably led to a sense of frustration within him. Gongziyu, why not come forth to meet Zhao Zhijing? Zhao Zhijing, like you, is a member of my esteemed Jin Feng Shiyu building, Su Yin spoke slowly. As for where Gongziyu was concealed, he too was uncertain. Nevertheless, he believed that Gongziyu was certainly close at hand. Suddenly, a robust figure leaped down from the beam of the rooftop. This individual, adorned in a white robe and wielding a long sword, wore a bronze mask. Gongziyu's tone was cold, yet he expressed profound respect towards Su Yin. I pay my respects to the lord of the building. However, he paid Zhao Zhijing no heed, casting merely a fleeting glance, emanating an air of disdain. This demeanor incited deep anger within Zhao Zhijing, who perceived Gongziyu's presence as extraordinarily unusual. The mere act of standing there, doing nothing, evoked a sense of absurdity, as if he were a dominant figure commanding the martial realm. I am a disciple of the Chuanjian sect, belonging to its third generation. May I inquire about your esteemed lineage? Zhao Zhijing clasped his hands in greeting, hoping to glean more information about Gongziyu. Yet, Gongziyu, ever proud, regarded Zhao Zhijing as insignificant, akin to a mere fish in the vast ocean, hence he disregarded him entirely. The blatant neglect ignited a fierce flame of ire within Zhao Zhijing, yet before Su Yin, he dared not act out, forcing himself to stifle this anger deep within. Faced with such a scene, Su Yin was not particularly surprised. These summoned martial figures were not emotionless automatons. Naturally, they might harbor mutual disdain. Zhao Zhijing, enlighten us about the situation in Shattered Stone Town and how you ascended to the position of leader of the Gathering of Heroes. Seated in the prominent position, Su Yin displayed an expression of keen interest. Chapter 21. One palm is sufficient to defeat you in response to the lord of the building, Zhao Zhijing began. Shattered Stone Town is home to 3 factions, the Gathering of Heroes, the Shattered Stone Gang, and the Brotherhood. Among these factions, the most formidable warriors are at the blood refinement stage. Thus, upon my arrival in Shattered Stone Town, I swiftly employed decisive measures to subdue the Gathering of Heroes. Zhao Zhijing wore a radiant and triumphant smile upon his visage. In that moment, he exuded an air of remarkable confidence, for he was certain that his performance would not disappoint Su Yin. Su Yin, indeed, was quite pleased with Zhao Zhijing's accomplishments. Having only recently arrived in Chaos Stone Town, Zhao Zhijing had swiftly subdued the Brotherhood of Justice with remarkable efficiency. Su Yin generously praised him, stating, "You have performed exceptionally well." Instantly, Zhao Zhijing straightened his back even further, as the acknowledgement from Su Yin filled him with genuine joy. He is destined to become the right-hand man of the master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, and he aims to secure his position before the tower truly rises to prominence. Zhao Zhijing holds great optimism for the future of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. If the master can summon those unparalleled masters to this realm, he is certain that the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower will undoubtedly be the preeminent force in this world's martial arts landscape. Zhao Zhijing also displayed a smug smile towards the enigmatic young Master Yu, who donned a bronze mask. Filled with pride, Zhao Zhijing felt he had already made his contributions. In stark contrast, the insufferable young Master Yu had achieved nothing yet dared to maintain an air of arrogance before him, which he found utterly detestable. Su Yin inquired, "When can we subdue the Rockstone Gang and the Brotherhood? If the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower aspires to develop, it must expand its territory as much as possible to reap greater benefits, such as wealth. Money is of great utility in martial arts cultivation, as it can be used to purchase high-quality medicinal herbs, cover daily expenses, and even acquire character cards for martial heroes. The Rockstone Gang and the Brotherhood both have warriors at the blood refinement stage stationed there, and it seems they are backed by other forces. My subordinates are already investigating. For now, we dare not act rashly, Zhao Zhijing replied solemnly. Hearing this, Su Yan perceived Zhao Zhijing's caution. It is said that knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Suddenly, young master, you spoke coldly. Zhao Zhijing, the brotherhood you have subdued, if I am not mistaken, is the weakest among the three factions in Rockstone Town, and they lack any substantial backing. Your reluctance to confront them simply reveals your cowardice in the face of strength. As he spoke, young master, you cast a disdainful gaze upon Zhao Zhijing, showing a profound contempt for his capabilities. In an instant, Zhao Zhijing's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Young master Yu's words struck true. The Brotherhood was indeed the weakest of the three factions. He is indeed a tough nut that he dares not confront. He is indeed one who preys on the weak and fears the strong. However, being confronted face to face by the opponent filled Zhao Zhijing with a mix of anger and humiliation. Whether I am a coward who preys on the weak is not for you to judge, Zhao Zhijing said, his face darkened with fury. Soon after, a look of shame crossed his features as he respectfully cupped his hands toward Su Yan and spoke. My lord, I have acted inappropriately. This scene elicited an expression of helplessness from Su Yan. He swiftly made a decision. Since these two individuals could not stand each other, it was better to engage in a direct contest. Both Zhao Zhijing and young master Yu chose to agree. Let us proceed to the courtyard. I shall certainly demonstrate the formidable prowess of the Chuanjin swordplay, Zhao Zhijing declared as he stepped forward, eager to exit. A single strike shall suffice to defeat you. Young master Yu replied with an indifferent tone. This response only served to infuriate Zhao Zhijing further. After a brief moment, the two sides commenced their battle. There stood Zhao Zhijing, wielding a long sword, his gaze revealing a fierce intensity. He directly unleashed the profound sword technique, Kangbo Wanqing. In an instant, his swordplay surged like a tidal wave, imbued with an unstoppable momentum, charging towards Gongziyu. With this very move, he had previously triumphed over the leader of the Zhuyi gang. What astonished Zhao Zhijing the most was that he had already made his move. Yet Gongziyu had not even drawn his sword from his waist. Do not underestimate this humble Taoist. Zhao Zhijing's face darkened. This man, clad in a bronze mask, seemed to hold him in contempt. Gongziyu remained silent, casually thrusting out his palm. This strike appeared unremarkable, seemingly devoid of finesse. Yet gradually, Zhao Zhijing's expression shifted dramatically. The opponent's palm strike was infused with an icy true energy. The bone-chilling coldness rushed forth, effortlessly neutralizing Zhao Zhijing's swordplay. Moreover, the dissipating icy energy directly struck Zhao Zhijing, causing him to stagger and ultimately fall to the ground. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Su Yan had initially believed that it would take time for Gongziyu, who was experiencing issues with his martial arts training, to defeat Zhao Zhijing. Little did he expect that in a mere moment, Zhao Zhijing would be vanquished. Observing Gongziyu's composed demeanor, it was evident that he had not yet exerted his full strength. Was he impressed? Gongziyu's voice was icy. Defeating Zhao Zhijing seemed utterly routine to him. Were it not for their shared affiliation with the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, he would have never crossed paths with someone like Zhao Zhijing. Rising from the ground, Zhao Zhijing felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, yet he steeled himself to respond. I am convinced. Su Yan inquired about Gongziyu's strategy for subduing the Chaos Stone Gang and the Brotherhood. Zhao Zhijing perked up his ears, eager to hear Gongziyu's insights. Without delay, Gongziyu answered, these two factions are not to be feared. I can easily obliterate them. His response truly took Su Yan and Zhao Zhijing by surprise. Zhao Zhijing furrowed his brow and inquired, if the Chaos Stone Gang is involved, how shall we contend with the individuals behind the Brother Gang? What sort of support do they possess? How formidable could this backing be? One should not approach matters with such hesitation and trepidation. Young master, you spoke languidly. Zhao Zhijing's expression became rigid. He deemed the words of young master Yu to be nothing short of reckless. Su Yan displayed a contemplative expression before inquiring, Zhao Zhijing, how much silver is currently in the accounts of the Gathering of Heroes? Silver was of paramount importance to him. He had already reviewed the situation and found that their reputation had soared to over 80 points. Thus, should there be silver available, he could summon martial artist character cards once more. Zhao Zhijing quickly replied, in response to the master, the Gathering of Heroes has merely less than 100 taels of silver in its accounts. Suddenly, the corners of Su Yan's mouth twitched violently. For a faction to possess less than 100 taels of silver was undeniably impoverished. This was one of the three major factions in the chaotic stone town, and they were likely on the verge of destitution. Chapter 22. By Ka Lin Ping, Ji the Master, the Gathering of Heroes also has dozens of members. With so many mouths to feed, daily sustenance is a necessity. Within Stone Town, The assets of the Gathering of Heroes consist solely of a tavern and the residence we currently occupy. Zhao Zhijing exhibited an expression of helplessness. Moreover, due to the presence of the martial division in Daliang town, our faction cannot extend its reach to the common folk. Should we dare lay hands on the ordinary citizens, we would be pursued by the martial division and, even worse, branded as members of a demonic sect. Once labeled as such, one could only lead a life of evasion and concealment. Listening to Zhao Zhijing's account, Su Yin felt that their situation was not particularly dire. At the very least, they possessed a residence and a tavern. He was already aware that the martial factions could not act against the common people. He had heard this from Hunter Wang previously. Once one stepped into the martial world, one must bear the consequences of life and death. Hunter Wang had likely once been a part of this world himself, perhaps weary of the incessant violence. However, for Su Yin, this turmoil was quite appealing, as it would allow his influence to expand rapidly. In no time, Su Yin had made his decision. To achieve swift growth, it was indeed necessary to confront rival factions. He had entrusted the task of dealing with the Stone Gang and Brother Gang to young Master Yu, vowing not to disappoint the master. Young Master Yu's voice was icy, his tone calm, as if he held no regard for the Stone Gang or Brother Gang. Upon learning the precise locations of these rival factions from Zhao Zhijing, he promptly set his plan in motion. Su Yin commanded, "Withdraw 10 taels of silver from the accounts." Given that there was silver available, he needed to act swiftly. 10 taels of silver would grant him 10 points of reputation, sufficient to summon a white card. Yet, the mere thought of the requirements for summoning a green card caused him a momentary headache. A green card necessitated 100 taels of silver and 1,000 points of reputation. Zhao Zhijing nodded solemnly. In the blink of an eye, he had procured a handful of fragmented silver, a total of 10 taels. With no one else around, it was merely Zhao Zhijing present. Thus, Su Yin felt no need for discretion and began to draw the cards depicting martial arts characters directly. One by one, the white cards shimmered before him. Each card represented a martial artist, yet their features remained indistinct, merely defined by a silhouette. Ultimately, a white card came to a halt. He drew a white card. Upon this card, one could behold a striking young man clad in a black robe, adorned with golden trim on the sleeves. His eyes were obscured by a black cloth, suggesting he was blind. Lin Pingji, once his vengeance was fulfilled, vowed never to regret his life. In the realm of blood refinement. Upon encountering the 3 lines of text in his vision, Su Yin felt utterly bewildered. He had actually drawn Lin Pingji, and moreover, the blind Lin Pingji. It seemed that the martial arts characters he had previously drawn were all antagonists. Was he destined to be entwined with villains? Should he summon the white card Lin Pingji immediately? Another line of text appeared. Without hesitation, Su Yin initiated the summoning. A young man in a black robe, wielding a long sword at his waist, materialized before him. This spectacle did not escape Zhao Zhijing's notice, instilling in him a sense of pressure. Another competitor had emerged. However, upon seeing the other, he realized he appeared quite youthful. He felt a slight sense of relief within. Moreover, the other party was blindfolded. Could this person possibly be sightless? It seemed improbable that he would be a formidable opponent. "Greetings, Master Lu," Lin Pingji said, bowing respectfully to Su Yin. "No need for excessive formalities," Su Yin replied, displaying an air of humility and respect for the talented. Driven by curiosity, he inquired about Lin Pingji's level of skill. Logically, given that Lin Pingji practiced the evil-repelling sword technique, he should not merely be at the blood refinement stage, even if he were blind. "In response to your inquiry, Master Lu," Lin Pingji quickly replied, "I was imprisoned at the bottom of Westlake by Ling Hu Chong, my limbs rendered useless, and my martial prowess stripped away. A mysterious force summoned me here, restoring my limbs, yet my skills require retraining." Su Yin then turned his gaze to Zhao Zhijing, who echoed a similar account, also stating that he had been summoned by a mysterious force, though he could not articulate its nature. Regarding this topic, Su Yin chose not to dwell further. He was simply satisfied knowing that these 2 martial figures were unwaveringly loyal to him. Ling Hu Chong. Lin Pingji repeatedly murmured the name, harboring deep-seated resentment. If given the chance, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate Ling Hu Chong. Why should Ling Hu Chong be exalted by so many in the martial world? Even his own wife harbored an inexplicable affection for Ling Hu Chong. In contrast, he had sacrificed so much, only to find himself in a state of despair. Neither human nor ghost. He refuses to accept it. He was envious of Ling Hu Chong. In that moment, Su Yin and Zhao Zhijing could both sense the intense resentment emanating from Lin Pingji. After consulting Su Yin, Lin Pingji proceeded directly to the courtyard to practice the evil repelling sword technique. He strives to become stronger in every fleeting moment. He must swiftly regain his strength. At present, he is far too weak. Meanwhile, in the alley of Chaos Stone Town, young Master Yu encountered a young woman clad in a black gauze garment. Her long hair neatly arranged. Her features were rather ordinary, yet her demeanor exuded an unusual charm. "Miss, what brings you here?" Young Master Yu's voice was icy. He preferred to avoid conflict with the young woman before him. After all, he still had the task assigned by the master, Su Yin. The Chaos Stone Gang and the Brotherhood must be dealt with promptly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rara narrowed her shimmering eyes slightly. Today, she had just departed from the inn, intending to seek clues about the ancient martial arts relics. To her surprise, she inadvertently discovered a man before her wearing a bronze mask. The aura he emanated was particularly formidable. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he resembled a formidable figure of the martial world, exuding an authority comparable to that of their own demon sect leader. This sparked a bold conjecture in her mind. Could he possess knowledge of the ancient martial arts relics? Or perhaps, like her, he had come to Chaos Stone Town for the same purpose? Gathering her courage, she inquired, "Which faction do you belong to, esteemed sir?" With a smile, Xiao Raorao sought to discern his background before making further plans. If it were Zhao Zhijing, he might have deflected her question or responded ambiguously. However, young Master Yu held no such inclination. "Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower," he stated directly, revealing no hesitation. Yet, his response left Xiao Raorao utterly astonished. She recalled having spent 10 taels of silver to join the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, a mere whim to alleviate her mundane existence. Little did she expect that this faction truly existed. So, this individual before her was indeed a master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower? In an instant, Xiao Raorao's eyes sparkled with excitement, feeling that the situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 23, Submission with a Cheerful Demeanor. Xiao Raorao remarked, "To be honest, I am also a member of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower." Young Master Yu's cold gaze flickered with surprise, clearly taken aback by her revelation. "Do not hinder my endeavors," he replied coolly. With that, he swiftly departed, his figure darting towards the Chaos Stone Gang with remarkable agility. Xiao Rara spoke a word of praise, which piqued her interest in the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion even further. She yearned to delve deeper into the mysteries of the pavilion. In an instant, she made a resolute decision to follow the man adorned with a bronze mask, eager to discover his true intentions. In the western corner of Chaos Stone Town, there stood an expansive courtyard of considerable size. Within the spacious grounds, numerous members of the Chaos Stone Gang were bustling about, absorbed in their various tasks. Some wielded long blades, honing their swordsmanship, while others lifted stone locks to strengthen their physique or engaged in bare-handed sparring. The members of the Chaos Stone Gang were all tall and robust, each having entered the realm of skin tempering, with some having even transcended to the realm of flesh tempering. Before these several dozen gang members stood 3 figures, each appearing to be around 30 years of age, their postures upright and their physiques formidable. The individual at the center bore a scar across his nose. He is Zhou Jin, the leader of the Stone Chaos Gang. To his left and right stand Xiao Wei, the vice leader, and Deng Yi, an elder of the gang. "Brothers, we must practice diligently every day. We cannot afford to slack even for a moment," Deng Yi exclaimed, his face beaming with a smile. "I have witnessed the efforts of all my brothers, and I assure you, I will never neglect your hard work." Zhou Jin laughed heartily. His casually spoken words greatly inspired the members of the Stone Gang, who were tirelessly practicing in the courtyard, motivating them to exert themselves even more fervently, determined to serve their leader with unwavering loyalty. Without the guidance of their leader, they would still be the impoverished and destitute individuals they once were. Suddenly, Zhou Jin narrowed his eyes, his tone laden with intrigue. "Recently, a remarkable figure has arrived in Stone Town. Surely, you have heard of him." Elder Deng Yi swiftly responded. "You must be referring to Zhao Zhijing. I have also heard of this matter. He single-handedly subdued the Unity Gang, becoming its leader. Yet he has renamed it to the Golden Wind and Light Rain Pavilion." Deputy Leader Qiao Wei's expression turned grave, a look of confusion crossing his face. "The Golden Wind and Light Rain Pavilion? I have never heard of this force. However, I did hear people on the street speaking of joining it for 10 taels of silver, claiming that its earth ranking is like rain and its heaven ranking like clouds. The Golden Wind and Light Rain Pavilion possesses earth ranking masters? Heaven ranking masters? That is utter nonsense." Zhou Jin shook his head in disbelief, a smile of skepticism gracing his face. Qiao Wei and Deng Yi also exhibited expressions filled with doubt. If there truly were heaven or earth ranking masters, how could the Golden Wind and Light Rain Pavilion be merely an obscure little faction as it was now? Zhao Zijing was indeed a noteworthy individual to have single-handedly subdued the Unity Gang. The leader contemplated recruiting Zhao Zijing to become the protector of the Stone Gang. Zhou Jin's tone remained calm, his gaze filled with admiration. Agreed. Dang Yi and Chao Wei replied in unison, which pleased Zhou Jin immensely. He did not overly concern himself with Zhao Zijing. In the entirety of Stone Town, the only rival gang that he truly feared was the Brotherhood Gang. With nearly 100 members, its leader, Lei Bao, was rumored to have progressed from the Blood Refinement Realm to the Profound Body Realm. When would he himself reach the Profound Body Realm? Zhou Jin sighed softly. His martial prowess was rather mediocre. Had he not consistently immersed himself in medicinal baths, he might not have even attained the Blood Refinement Realm. Chao Wei and Deng Yi looked at him with envious eyes. As they were still far from the Profound Body Realm, currently only at the Marrow Refinement Realm, suddenly, a gang member rushed toward Zhou Jin and the others, exclaiming in haste, reporting to the leader, "A man wearing a bronze mask has forcefully intruded." The gang members appeared anxious. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jin and the others' expressions darkened with rage. To intrude upon their Stone Gang without prior notice was undoubtedly a provocation. How foolish. Zhou Jin's face was shrouded in a sullen expression. Chao Wei and Deng Yi also exhibited unfriendly visages. Even the dozens of subordinates who were diligently practicing their martial arts halted their activities, displaying an eagerness for action. It seemed they all sensed that another round of violence was imminent. They had encountered similar scenes before. Such was the life they led, teetering on the edge of danger. The man in the bronze mask, could he possibly be affiliated with the Brotherhood? Zhou Jin's gaze narrowed. Was the Brotherhood intending to make a move against their Stone Gang? Yet if that were the case, why would only one individual arrive? As Zhou Jin pondered these questions, a figure emerged from the corridor. This person, adorned with a bronze mask and clad in a flowing white robe, bore a long sword at his waist. He stood there, exuding an aura that was decidedly oppressive. It was as if he were an ambitious and formidable hero of the underworld. The members of the Chaos Stone Gang, initially intent on a deadly confrontation with the intruder, found themselves overwhelmed by a sense of trepidation upon encountering the man in the bronze mask. Zhou Jin, Chao Wei, and Deng Yi, the founders of the Chaos Stone Gang, had encountered a myriad of characters in their tumultuous journey through the martial world. Yet, they could assure with certainty that they had never before encountered a figure such as this masked man. Originally, Zhou Jin had intended to mete out ruthless punishment to any who dared invade their territory, but at this moment, he adopted a demeanor of respect. Pray tell, what is your name, and what business brings you to the Chaos Stone Gang? His demeanor exuded a profound sense of reverence. Without fully grasping the depths of his opponent's capabilities, he dared not take any further action. Should the person opposite him prove formidable, he would find himself utterly unprepared for the consequences. Moreover, having resided in Stone Town for many years, he possessed a clear understanding of his surroundings. The man before him, adorned with a bronze mask, was evidently not a local, but rather a mysterious outsider. Gongzi Yu surveyed the crowd, his tone reminiscent of a malevolent deity emerging from the depths of the underworld, chilling and authoritative. Jin Feng Shiyu Lu, Gongzi Yu, submit to me, and you may live. Otherwise, death awaits. It must be said, Gongzi Yu's proclamation was undeniably arrogant. Yet, he embodied such a persona, brash, self-assured, and ruthless. The members of the Stone Gang, upon hearing his words, were filled with indignation. How domineering! How haughty! Nevertheless, the flames of their fury simmered within, for they dared not express their resentment. They are not foolish. They are acutely aware that this young Master Yu is formidable. If they were to confront him together, the outcome would likely be dire. The henchmen have already shifted their gaze towards Zhou Jin and his two companions, who were the leaders within their gang. In this moment, whether it is Deng Yi, Chao Wei, or Zhou Jin, they all feel a stinging heat on their faces. Chapter 24. I have never taken a life with my own hands. Young Master Yu's arrogance reaches a level of audacity that is beyond comprehension. Does he truly believe that the Shattered Rock Gang is easy to intimidate? Zhou Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. He refrained from speaking hastily and instead directed his attention towards Elder Deng Yi. Deng Yi understood the unspoken cue from the gang leader, suggesting that he should assess the depth of young Master Yu's capabilities. Your arrogance is excessive. You are truly unaware of the peril you face. Deng Yi stepped forward, his tone laced with discontent. However, before he could finish his statement, young Master Yu's figure flickered, appearing before Deng Yi in an instant. He then unleashed a palm strike. The force of the strike seemed modest, appearing almost feeble. Dang Yi attempted to evade, but unexpectedly, the strike had already arrived, accompanied by a chilling gust that swept through the air. In an instant, Dang Yi was grievously injured, collapsing to the ground with blood spewing from his mouth and nose. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Jin's eyes gleamed with astonishment. He had just discerned that young Master Yu possessed immense internal strength and an exceptionally unique vital energy. Typically, one must reach the Xian body stage to cultivate internal power, allowing the Dantian to generate true energy. Young Master Yu is indeed a Xian body warrior. A conjecture surfaced in Zhou Jin's mind, mirroring the thoughts of Chao Wei. They exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with trepidation. "My lord, we are willing to submit to the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion." Zhou Jin decisively made his choice, with Chao Wei nodding emphatically in agreement. The members of the Shattered Rock Gang fell silent, all realizing the magnitude of young Master Yu's strength. Thus, the prospect of yielding to the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion no longer seemed intolerable. Injured, Dang Yi did not oppose Zhou Jin's decision. Young Master Yu spoke in a tone devoid of any emotion. "I have never taken a life with my own hands. Some do not need to lift a finger to eliminate others." Zhou Jin, Chao Wei, and Dang Yi all paled, fully comprehending young Master Yu's intentions. Dang Yi's expression turned as grim as if he had lost his parents. "Leader, even if I have not contributed, I have endured hardship," Dang Yi pleaded. Desperation etched across his face as he sought to save his own life. However, Zhou Jin, having ascended to the position of leader of the Shattered Rock Gang, was not one known for mercy. Before Dang Yi could finish his plea, a sharp sound pierced the air. Zhou Jin's long blade plunged mercilessly into Dang Yi's chest. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering everywhere. Dang Yi's eyes widened in shock, as if deeply dissatisfied with the conclusion of his life. A moment later, his body convulsed a couple of times before he succumbed to death from excessive blood loss. Such is the fate of those who oppose the Golden Wind and Drizzle Lodge. Do you comprehend? The tone of young Master Yu was frigid. Understanding, Zhou Jin, Chao Wei, and the members of the Shattered Stone Gang responded in unison. Soon, some of the gang members began to attend to Dang Yi's corpse. His death evoked a sense of sorrow akin to that of a rabbit mourning a fox. He had been an elder of their gang, lively just a moment ago, yet now he lay lifeless, eyes unclosed. This is the way of the Jianghu, where slaughter, life, and death are commonplace occurrences. The members in the courtyard, burdened by heavy hearts, continued their martial training. Young Master Yu was then ceremoniously welcomed into the main hall of the residence by Zhou Jin and Chao Wei. Once inside, young Master Yu took the seat of honor, while Zhou Jin and Chao Wei occupied lower positions, both appearing too intimidated to breathe. Young Master Yu lightly tapped the nearby Rosewood 8 Immortals table. His voice icy as he commanded, "Speak of the forces behind you." Zhou Jin and Chao Wei exchanged glances, clearly taken aback. If young Master Yu was unaware of their backing, how could he dare provoke the Shattered Stone Gang? Was he merely oblivious to danger? Or was he emboldened by some unseen assurance? "Reporting to you, my lord, near Shattered Stone Town lies a mountain known as Shattered Stone Mountain, which houses a temple called the Golden Cicada Temple. This temple serves as the stronghold of our Shattered Stone Gang. The monks within the Golden Cicada Temple are all unsavory characters, greedy and lustful, indulging in meat and wine. Yet they possess formidable martial skills, with not only blood-forging warriors, but also profound body warriors among them. The abbot of the Golden Cicada Temple may have already reached the realm of the Xian Gang." Zhou Jin recounted, his frustration palpable as he described the temple. Every time they managed to save some resources, they ultimately had to pay tribute to the Golden Cicada Temple. If not, their Shattered Stone Gang would likely have perished long ago. Young Master Yu inquired, "Is the Golden Cicada Temple also a force within the Jianghu?" Zhou Jin and Chao Wei nodded earnestly. "In the grand scheme of the world, what tier of power does it belong to?" Young Master Yu pressed further. Zhou Jin found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Chao Wei quickly interjected, "Reporting to you, my lord, in the broader context, the Golden Cicada Temple is considered a lowly force." Upon hearing this, young Master Yu narrowed his eyes slightly before coldly stating, "Send all the land deeds, property contracts, and any wealth belonging to the Shattered Stone Gang to the Gathering Justice Gang." Suddenly, Zhou Jin and Chao Wei's expressions resembled that of someone who had just ingested a fly, utterly unappealing. Yet, neither dared to utter a word of dissent. They could only muster the courage to respond, "We shall faithfully obey your command, my lord." Young Master Yu nodded in satisfaction and made his departure with an air of nonchalance. However, as he left, He uttered a chilling remark. Should you dare to steal or hide wealth, your heads shall be forfeit. In that instant, Zhou Jin and Chao Wei felt a shiver run down their spines. Only after confirming young Master Yu's departure did they dare to exhale deeply. Unable to restrain himself, Chao Wei spoke up. Leader, are we truly to submit to the golden wind and drizzling rain tower? Do you harbor any doubts? If young Master Yu were to overhear such words, their lives would be in jeopardy. Zhou Jin donned a disgruntled expression, yet his mind was calculating. If the golden wind and drizzling rain tower proved to be exceptionally powerful, then submission might be acceptable. However, if it were merely a facade of strength, then they would surely falter against the challenges posed by the Golden Cicada Temple. For now, his priority was to navigate this precarious situation. As soon as he departed from the Shattered Stone Gang, young Master Yu hastened towards the Brother Gang. As for the Golden Cicada Temple, he dismissed it from his thoughts entirely. Such an inconsequential force could not possibly pose a threat to the Golden Wind and drizzling rain tower. To the south of Shattered Stone Town lies a courtyard with 3 entrances and exits. In the main hall of the courtyard sat a robust and imposing man, his large frame adorned with a black robe that exuded an impressive aura. This man, approximately 35 years of age, possessed a formidable presence. His name is Lei Bao, the master of the Brotherhood. At this moment, Lei Bao's face radiates with a vibrant glow, reflecting an overwhelming sense of pride. Today, he has ascended to the realm of Xiantian, becoming a Xiantian warrior, a feat that brings him immense joy. He has invested a great deal of silver and effort to achieve this status. Congratulations, Master, on your breakthrough to Xiantian. Among the 3 major factions in Chaos Stone Town, you alone have reached this level. Today is a celebration indeed. Let us head to the Rui Tower and indulge until we are inebriated. Beside Lei Bao sits a council of elder brothers, protectors, and hall masters of the Brotherhood. They all came to offer their congratulations. Upon learning of the leader's successful breakthrough, they hurried over to express their joy, each bearing a modest token of celebration. Chapter 25, The Hidden Entanglements. In the face of the crowd's accolades and commendations, Lei Bao felt a sense of elation. However, deep within his heart, amidst the joy, there lingered a sense of unease. He could faintly hear the sounds of a fierce struggle in his ears. At first, he thought it was merely a figment of his imagination. However, upon closer inspection, it was evidently no illusion. It appeared that uninvited guests were forcefully intruding upon their Brotherhood. Even the elders, guardians, and leaders of the Brotherhood wore expressions of hostility. Was there truly a madman seeking death by daring to intrude? Lei Bao's face contorted with fury, his anger palpable as he stomped his feet in indignation. Without hesitation, he strode purposefully towards the hall's exit, followed closely by the others, who exchanged glances, realizing that a spectacle was about to unfold. As they stepped out of the main hall, they were met with a shocking sight. Numerous members of the Brotherhood lay scattered about, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. Simultaneously, they noticed a figure approaching them with deliberate grace. Clad in a flowing white robe, the individual possessed a towering stature and wore a bronze mask that obscured his features. Lei Bao's expression darkened. The adversary before him exuded an air of inscrutable mystery. "Why do you forcibly intrude upon my Brotherhood?" Lei Bao demanded, his face a mask of grim determination, refraining from immediate confrontation with the masked man. The other elders, guardians, and leaders of the Brotherhood fixed their penetrating gazes upon the enigmatic figure. Undeterred by their scrutiny, the masked individual remained composed. "I am Gongzi Yu of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion," he declared, his voice as cold as ever. "Submit to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, and you may preserve your lives. Otherwise, death awaits." He uttered words once spoken in the Chaos Stone Gang, and his remarks instantly irked Lei Bao and the others. However, they were still ruminating in their minds over the origins of this Jin Fengshiyu Lu. Upon reflection, they recalled that during the past couple of days, a certain event had been the talk of the town in Chaos Stone Town. Rumors circulated that Zhao Zhijing, wielding a single sword, had managed to subdue the Zhui Gang, subsequently renaming it to Jin Fengshiyu Lu. The crowd pondered this, yet some aspects remained elusive. "If your excellency could defeat me, what would prevent one from yielding to Jin Fengshiyu Lu?" A jovial expression emerged on Lei Bao's face, for he harbored great confidence in his own prowess. He has transcended to the realm of the profound body. The others displayed expressions of keen interest, seizing this opportunity to gauge the depth of young Master Yu's prowess. Indeed, in their years of wandering the martial world, they had never heard of such a figure as young Master Yu. Soon, Both young Master Yu and the Thunder Leopard engaged in combat. The Thunder Leopard's right hand was clenched into a fist, with veins bulging prominently along his forearm. Boom! He unleashed a punch with remarkable force, the sound echoing like that of a fierce tiger or leopard in one's ears. This punch was not only immensely powerful, but also carried an astonishing momentum. However, despite the incredible speed of Lei Bao's strike, it was effortlessly evaded by Gong Ziyu's exceptional agility. Gong Ziyu then executed a horizontal palm strike. This seemingly ordinary gesture transformed into an intricate web, ensnaring Lei Bao inescapably. Thud. Ultimately, Lei Bao was sent flying by this palm strike, crashing to the ground. Feeling a pervasive chill enveloping his entire body, the force behind the strike emanated an extraordinarily frigid energy. Could it be that his opponent was also a practitioner of profound martial arts? In that moment, Lei Bao found himself unable to fathom Gong Ziyu's true strength. The onlookers could only widen their eyes in astonishment at this spectacle. They are all discerning individuals. It is evident that young Master Yu has not exerted his full strength. Had he done so, their leader, Thunder Leopard, would have surely met his demise by now. A formidable figure has arrived in Stone Town, accompanied by an enigmatic and unfathomable force. Despite sustaining some internal injuries, Thunder Leopard hastily rose from the ground, repeatedly cupping his fists in gratitude towards young Master Yu. Thank you for your mercy, esteemed sir. He is filled with gratitude, were it not for the other party's lack of intent to take his life. At this moment, he has undoubtedly met his untimely demise. Subsequently, young Master Yu was treated as an esteemed guest by Lei Bao. Without indulging in unnecessary conversation, young Master Yu demanded that Lei Bao surrender the deeds to the Brotherhood's properties, the land contracts, the silver, and all other assets to the Unity Gang. This left Lei Bao and his companions feeling as though their hearts were being mercilessly sliced. After all, these were the fruits of their labor, accumulated over many years. Were they truly to relinquish them so easily? Yet, confronted by young Master Yu's icy gaze, who dared to utter a single word of dissent, they harbored no doubt that should they fail to cooperate earnestly, their lives would undoubtedly be forfeit. Lei Bao steeled himself and replied, "Rest assured, my lord. The entire fortune of the Brotherhood will be surrendered. While wealth holds significant importance, life is of even greater value." Furthermore, he harbored certain thoughts within. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion was rather extraordinary. Could it be utilized as a tool to eliminate adversaries? Perhaps he could leverage the people of the pavilion to extinguish the power behind him. Prince Yu perceived his intentions with a single glance. Having previously managed a substantial force in the martial world, he was acutely aware that most such factions are supported by a formidable backing. To survive, one must rely on others. Evidently, the Brotherhood was no exception. Let us discuss the connections behind the Brotherhood. Prince Yu spoke with an indifferent tone. Lei Bao was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such an inquiry, yet it aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. Swiftly, Lei Bao dismissed those present, leaving only himself and Prince Yu in the Grand Hall. I am but the illegitimate son of the master of the Shuang Lei Gang in Pingding County, held in little regard within the gang, particularly by my two brothers who have always looked down upon me, Lei Bao said, his expression darkening. The injustices he faced within the Shuang Lei Gang were manifold. Even when his mother fell ill and subsequently passed away, that heartless wretch did not deign to visit her. His only sentiment towards the Shuang Lei Gang was one of bitter hatred. His father, his elder brother, he wishes for their demise. Young Master Yu wore a cold expression. I have no desire to know about your trivial matters. What I seek to understand is the strength of the Shuang Lei Gang. Instantly, Lei Bao's demeanor stiffened, and he hurriedly replied, the Shuang Lei Gang is one of the 5 major forces in Pingding County, led by the martial artist Xian Ming, alongside the Xian Gang and Xianhai martial artists. Their overall strength far surpasses that of our Brotherhood. Moreover, our Brotherhood's leader is obliged to remit a significant portion of our finances to the Shuang Lei Gang each month. In the end, this robust man, Lei Bao, resembled a stray dog, utterly devoid of vigor. Although he was the leader of the Brotherhood, he was acutely aware that he was merely a puppet of the Shuang Lei Gang. When the Shuang Lei Gang commanded him to head east, he dared not venture west. However, the future might hold a different narrative. Contemplating this, a radiant light sparkled in Lei Bao's eyes, yet his heart remained tinged with trepidation. Could the Jifeng Shiyu building truly surpass the Shuang Lei Gang? Gong Ziyu spoke in a calm tone, declaring that henceforth, wealth need not be surrendered to the Shuang Lei Gang. His demeanor clearly suggested a disregard for the gang's significance. Chapter 26. The Jifeng Shiyu building unifies the chaotic Shirtu town. Should the Shuang Lei Gang send representatives? Lei Bao wore a visibly awkward expression. Gong Ziyu's tone was nonchalant, assuring that the Jin Feng Shiyu building would manage matters on his behalf. Without lingering, Gong Ziyu departed, cautioning against harboring treacherous thoughts, lest one meet a grim fate. Yet, before he left, his light words echoed in Lei Bao's ears, causing an instant chill to envelop his limbs. He hastily declared, "I would never dare to betray." He initially intended to rise and bid farewell to young Master Yu. But alas, young Master Yu's agility and lightness of foot rendered him invisible in the blink of an eye. Lei Bao paced restlessly within the hall, contemplating whether his allegiance to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion was a wise choice or a grave mistake. At present, he harbored no clarity in his heart. In the hall of the Alliance of Righteousness in Chaos Stone Town, Su Yin was in exceptionally high spirits. Originally, his reputation merely amounted to a few dozen points. Yet when he inadvertently cast an observant glance, he found he was utterly bewildered, for his reputation was soaring at an astonishing pace. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed 100 points, 120 points, 130 points. The rate of ascent was palpable. Now, it had nearly reached 200 points and continued to rise slowly. Su Yin speculated that all of this was undoubtedly linked to Gong Ziyu. Indeed, Gong Ziyu's efficiency was remarkable. In contrast to Zhao Zhijing's hesitance, Gong Ziyu launched a vigorous and fearless offensive. Before long, Zhao Zhijing appeared before Su Yin. "Master, two individuals have come to pay their respects. They claim to be Zhou Jin, the leader of the Chaos Stone Gang, and Chao Wei, the deputy leader. They wish to ally with our Jin Feng Shiyu building. Would you like to meet them?" Zhao Zhijing spoke with reverence, yet internally, he was utterly astonished. He had done nothing, so why had they suddenly come to seek allegiance? Could it be due to Gong Ziyu? But the question remained, how could Gong Ziyu have subdued the Chaos Stone Gang in such a brief span of time? Merely 2 or 3 incense sticks. Su Yin quickly replied, "Of course we shall meet." He had no intention of concealing his identity as the master of Jin Feng Shiyu building. There was no need for such pretenses. The current state of Jin Feng Shiyu building was still too feeble, unable to stir even the slightest ripple in the vast expanse of Daliang. Soon, 2 robust figures entered the hall. The newcomers were indeed Zhou Jin and Chao Wei. Standing beside Su Yin, Zhao Zhijing announced, "This is our master, Su Yin of Jin Feng Shiyu building." "Greetings, Master Su," Zhou Jin and Chao Wei said with utmost respect, but they remained astonished internally. In their eyes, Su Yin appeared exceedingly young, likely around 20 years of age. The establishment of such a force as Jin Feng Shiyu building at such a tender age was truly beyond comprehension. How had this Master Su managed to attract notable figures like Gong Ziyu and Zhao Zhijing? The two pondered this question in vain. Su Yin casually remarked, "There is no need for such formalities." Following this, Zhou Jin and Chao Wei exchanged greetings with Zhao Zhijing. At that moment, Zhou Jin retrieved a wooden box from his robe. Inside were a series of property deeds and land contracts, assets belonging to the Chaos Stone Gang in Chaos Stone Town. "Please accept this, Master Su, and we humbly request that the Chaos Stone Gang be allowed to join the Jin Feng Shiyu building." Zhou Jin's expression was grave, and his tone sincere. At this juncture, he felt an increasing sense of belonging to the Golden Wind and Light Rain Pavilion. Although Su Yin was still youthful and not a prodigy on the chaotic era's golden ranking, he undoubtedly possessed an extraordinary background. The troublesome Jinchan Temple would be entrusted to the Golden Wind and Light Rain Pavilion for resolution. In an instant, Su Yin revealed a satisfied smile. Furthermore, he consented to the request of the Shattered Stone Gang to join the Golden Wind and Light Rain Pavilion. To serve the pavilion master, they would face death without hesitation. Both Zhou Jin and Chao Wei displayed expressions of delight. However, Su Yin merely smiled at their fervent declaration, not taking it to heart. His decision to allow the Shattered Stone Gang to join was driven by his own considerations. The more subordinates, the better. Especially now, although he had talents like Gong Ziyu, Zhao Zhijing, and Lin Pingji, he lacked ordinary henchmen. It was impractical to expect every task to be handled personally by these martial heroes. Subsequently, after Su Yan's approval, Zhou Jin instructed his trusted subordinates to bring forth a wooden chest. Once opened, it revealed a substantial amount of gleaming silver and a multitude of copper coins. Zhou Jin announced, "Master, this is the entirety of the Shattered Stone Gang's current funds, totaling nearly 300 taels." Su Yan's heart soared with joy. He had not only acquired property deeds but also a considerable sum of money. Initially, he had contemplated summoning more white cards, but now, he found them somewhat beneath his notice. He yearned to amass 1,000 points of prestige swiftly, to summon the coveted green card. After receiving the wooden box and crate, Zhou Jin and Qiao Wei were temporarily accommodated in the guest room of the manor, as Zhao Zhijing intended to discuss further details with them. He mentioned that he currently had a group of individuals under his command, all of whom required funds for their sustenance. After a brief interval, young Master Yu returned. Upon seeing Su Yin, he succinctly recounted all that had transpired. Upon learning that the Chaos Stone Gang and the Brotherhood had indeed been completely subdued by young Master Yu, Zhao Zhijing felt a tumult of emotions within him. The prowess of young Master Yu was undeniably impressive. Yet, Zhao Zhijing could not restrain himself from expressing his concerns. The Golden Cicada Temple and the Twin Thunder Gang are formidable adversaries not to be trifled with, especially since the leader of the Twin Thunder Gang is a Xianming warrior. As he spoke, Zhao Zhijing appeared increasingly troubled. Currently, his own strength was merely at the blood refinement stage. While he could manage ordinary Xiantian warriors, how could he contend with those at the Xian Gang or Xianming levels? Engaging in combat would be tantamount to courting death. In that moment, Zhao Zhijing cast a reproachful glance at young Master Yu. He believed that Gongzi Yu was indeed rather reckless and impulsive. Su Yan, however, remained remarkably composed, unperturbed by the provocations from the Jinshan Temple and the Shuanglei Gang. Without provoking them, how could he have subdued the Wancher Gang and the Brotherhood? The Wancher Gang had generously contributed a substantial sum of wealth, and it was anticipated that the Brotherhood would soon follow suit. No matter, the Jinshan Temple and the Shuanglei Gang were of little consequence. With a serene demeanor, Su Yin assigned Zhao Zhijing a task to disseminate a crucial message throughout the entirety of Wancher Town in the shortest time possible. The three major factions that once held sway in Wancher Town had long since dissipated, leaving only one prevailing force, the Jinfeng Shiyu Lu. Should this news circulate, he was confident it would bestow upon him considerable prestige. Zhao Zhijing responded swiftly, though his expression bore a hint of hesitation. "Speak your mind," Su Yin said calmly from his position of authority. Zhao Zhijing began to articulate his thoughts. "Master, to the north of Wancher Town lies the office of the Town Military Division, overseen by a minor officer named Li Xiao. This man is exceedingly fond of wealth. Given our recent establishment and dominance in Wancher Town, should we not extend a token of goodwill to this Li Xiao?" In Zhao Zhijing's estimation, establishing rapport with the local authorities was paramount for the development of the Jinfeng Shiyu Lu, sparing them from unnecessary detours. Chapter 27. Sovereign of Wancher Town. Upon hearing this, Su Yin acknowledged the validity of Zhao Zhijing's words. Presenting a gift to the town military officer Li Xiao would indeed be beneficial for the progress of the Jinfeng Shiyu Lu. Nevertheless, he shook his head. There is no need for gifts. Does our Jinfeng Shiyu Lu require such gestures? What kind of gift could we offer? A few taels of silver? It would require at least 100 taels to make a proper impression. At present, what I lack most is silver. Understanding this, Zhao Zhijing silently nodded, agreeing with Su Yan's reasoning. Given the capabilities of the Jinfeng Shiyu Lu, there was truly no need to resort to bribery. A mere minor officer of the town military division was not worthy of their attention. Subsequently, Su Yan commanded, "Wancher Town shall serve as the inaugural stronghold for our Jinfeng Shiyu Lu Gongzi Yu. You shall assume the role of deputy master of the Jinfeng Shiyu Lu in Wancher Town. Do you have any objections?" "None at all." Young Master Yu swiftly responded, for how could he possibly refuse the decision made by the host, Su Yin? However, he deemed the offer to become the deputy master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion in Chaos Stone Town to be somewhat beneath his talents. Yet, he could understand the reasoning behind it. After all, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion's presence was currently limited to Chaos Stone Town, with no sign of it in other regions. Standing nearby, Zhao Zhijing wore an expression of envy, tinged with a hint of jealousy in his heart. Yet, any discontent he felt was futile, for his abilities paled in comparison to those of young Master Yu. The more he interacted with young Master Yu, the more he was filled with trepidation, for Yu's demeanor was undeniably extraordinary. Su Yin then sent someone to summon Lin Pingji, who was practicing his swordplay in the courtyard. Upon meeting the master, Lin Pingji, with his refined features and handsome visage, displayed a look of respect. He appears to be courteous, yet within his heart lies an indelible hatred. This animosity is rooted in Ling Huchong. The mere recollection of being imprisoned by Ling Huchong at the bottom of West Lake stirs an inexhaustible resentment within him. He yearned to seek vengeance for Ling Huchong. Perhaps in the future, he might have the opportunity to meet Ling Huchong. Lin Pingji silently mused. Lin Pingji and Zhao Zhijing, from this moment forth, you shall be the stewards of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion in Shattered Stone Town. Su Yin continued with the appointments. We shall diligently adhere to the Master's commands. Lin Pingji and Zhao Zhijing harbored no objections. Before long, another visitor arrived. This individual was none other than Lei Bao, the leader of the Brotherhood gang. After a brief exchange with Su Yin, this robust man was filled with astonishment, for Su Yin was exceedingly young. Lei Bao was quite cooperative, relinquishing all the assets of the Brotherhood gang. The Brotherhood gang's holdings were slightly greater than those of the Shattered Stone gang. In terms of silver, however, the Brotherhood gang still had a substantial 400 taels in their accounts. At this point, Su Yin made a rough calculation. Nearly one-third of the assets in Shattered Stone Town had now fallen into his hands, and the amount of silver he possessed had also reached over 700 taels. After Lei Bao departed, Su Yin inquired about Gong Ziyu's perspective on the development of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion in Shattered Stone Town. Gong Ziyu, a figure who had once been a dominator of the martial world, was appointed as the vice master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion in Shattered Stone Town. Reporting to the master, currently, our Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion faces but one challenge in Shattered Stone Town. This predicament revolves around the small flag officer Li Xiao of the town marshal office. If my conjecture is correct, he will likely send someone with an invitation, requesting the master to attend a banquet. Gong Ziyu spoke calmly. Though he had just entered Shattered Stone Town, his insight was already as clear as a mirror. Previously, it was claimed that there were 3 factions of martial forces in Shattered Stone Town. In truth, there existed another entity, representing the Imperial Court, the Town Martial Office. The Town Martial Office completely overshadowed the 3 factions of the martial world. It was the true sovereign of Shattered Stone Town. Once the Town Martial Office was subdued, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion could usurp its position and become the dominant force in Shattered Stone Town. Su Yin nodded silently, convinced that Gong Ziyu's judgment was unlikely to be erroneous. It was indeed probable that this small flag officer would invite him to a banquet, where the discussions would likely revolve around the distribution of interests in Shattered Stone Town. The arrival of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion had swiftly absorbed the 3 factions of martial forces in Shattered Stone Town. How could the small flag officer of the town martial office remain indifferent? After further discussions, a subordinate hurriedly reported. It turned out that someone from the town martial office had arrived. Su Yin commanded, "Please invite them in to meet." "Understood. I shall go and bring them in at once," the subordinate promptly responded. In the blink of an eye, a young man with a dark complexion and a tall stature, adorned in a beautifully patterned black robe, entered the hall. The words Town Marshal were embroidered on the young man's robe. "Are you the master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion?" Xiaobing's discerning gaze settled upon Su Yin, who occupied the principal seat. He arched his brow, his expression revealing considerable astonishment. Upon arrival, he had been rather taken aback, for he had heard whispers of the Jin Feng Shiyu building just a day or 2 prior, yet had not regarded it with much seriousness. To his surprise, the Jin Feng Shiyu building had swiftly subdued the 3 major forces of Wanshi Town in less than 2 days. "Indeed, I am Su Yin, the master of the Jin Feng Shiyu building." Su Yin graciously acknowledged his identity, offering his name with poise. He then inquired, "And you are?" "I am Xiaobing, the deputy to Li Xiao of the Jinwu Division," Xiaobing replied with a clear and confident voice. As a member of the Jinwu Division, he felt a sense of assurance in the face of the myriad factions in the martial world, particularly when confronting a relatively smaller force like the Jin Feng Shiyu building. To be sure, while the Jin Feng Shiyu building might appear formidable to outsiders, having vanquished the 3 major powers of Wanshi Town in the grand tapestry of the Great Liang Dynasty, there were countless forces far stronger than it. "Oh, have you come to visit the master of this building for a particular reason?" Su Yin cut straight to the chase, disinterested in superfluous conversation. "Master Su, Deputy Li Xiao has sent me to convey a message. He invites you to meet at the Rui building tonight at the hour of the dog for a meal." Xiaobing spoke slowly. Su Yin recalled his visit to the Rui building earlier that day. It was bustling and vibrant, a rarity in a small place like Wanshi Town. Xiaobing's words, however, illuminated the underlying intent. This Li Xiao was clearly not a benevolent visitor. To request a meeting for a meal yet send Xiaobing without an official invitation indicated a lack of formality and respect. After delivering the message, Xiaobing departed without lingering, though he cast several scrutinizing glances at Zhao Zhijing, Gong Ziyu, and Lin Pingxi. Once Xiaobing exited, Zhao Zhijing's countenance darkened, his tone unkind. "Master," that Li Xiao did not even bother to send an invitation, demonstrating his utter lack of sincerity. He clearly does not regard our Jin Feng Shiyu building with any seriousness. Chapter 28. What is his true identity? Lin Pingxi remained silent, his demeanor taciturn, suggesting that at a mere command from Master Su Yin, he would swiftly act to sever Li Zhao's head from his shoulders. Indeed, There was a palpable absence of sincerity. Su Yin maintained a calm expression, directing his gaze towards Gong Ziyu. Deputy Master, what is your perspective on this matter? In my view, Master, you need not honor the invitation. I shall attend in your stead, Gong Ziyu promptly replied. Very well. Su Yin readily agreed. Since the other party lacked sincerity, what was the purpose of his visit? It would only serve to aggravate himself. Gong Ziyu's approach may have been an attempt to intimidate through strength. Ultimately, this is not a world governed by reason, but one dictated by power. The one who possesses strength wields the mightiest fist. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the bustling streets of Luanshire town were alive with a throng of passers-by. Today, however, the town appeared particularly lively, as numerous citizens engaged in animated discussions about astonishing events. Had the Luanshire gang and the Brotherhood been subdued by the Jinfeng Shiyulu? Where did this Jinfeng Shiyulu emerge from? As they had never heard of it before. Now, the three major factions in Luanshire town had been swept away by the Jinfeng Shiyulu. The townsfolk treated this as a topic of conversation. Among their discussions, they not only talked about Jinfeng Shiyulu but also about Gong Ziyu and Zhao Zijing. In the northern direction of Luanshire town stood a grand yamen, imposing and magnificent, flanked by stone lions of considerable height, their fierce visages bearing sharp claws. Above the grand entrance hung a plaque inscribed with the dignified characters Zhenwu. The Zhenwu Liangzi emanated an aura of solemnity and authority. This was indeed the yamen of the Zhenwu division. Such yamen can be found not only in Luanshire town but also in other small towns, counties, prefectures, and even in the capital city. It could be said that the Zhenwu division's influence permeates the entire realm of Daliang. Inside this spacious and bright main hall, wooden tables and chairs were arranged neatly. The walls were adorned with calligraphy and paintings, while a few potted plants added a touch of greenery to the corners. At that moment, seated in the prominent position of the hall was a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, his features well-defined and his demeanor composed. He held the teacup delicately, savoring the steaming brew that rose in fragrant wisps. He is none other than the esteemed Li Xiao, known as Little Flag. As he quietly savors his tea, he appears outwardly serene, yet his heart is tumultuously agitated. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion has swept through the three major factions of Chaos Stone Town. However, to his dismay, this illustrious establishment has failed to dispatch any representatives to the office he oversees. Is it too much to expect them to pay their respects? Must he be the one to instruct them? This reality incites a profound irritation within Li Xiao. Not long after, Xiao Bing returns. Li Xiao holds a favorable opinion of this young aide, appreciating his commendable ability to execute tasks effectively. Every task entrusted to him was accomplished with remarkable success. Have matters been settled? Li Xiao inquired leisurely. My lord, the message has been conveyed, Xiao Bing replied respectfully, which greatly pleased Li Xiao. He expressed his approval, saying, Well done, continue your efforts. My lord, Xiao Bing suddenly interjected, appearing hesitant to voice his thoughts. Speak freely, there are no outsiders here. Li Xiao narrowed his eyes. With no further hesitation, Xiao Bing adopted a solemn demeanor and earnestly stated, My lord, the master of Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, Su Yin, is not to be underestimated. Just look at young Master Yu and Zhao Zijing. However, before Xiao Bing could finish his sentence, Li Xiao forcefully interrupted him. Not to be underestimated? What of it? Do you think Jinfeng Shiyu Tower can rival our Zhenwu division? They have no understanding of etiquette. Having swept through the three major factions without so much as a gift, they clearly do not regard our Zhenwu division with any respect. Li Xiao's face darkened, his frustration mounting due to the lack of profit from the situation. In the past, the various factions, be it the Zhu Yi gang, the Luanshire gang, or the Brother gang, had always offered gifts. In stark contrast, Jinfeng Shiyu Tower had thus far contributed nothing. They were nothing short of a miserly old hen. The thought ignited his anger. Xiao Bing remained silent, in full agreement with Li Xiao's sentiments. Jinfeng Shiyu Tower displayed a shocking lack of discernment. You may leave. Li Xiao waved his hand, dismissing Xiao Bing. He yearned for solitude. Xiao Bing respectfully took his leave. Silver. Silver. Without silver, how could one achieve breakthroughs in martial arts? Li Xiao murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with desire. A longing for silver. As night fell, in the elegant chamber on the second floor of Rui Tower, Li Xiao sat beside a dining table, his face a deep shade of blue. The hour had already struck the first moment of the dog hour. Yet the host of Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, Su Yin, had yet to arrive as promised. Had he been stood up? This thought dissipated the calm demeanor of Li Xiao, replacing it with a visage contorted in frustration. Suddenly, the hurried sound of footsteps echoed in his ears. In no time, Xiao Bing's figure appeared before him. Li Xiao inquired in a low voice, "Where is he? Has he not yet arrived?" At that moment, a surge of resentment had already accumulated within him. Xiao Bing, with his head bowed, hastily responded, "My lord, he has arrived, but it is merely the son of the vice master, Gongziyu." In an instant, Li Xiao was consumed by rage, his face flushed and neck strained. Very well, very well, very well. Overwhelmed by his anger, his internal energy became chaotic, causing visible veins to bulge on his arms and forehead. He was utterly infuriated. It was already exceedingly disrespectful for Su Yan, the master of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion, to stand him up. To his astonishment, instead of attending himself, the other party sent a subordinate in his stead, completely disregarding his position as a minor officer in the Zhenwu division. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Bing was filled with trepidation, hesitant to utter a word for fear of being caught in the crossfire. Just then, a white figure, akin to a fleeting ray of light, glided into the elegant chamber. This ethereal figure was none other than young Master Yu, clad in a flowing white robe and adorned with a bronze mask. Young Master Yu swiftly took his seat directly opposite Li Xiao. "I am young Master Yu, the deputy master of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion in the chaotic stone town," he proclaimed with an air of calm confidence, revealing his identity. His tone was neither warm nor cold, yet the aura emanating from him instilled a chilling sensation in Li Xiao, rendering him momentarily speechless. He could not comprehend why the presence of this young master, Yu, was so astonishingly formidable. He had previously encountered General Han Qianqiu. Even the imposing presence of General Han was overshadowed by the other party. Furthermore, the captain of the town martial division he had met also lacked the same formidable aura. In that moment, an absurd thought sprang into Li Xiao's mind. It seemed as though, seated directly opposite him, was not merely the deputy leader of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion of Chaos Stone Town, but rather a figure of immense power, a dominant force within the martial world. The agility exhibited by this individual was nothing short of extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, he had taken his seat right before Li Xiao. Such a character could not be trifled with. This person was undoubtedly extraordinary. He is undoubtedly more than merely the deputy master of the Fine Rain Pavilion in the town of Chaos Stone. What, in truth, is his real identity? In a fleeting moment, Li Xiao found his thoughts becoming increasingly chaotic. Chapter 29, The Golden Wind in Drizzling Rain Pavilion. Do you truly comprehend its essence? Even Xiao Bing, who stood beside Li Xiao, was speculating about the origins of young Master Yu. After a few moments, Li Xiao gradually steadied his emotions, straightened his back, and assumed a composed posture. The person I invited is none other than Master Su. However, Master Su did not come in person, but instead sent you. What could this signify? Do you, the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion, truly regard my Zhenwu division with such disdain? At this moment, Li Xiao's countenance darkened as he invoked the authority of the Zhenwu division, exuding an air of confidence. Regardless of young Master Yu's extraordinary presence before the Zhenwu division, even a dragon must coil and a tiger must crouch. Xiao Bing wholeheartedly concurred with Li Xiao's sentiments. The Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion was indeed excessively arrogant, utterly dismissing the significance of their Zhenwu division. The thought of delivering a message only to gain nothing in return was disheartening. In the past, when conveying messages to the other three major sects in Chaos Stone Town, he would at least receive a few pieces of silver as remuneration for his efforts. Yet, upon reaching the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion, he received not a single coin. However, in the next moment, young Master Yu's reaction left both Li Xiao and Xiao Bing utterly perplexed. To their astonishment, young Master Yu burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. His laughter was filled with an exuberant arrogance. Li Xiao, with a grim expression, inquired, "What is it that amuses you, sir?" He found himself utterly perplexed by Gongziyu's sudden outburst of laughter, unable to comprehend the reason behind it. It must be acknowledged that the Zhenwu division embodies a formidable force. However, what significance does a mere minor flag like you hold within its ranks? If you possessed genuine prowess, would you have languished in the Zhenwu division as a minor flag for over a decade? Gongziyu's tone was devoid of warmth. His gaze as frigid as ice. The words that escaped his lips turned Li Zhao's countenance a shade of deep anger, his entire being trembling with rage. Yet, in the end, Li Xiao resembled a withered eggplant, displaying a defeated demeanor. For indeed, Gongziyu's assertions were not unfounded. Within the Zhenwu division, he truly amounted to little. Minor flags like him were abundant within the division. To claim they were scattered throughout the realm would not be an exaggeration. His abilities were rather limited. The more he pondered, the more he felt a sense of suffocation, his face turning an even deeper shade of red. However, just as Li Xiao was about to express that, despite his limitations, as a subordinate of the town marshal division, he could still pose obstacles for the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, the words caught in his throat, leaving him hesitant to voice them. Before him stood the enigmatic figure of young Master Yu, adorned with a bronze mask, his gaze as cold and piercing as that of a venomous serpent. The intensity of such a stare sent shivers coursing through his very being, a chilling sensation that ascended to the crown of his head. In an instant, he felt a numbing cold envelop his limbs. Suddenly, young Master Yu spoke in a tone imbued with mystery. There are certain matters I wish to discuss privately with you. Li Xiaoqi. A sense of curiosity and bewilderment gripped Li Xiaoqi. What could young Master Yu possibly want to converse about in solitude? Swiftly, he signaled for Xiao Bing to withdraw. Xiao Bing left with utmost respect, shutting the wooden door of the elegant chamber behind him. In that moment, only Li Xiaoqi and young Master Yu remained within the room, illuminated by the glow of several bright lanterns. Li Xiaoqi, do you truly wish to live your life in such a manner? To remain merely a small flag for eternity? Do you not aspire to become the chief flag? Young Master Yu's voice flowed languidly, enticingly. His voice possessed a certain enchantment, stirring the very strings of Li Xiao's heart. If only it were possible. Li Xiao would not wish to remain in such a state for eternity. He also aspired to become the chief banner. The thought of yesterday, when the chief banner Han escorted a group of blood cult followers through Shattered Stone Town, lingered in his mind. He had gone out of his way to present them with lavish gifts, hoping to foster a closer relationship. However, to his dismay, they accepted his offerings yet refused even to meet his gaze. This left Li Xiao feeling profoundly frustrated. Yet, could he truly vent his ire upon Chief Han? The other's status and strength far surpassed his own, and in the future, he might even ascend to the rank of 100 households. Leaving Li Xiao scrambling to curry favor. My lord, why are you sharing this with me? Li Xiao squinted, completely unable to fathom the thoughts of young Master Yu. Young Master Yu continued, the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion possesses the capability to assist you in becoming the chief banner. It must be said, for a fleeting moment, Li Xiao felt a stir of excitement. To become the chief banner had been his long-held ambition, yet it remained unfulfilled. He began to suspect young Master Yu's intentions. Was the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion seeking to collaborate with him? Unexpectedly, young Master Yu shook his head, his tone cold. Ask yourself, do you truly deserve to collaborate with the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion? In an instant, Li Xiao's face turned pale. The other's demeanor was nothing short of haughty and audacious. As a mere dog of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion, you not only have the chance to become the chief banner, but also the opportunity to ascend to 100 households. Young Master Yu continued with a persuasive tone. At that moment, Li Xiao could no longer endure. The insult of being called a dog was unbearable. And to speak of becoming a chief banner or 100 households was clearly an empty promise. Did he truly believe he would fall for such illusions? Li Xiao raised his fist, a powerful blow aimed at young Master Yu. However, in an instant, his fist was seized tightly by young Master Yu. In that moment, Li Xiao felt an icy chill coursing through his hand. The coldness rendered his fist stiff and purple, a layer of frost beginning to form upon it. He could hardly believe the prowess of young Master Yu. His skills were astonishing. Furthermore, the energy he wielded was of the ice attribute, indicating that his internal cultivation was indeed extraordinary. This brief encounter had already made one thing clear. Li Xiao had been defeated, bested by young Master Yu in a mere moment. Li Xiao, do you truly refuse to be a dog? Young Master Yu's grip on Li Xiao's fist remained firm, his eyes glinting with a murderous intent. It seemed that should Li Xiao utter the words of refusal, the consequences would be dire. He would have immediately slain Li Xiao on the spot. In that moment, Li Xiao's heart was in turmoil. The man before him, clad in a bronze mask, Gong Ziyu, had clearly harbored intentions of murder. The chilling aura of malice enveloped him, rendering him paralyzed with dread and trembling uncontrollably. Li Xiao hurriedly exclaimed, I am willing. I am willing. Only then did Gong Ziyu release his grip. Nevertheless, Li Xiao still appeared shaken. After a brief moment, he managed to compose himself and urgently inquired, how can the Jifeng Shiyu building make me the chief banner bearer? The Jifeng Shiyu building would not simply linger in the chaotic stone town. Do you truly understand the Jifeng Shiyu building? Gong Ziyu posed two questions in succession. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao realized the grand ambitions of the Jifeng Shiyu building. Should it succeed in developing within the county, assisting him in becoming the chief banner bearer would not be an insurmountable task. However, as for the Jifeng Shiyu building, he indeed lacked understanding. Gong Ziyu and Zhao Zijing were both shrouded in mystery. Even the esteemed Su Luzhu was someone he had never heard of before. When had such figures emerged in the martial world? Chapter 30. Are they capable of interfering? At that moment, Gong Ziyu had already risen. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, leaving Li Xiao with an enigmatic silhouette clad in white. Witnessing such a figure only heightened Li Xiao's anxiety. Gong Ziyu seemed like a formidable hero of the martial world, shrouded in shadows. Li Xiao pondered silently. Subsequently, he wished to invite Gong Ziyu for dinner. Yet Gong Ziyu departed without hesitation. Suddenly, the elegant chamber was left with only Li Xiao. He remained deep in thought and summoned Xiao Bing. "Sir, how may I serve you?" Xiao Bing inquired respectfully. "Investigate. Investigate the origins of the Jinfeng Shiyu building," Li Xiao commanded. Even if he were to act as a dog, he needed to ascertain whether the Jinfeng Shiyu building possessed such capabilities. Thus, he resolved to uncover the truth behind the Jinfeng Shiyu building before making any decisions. Xiao Bing nodded and departed to fulfill the task. In the eastern direction of Stone Town, the residence once belonging to the Zhuyi gang had now changed hands. The plaque of the Zhuyi gang had been replaced with that of the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Inside the hall, Su Yin was in exceptionally high spirits. Previously, Zhao Zijing had arranged for personnel to disseminate the news that the Jinfeng Shiyu building had swept through the three major martial factions throughout Stone Town. This announcement had caused their reputation to soar. As of now, their standing had reached over 800 points and continued to rise, still fermenting further. 1,000 points is within reach, Su Yin murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with anticipation. At present, he possessed several hundred taels of silver. He only needed the reputation to match. He must summon the green card post-haste. While the white card possesses its merits, the prowess of the green card is undeniably superior. Nevertheless, this does not imply that the white card lacks strength. Take, for instance, the trio of Gong Ziyu, Lin Pingzhi, and Zhao Zijing. Their abilities have certainly evolved since their initial encounters. Given sufficient time, their powers could effortlessly surpass those of the green card. However, such progress demands patience. What if, perchance, the deputy master were to eliminate Li Xiao? What would become of the situation then? Zhao Zijing, positioned beside Su Yin, wore a countenance fraught with concern. In his eyes, Gong Ziyu's actions were brazen and arrogant, posing a genuine risk of harming Li Xiao. Should that come to pass, how would they contend with the repercussions from the Jinwu division? With a contemplative expression, Su Yin slowly articulated, if the Jinwu division were to lay blame, it would compel Gong Ziyu to pay for his actions with his life. At that juncture, you would assume the role of deputy master. What do you think of that? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zijing felt a surge of elation, almost instinctively responding with an enthusiastic, "Good." Yet, as the words escaped his lips, he realized the gravity of his folly. Su Yan's face darkened, and he spoke in a grave tone. "Do not be so narrow-minded, nor let fear govern your actions. I find myself quite disappointed in you, Zhao Zijing. You remain as you ever were, a petty man, small-minded and cowardly." Instantly, Zhao Zijing's complexion paled, and he hurriedly expressed, "I understand my error. I must adopt a broader perspective. This is merely a trivial disturbance at the Wancher town." Su Yan's tone was languid as he replied, "You grasp the lesson." Zhao Zijing, with an expression of reverence, assumed a deferential demeanor. At that moment, Su Yan's gaze fell appreciatively upon Lin Pingzhi, standing to his right. The strikingly handsome Lin Pingzhi harbored no such trivial thoughts, only vengeance consumed his heart. He would undoubtedly serve as a cold, merciless blade in Su Yan's grasp. Not long after, Gong Ziyu returned. Upon his arrival, he succinctly relayed his conversation with Li Xiao. "Excellent." A satisfied expression graced Su Yan's features. It was unexpected that Gong Ziyu had returned from his excursion with a valuable ally. "Deputy Master, have you truly managed to subdue Li Xiao?" Zhao Zijing questioned incredulously. "Where there is greed, there lies an opportunity for the Jinfeng Shiyu Lu," Gong Ziyu retorted. Of course, he would likely send others to investigate the origins of Jinfeng Shiyu Lu. Yet, how could he uncover the depths of their secrets? Gong Ziyu assumed an air of arrogance, as the only aspect that slightly piqued his interest was the martial artists listed on the tumultuous golden rankings. Su Yin chuckled quietly. If Li Xiao were to dispatch someone to probe into Jinfeng Shiyu Lu, it would ultimately amount to nothing. Subsequently, Su Yin, under the guidance of Gong Ziyu and others, engaged in martial training before retiring to the master bedroom, succumbing to a profound slumber. Just before drifting off, he could faintly perceive the sound of swords slicing through the night sky. Both Gong Ziyu, Zhao Zijing, and Lin Pingzhi were immersed in their practice, each striving to swiftly regain their strength. Though they are newcomers, they comprehend the extraordinary nature of this world and aspire to contend for a place on the tumultuous rankings. In an inn, on the second floor, in a room marked with the character for heaven, the light of candles illuminates the space as if it were day. Within, a woman clad in white, her skin as pale as snow, her waist slender like a delicate willow, and her hair as dark as ink, sits cross-legged in meditation. Despite her ordinary appearance, her black eyes resemble deep pools of mystery. Before her stands a graceful figure in a red dress, pacing the room. This is Xiao Rao Rao. Unable to contain herself, she speaks up. Master, are you truly unaware of the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu? In Xiao Rao Rao's eyes, her master, Feng Fei Huang, belongs to a class of individuals well-versed in the world. I have indeed never heard of it. It is merely a small force, not worthy of concern. Feng Fei Huang replies with a demeanor of indifference, completely dismissing the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu. Xiao Rao Rao tilts her head in confusion. However, today I encountered young Master Yu from the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu. I am uncertain of his strength, but the aura he exudes is not at all inferior to yours. It is as if he were once a renowned overlord of the martial world. How could such a figure be obscure in the realm? Upon hearing this, Feng Fei Huang shakes her head, wholly skeptical of Xiao Rao Rao's words. In my years traversing the martial world, I have encountered numerous factions, both large and small. I have never heard of the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu or young Master Yu. Suddenly, a sharp glint appears in Feng Fei Huang's cold eyes. I instructed you to investigate the ancient martial relics. Do not involve yourself in other matters. Xiao Rao Rao lowers her head, momentarily silenced. Suddenly, an idea strikes her like a flash of inspiration, and she quickly states, Master, you mentioned that the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu has suddenly emerged in the shattered stone town, sweeping away the three major factions of the martial world there. Could it be that the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu is also after the ancient martial relics? How could they dare to covet such treasures? Feng Fei Huang scoffs, her indifferent gaze gradually becoming as calm as a tranquil pool. Xiao Rao Rao falls silent, realizing her master's reasoning is sound. The world is rife with factions. If this Jin Feng Shiyu Lu, emerging from some obscure corner, dares to meddle with the ancient martial relics, they would undoubtedly meet a disastrous end. Chapter 31. The green card. The following day, as dawn broke, Su Yin, who had been sleeping in the master bedroom, had already awakened. Soon, two comely maidservants attended to him. One maidservant presented Su Yin with a small cup of warm tea for rinsing his mouth, while the other dampened a cloth in a basin of water and carefully wiped his cheeks. The sensation of being served by others enveloped Su Yin in a state of bliss. In no time, the two maidservants assisted him in changing into an elegantly crafted brocade robe. Once these tasks were completed, Su Yin waved his hand, signaling for the maidservants to depart. In the blink of an eye, he was left alone in the chamber, a tingle of excitement coursing through him. For after a single night, his reputation had soared to over 1,300 and continued to rise. At last, he was poised to summon the coveted green card. Without delay, Su Yin made his way to the hall and instructed Zhao Zhijing to retrieve 100 taels of silver from the accounts. Zhao Zhijing complied without hesitation. In a short while, he returned with a finely crafted wooden box containing 10 ingots of silver, each weighing 10 taels, amounting to a total of 100 taels. With only Zhao Zhijing present in the hall and no outsiders around, Su Yin began the process of drawing the green card. In an instant, the 100 taels of silver vanished into thin air. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Zhijing was not overly astonished. In his eyes, the master was enigmatic and possessed extraordinary abilities. Without the master, how could he have been granted a second chance at life, transcending from another realm to this unique world? Before Su Yin's gaze, the green cards shimmered incessantly. Each card bore a human silhouette, yet the specific features and appearances remained obscured. Su Yin silently prayed to draw a card of exceptional prowess. He recalled the white card he had previously drawn. Although they were all white cards, the levels of strength varied significantly. In the blink of an eye, the green card came to a standstill. He drew a green card, upon which was depicted an elderly man with a fearsome visage, his white beard cascading down to his chest. Upon gazing at the countenance of this unsightly elder, Su Yin raised an eyebrow. He was unfamiliar with the other party, truly overwhelmed by the multitude of martial arts characters. In the realm of reality, he scarcely paid attention to the various characters he played, whether they were white cards or green cards. It was only when 3 lines of text materialized before his eyes that Su Yin displayed an expression of sudden enlightenment. To his astonishment, he had drawn the green card of Hong Antong. Hong Antong, the leader of the Dragon God sect, was an ambitious figure, fond of hearing flattery from his disciples. Alas, in the end, he was betrayed by his followers, and his wife bore the child of another man. Subsequently, he was brutally slain by the joint efforts of other Dragon God sect disciples on the tragic shores of Dragon Island. Would you like to summon the green card Hong Antong? Another line of text emerged. Without hesitation, Su Yin chose to summon him. In an instant, an elderly man donned in a crimson robe, with flowing white hair and a fierce visage, appeared before Su Yin, exuding an extraordinary presence. Your subordinate pays respects to the master. May the master enjoy eternal blessings and longevity that rivals the heavens. Upon hearing Hong Antong's words, Su Yin's lips twitched involuntarily. Even in this new world, the man, having been resurrected, still harbored a relentless desire for immortality. No need for excessive formalities, Su Yin replied with a warm demeanor. Beside him, Zhao Zhijing felt an inexplicable pressure enveloping him. The master had summoned yet another martial arts expert. And this one's prowess was likely far superior to his own. With a cold and resolute expression, Su Yin slowly spoke. Hong Antong, I entrust you with a task. There lies a mountain nearby, known as Chaos Stone Mountain, upon which stands a temple called Jinshan Temple. Subdue Jinshan Temple. If you cannot, then eradicate it. Although there are martial artists within Jinshan Temple, their strength pales in comparison to yours. Su Yin held unwavering confidence in Hong Antong. Clearly, each martial arts character he summoned was capable of transcending boundaries. I shall not disappoint the master, Hong Antong replied, his voice aged yet powerful. Hearing this, Su Yin's expression shifted to one of satisfaction. Zhao Zhijing hurriedly interjected, Master, I wish to accompany Elder Hong to confront Jinshan Temple. He indeed harbored aspirations for distinction. Only through such achievements could he elevate his significance in the eyes of the master of the building. Otherwise, devoid of any merit, he would merely be an inconsequential figure. Agreed. Su Yin nodded in assent. Hong Antong and Zhao Zhijing were more than capable of toppling the Jinshan Temple. Shortly thereafter, the two set their plans into motion. Meanwhile, Su Yin diligently practiced martial arts within the confines of the courtyard controlled by the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain building. Lin Pingji was engaged in mastering the evil repelling sword technique. Young Master Yu was occupied with various affairs, fulfilling his duties as an assistant master with utmost diligence. In the northern direction of Chaos Stone Town, within the offices of the town marshal office, Li Xiao paced restlessly in the hall, his demeanor reflecting a profound sense of fatigue. Throughout the night, he had been unable to find rest. The town marshal office maintained extensive records of various Jianghu factions, both large and small. However, to his astonishment, his investigations revealed that the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain building was not documented within their records. This indicated that it was an emergent force. Yet, how did the members of this nascent faction, young Master Yu, Zhao Zhijing, and the recently unearthed Lin Pingji, come to be gathered? He found himself perplexed and unable to comprehend the situation. The Jin Feng Shiyu Lu resembled an enigma, just as Li Xiao furrowed his brow in distress. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Without so much as a preamble, a figure barged in, none other than Xiao Bing. Li Xiao wore a grim expression and spoke with a tone laced with discontent. What a rush! What a lack of decorum! My lord, I have urgent matters to report. Xiao Bing replied, his demeanor fraught with anxiety. What is it? Li Xiao pressed. Just moments ago, officers on patrol spotted two individuals emerging from the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu. One was Zhao Zhijing, clad in a Taoist robe, and the other was a venerable old man in a crimson robe, his hair as white as snow. Li Xiao was bewildered. Who was the old man in the red robe? Uncertain, Xiao Bing shook his head. Li Xiao's brow furrowed deeper. Send someone to observe their intentions. I must keep a vigilant eye on every move of the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu to prevent matters from spiraling beyond my control. Xiao Bing nodded in acquiescence before swiftly departing. After a short incense stick's burn, Xiao Bing returned to report, My lord, Zhao Zhijing and the old man in the crimson robe have departed from Wanshi town. Li Xiao commanded, continue the investigation. Another incense stick's burn later. Xiao Bing returned once more, My lord, the two have headed towards Wanshi Mountain. Chapter 32, Jinshan Temple. Upon hearing this brief statement, Li Xiao was momentarily taken aback, and an incredulous suspicion arose within him. Could they be heading to Jinshan Temple? The Jinshan Temple lies behind the Wanshi gang. Since they have obliterated the Wanshi gang, the Jinshan Temple would undoubtedly not allow the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu to escape unscathed. Li Xiao's expression transformed into one of sudden realization. He also surmised the intentions of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. The objective was evidently to have Zhao Zhijing confront the old man in the red robe against the Jinshan Temple. Hiss. Xiao Bing involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. The Jinshan Temple housed numerous blood refinement realm warriors, along with Xian body warriors. To think that merely two individuals could contend with the Jinshan Temple was undoubtedly a folly akin to a dreamer's delusion. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. One wonders if they are simply reckless or genuinely formidable. which truly piques one's curiosity. Li Xiao displayed an expression of keen interest. He would be quite pleased to witness a confrontation between the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower and the Jinshan Temple. Should the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower suffer defeat, the monks of Jinshan Temple would likely emerge in full force, resulting in a significant depletion of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower's strength. Conversely, if the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower were victorious, it would be imperative for him to cultivate a favorable relationship with them. Even serving as a dog would not be out of the question. The Wancher Mountain was rugged, with winding paths and overgrown weeds. Yet, a narrow path led to the Jinshan Temple. At that time, one must not become a burden to me. Hong Antong's aged eyes narrowed slightly, casting a cold, scrutinizing gaze upon Zhao Zhijing. Senior Hong, I assure you, I shall never become a burden to you, Zhao Zhijing replied, his face adorned with a fawning smile. Though he felt a sense of frustration within. Who is he? A third-generation disciple of the Chuanjian sect. Among the third-generation disciples, he possesses the most formidable martial skills. Yet, the elderly man beside him displays an unmistakable air of disdain, which is truly disheartening. Along their journey, the two encountered numerous pilgrims visiting the temple to pay their respects. These pilgrims were modestly attired women. At last, they arrived at Jinchuan Temple. Upon closer inspection, they beheld a temple adorned with red walls and green tiles. Inside, the air was thick with incense, exuding a sacred and solemn atmosphere. A steady stream of pilgrims flowed in and out. The entire temple comprised several courtyards, each housing grand halls and serene meditation rooms where monks sat cross-legged in deep meditation, resembling venerable sages in tranquil contemplation. In the monks' quarters, some were diligently sweeping and tidying up their robes. In summary, the monks were bustling with activity, each fulfilling their duties, with scarcely a hint of idleness among them. Outside Jinchuan Temple, Hong Antong gathered his inner strength, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell. Bald monks, come forth. His voice, akin to rolling thunder, immediately stirred the monks within the temple. In an instant, 7 robust monks emerged, wielding long staffs, clad in deep blue robes and sporting shaven heads. They bore varying numbers of ritual scars upon their scalps. Who are you? To cause a disturbance in my Jinchuan Temple, you possess quite the audacity. You are truly courting death. The monks rolled up their sleeves, their gazes fixed on Hong Antong and Zhao Zhijing with predatory intensity. They were not in a hurry to take action, but rather wished to first ascertain the identity of the other party. Should they prove to be mere troublemaking commoners, they would simply be handed over to the authorities for appropriate handling. However, if they were affiliated with some nefarious underworld faction, they should not blame them for their ruthlessness. This scene captivated numerous pilgrims, who paused to observe with keen interest, for such an event was unprecedented in their experience. The Golden Cicada Temple held considerable sway in this vicinity, and no underworld faction dared to cause a disturbance there. With a stern expression, Hong Antong spoke directly. We hail from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. He harbored no intention of engaging in combat. The formidable monks before him were of no concern to him whatsoever. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion? The monks displayed expressions of astonishment, for they had never encountered such a force before. However, a few monks had heard whispers about the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion from other pilgrims today. Before the monks could ponder further, Zhao Zhijing had already made the first move. He wielded a sword alone. And with the combination of the Chuanjian sword technique and his Chuanjian inner skill, his power surged tremendously. Whoosh! He executed a sword strike, a masterful display of exquisite variation. The sword technique he executed was named Spring's Fading Sentiment. This maneuver was exquisite and intricate, akin to the autumn breeze sweeping through, with sparse rain and gusty winds. With but a single stroke, he vanquished the 7 monks of the Golden Cicada Temple. These monks possessed strength at the marrow refining level. Witnessing this scene, Hong Antong's cold, piercing gaze flickered with a hint of astonishment. Zhao Zhijing's swordsmanship elicited a slight surprise from him. He found that this Taoist priest with the prominent nose indeed possessed some skill. The 7 monks of the Golden Cicada Temple, looking disheveled, struggled to rise from the ground, each bearing varying degrees of injury. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed forth. Emerging from the temple with great strides was a man of robust stature. Broad-shouldered and with a square face, his countenance benevolent, a bald man nearing 30. Greetings, second senior brother. The monks of the Golden Cicada Temple quickly displayed their respect, and admiration gleamed in their eyes. Their second senior brother, known by the monastic name Kongwan, was 29 years old and had reached the blood refinement stage, drawing near to the profound body realm. His mastery in martial arts far surpassed that of the others. Esteemed brothers, there is no need for excessive formalities. Kong Wen said with a serene smile, though his gaze towards Hong Antong and Zhao Zhijing was markedly frigid. You fools have come to Jinshan Temple to cause trouble. You are merely courting your own demise. Kong Wen's expression darkened. However, before he could finish his statement, he was interrupted. You bald monk. Do you possess the ability to bring about our deaths? Zhao Zhijing, wielding a long sword, wore a grim expression, his eyes sharp and fierce. He felt an urgent need for his blade to taste blood. Otherwise, he could hardly tolerate the antics of insignificant fools prancing before him. In the next instant, before Kong Wen could make a move, Zhao Zhijing had already taken the initiative to strike. He unleashed the technique known as Suyue and Hui from the Chuanjian swordsmanship. With the sword's aura swirling like a galaxy in motion, illuminated by the moonlight that glimmered like frost, exhibiting boundless transformations. This strike was unstoppable, piercing directly into Kong Wen's chest. In an instant, Zhao Zhijing's sword was stained with blood, and Kong Wen's robe became drenched in the crimson that gushed forth, his countenance turning increasingly pale. The onlooking monks of Jinshansi were left aghast, their expressions reflecting a profound anguish. Second senior brother. Their faces were etched with concern as they hurriedly approached to assist their second elder brother, Kong Wen, while also examining his injuries. The only solace they found was that Kong Wen had merely sustained grave wounds, which allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. However, it soon dawned on them that the visitors harbored ill intentions. This matter seemed unlikely to resolve amicably. Chapter 33. The Hero's Three Strikes. Is it only you wretched miscreants from the Golden Cicada Temple? Where has your abbot gone? Zhao Zhijing, brandishing his longsword with droplets of blood cascading to the ground, displayed an expression of utter bewilderment. He and Hong Antong have been causing a commotion for quite some time. Yet, the abbot has chosen to retreat like a timid turtle. Although clad in a crimson robe, Hong Antong remained silent, his wrinkled and unsightly visage betraying an unmistakable expression of impatience. With a haggard countenance, Kong Wen steeled himself and declared, "You must not act so arrogantly. Our master is currently in seclusion, cultivating his practice." Seclusion for cultivation? Both Zhao Zhijing and Hong Antong were momentarily taken aback. In an instant, Hong Antong's internal energy surged violently, his voice resonating like thunder that cleaved through the night, echoing throughout the entirety of Jinshansi Temple. Bald donkey. If you do not emerge at once, I shall raze Jinshansi Temple to the ground and unleash a massacre within its walls. As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Master Su Yin had proclaimed that if it were possible to subdue Jinshansi Temple, it would be most advantageous. However, should such subjugation prove unattainable, then the temple must be obliterated. In that moment, Hong Antong radiated an aura of lethal intent, his ferocity palpable. The throngs of worshippers scattered in disarray, their minds no longer focused on prayer, as they fled in fear of becoming collateral damage. The monks, too, revealed their trepidation, their hearts quaking in alarm. They all sensed the unrestrained aura of lethal intent emanating from the elderly figure in the crimson robe before them. If the abbot of the Golden Cicada Temple did not make his appearance soon, their lives hang by a thread, fleeting as the blink of an eye. A gentle, aged voice resonated in the ears of those present. Amitabha, esteemed benefactor, your heart is burdened with malice. I implore you to lay down your weapon and embrace the path to enlightenment. From within the Jinshan Temple emerged two figures. One, in his 60s, bore a benevolent countenance. Wielding a Zen staff, adorned with a necklace of prayer beads, clad in a soft yellow robe, and draped in a vibrant red kasaya. He is the abbot of Jinshansi Temple, known as Shanfa. Beside Shanfa stands a bald monk, robust and dignified, in his 30s, whose features are well-defined and whose gait is steady. He is the elder disciple of Jinshansi, Kong Dao. Upon seeing the master and the elder brother, the assembled monks regarded their arrival as a beacon of hope, promptly bowing in reverence and silently exhaling a sigh of relief. With the master present, all seemed secure. Given the master's prowess, these unwelcome guests would undoubtedly gain nothing of value. You bald monk, do you possess the ability to make me lay down my weapon? I am a seeker of eternal life. The expression on Hong Antong's face was one of arrogance and disdain. Zhao Zhijing felt a twinge of discomfort. He suspected that this elder Hong was not in his right mind, still yearning for immortality. Benefactor, do not remain deluded. The abbot, Shan Fa, maintained a benevolent demeanor. Bald monk, I offer you a choice. Join the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower and heed its command, or face annihilation at its hands. Hong Antong issued a final ultimatum to the abbot of Jinshansi. Whether Jinshansi would join the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower depended on the latter's capability. Shan Fa's countenance remained calm, aware that a confrontation was inevitable. Fight. Hong Antong's eyes glinted with ferocity as he darted towards Shan Fa like a fierce tiger, launching himself at him. Shan Fa, wielding his staff, prepared to counter the assault from Hong Antong. In an instant, the two engaged in combat. The 5-foot-long Zen staff in Shan Fa's hand swung with such force that it seemed to summon the winds, moving at a speed that dazzled the eye. Each sweep unleashed a surge of profound inner strength. Hong Antong, unarmed, relied solely on his bare hands to parry and counter the relentless strikes of the Zen staff. For a time, he held his ground without faltering. The exchanges were astonishingly swift. In mere moments, they had clashed dozens of times. The assembled monks watched in awe. Are they from the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower? The elder brother Kong Dao was taken aback. He was well aware of the master's capabilities. Yet the martial artist from the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower was able to match his master blow for blow, which truly astonished him. The second brother, Kong Wen, spoke up. According to the pilgrims, the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower recently swept away 3 rival factions in Shishir Town, including the Shishir gang we supported. As the monks marveled, Zhao Zhijing felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness for Hong Antong. Otherwise, he feared he would not stand a chance against the abbot of Jinchanxi, whose martial prowess had undoubtedly reached an extraordinary level. After several more exchanges, Zhao Zhijing was astonished to discover that Hong Antong's strikes occasionally landed on the abbot. Yet the latter remained completely unscathed, as if enveloped in a protective aura. Benefactor, you are indeed formidable, but I have entered the realm of Xiangang. My body is shielded by protective energy. You cannot harm me. The benevolent figure appeared amiable, yet internally, he was taken aback. The elderly man in the crimson robe possessed an extraordinary wealth of combat experience, as if he had endured countless battles, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands. However, he distinctly recalled that there was no such individual in the vicinity of the Rocky Mountain. Bald One, you indeed possess some skill. Yet I was merely stretching my limbs moments ago. My true prowess has yet to be unveiled, proclaimed Hong Antong, his hair disheveled and his demeanor haughty. His words did not seem to be fabricated, prompting the perceptive Shanful to squint slightly and inquire, might I ask your esteemed name? I am Hong Antong of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion, he replied, stating his name directly. This revelation left Shanful in a state of perplexity, for he had not heard of Hong Antong before. A martial artist of such caliber should not be so obscure. Zhao Zhijing furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that this bald monk was indeed a practitioner of the Xiangang martial arts. In the next moment, Hong Antong made his move. This time, he did not hesitate. He immediately unleashed the martial techniques he had mastered, specifically the Lu Dai pulling willow from the heroic 3 moves. In an instant, he seemed to possess boundless strength, and with a powerful strike of his hands, he delivered another blow to Shan Fa, which was utterly impossible for him to withstand. In that instant, Shan Fa's body was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. With a sickening sound, he coughed up blood from his mouth and nose, bearing internal injuries, his expression reflecting sheer disbelief. He was defeated, just like that, effortlessly. Yet, he had just engaged in a back-and-forth with his opponent moments ago. In an instant, a realization dawned upon the compassionate heart within him. He misjudged the situation. Hong Antong is not a practitioner of the Xian Ti, but rather a master of the Xiangang. Master. The monks hurriedly stepped forward to assist the frail Shan Fa. How dull. Hong Antong's face was filled with displeasure. Indeed, this bald monk's strength was not impressive. Beside him, Zhao Zhijing hastily extolled Hong Antong's virtues. Elder Hong, you truly possess formidable martial prowess. Upon hearing this, Hong Antong revealed a satisfied smile. Such flattery from Zhao Zhijing was quite pleasing. He then cast an uncertain, piercing gaze at the abbot of Jinchan Temple. Shan Fa, bald monk, make your decision. Under Hong Antong's scrutiny, Shan Fa felt as if he were prey being hunted. It seemed that should he refuse to join the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, Hong Antong would take his life on the spot. In haste, Shan Fa replied, the old monk and the monks of Jinchan Temple are willing to join the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. At this juncture, he had no alternative but to comply in order to survive. Indeed, you bald monk have made a most sagacious choice. Hong Antong felt quite elated. Soon, he instructed Shan Fa to accompany him to Wanchur Town to meet the master of the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. Shan Fa felt conflicted. Yet faced with Hong Antong's malevolent gaze, he found himself unable to utter any words of refusal. Ultimately, the trio departed from Wanchur Mountain, heading towards Wanchur Town. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at their destination. Upon meeting Master Shan Fa, the townsfolk greeted him warmly. Amidst, esteemed patrons, this old monk extends his greetings. As the abbot of Jinshan Temple, his mere presence in Wanshur town prompted numerous locals to approach him. This clearly indicated Shan Fa's considerable influence in the town. Simultaneously, within the town's martial office, Li Xiao received an urgent report from Xiao Bing. "My lord, our scouts have returned at full gallop. They encountered the red-robed elder, who is Hong Antong of the Jin Feng Shiyu Tower. He has defeated Master Shan Fa of Jinshan Temple, and Shan Fa is willing to join the Jin Feng Shiyu Tower." Upon delivering this news, Xiao Bing's expression was one of incredulity. The expansion of the Jin Feng Shiyu Tower is astonishingly rapid. In such a short time, they have not only swept through the three major forces of Wanshur town, but also incorporated Jinshan Temple into their ranks. Hong Antong was able to defeat Shan Fa. Shan Fa is a master of the Xian gang. Is there any insight into Hong Antong's background? For him to conquer Shan Fa, he cannot possibly be unknown. Li Xiao furrowed his brow. The Jin Feng Shiyu Tower consistently defied his expectations. Xiao Bing awkwardly replied, "My lord, inquiries into Hong Antong's origins are currently underway. Soon." Li Xiao received the news of Shan Fa's arrival in Chaos Stone Town. This left Li Xiao with a tumultuous array of emotions. He truly despises the notion of being subservient to others. Yet, the formidable strength and profound essence exhibited by the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion have become increasingly extraordinary and enigmatic. It is imperative to present gifts, and one must prepare generous offerings indeed. Li Xiao murmured to himself. He has come to a clear understanding of reality. He merely held a minor position within the local martial arts hierarchy, yet the allure of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion was undeniable. He recognized that engaging with such an esteemed establishment was beyond his capacity, leaving him no choice but to cultivate amicable relations. Furthermore, he was convinced of the pavilion's remarkable potential. Having boarded the vessel of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, one could not dismiss the possibility that he might ascend to the rank of chief flag-bearer or even captain 100 men in the future. To the east of Chaos Stone Town lay the stronghold of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Seated in the principal position was Su Yan, who had encountered the abbot of the Golden Cicada Temple, Sha Fan. The venerable monk expressed a willingness for the Golden Cicada Temple to join forces with the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Sha Fan, with a benevolent demeanor, was taken aback upon meeting Su Yin due to his youthful appearance. The youth's apparent lack of formidable strength raised questions about how he had managed to gather such a formidable assembly of warriors. This could only lead to two conclusions. Either Su Yin possessed an unfathomable background of noble descent, or he was merely a puppet, with the true leader of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion concealed behind the scenes. Regardless of the truth behind Su Yan's persona, Shan Fan maintained a facade of cordiality. The incorporation of a new force brought satisfaction to Su Yan, who then eagerly expressed, "All assets of the Golden Cicada Temple must be submitted post-haste. Whether silver or land deeds, all shall belong to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion." Upon hearing this proclamation, Shan Fan's expression nearly faltered. He was acutely aware that joining the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion meant a substantial sacrifice for the Golden Cicada Temple. Yet, the audacity of Su Yan's demand was staggering, as he sought the entirety of their wealth without hesitation. In a tone devoid of emotion, Su Yan inquired, "Do you have any objections?" At this moment, the piercing gazes of Hong Antong, Zhao Zhijing, Gong Ziyu, and Lin Pingji were fixated upon Shan Fan. The monk, understanding the gravity of the situation, quickly shook his head. He was astute enough to discern the unspoken tension. Given the current circumstances, any dissent from him would be ill-advised. His life hangs by a thread. This is indeed the territory of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower. Even the formidable Hong Antong alone proves to be an insurmountable challenge, not to mention the others. Witnessing the cooperation of Shanfa brings immense satisfaction to Su Yan. Just at that moment, the enigmatic young master Yu, adorned in a bronze mask, coldly interjected, "I have heard from Zhou Jin, the leader of the chaotic stone gang, that the monks of your Golden Cicada Temple are known for their avarice and lust, indulging in meat and wine. Is there any truth to this?" Upon hearing these words, Su Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. He was aware of this matter. If Zhou Jin's words held any validity, then this congregation of monks from the Golden Cicada Temple might indeed be rather disreputable. With so many monks, it is inevitable that a few miscreants would emerge. Shanfa displayed a look of familial misfortune. However, young master Yu suddenly launched an unexpected attack. Boom. He unleashed a palm strike, imbued with a chilling aura. Originally, Shan Fa was already wounded, and this unexpected blow rendered him momentarily stunned. With a splatter of blood, he staggered several paces backward before regaining his composure. In that moment, his visage turned increasingly ashen. Sean Fa gritted his teeth in frustration, veins bulging on his forehead. Even the old monk is willing to ally with the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. What is your intention? He demanded. Master of the pavilion, I require an explanation. Although he could not fathom the actions of young Master Yu, Su Yin placed immense trust in him. Thus, he could not help but chuckle softly. An explanation? Do you believe you are worthy of one? This remark incensed Sean Fa, yet he dared not retaliate. Faced with the predatory gazes surrounding him, he felt as though he had entered a den of dragons and tigers. You were lying just now. Therefore, is it wrong for me to strike you? Young Master Yu's tone was frigid. Sean Fa retorted, a monk does not speak falsehoods. Today, I took the time to learn that in the vicinity of Stone Mountain, numerous young women have gone missing over the past decade. The authorities have conducted countless investigations, but have found no leads. You became the abbot of Jinchuan Temple over a decade ago. Do you not think those disappearances might be linked to you? Young Master Yu spoke with deliberate calmness. The onlookers exchanged contemplative glances, pondering the implications of Sean Fa, the abbot of Jinchuan Temple, being a potential suspect. Of course, this was merely suspicion. They possessed no concrete evidence. But did they require evidence to act? Chapter 35. The four major acupoints. Su Yin also found Sean Fa highly suspect. Prompting him to declare sternly, Sean Fa confessed promptly to avoid the suffering of flesh and blood. I truly do not comprehend what you are speaking of, Sean Fa replied. Feigning innocence. Sever one of his arms, Su Yin commanded directly. Though his actions were undeniably cruel, they were not in a society governed by the rule of law. If the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion were to falter against Jinchuan Temple, he believes that the fate of this particular host will not be much better. As for Shanfa, the abbot of the Golden Cicada Temple, he has no intention of employing him again. If he wished to reinstate someone, why not summon a martial hero instead? In an instant, Shanfa became agitated. Yet, he found himself utterly incapable of resistance, for Hong Yantong had already struck decisively. With ruthless precision, Hong Yantong severed Shanfa's entire right arm. Losing an arm, Shanfa's face contorted in agony as he let out a wretched scream. Overwhelmed by the excruciating pain, he felt on the verge of fainting. Witnessing such a gruesome spectacle, Su Yin merely experienced a slight discomfort in his stomach. He is reluctant to squander excessive time on virtuous practices. Consequently, he spoke with an indifferent tone, confess or perish. His actions are likely to result in a tragic mistake. Yet, even in the face of such an error, he remains indifferent. Once one steps into the world of martial arts, one must bear the weight of life and death alone. It is indeed unfortunate that righteousness has ventured into this realm. At this moment, righteousness appears pallid, as his internal energy circulates continuously, gradually stabilizing the injury on his right shoulder. Simultaneously, he hastily proclaims, the old monk confesses, I shall reveal everything. He exhibited a facade of compliance, yet deep within, he harbored a profound animosity towards Su Yin, the master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Should an opportunity arise, he would undoubtedly seek to flay the other alive, rendering him unable to live or die in peace. However, he dared not reveal the hatred that simmered within him. At present, he felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. The women who had vanished were all imprisoned in the underground chamber of the Golden Cicada Temple. Within that dark sanctum, the elderly monk and his disciples employed the technique of harmonious union to absorb and replenish their energies, which enabled them to make remarkable advancements in their martial prowess. Otherwise, the monk would never ascend to the realm of Xin Gang in his lifetime. The monk lamented his own mediocrity in martial talent, resenting the fact that he had to resort to such nefarious methods. The onlookers reacted to the monk's words with varied expressions, some disdainful, others scornful, some indifferent, and a few apathetic. Su Yin, seated in the main position, furrowed his brow slightly. Your conduct, Shan Fan, is hardly that of a righteous man. And your harmonious union technique, those women you exploit are likely to suffer a fate worse than death. At this point, Su Yin had already concluded that this old monk was likely affiliated with the demonic sect. Indeed, as Su Yin had indicated, the women subjected to Shanfan's exploitation were left in a state that rendered them neither human nor ghost. Yet, did Shanfan care? Everything was merely a means to bolster his own power. The monk felt compelled by circumstance. Without strength, how could one stand in this world? The women, during their service, seemed to find enjoyment in their plight. Shanfan maintained a guise of benevolence. Su Yin remained silent, for in his eyes, the old monk was a figure that must be eradicated. Those like Shan Fan, who indiscriminately took innocent lives, deserved no mercy. It seemed Shan Fan sensed Su Yin's murderous intent. prompting him to hastily invoke his backing. I am supported by the Harmonious Union sect. While not overrun with formidable warriors, should you kill me, the sect would undoubtedly seek retribution against you. The sect leader has already transcended the realm of Xin Su and entered the human barrier. Shan Fan spoke slowly. His trepidation noticeably diminished. The Harmonious Union sect was his greatest ally. With this backing, he believed that Su Yin, the master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, was astute enough to discern what actions were prudent and which were not within this world as martial framework. Su Yin had never fully grasped the martial arts hierarchy, as his current strength was woefully inadequate, merely at the skin refinement stage. With an air of composure, Su Yin inquired, "The human barrier? What realm of martial arts does that encompass?" Upon hearing this, Shan Fan straightened his posture, and a radiant smile broke across his weathered face. Master Su, for a practitioner at the Xin Su level to advance further, one must unlock the body's acupoints. There are 4 major acupoints within the human body: the human barrier, the earth barrier, the heaven barrier, and the death barrier. The 4 pivotal points correspond to the 4 realms of martial arts. Master Su, do you now comprehend the capabilities of a martial artist at the human threshold? The confidence on the face of the benevolent lawman intensified. As he spoke eloquently about the intricacies of martial arts, Su Yin gained a deeper understanding of these realms. The eyes of young Master Yu and his companions narrowed slightly. They were unfamiliar with these 4 pivotal points, for in their previous world, such concepts did not exist. Yet, they were not particularly taken aback, as they had indeed entered a brand new realm. It appears that this leader of the Hehuan sect is truly formidable. Su Yin offered a candid assessment. Master Su, it is not that this humble monk seeks to embellish his stature, although your subordinates possess remarkable strength. They are still far from being a match for a martial artist at the human threshold. Therefore, I implore you to show me mercy. As the saying goes, leave a thread of connection in human interactions so that we may meet again in the future. The benevolent lawman's smile became even more radiant. Today, by all means, he must utilize his silver tongue to ensure his survival. Yet, a tinge of unease lingered within him. Those lesser powers, upon hearing the name of the Hehuan sect, would undoubtedly turn pale with fear. But why does this esteemed leader of the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower remain so unperturbed? Su Yin shook his head with a wry smile. Benevolent lawman, to release a tiger back to the mountain is to invite future troubles. Do you truly believe I would let you go? He pondered how, after so many years, this benevolent figure still exhibited such naivete, to the point of evoking both laughter and incredulity. At that moment, a sense of unease crept into the heart of the benevolent one. Master Su, he exclaimed, are you truly unafraid of the troubles that the Joyful Union sect might bring upon your Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion? The influence of the Joyful Union sect, when viewed across the entire Liang Dynasty, is but that of a third-rate power. Moreover, they are a sect of dark sorcery. Should you take the life of this old monk, calamity shall undoubtedly befall you. The benevolent one spoke in haste. His words are nothing but unvarnished truths. Yet, he remains quite perplexing. The master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion wears no semblance of fear upon his countenance. In fact, he even observes the disdainful expressions on the faces of Gongziyu and his companions. This is audacious to the point of recklessness. One cannot help but wonder whether his demeanor stems from some form of confidence or sheer ignorance. At that moment, Shanfa felt a twinge of confusion. Su Yin quipped, if I were to kill you, perhaps I would earn some merit for colluding with the demonic sect. He was about to instruct Hong Antong to take action when suddenly, Shanfa exclaimed in haste, Master Su, you cannot kill this old monk so easily. I possess vital clues regarding the ancient martial arts relics. Su Yan's interest was piqued. Oh, clues about the ancient martial arts relics? Pray, enlighten me. Shanfa quickly elaborated. There exists an ancient martial arts relic near the vicinity of Chaos Stone Town. Su Yan's eyes gleamed with intrigue. If Shanfa's claims were indeed true, acquiring this relic could yield immense benefits for the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. He soon regained his composure, though his gaze narrowed suspiciously. If such a relic exists, why would it come to me? Are you attempting to deceive me, Shanfa? Shanfa hastily replied. At such a critical juncture, how could this old monk dare to deceive Master Su? There truly is an ancient martial arts relic. Yet Su Yin remained skeptical. Then, where might this ancient martial arts relic be located? Shanfa, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, if I divulge this information, I fear I would cease to hold any value to you, Master Su. If you would only, before he could finish his sentence, Su Yan's impatience was evident. The old man had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. He signaled Gongziyu to act, commanding him to subject Shanfa to severe interrogation. Moments later, Gongziyu returned, dragging the severely injured Shanfa behind him. "Master Su, let's converse in a civil manner." Shanfa's voice grew faint as he was pulled away. Su Yin had anticipated that Gongzi Yu would require some time to extract useful information from Shanfa, but to his surprise, it took merely a few minutes. Gongzi Yu returned, dragging Shanfa, who now resembled a lifeless dog, his body emanating an aura of coldness, appearing dazed and his eyes devoid of spirit. Observing Shanfa in such a state, Su Yin could only imagine the torment Gongzi Yu had inflicted, which must have been exceedingly brutal. "Master, Shanfa is an attendant of the Hehuan sect. Over a decade ago, the sect leader uncovered clues suggesting the existence of an ancient martial arts relic near Chaos Stone Town, which led to Shanfa being dispatched to pinpoint its exact location. However, despite his efforts over the years, he has been unable to uncover any leads. Thus, the precise location of the ancient martial arts relics remained an enigma to him. Young Master Yu relayed the information he had gleaned from the monk Shanfan in meticulous detail. Upon hearing this, Su Yin's lips twitched slightly. It appeared that this old fellow was utterly ignorant of the exact whereabouts of the ancient martial arts relics, having spent over a decade in fruitless search. It seemed that only those destined could uncover such relics, and clearly, Shanfan was not among the fortunate. At that moment, a subordinate hurriedly approached. The subordinate spoke promptly, his voice resonating. "I report to you, Master Su, that Officer Li Xiao from the Town Marshal Department requests an audience." "Oh, Li Xiao? Please allow him to enter." Su Yin replied with a calm demeanor, his eyes betraying a hint of amusement. It was worth noting that just yesterday, Li Xiao had sent a messenger to invite him to a banquet, an invitation he had declined without a second thought. Now, however, Li Xiao had come in person to seek him out. It was likely that this had a significant connection to the recent incident at the Golden Cicada Temple. In the blink of an eye, a tall, dignified middle-aged man clad in a black robe appeared. "Greetings, Master Su. You truly are a remarkable young talent. A veritable hero of your generation," Li Xiao remarked, bowing slightly, admiration evident upon his countenance. His heart was filled with astonishment. Although he had long been aware of the youthfulness of Su Yin, the master of Su Lu, witnessing it firsthand today truly took him by surprise. For this youthfulness was indeed quite extraordinary. Moreover, the warriors surrounding Su Lu were all imbued with an extraordinary aura, each one seemingly capable of dominating their respective realms like formidable lords of the martial world. Yet, in an instant, Li Xiao's gaze sharpened. He encountered Shanfa, who was slumped on the ground like a lifeless dog. Shanfa, the abbot of Jinshan Temple, appeared utterly wretched in that moment. Wasn't the Jinfeng Shiyu building supposed to have subdued Jinshan Temple? Why had they suddenly turned against Shanfa? Li Xiao felt a profound confusion within. Li Xiaoqi had exaggerated. Su Yin chuckled silently, completely disregarding Li Xiao's words. Such talk of youthful heroes was mere flattery, best taken lightly. Subsequently, Li Xiao produced a small redwood box, no larger than a palm. "Master Su, a modest token of my esteem. I hope it conveys my respect." Li Xiao wore a beaming smile as he opened the box. At once, everyone could see that it contained 2 ginseng roots, adorned with fine horizontal stripes and numerous slender fibrous roots. As if fearing that Su Yin might not grasp the worth of these ginseng roots, Li Xiao added, "These 2 roots weigh a total of 6 taels and cost me 200 taels of silver. Should Master Su brew them into a soup, it will undoubtedly aid in your martial advancement." Having spoken, Li Xiao felt a pang in his heart. 200 taels of silver was no small sum. If he were to consume them, it would also benefit his own martial journey. Yet, he chose to invest in fostering a good relationship with the Jinfeng Shiyu building and with Master Su Yin. He truly seems to be risking it all. Regarding Li Xiao's words, Su Yin harbored no doubts. He recalled his previous visit to the apothecary with Hunter Wang and was well aware of the price of ginseng. A single tael could command over 30 taels of silver. Ginseng is known for its remarkable ability to replenish vital energy, nourish the blood, and so forth, making it immensely beneficial for martial artists, particularly at this stage, as he was in the skin refinement realm. Consuming these 2 roots of ginseng might very well enable him to ascend to the flesh refinement realm. "Li Xiaoqi, you are exceedingly gracious. Please, do take a seat." With a beaming smile, Su Yin extended an invitation for Li Xiao to sit down, and he accepted the redwood box without hesitation. Once Li Xiao was seated, his gaze fell curiously upon Shan Fa. "Su Luzhu, how has Shan Fa come to be in such a state?" To this, Su Yin did not conceal the truth. He succinctly recounted the circumstances surrounding Shan Fa. However, he refrained from mentioning anything about the ancient martial arts relics. "What? Shan Fa is actually a steward of the Hehuan sect." Upon hearing this, Li Xiao was taken aback. Quickly, He spoke again. This matter is of great significance. I implore you, Su Luzhu, to lend me your assistance and send someone with me to Jinchan Temple to eradicate the remnants of the demonic sect. His words, though seemingly straightforward, concealed a deeper intent. The greatest challenge for the Golden Cicada Temple lies in confronting the benevolent Dharma. Now that the benevolent Dharma has ensnared its prey, what do the other monks of the Golden Cicada Temple amount to? The only entity he truly fears is the Harmony sect. Should the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower lend their support, the downfall of the Golden Cicada Temple would ultimately rest upon their shoulders, while the accolades would accrue to him. In the event that the Harmony sect seeks retribution in the future, such vengeance would solely target the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. Su Yin was acutely aware of Li Xiao's intentions. There was no need for you, Li Xiaoqi, to intervene in eradicating the remnants of the demonic sect. Allow my Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower to take action instead. In doing so, my Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower would also establish a notable achievement. When the time comes, you must report this truthfully to the Jinwu Division. Su Yin began to speak slowly. He possesses his own considerations. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion requires prestige. More precisely, he needs an immense amount of prestige to summon martial arts characters. If the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion were to obliterate the demonic sect of the Golden Cicada Temple, the news would undoubtedly spread, and he could expect to gain considerable prestige. Additionally, this would serve as a notable achievement for the Town Martial Division, which would likely bestow certain benefits in return. Suddenly, Li Zhao's expression stiffened. According to Su Yan's assertion, he stood to gain nothing at all. Chapter 37. This temple is a den of demons, however. Even though Li Xiao harbored a multitude of grievances, he dared not voice them. At this juncture, he had come to a realization. It was imperative to cultivate a good relationship with the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. The pavilion is shrouded in mystery. He had yet to uncover the origins of figures such as young Master Yu and other martial artists. Thus, he turned to Su, the pavilion master, with a sycophantic smile. Before long, Li Xiao took his leave. His perceptive demeanor as a minor flag-bearer of the Town Martial Division greatly pleased Su Yan. The other party was astute, understanding what was appropriate and what was not. Subsequently, Su Yan organized young Master Yu, Lin Pingji, and Zhao Zhijing to eliminate the monks of the Golden Cicada Temple. No remnants of the demonic sect were to be spared. As for Hong Yantong, he remained behind to safeguard Su Yan's safety. In response to Su Yan's orders, young Master Yu and Lin Pingji silently nodded, while Zhao Zhijing, with a beaming expression, eagerly declared, I will not disappoint the pavilion master. At that moment, Zhao Zhijing felt particularly elated, for another opportunity to showcase his abilities had arisen. That afternoon, Zhao Zhijing selected dozens of robust men from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. These men had previously held various identities, some being members of the Righteous Alliance, others from the Rock Gang, and some from the Brotherhood Gang. However, the three major factions of the Rock Town had now been vanquished, and they were now merely ordinary enforcers of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Soon, young Master Yu, Zhao Zhijing, and Lin Pingji led dozens of ordinary enforcers from the pavilion to storm the Golden Cicada Temple. Within the sprawling Golden Cicada Temple, there were over 100 monks. A fierce battle erupted. Zhao Zhijing showcased his exceptional lightness skill, continuously demonstrating the exquisite and profound Qianjin swordplay throughout the temple. Die, die, die. His eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was fierce. Each monk was no match for him. Every one of them fell before his gaze. If pierced through the heart or impaled through the throat by a sword, there were even those who were directly skewered through the head. Blood gushed forth, and the scene was gruesome. Yet, this filled Zhao Zhijing with exhilaration. He relished the sensation of overpowering the weak. Weak, you are all far too weak. Zhao Zhijing was consumed by a bloodlust. Lin Pingji, on the other hand, continually wielded the evil repelling sword technique, dispatching one foe with each strike. Though he was blind, he could effortlessly perceive the surrounding sounds and the presence of his adversaries. Thud, thud. One monk's corpse after another fell heavily beside Lin Pingji. Demons. They're a horde of demons. Run. Flee from Jinchansi Temple. Master, where are you? Please come and save us. The monks, like startled birds, fled in a panic. Alas, the entire Jinchansi Temple resembled a prison from which they could not escape. Throughout the brutal conflict, Gongzi remained an indifferent observer, refraining from intervening. Given the current situation, his involvement was entirely unnecessary. The prowess of Lin Pingji and Zhao Zhijing alone sufficed. He mistakenly believed that Lin Pingji's blindness would lead to friendly fire. However, that was not the case. The swordsmanship displayed was remarkably diverse, ever-changing, and as swift as a flash of lightning. Witnessing Lin Pingji's prowess, The bronze-masked Prince Yu revealed a look of admiration in his eyes. Clearly, Lin Pingji's swordplay was a revelation to him. Yet, this technique bore its own shortcomings, being heavily reliant on the element of surprise and preemptive strikes. Should the adversary decipher the intricacies of his swordsmanship, Lin Pingji would undoubtedly face defeat. In less than 2 incense sticks worth of time, over 100 monks lay slain without exception, leaving no survivors. The only living souls present were the worshippers who had come to pay their respects. Upon witnessing such a brutal scene, the worshippers collapsed in terror, rendered utterly paralyzed with fear. They could not comprehend why, on a serene visit to Jinshan Temple to offer incense and pray, they found themselves amidst such a brutal conflict. Yet, upon reflecting that the rivalries among the factions of the underworld did not involve the common folk, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. At least, by remaining still and compliant, they could preserve their lives. However, many worshippers, confronted with the horrifying spectacle of blood and dismemberment, could not suppress their nausea and vomited, expelling even the bitter bile from their stomachs. Who were these individuals, and why did they target Jinshan Temple? What faction had the temple inadvertently provoked? Such violent clashes of the underworld were matters from which the ordinary citizens must remain detached. Today they may have obliterated Jinshan Temple, but tomorrow, another group could very well come for them. This is the nature of the underworld. A few worshippers began to whisper among themselves, one of whom was an elderly scholar named Huang Wen. He originally accompanied his elderly partner to the Jinshan Temple, seeking the Buddha's blessings for the safety and well-being of their family. However, the sight of such a gruesome and bloody scene filled him with indignation, causing him to grit his teeth in fury. A band of mercenaries, utterly despicable. Yet, despite his anger, he dared not recklessly involve himself in this conflict of the martial world. Do you believe that our Jinfeng Shiulu is aired? The gentleman clad in a bronze mask, Gongzi Yu, strolled leisurely before the ordinary citizens who were huddled on the ground in despair. True to his haughty nature, he would typically have disregarded such common folk entirely. However, upon the arrival of the master of the establishment, he had received specific instructions to promote Jinfeng Shiulu diligently. The moment presented itself as a favorable opportunity. Through the voices of the common folk, he could effectively propagate the noble deeds of the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower in eradicating the followers of the demonic sect. This promotion would undoubtedly garner immense prestige for the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. Not long ago, his subordinates reported the discovery of a hidden chamber beneath the Jinshan Temple. Within this chamber were imprisoned numerous women, scantily clad and deprived of dignity. This served as irrefutable evidence of the temple's malevolence. In the face of young Master Yu's assertions, not a single commoner dared to utter a word. The weight of his presence was simply too formidable. The abbot of Jinshan Temple, Sha Fan, was a high official of the Hehuan sect, and the temple itself was nothing short of a den of iniquity. The underground chamber of Jinshan Temple held many women, all of whom were used as tools in the monks' nefarious practices. Young Master Yu spoke eloquently, and upon hearing his words, the ordinary folk displayed expressions of incredulity. His declarations resonated like a thunderclap, leaving their minds reeling in disbelief. They could hardly believe the words of young Master Yu. Master Shanfa, with his kind and benevolent demeanor, how could he possibly be affiliated with the demonic sect? The Golden Cicada Temple has become a den of evil? Unbelievable. They were utterly incredulous. It was evident that the man with the bronze mask before them was indulging in unfounded accusations. With a nonchalant tone, young Master Yu remarked, "If you do not believe, then follow me. I shall take you to witness the underground chamber." With that, he took the lead and moved forward. The townsfolk exchanged glances, hesitant to follow young Master Yu. Chapter 38. Prestige on the Rise. Suddenly, one of the townsfolk rose to his feet. He is none other than Huang Wen. Fury surged within Huang Wen as he contemplated the audacity of these martial practitioners, so foully disparaging the master of benevolence. His elderly companion, a woman with a mane of silver hair, a face etched with wrinkles, and a stooped posture, observed Huang Wen as he took a step forward and hurriedly grasped the sleeve of his garment. "Old man, you are being foolish. We must not involve ourselves in such matters." Huang Wen promptly replied, "My dear wife, I merely wish to take a look. There is no cause for concern." Despite her words, the elderly woman still wore a deeply concerned expression. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of common folk began to follow young Master Yu, among whom was Huang Wen. They traversed several grand halls and passed a few monk quarters, ultimately halting their steps at a meditation room. Within the room, there were only a few cushions, devoid of any monk's presence. Yet, upon entering, one could discern a corner of the room leading to an underground secret chamber. At that moment, The entrance to the underground chamber had been opened, revealing a lengthy subterranean passage. Young Master Yu stepped in first, while Huang Wen and the other commoners hesitated, gripped by trepidation. However, they ultimately decided to follow suit. As they ventured into the passage, bronze candle holders adorned the walls on either side, each bearing a flickering flame. The candlelight illuminated the underground corridor brilliantly, allowing them to see that it was quite narrow, accommodating only 1 or 2 individuals at a time. As they walked, Huang Wen and the others felt a chill beneath their feet, for faintly they could hear the voices of women. The sounds were varied, sobs, laughter, and cries of despair, creating an exceedingly eerie atmosphere. After walking for a moment, they emerged from the underground passage and beheld the scene of the subterranean chamber. This sight was remarkable. They were all rendered speechless. Within this underground chamber lay a cage, imprisoning a group of women, entirely devoid of clothing. These women, with disheveled hair, exhibited a range of emotions. Some wept while others laughed maniacally, their bodies marred by countless injuries. Even more alarming, certain parts of their bodies had twisted and deformed. Upon witnessing their arrival, the women remained unresponsive, trapped in their own madness. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The townsfolk collectively gasped in horror. At this moment, they had come to believe the words spoken by young Master Yu. The Golden Cicada Temple was indeed a den of iniquity. Observing this scene, young Master Yu's gaze turned frigid, remaining unfazed. To him, these women could scarcely be considered human. They had long since succumbed to insanity. We must rescue them. But how shall we provide for them? What torment must they have endured to arrive at such a state? Look. In the corners of this underground chamber lie numerous decaying female corpses and countless skeletal remains. The townsfolk displayed a myriad of expressions, their hearts seething with vitriol towards the Golden Cicada Temple, which they deemed deeply sinful. Reflecting on the monks of the Golden Cicada Temple who had previously urged others towards virtue, they found it utterly despicable and shameless. That night, over 100 monks from the Golden Cicada Temple, including the abbot, Shan Fe, were utterly annihilated by the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Furthermore, the Golden Cicada Temple was indeed a lair of evil, harboring many women in its underground chamber, with several having already met their tragic demise. Shan Fe was also a steward of the Hahuan sect. This series of revelations sent shockwaves through every citizen of Wanshur town. The populace seethed with righteous indignation, wishing to see Shan Fe reduced to ashes. Simultaneously, they extolled the virtues of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Inns, tea houses, incense shops, and general stores buzzed with discussions about the pavilion. Su Yin could distinctly feel this rising acclaim. His reputation, initially dwindling to a mere 300 points due to summoning the green card Hong Antong, soared after the destruction of the Golden Cicada Temple. As the townsfolk applauded and spread the news, in less than a day, his reputation surged to over 1,300 points. Such a rapid increase in prestige lifted Su Yan's spirits immensely. However, he pondered that a lack of foresight could lead to imminent troubles. Wanshur town was still too small. With a sigh, he recognized that the growth of his reputation had begun to slow. The reason was simple, as he understood. The population of Wanshur town was barely 2,000 to 3,000. Including the surrounding villages, a rough estimate indicated a total of 4,000 to 5,000 people in the vicinity. This suggested that the rise in reputation would soon encounter a bottleneck. Should he head to the county town? Su Yin silently contemplated, directing her gaze towards the distinguished figure seated at the lower position, Gongziyu. Gongziyu, what do you believe should be our next course of action for the development of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion? Su Yin inquired, seeking his counsel. At that moment, only Gongziyu occupied the lower seat, while Lin Pingji remained engrossed in his practice of the evil repelling sword technique. Zhao Zhijing was busy tallying the assets of the Golden Cicada Temple, and Hong Antong was diligently cultivating his internal energy. Gongziyu, with a calm demeanor, articulated his thoughts. Esteemed leader, our Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion has established a foothold in Shattered Stone Town. However, we have also incurred the ire of the Harmony sect. At this juncture, we must bolster our strength and accumulate resources before making any further plans. In an instant, Su Yin grasped Gongziyu's intent to solidify the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion's dominance in Shattered Stone Town and to summon additional martial arts character cards. Only then could they secure a place in the county city. Have you, perchance, dispatched someone to the county city for reconnaissance? Su Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. Gongziyu candidly replied, Indeed, I have sent an envoy to the nearby Pingding County. Once we ascertain the circumstances there, we shall devise our strategy. His actions were clearly well-planned and deliberate. Su Yin displayed an expression of admiration and caution. If the ancient martial arts relics truly lie in the vicinity of Chaos Stone Town, we must not let this opportunity slip by. If such relics exist, we should strive to obtain them. Lord Yu replied, I shall personally seek them out. It all depends on fate. Shortly thereafter, Lord Yu departed, leaving Su Yin alone in the vast hall. Moments later, he had a wooden box prepared, which contained a total of 100 taels of silver. It was time to summon the green card. With no one around, Su Yin rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He eagerly anticipated the summoning of a young hero. If successful, the name of the Golden Wind Drizzle Tower might soon be etched into the annals of history, transforming it from obscurity to recognition, thereby garnering immense prestige. In the next instant, Su Yin drew from the box. The 100 taels of silver vanished in an instant. And he also lost 1,000 points of reputation. Before him, green cards flickered continuously. Ultimately, one green card stabilized, revealing an image of a middle-aged man around 40 years of age, clad in a white robe adorned with blue stripes. He possessed a sharp, monkey-like visage, his face shrouded in a pallid hue, devoid of any trace of vitality. At this moment, Su Yin found himself momentarily stunned. It was unexpectedly him. This individual boasted breathtakingly exceptional lightness of body. Chapter 39. Wei Yixio, one of the four protectors of the Ming sect, held the realm of Xinjiang. Before Su Yin appeared 3 lines of textual information. At this juncture, his spirit soared. Wei Yixio, indeed, possessed unparalleled agility, due to his penchant for blood consumption. He was also known as the King of the Azure Wing Bats. Wei Yixio was exceptionally suited for intelligence work, ensuring that his efforts in gathering information would yield remarkable results with minimal exertion. As these thoughts traversed his mind, an ordinary yet graceful figure materialized in Su Yan's consciousness. That person was Xiaoyu. Upon his initial arrival in Shattered Stone Town, he encountered the other party. The individual bestowed upon him 10 taels of silver, allowing him to summon his first martial arts character card. Just yesterday, Gong Ziyu had mentioned an encounter with a woman. Based on Gong Ziyu's description, the person he met was undoubtedly Xiaoyu. It is likely that Xiaoyu is a pseudonym. What could her true identity be? And why has she appeared in Shattered Stone Town? Su Yin was filled with confusion. Should he immediately summon Wei Yixio? Another line of information appeared. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yin proceeded to summon. In an instant, a middle-aged man with a sharp face, pale complexion, and clad in a white robe adorned with green stripes materialized before Su Yin like a specter. Your subordinate pays respects to the master, Wei Yixio stated, his tone respectful yet unyielding. Su Yin casually remarked, there is no need for excessive formalities. He then recounted the matter of the ancient martial arts relic in Xiaoyu. The objective was simple, to have Wei Yixio investigate in Shattered Stone Town and see if any discoveries could be made. If there were no findings, it would not be a concern. Your subordinate shall not disappoint you, master, Wei Yixio replied, his expression grave. He acted decisively, with the lightest touch of his toes. He executed a remarkable leap, vanishing completely from Su Yan's sight, leaving no trace behind. Shortly after Wei Yixio departed, Lin Pingji, Zhao Zhijing, Gong Ziyu, and Hong Yintong appeared in the hall like a clap of thunder. Upon seeing Su Yin unharmed, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, master, you are safe. Otherwise, we would bear an unbearable blame. Their faces were etched with guilt, reflecting a lingering fear. What has transpired? Su Yin inquired, bewildered. Gong Ziyu, his expression grave, quickly replied. Just now, we sensed someone leaving the hall, and that individual possessed exceptional lightness of foot, akin to a ghost in the night, elusive and unpredictable. We feared you had encountered danger, but thankfully, you remain unscathed. Upon hearing this, Su Yin shook his head with a smile. There is no need for alarm. We are all allies. That person is Wei Yixio. Upon hearing Su Yin's words, they realized that their master had summoned another formidable warrior. Wei Yixio, you say? They had never heard of him, yet they dared not underestimate Wei Yixio in their hearts. Indeed, it was Wei Yixio's lightness of foot that was as swift as lightning, leaving them breathless and awestruck. Subsequently, Zhao Zhijing began to report on the assets of the Golden Cicada Temple. Master, this Golden Cicada Temple was constructed with the collective contributions of the common people. If we were to seize it, we would likely incite widespread discontent among the populace. Nevertheless, we have unearthed a considerable amount of wealth within the temple. From the merit box alone, we accounted for over 100 taels of silver. And within the monks' quarters and the abbot's room, we discovered an additional 300 taels of silver. Furthermore, there are several ordinary martial arts manuals which, if sold, could fetch a substantial sum. However, the most significant find was the vast stockpile of medicinal herbs located in the temple's storeroom. These herbs are diverse and highly suitable for martial artists at the 6th stage of body tempering. Should I immerse myself in a medicinal bath, I would undoubtedly break through to the profound body stage. As he spoke these final words, Zhao Zijing's dark, glimmering eyes sparkled with excitement. For the value of those herbs likely exceeded 1,000 taels of silver. With his words hanging in the air, he fixed his eager gaze upon Su Yan. His intentions are self-evident. He eagerly hopes that Su Yan will bestow upon him the precious herbs. He was eager to make a breakthrough. While a methodical approach could lead to success, it would demand considerable time. However, by directly immersing himself in the medicinal bath, the duration of his breakthrough would undoubtedly be significantly reduced. A satisfied smile graced Su Yan's face. It seemed that the spoils from the destruction of the Golden Cicada Temple were indeed substantial. In total, the rewards were nearly equivalent to 2,000 taels of silver. Although over 1,000 taels consisted of medicinal herbs, these resources would not only benefit him but also the martial heroes he had summoned. Use the herbs freely and strive to achieve breakthroughs in the shortest possible time. Su Yan swiftly made a decision. He had to admit one thing. The martial prowess of these heroes surpassed his own as an outsider by a considerable margin. What they lacked were merely resources for cultivation. With sufficient resources, their strength would undoubtedly soar. Su Yan's decision prompted everyone to clasp their fists and bow in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master of the Tower." Currently, the funds available to Su Yan at the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Tower, after deducting daily expenses, amounted to nearly 1,000 taels. Su Yan then inquired, "Young Master Yu, what is the status of our establishments at the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Tower?" Young Master Yu, his tone as sharp as a blade, replied slowly, "Master, the shops of the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Tower are scattered throughout Shattered Stone Town. However, most of these establishments are operating under mediocre conditions, yielding little profit, with only a handful generating significant income." Upon hearing young Master Yu's words, Su Yan was not overly surprised. Shattered Stone Town was too insignificant. Merely an unremarkable small town within the Liang Dynasty. Let us all practice martial arts together, as long as we continue to grow stronger. We will acquire more territory instead of clinging to this small patch of land, Su Yan declared with a grave expression. If they did not strengthen themselves, even the shops in Shattered Stone Town would be hard-pressed to survive. In the blink of an eye, everyone unleashed their full potential, fervently training in martial arts. Su Yan, meanwhile, savored a bowl of ginseng soup, its hue a delicate yellow. The soup contained sliced ginseng and several medicinal herbs. With a loud gulp, Su Yan consumed the ginseng soup, chewing the ginseng as well. For a moment, his mouth was filled with a tangy bitterness. After finishing one bowl, the charming and lovely maid presented him with another. In total, he had 2 bowls of ginseng soup. Su Yan felt as though he was not drinking soup, but rather consuming silver, for these 2 bowls cost a staggering 200 taels. However, after finishing the ginseng soup, he could distinctly feel his vitality surging, invigorating him as if he were a dragon or a tiger, brimming with energy. He strode purposefully into the courtyard, seeking guidance from Hong Antong to refine his martial skills. After an enlightening session, Su Yan felt a remarkable enhancement in his abilities. At that moment, his skin flushed a deep crimson, radiating an intense heat, and beads of sweat the size of mung beans appeared on his forehead. The medicinal effects of the ginseng soup were manifesting astonishing results. After a brief period, Su Yan sensed a pervasive restlessness throughout his body. According to Hong Antong, this signified an imminent breakthrough. Chapter 40. The consumption of fresh blood. Congratulations, Master. A breakthrough is at hand. Hong Antong beamed with delight. Su Yan's expression betrayed a hint of embarrassment. He was merely on the verge of transcending to the body refinement stage, which hardly warranted such celebration. Simultaneously, he recognized the potent efficacy of the ginseng in this world. Soon, a considerable amount of impurities expelled from Su Yan's body, releasing a foul odor that permeated the air, utterly unbearable. Realizing he had indeed achieved a breakthrough, he recalled the words of Wang the Hunter. In the body refinement stage, one could exert a strength of 200 pounds, and the body could expel impurities. With an unpleasant stench lingering, Su Yan chose not to linger in the courtyard. Attended by a maidservant, he indulged in a refreshing bath. Afterward, he felt rejuvenated and invigorated. Upon returning to the courtyard, Su Yan encountered the already bathed young Master Yu, Lin Pingxi, and Zhao Zijing. From their conversation, he learned of their recent advancements in strength, as they had all transitioned from the blood refinement stage to the profound body stage. Excellent. Truly splendid. Su Yan's face radiated joy. Nevertheless, a flicker of regret passed through his eyes. Among the martial figures he had summoned, Lin Pingji was the youngest, yet at over 26 years of age. He could not ascend the potential dragon ranking. Originally, Lin Pingji should not have been so old. But the Lin Pingji he summoned had been imprisoned at the bottom of West Lake by Ling Hu Chong for several years. At that moment, snowflakes began to drift from the sky. One landed softly on Su Yan's face, yet he felt no chill. His robust vitality allowed him to withstand the biting winds. However, he realized that prolonged exposure outside would eventually leave him feeling cold. Su Yan murmured to himself, "I wonder how Wang the Hunter and his family are faring now?" The snowfall reminded him of his brief time in Qinghe village. Had it not been for Wang the Hunter and Xiao Qiao's timely rescue, he would have perished in the snow long ago. Today marked the 7th day of the 12th lunar month, the day following the minor cold. As minor cold surpasses major cold, the days would only grow colder. He murmured to himself, his gaze fixed upon Zhao Zhijing. "If you have any instructions, please feel free to speak." Zhao Zhijing stood tall, a smile gracing his face. With his enhanced abilities, his spirits were particularly high at this moment. Su Yan instructed, "Tomorrow, you shall proceed to Qinghe village to bring the Wang Hunter's family to settle in Wanchur town. Now that we have gained control over Wanchur town, it is only fitting that we repay the life-saving grace from that day. Never forget those who have aided you in times of need." "Understood." Zhao Zhijing nodded in acknowledgement of the command. Meanwhile, Wei Xiao, who had departed from the Jinfeng Shiyu building, was still wandering in the eastern region of Wanchur town. The owner had tasked him with uncovering clues regarding the ancient martial arts relics. Thus, he resolved to search every household. Although this method seemed clumsy, it might yield some clues. Yet, there was nothing to be found. Standing atop the roof of a modest dwelling, Wei Xiao shook his head in disappointment. After searching in vain, his brow began to furrow as he traversed the night. He caught a whiff of an exceedingly familiar scent. Though faint, he was unequivocally certain of its nature. It was the aroma of fresh blood. His sensitivity to blood was remarkable, for his veins were burdened with a chilling poison. Once this poison flared up, he found himself compelled to consume blood. With a swift motion, Wei Xiao, like a specter, pursued the direction from which the scent of blood wafted. The further he followed, the more pronounced the scent became. Before long, he paused momentarily upon the rooftop. Upon closer inspection, he had pinpointed the source of the blood, which emanated from a rather modest courtyard. Within the courtyard stood an unremarkable dwelling. Whoosh! He resembled a ghostly shadow, leaping several feet to infiltrate a humble dwelling, effortlessly ascending to the beams. Throughout the entire process, he moved with utter silence. Not a sound escaping his presence. Within this modest abode, in a simple bedroom, a chilling scene unfolded. A slender, sinister youth clad in black was gnawing at the lifeless form of an elderly man, his hair as white as snow and his garments tattered. The old man had long departed from this world, his body resembling a deflated balloon, rapidly withering away into a curled-up corpse. The young man's teeth and the corners of his lips were smeared with bright crimson blood, and even his gaze radiated a fierce malevolence. Hidden in the shadows, Wei Xiao witnessed this macabre spectacle, his expression one of astonishment and intrigue. He never anticipated encountering a kindred spirit, a bloodsucker. Yet, upon closer examination, it was evident that they did not share the same path. The other was likely practicing dark arts. Subsequently, the young man clad in black skillfully placed the corpse into a shallow brown burlap sack, then cautiously exited, departing from the chaotic town of Wanchur. Ultimately, he buried the lifeless body in a desolate wilderness. Throughout this entire process, Wei Xiao observed attentively, employing his unparalleled lightness skill akin to gliding over grass. He remained undetected by the young man in black. Given the other's swift and efficient method of operation, it was likely that he was a seasoned criminal. In the end, Wei Xiao continued his exploration in the eastern part of the town, yet he found no further revelations. Soon after, he made his way to the northern region of the town. Like a specter of the night, he discovered that others were also stealthily traversing the rooftops of various houses. Although he could not discern their exact features, the graceful silhouette he observed indicated that it was undoubtedly a woman. Thus, Wei Xiao stealthily followed the figure clad in dark attire. He observed a woman stealthily infiltrating the town's marshal office and hurriedly departed. At this moment, Xiao Raorao was consumed by a sense of agitation, having once again returned empty-handed. The day was still young, yet her restless spirit dissuaded her from further investigation. Instead, she glided toward a modest inn, frequently glancing over her shoulder. Strange, was it merely an illusion? She felt as though someone was tailing her. Yet it seemed there was no one there. Her agility was commendable among the younger generation, even surpassing that of many ordinary practitioners of the obscure arts. The notion of being followed was implausible in this small, chaotic town devoid of any formidable martial artists. With a swift motion, she quickened her pace, her figure darting like lightning. Moments later, she returned to the inn, where the candlelight illuminated her surroundings. In the grand room, adorned in a flowing black gown, Feng Fei Wang was engaged in her internal cultivation. However, upon catching sight of Xiao Raorao, her obsidian eyes radiated a chilling intensity. Confronted by Feng Fei Wang's frigid gaze, Xiao Raorao felt a shiver run down her spine, her fingers instinctively clutching the hem of her garment. Her body stiffened, and she timidly inquired, "Master, have I committed some transgression?" She harbored a profound fear of her mentor, despite not having erred in any regard. Yet, her master's temperament was as unpredictable as the wind, her eyes seemingly capable of inflicting harm. Feng Fei Wang's displeasure was evident as she reprimanded. "You failed to notice you were being followed?" Chapter 41. Who dares to threaten him? Upon hearing this, Xiao Raorao's lips parted in shock, her almond-shaped eyes widening in disbelief. What? She had indeed been followed? Yet she had meticulously confirmed that no one was behind her. Could it be that the adept dispatched by the town's martial office was tailing her? Was her presence, along with that of her master, compromised? In an instant, her lips pressed together, her expression fraught with anxiety and guilt. If her actions had inadvertently implicated her master, or even jeopardized the grand ambitions of the heavenly demon sect, the weight of her sin would be immense. Hastily, she spoke. "Master, what shall we do next?" "Leave this matter to me. You need not concern yourself," Feng Fei Wang replied, her gaze sharp and her tone indifferent. At that moment, Wei Yixiu was still several paces away from the inn. He had initially intended to employ his exceptional lightness skills to stealthily infiltrate an inn and uncover the origins of the woman clad in dark attire. However, just as this thought began to emerge in his mind, his entire body suddenly stiffened. In his pitch-black eyes, an expression of incredulity emerged. For a figure unexpectedly soared out from the inn, he appears to have been exposed, right then and there. He did not hesitate, and once again unleashed his lightness skill, dashing away like a wisp of smoke from the inn. However, just as he maneuvered through the streets and turned a corner, his steps came to an abrupt halt. Before him appeared a shadowy figure. Illuminated by the moonlight, Wei Yixiu discerned the visage of a young woman, tall and clad in a black dress, her gaze icy and her features unremarkable. Yet, the aura emanating from this woman was profoundly intimidating, as if she were a fearsome specter of death, unflinching in her lethal intent. In an instant, Wei Yixiu assessed the situation and realized the formidable strength of his adversary, undoubtedly surpassing his own capabilities. This time, he had truly encountered a formidable foe. How could such a martial arts expert exist in the town of Wancher? With a steely resolve, he inquired, "Senior, why do you block my path?" Were he to face a more typical opponent, he could still rely on his lightness skill to flee. Yet, before this exalted figure, his attempts would merely be a display of folly. The woman in black, Feng Fei Wang, spoke with a chilling indifference. "You have the audacity to follow my disciple." Before Wei Yixiu could offer a defense, his words were cut short. Feng Fei Wang did not even need to make a move. She simply unleashed her terrifying presence upon him. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming tide of malevolent energy crashing over him like a relentless wave, assailing his very limbs and core. With a sudden gasp, blood erupted from his mouth, and his form swayed precariously, nearly collapsing to the ground. Though he managed to maintain his stance, he had already sustained severe internal injuries. Fortunately, his life was spared. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your mercy," Wei Yixiu said, clasping his fists in respect, his heart filled with profound astonishment. The woman before him, clad in a black dress, was truly fearsome. He felt a sense of relief that his adversary harbored no murderous intent toward him. Had there been any such malice, he would have long since met his demise. Feng Fei Wang's pair of piercing, cold eyes flickered with surprise. Given the formidable aura she had just unleashed, albeit restrained, any ordinary Xingang warrior would have collapsed, their lives hanging by a thread. Yet, the individual before her had merely sustained severe internal injuries. The depth of his internal energy surpassed that of an average Xinming warrior by several degrees. Feng Fei Wang, straightforward and unambiguous, inquired, "Who are you? And why have you been following my disciple?" "It was merely an accident to follow the esteemed disciple," the young man replied with utmost respect, his head bowed, not daring to meet Feng Fei Wang's gaze. As one of the four protectors of the Ming sect, he understood well the temperament of this elder, which bore a striking resemblance to that of the demonic sect. If she had been a righteous practitioner, she would not have hesitated to strike without allowing him a chance to defend himself. "Wei Yixiu?" Feng Fei Wang had never heard of him. A moment later, her icy demeanor remained unchanged as she pressed further. From which faction do you hail? For a fleeting instant, Wei Yixio hesitated. Would revealing the name of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower bring about unwarranted calamity for them? Before he could ponder further, Feng Fei Wang coldly uttered two sentences. You hail from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower? Whether you do or not. Have the leader of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower come to the Inn of Interlude to meet me. With that, her figure vanished like a specter, disappearing without a trace in an instant. She departed, leaving Wei Yixio feeling increasingly troubled. How was he to manage this situation? His expression soured as he too left the place. Feng Fei Wang had returned to the brightly lit tinsy room of the Inn of Interlude. The moment Xiao Raorao caught sight of Feng Fei Wang, she eagerly inquired, Master, what is the background of that person? Have you uncovered the truth? The Xiangang warriors' origins may be related to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, but in any case, they are not connected to that pack of rabid dogs. Resuming her seat upon the bed's canopy, Feng Fei Wang spoke with a calm demeanor, her eyes, akin to autumn waters, betraying little emotion. Xiao Raorao's beautiful eyes sparkled brightly as she murmured, The Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower is indeed quite peculiar. After expending some effort, Wei Yixio hurriedly returned to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, where he encountered Su Yin in the hall. Young Master Yu and others also took their seats beneath Su Yin. Their appearance bore a simple purpose. Wei Yixio had evidently sustained injuries, and the severity of his wounds was quite alarming. This was indeed Shattered Stone Town, the territory of their esteemed Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Who, pray tell, had the audacity to harm one of their own in their own domain? Wei Yixio, who has injured you? At the head of the assembly, Su Yan's gaze sharpened, his eyes flashing with a fierce intensity. Who dared to lay hands on his people? Moreover, Wei Yixio was a Xiangang martial artist, possessing profound internal strength and unmatched agility. Even if he were to be outmatched, he should have been able to escape, should he not? Was it possible that his adversary was a Xian Su martial artist, thus leading to Wei Yixio's considerable misfortune? As Su Yan pondered, Wei Yixio recounted the incident involving the woman in the black dress in its entirety. Master, this misfortune is entirely my fault. My recklessness in following her has led to this calamity. Wei Yixio's expression was one of deep remorse, his shame palpable. The four companions, young Master Yu, Zhao Zhijing, Lin Pingji, and Hong Yantong exchanged incredulous glances, utterly astonished that such a formidable martial artist could be concealed within the confines of this modest Shattered Stone Town. Su Yan's brow furrowed. The woman in black, as described by Wei Yixio, possessed an extraordinary strength, enabling her to inflict such grievous harm merely with her presence. Chapter 42. I shall annihilate the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion in that moment. Su Yan spoke decisively. Since the other party wishes to meet me, then let it be so. Upon hearing these words, the assembly was engulfed in concern, fearing for Su Yan's safety. Su Yan continued, There is no need for your worries. Should they possess the means to take my life, they would have already made their move. His words were undoubtedly reasonable. Yet Prince Yu still stepped forward and spoke urgently. Master of the tower, do not recklessly engage in danger. At this moment, the imposing figure of Hong Yantong, clad in a crimson robe, proactively offered his services. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Master of the tower, allow me to proceed. If I claim to be the true master of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower, the adversary is unlikely to doubt my words. As Hong Yantong spoke, an aura of dominance and pride exuded from him, as if he were a leader of a sect. Senior Hong, your words ring true. Lin Pingji and Zhao Zhijing chimed in, unwilling to see Master Su Yin fall into peril. Su Yin nodded gravely, wholeheartedly agreeing with Hong Yantong's sentiments. Given his meager combat prowess, facing that mysterious woman in the black dress might lead her to question his identity as the tower's master, potentially resulting in his demise. What do you all believe about the strength of that woman in the black dress? What is her purpose for appearing in Shattered Stone Town? Su Yin inquired of the assembly. Almost instantaneously, Hong Yantong and the others blurted out 6 words in unison. Ancient martial arts relics. Upon hearing this, Su Yin silently nodded. The only reason formidable martial artists would deign to visit Shattered Stone Town must be due to the existence of ancient martial arts relics, indicating that there were indeed undiscovered relics in this town. Prince Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as he remarked, as for how powerful that woman in the black dress is, I suspect she has certainly ascended the Chaos Gold list. The assembly nodded in agreement, acknowledging Prince Yu's assertion. Those who could ascend the Chaos Gold list were anything but ordinary. In the Huangdi Neijing, there is a saying, serene and void, true energy follows. Spirit held within. How can illness arise? If the mind is tranquil and free of distractions, the body's true energy can flow harmoniously. Thus, the essence and spirit within will not leak, preventing illness. Therefore, the techniques employed by the woman in the black dress likely extend beyond mere intimidation. They may involve ethereal mental attacks. Hong Antong elaborated thoughtfully, analyzing the methods of the woman in black. In an instant, the assembly felt the undeniable gravity of her extraordinary origin. Suddenly, the hall fell into a profound silence, a quietude that was soon interrupted. Wei Yixiao's complexion grew increasingly pale, and a chill emanated from him. "What is the matter with you, Wei Yixiao?" Su Yan sensed something amiss. Wei Yixiao's expression was rigid, his face as pale as paper. "Master, the cold poison within me has flared up." Upon the utterance of those words, Su Yan immediately realized that Wei Yixiao, whom he had summoned, had yet to be cured of the internal cold poison by the Jiuyang divine art of the Mingjiao's leader. Thus, Wei Yixiao remained ensnared by his bloodthirsty fate. In an instant, Su Yan made his decision. Let the bald monk Shanfa serve a final purpose. "Young master Yu, please escort Wei Yixiao to the woodshed." Allowing him to partake of the bald monk's blood, Su Yan commanded. In a flash, all eyes converged upon Wei Yixiao, whose face bore no trace of color. This man was to consume fresh blood? Indeed, those summoned by the Lord are anything but ordinary. Without hesitation, young master Yu accepted the order and led Wei Yixiao toward the woodshed. Within mere breaths, the two arrived at the entrance of the woodshed, where two ordinary henchmen of the Jinfeng Shiyu building were on duty. Upon recognizing the deputy lord, the henchmen quickly adopted a respectful demeanor. "You may step back for now." Young master Yu waved his hand. The two ordinary henchmen promptly scampered away. Inside the woodshed, Shanfa lay upon a pile of straw. He appeared to be in a state of profound stupor, resembling a simpleton. Yet, only he understood that this was merely a day of feigned madness. By presenting an innocuous demeanor, he believed he could survive. He was certain that one day he would escape this den of despair. The sudden creak of the door and the sound of the woodshed door being opened made his heart race with trepidation as he sensed that yet another crisis was imminent. He continued to feign a dazed expression, saliva trickling from the corners of his mouth, even going so far as to insert his left fingers into his mouth. Just then, a pallid middle-aged man entered the room, another unfortunate soul persecuted by the golden wind in Drizzle Tower. A sigh escaped the heart of Sean F.A. However, in the next moment, Sean F.A.'s eyes widened in astonishment, for the pale-faced man lunged at him like a bloodthirsty specter, aiming to sink his teeth into Sean F.A.'s neck. In an instant, Sean F.A. was rendered bewildered, realizing that the man seemed to be drawing the very blood from his veins. Gradually, Sean F.A.'s complexion turned ashen, and his lips became parched and cracked. He can only succumb to the whims of the other party. Resistance? He is utterly incapable of accomplishing it. He had long been rendered a mere shell of his former self by Gong Ziyu, now nothing more than a cripple. As Wei Yixiao greedily indulged in the essence of life, Hong Antong found himself alone, making his way to a modest inn. The night was as dark as ink, and the roads were nearly devoid of travelers. There was no curfew in the Liang Dynasty. It did not take long for Hong Antong to arrive at the inn. "Good sir, at such a late hour, have you come to seek lodging?" "The inn is about to close," a young innkeeper greeted him, his body trembling as he spoke. Though indoors, the cold was truly biting. Hong Antong, with an air of authority, seated himself at a mahogany table and casually remarked, "Bring me a bowl of wine to warm my bones." A bowl of wine was promptly placed before him. Hong Antong drank heartily, finishing the bowl in mere moments. Yet, a look of suspicion crept across his weathered face. He has arrived, yet the enigmatic woman in the black dress has yet to make her appearance. As he hesitated, a frigid female voice unexpectedly resonated within his mind. "Hong Antong, it turns out you are the master of the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower?" In an instant, Hong Antong's eyes narrowed. The voice was startlingly sudden. Such a method he had indeed heard of before, whispering into the void. However, this technique was not one he had mastered. The ancient martial arts relic lies within the shattered stone town. You have 7 days to uncover the clues, otherwise, I shall obliterate the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. The icy voice echoed in his mind once more. At that moment, Hong Antong's expression nearly contorted with anguish. The opponent was overtly issuing a threat. And it was unmistakably clear. Indeed, they were also seeking the ancient martial arts relic. But could clues truly be unearthed within 7 days? It must be noted that the bald monk had searched for over a decade without yielding any leads. Chapter 43. They had no choice despite the myriad of rage surging within him. Hong Antong found himself unable to act. The enemy was far too mysterious and extraordinary. Before them, he felt like a peeled egg, utterly transparent. This matter required discreet investigation, lest it be divulged. You may leave now. I am weary. The cold voice resonated once more. With a grim countenance, Hong Antong tossed down 3 copper coins and departed with haste. Observing Hong Antong's receding figure, the inn's attendant froze. His expression caught between speech and silence. A bowl of wine cost 4 coins. How could he have only offered 3? Alas, he could only chalk it up to misfortune. Shaking his head, he let out a soft sigh. After years of working in this inn, he had developed a discerning eye. That elderly man in the red robe was clearly not someone to provoke. On the second floor, in the esteemed room, Feng Fei Wang remained seated within the bed curtains, diligently practicing her internal martial arts. She never slacked in her cultivation. Upon learning of the recent whispering content, Xiao Raorao felt an unsettling restlessness, her bright eyes reflecting a gaze of confusion. Unable to restrain herself, she inquired, "Master, why divulge such crucial information about the ancient martial arts relic to the Jifeng Shiyu Tower? We have already lingered here for several days. We cannot afford to waste more time in Shattered Stone Town. There are numerous matters within the sect that require my attention." Feng Fei Wang's gaze was frigid, her demeanor exuding a chilling aura reminiscent of an eternal glacier. Xiao Raorao was not particularly surprised by her master's cold disposition. "You have already entrusted the sect's affairs to the Grand Elder, have you not? Surely, there can be no oversight." Xiao Raorao blinked her lively eyes. Were it anyone else? Such a relentless inquisitiveness would have surely provoked Feng Fei Wang's ire. However, Feng Fei Wang was rather indulgent towards her disciple. Today, the master received a confidential missive. Although Feng Fei Wang's tone was indifferent, a slip of paper darted from her sleeve. Xiao Raorao deftly caught it and, upon closer inspection, was taken aback by the message. The Grand Master of the town of martial arts is heading north. Suddenly, alarm flickered in Xiao Raorao's beautiful eyes. She felt a profound trepidation towards the Grand Master, a woman notorious for her cunning. The approach of such a shrewd adversary could very well be aimed at her. Of course, it was also possible that her apprehensions were unfounded. Yet, one must always remain vigilant in this tumultuous world. Without caution, one might not even realize their demise. Feng Fei Wang's tone was frigid, her words imparting wisdom to Xiao Raorao. The latter silently nodded in agreement with her master's teachings. Should the Grand Master truly venture to Chaos Stone Town, it would likely be within 10 days. Thus, our time is limited. It is my fervent hope that the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower does not disappoint. A murderous glint resided in Feng Fei Wang's piercing eyes. She was a woman of her word. If, within 7 days, the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower failed to provide valuable intelligence, she would obliterate it before departing. Xiao Raorao found no fault in her master's resolution. Indeed, the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower had displayed remarkable prowess, swiftly establishing itself as the undisputed ruler of Chaos Stone Town. Yet, in her eyes, such a power was far too feeble. Within the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower, Su Yan and his companions awaited Hong Antong's return. In the past, Su Yan would have retired for the night by now, but sleep eluded him this evening. Finally, his wait was over. Hong Antong had returned. After paying his respects to Su Yan, Hong Antong, having just taken his seat, began to fume, his frustration evident. The ordeal at the inn had truly infuriated him. His eyes were bloodshot, and a fierce expression twisted his features. As the esteemed leader of the Divine Dragon sect, he had rarely encountered such indignation. He felt as though his very lungs would burst from rage. Su Yan was the first to speak, inquiring, "Please recount the events in full." Hong Antong nodded, revealing every detail of his journey without reservation. Upon learning that their adversaries possessed the means of secretive communication, astonishment swept through the group. However, their expressions soon darkened. Their opponents demanded that they seek clues regarding ancient martial arts relics, imposing a 7-day deadline. Should they fail to uncover any leads within that time, the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower would face obliteration. Such audacity was truly astonishing. Su Yan's complexion turned ashen, as he came to realize that a crisis was rapidly approaching the Jifeng Shiyu building. Yet, we must concede that the adversary indeed possesses such capabilities. Zhao Zhijing gritted his teeth, muttering under his breath, "They are truly going too far." He was undeniably enraged. Lin Pingzhi's expression was icy, for he and the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower shared both glory and ruin. Were his strength sufficient, he would have set forth to sever the opponent's head without hesitation. To become a practitioner at the human barrier level allows one to communicate discreetly. The opponent's prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of the human barrier, likely placing her among the esteemed warriors of the chaotic age, possibly even on the Earth rank. However, this remains purely conjecture on my part. Gozu spoke languidly. his demeanor utterly inscrutable, betraying neither joy nor anger. Thanks to his consumption of fresh blood, Wei Yixiao's cold poison had yet to flare up, though his complexion remained pallid. Seated in the lower position, he bore a solemn expression. I wholeheartedly concur with Gong Ziyu's assessment. That woman is truly formidable. Even as he spoke, a palpable fear lingered in his countenance. Su Yin had already tempered his fury, gradually achieving emotional stability. Embracing a spirit of collective insight, he inquired, what should we do? What are your thoughts, esteemed colleagues? The master of the tower, Zhao Zhijing, interjected, if we find ourselves in a dire predicament, perhaps we should consider leaving Wanchur town. A true man knows when to bow and when to rise. This suggestion revealed his cowardly nature in stark relief. Leave? Would we truly manage to depart unscathed? With such formidable martial artists targeting us, escape would be impossible. Gong Ziyu shook his head, expressing his dissent towards Zhao Zhijing's proposition. Wei Yixiao furrowed his brow, articulating his profound confusion. That woman clearly possesses an extraordinary background, undoubtedly supported by her own forces. Yet why does she refrain from mobilizing her power and instead compel us at the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower to seek clues regarding ancient martial relics? Almost simultaneously, the group exclaimed two words, Demon Sect. Indeed, it was highly probable that they were dealing with the Demon Sect. Thus, their actions were shrouded in secrecy. Fearful of attracting the attention of the town's martial division, should the experts from the martial division arrive, they might unravel the situation, but could we afford to wait? Gong Ziyu's nonchalant remark underscored the imminent sense of crisis, and ultimately, everyone became acutely aware of the gravity of their predicament. They have no choice but to seek out clues. Chapter 44. Once entering the underworld, life and death hang by a thread. However, they share a common understanding. When faced with life and death situations, their resolve is unyielding. They may all perish, but Su Yin is determined to survive. Soon, everyone divided their tasks to conduct a thorough covert investigation of Stone Town. Time was of the essence. They had only 7 days. Furthermore, Wei Yixiao revealed a startling piece of information. On the night of his reconnaissance, he witnessed a young man clad in black committing murder and draining blood. It was suspected that this individual had cultivated dark arts. Wei Yixiao's expression was grave. Su Yin instructed, investigate the background and origins of this person. He found this matter quite peculiar. Shortly thereafter, Wei Yixiao, Gong Ziyu, Zhao Zhijing, and Lin Pingzhi swiftly departed from the hall like shadows of black light. They must hasten their search for clues regarding the ancient martial arts relics. Hong Yantong, however, remained behind to ensure the safety of the leader, Su Yin. Taking a deep breath, Su Yin felt a profound sense of frustration. His subordinates were toiling for others, acting as mere pawns in someone else's game. Despite his helplessness, he understood that he must remain composed. This situation would eventually be rectified. He seeks renown. Summoning a white card requires 10 points of reputation and 10 taels of silver. Summoning a green card demands 1,000 points of reputation and 100 taels of silver. However, the summoning of a blue card necessitates a staggering 100,000 points of reputation and 1,000 taels of silver. Afterward, with a heart laden with thoughts, Su Yin fell into a deep slumber upon his bed. As dawn broke, dim and gray, Su Yin refreshed himself with the assistance of a maidservant and continued to practice martial arts under the guidance of Hong Yantong. Presently, his reputation steadily increased. Initially, after summoning the green card Wei Yixiao, he had but 300 points of reputation left, yet it had now ascended to over 500. It is likely that the news of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower's destruction of the Golden Cicada Temple and the unification of Chaos Stone Town had spread, leading to this increase in reputation. Nonetheless, due to the isolation of this era, the rate of reputation growth fluctuated between rapid and slow. After diligently completing his martial training, Su Yin had a simple breakfast and then encountered Gong Ziyu and the other 3 in the hall. Were they ordinary individuals? A sleepless night would surely leave them lethargic and dispirited. Yet, the 4 appeared vigorous and spirited, save for Wei Yixiao, whose complexion remained as pale as parchment. Young master, the bloodsucker has been identified. His name is Xin Zixing, a scholar. The neighbors describe him as honest and kind-hearted. Indeed, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Wei Yixiao displayed a look of astonishment. Oh, it is he. At that moment, Su Yin revealed a face of surprise. He had encountered Xin Zixing twice before and had assumed him to be a refined and gentle scholar, never guessing he would also partake in bloodsucking. Do you know this man, owner? Wei Yixiao's expression faltered. Well, not very well. Su Yin nodded, his mind racing. You mentioned he is a murderer and a habitual offender. This implies he has taken many lives, not merely one. Has the government taken no notice? Younger master. I visited the government office and found no related records. Furthermore, I searched the location where he buried the bodies. The victims were all in tattered clothes. Likely beggars or vagrants in their lifetimes. If some beggars or vagrants go missing in Chaos Stone Town, the government would not detect it immediately. Wei Xiao expressed his judgment. And Su Yin wholeheartedly concurred. This era, so distinct from the reality we know, is devoid of beggars and vagrants. How could the government possibly take notice? Those beggars and wanderers likely lack any official registration, existing merely as shadows in society. Even the martial figures he summoned could be considered, in essence, as unregistered entities. Yet, what was once deemed as unregistered may no longer apply. Su Yan's understanding of the Jinwu division has deepened. All factions within the martial world are meticulously recorded by this authority. For instance, the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu has its personnel listed, detailing its major members and more. Continue your investigation into Shun Zixing, striving to unearth further clues. And do not forget to pursue the ancient martial relics, Su Yan advised. Wei Yixiao nodded in agreement. As for Lin Pingji and Zhao Zhijing, there were no significant discoveries at present. However, Gongziyu had made two notable observations. Xiaobing, a capable aide of the Jinwu division's minor banner, Li Xiao, was frequently seen visiting brothels. What's wrong with visiting brothels? Zhao Zhijing inquired, perplexed by Gongziyu's insinuation. The others exchanged glances, awaiting further elaboration from Gongziyu. While visiting brothels may not be inherently problematic, Xiaobing had employed techniques of yin-yang balance upon those women. It is highly probable that Xiaobing is an undercover agent of the Hahuan sect embedded within the Jinwu division. Gongziyu mused leisurely. His words also sparked a glimmer of brilliance in the eyes of the crowd. They are all well aware that the Jin Feng Shiyu building has currently entangled itself with the Hehuan sect. If Xiaobing is indeed associated with the Hehuan sect, there may be an opportunity to exploit this situation. Young Master Yu continued his discourse. Furthermore, there is another matter. Since the Zhuyi gang was absorbed into our Jin Feng Shiyu building, the former leader of the Zhuyi gang has taken to drowning his sorrows and drink at the Rui building day after day. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhijing displayed a look of disdain. On that day, I, with nothing but a single sword, subdued the Zhuyi gang. That leader of the Zhuyi gang has long since become a defeated foe under my command. He is nothing but a worthless wretch. Why bother with him? When he spoke of his moment of glory, his face radiated with pride. He felt an immense sense of regret, for on that day, the valiant side of him. Su Yin, when unobserved by the host, coming from humble beginnings and lacking support, he managed to establish the alliance of justice in Stone Town and ascend to the position of its leader. This undoubtedly required a measure of skill. Yet, now he finds himself daily drowning his sorrows in the joyful pavilion, reduced to a mere drunkard. This situation inevitably raises a few suspicions. Young Master Yu spoke in a detached tone, his gaze piercingly cold. He trusted his instincts. That drunken man was indeed a problem. The situation had escalated to such a degree. Su Yin could utter only a single word: investigate, continue the search, and swiftly uncover any leads regarding the ancient martial arts relics. Today marks the first day, the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, traditionally a time for eating dumplings during the Lava festival. Yet, at this moment, he had no inclination to partake in such festivities. He felt as though a sharp blade hovered above him, poised to descend at any moment. If that were to happen, he might indeed survive by sheer luck. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion would inevitably meet its demise in Chaos Stone Town. Su Yin held no grievances regarding this. Just as he had dispatched others to obliterate the Golden Cicada Temple, so too could his own pavilion be extinguished by another. Such is the nature of the martial world. Once one steps into this realm, life and death hang by a mere thought. At this juncture, Zhao Zhijing inquired, Pavilion Master, given the upheaval last night, should I still proceed to Qinghe village to retrieve the Wang hunter and his family? Su Yin shook his head, realizing he could barely ensure his own safety, let alone involve innocent parties. Chapter 45. The drunken man. Su Yin then commanded Zhao Zhijing, procure 100 taels of silver from the treasury, along with some medicinal herbs required for the refining skin and refining blood stages, and deliver them to the Wang family. He is repaying a debt of gratitude, a life-saving grace that extends far beyond this. However, sending these provisions for the time being suffices. Sending too much may bring calamity upon the Wang family. Zhao Zhijing respectfully accepted the task. Su Yin, with a solemn demeanor, inquired, do you have any insights into the identity of that woman, who is suspected to be a warrior of the Earth ranking? At that moment, young Master Yu was the first to speak. In the chaotic world, the Earth ranking consists of 36 warriors. Given her gender and the methods of the demonic sect, it is highly probable that she is none other than Feng Fei Wang, the leader of the 4th Earth ranking of the demonic sect. Of course, this is merely my subordinate's conjecture. And young master, you held no absolute certainty regarding his own hypothesis. Instantly, a grave expression washed over the eyes of those present. If the potential dragon ranking of the chaotic world merely symbolizes potential, then the heaven, earth, and human rankings represent true strength. Being ranked 4th in the earth ranking is a testament to the formidable power of the opponent. One so powerful that the current golden wind in Drizzle Pavilion appears as insignificant as an ant before her. Subsequently, young master, you elaborated on the extraordinary nature of the demonic sect. Though it is a demonic sect, it boasts hundreds of thousands of followers, scattered across the realm. Numerous forces have been eradicated by the demonic sect, regardless of whether they belong to the righteous or the demonic path. Anyone who provokes the demonic sect faces dire consequences. If she is indeed the leader of the demonic sect, annihilating our golden wind and Drizzle Pavilion would be a trivial endeavor for her. In fact, there may soon be no refuge left for the golden wind and Drizzle Pavilion in this world. The demonic sect is a top-tier force in contemporary times. Young master, you articulated the exceptional and terrifying aspects of the demonic sect, prompting Zhao Zhijing to counter his assertions. In his view, young master, you was merely indulging in alarmist rhetoric. The demonic sect does not reign supreme alone. If the situation becomes truly desperate, we could seek refuge with the Jinwu division or align ourselves with other top-tier forces. How could there be no place for the golden wind in Drizzle Pavilion in this world? In response, young master Yu's tone grew even colder. Do you believe those top-tier forces would welcome the golden wind and Drizzle Pavilion? Even if they did, would they risk offending the demonic sect for our sake? As young master Yu's words fell, Zhao Zhijing fell silent, his complexion paling. In that moment, Zhao Zhijing felt as though the golden wind and Drizzle Pavilion had no future, its prospects bleak. Su Yan, maintaining his composure, fixed his gaze with determination. To forge iron, one must first strengthen oneself. Under his command, young master Yu and the others took a brief respite, had breakfast, and then hastened their search for clues regarding the ancient martial arts relics. Su Yan harbored little hope for these leads. Why should that old wretch, Chen Fei, who had searched for over a decade without success, be eclipsed by his own few days of searching? Was his luck truly that exceptional? Was fate truly on his side? It was time to lay plans in advance and prepare for contingencies before departing from Shirshir Town. He silently pondered. Indeed, this was the worst-case scenario. In Shattered Stone Town, at the Lucky Pavilion, despite the morning hour, the first floor was packed with patrons, merchants clad in brocade, and individuals from the underworld, brandishing their swords with fierce countenances, alongside scholars dressed in scholarly robes, exuding an air of refinement. In a corner of the tavern, a man in his 30s, reeking of alcohol and with disheveled hair, sat upon a mahogany bench. Before him lay 2 jars of liquor. Gulp. He lifted a jar, pouring the contents incessantly into his mouth, much of it spilling down his chin and soaking his attire. Yet, he paid no heed, indulging in his libations unabashedly. Recently, he had become a familiar sight, drowning himself in drink. Who could have imagined that the once mighty leader of the Brotherhood of Justice had now devolved into a mere drunkard? In his prime, he had commanded respect. Now, Shattered Stone Town belonged to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. The patrons in the tavern exchanged murmurs. Some sighed, others sneered, and many lamented. The atmosphere was rife with diverse emotions, including jibes at the inebriated man. Yet, he remained oblivious, continuing to drink deeply. He seemed intent on drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tavern. Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tavern. The burly man with a thick beard murmured, his eyes wide and round as if ablaze with an inner fire. He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tavern, for it had usurped his hard-earned legacy in Shattered Stone Town. He had toiled for over a decade to build that legacy, only to see it vanish into thin air. In no time, 2 jars of wine had been consumed. The bearded man bellowed, "Innkeeper, bring me more wine." A waiter hurriedly approached, yet wore an expression of considerable distress before slowly stating, "Sir, you have already accrued a debt of several taels of silver at our establishment. It is time to settle your account." Upon hearing this, the bearded man's expression stiffened. In times past, he could have produced not just a few taels, but dozens or even hundreds without concern. But now, everything had been stripped from him. "You insolent wretch, I am well acquainted with the owner of your tavern. What is wrong with borrowing a few taels? Are you afraid I want to pay?" His fierce eyes glared, wild and intimidating. The waiter trembled at the sight of such a menacing gaze, fully aware that despite the man's current misfortunes, he had once been the leader of the Brotherhood of Unity. Even a tiger fallen from grace was not something a mere subordinate could provoke. The waiter managed to force a smile onto his face. "Sir, please do not be anxious. I shall fetch your wine at once." With that, he hurried off. He hurried off to prepare the drinks. However, in the blink of an eye, another jug of wine was brought to him. The intoxicated man continued to drink heartily, pouring the liquid into his mouth, and casually inquired, "Young lad, when will your master return from the county?" The server, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, replied, "I am afraid I cannot say. The master is swamped with business and quite occupied." Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered across the man's face. Once again, his hopes were dashed. It was indeed a challenge to catch a glimpse of the proprietor of the Rui building. Shortly thereafter, the drunken man staggered out of the Rui building, attracting the attention of passers-by. Is this truly the leader of the Jingyi gang? It is hard to believe. You did not witness it. But Zhao Zhijing of the Golden Wind and Drizzle building single-handedly subdued the Jingyi gang. They murmured. Who knows, perhaps he may yet rise again. Yet, the Jingyi gang would be unworthy even to carry the shoes of the Golden Wind and Drizzle building, which easily annihilated the Jinshan temple. Hearing the incessant chatter around him, the drunken man felt a surge of anger and shouted, "Are you all a bunch of gossiping hens? Must you prattle on incessantly? How tiresome." In that moment, his gaze, sharp and predatory like a venomous serpent, swept over the surrounding townsfolk. Instantly, they fell silent, recognizing the wisdom and discretion and refraining from further gossip. The drunken man stumbled along, uncertain of his destination, for he had lost even his place of residence. Regret welled within him. He should have extricated himself from this life of chaos much earlier. Had he departed the world of intrigue sooner, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Unbeknownst to him, he wandered into a seldom-trodden alleyway. In the corner of the alley, his stomach churned violently, and he retched, spilling the contents of his stomach onto the ground. The pungent scent of alcohol quickly enveloped the narrow passage, creating an atmosphere that was quite unsettling to the senses. Suddenly, the drunken man furrowed his brow in discomfort. Although he had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, his vigilance remained unwavering. Just moments ago, he sensed the presence of an additional person in the alley. He swiftly turned his head to take a glance. Indeed, not far ahead, a tall figure emerged. The individual exuded an extraordinary presence, adorned with a bronze mask, and every gesture seemed to convey the aura of a formidable leader of the underworld. With just a single glance, the intoxicated man discerned the identity of this person. His expression turned solemn as he exclaimed, "You are young master you of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion." At that moment, any trace of inebriation had vanished from the man. He was remarkably clear-headed, as if he had suddenly sobered up. This clarity was solely due to the arrival of the individual before him, instilling a sense of dread within him. This person had effortlessly subdued the formidable characters of the Stone Gang and the Brotherhood single-handedly. The sudden appearance of such a figure raised the alarming possibility of a thorough eradication. As these thoughts raced through his mind, the drunkard's heart began to pound inexplicably faster. Overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of fear that enveloped him entirely, the person before him was far more terrifying than Zhao Zhijing. He was certain that in the hands of his opponent, he would scarcely be able to withstand even a single move. When his identity was revealed, Gongzi was not taken aback. Suddenly, he paused, and with an ethereal tone, uttered a phrase. Once the leader of the gathering of heroes, Chen Shi. "Do you seek vengeance against the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion?" Instantly, the inebriated Chen Shi shook his head vigorously, like a rattle drum. "It is a misunderstanding. Truly a misunderstanding. How could a lowly man dare to seek revenge?" He donned a visage of obsequiousness, displaying utmost humility. Gongziyu's voice was frigid. "Should you desire revenge, I could lend you my assistance." However, upon hearing this, astonishment and disbelief flickered in Chen Shi's eyes. His adversary was proposing to aid him in his quest for retribution? Could it be that Gongziyu harbored ulterior motives? Was the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion not as united as it seemed? Indeed, such betrayals were not uncommon in this realm. Even brothers might plunge a dagger into each other's backs. Chen Shi hastily replied, "Esteemed sir, please do not jest. I would never dare to retaliate against the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion." Even if he harbored thoughts of vengeance, he did not dare to voice them. "Do you not wish to reclaim your legacy? Can you truly abandon years of toil so easily? Or do you intend to live your life as a mere drunkard, drowning your sorrows in drink?" Gongziyu's tone remained indifferent, yet his words were pearls of wisdom, each resonating deeply within Chen Shi's heart, stirring a tumult of emotions. Indeed, he dreams incessantly of reclaiming his legacy. After years of dedication, how could he simply abandon it? To live his life as a perpetual inebriate? Such a notion is utterly inconceivable. In the next moment, a glimmer of confusion flickered in Qinshi's eyes, and he could not help but inquire. Why do you choose to assist me? I am of no aid to you. Lord Yu's piercing gaze remained fixed upon Qinshi. No, you can indeed be of assistance. You possess hidden resources. Having spoken, his gaze fell upon Qinshi. In an instant, the astonishment in Qinshi's eyes vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Although he skillfully concealed his surprise, Lord Yu was still keenly aware of it. He was indeed correct. The person before him undeniably had a hidden agenda. Yet, what precisely was this hidden agenda? Could it be connected to the ancient martial arts relics? Qinshi hurriedly clarified, My esteemed friend, you jest. I truly possess no ulterior motives. Had I intended to end your life, you would have already met your demise. Since you are unwilling to join forces with me to obliterate the Jin Fengshiyu Tower, I shall seek assistance elsewhere. The voice of young Master Yu was frigid, and as his words lingered in the air, he was about to turn and leave. However, as he prepared to take a step, a flicker of struggle appeared in Qinshi's eyes. With the assistance of Gongziyu, the destruction of the Jin Fengshiyu building would undoubtedly become a far more manageable task. Furthermore, Gongziyu emanated a rather unique aura, reminiscent of a formidable hero reigning over a domain. Such a character, Qinshi believed, would never willingly accept subservience. He was also aware of Gongziyu standing within the Jin Fengshiyu building, serving as the deputy master. Contemplating this, Qinshi recognized that Gongziyu was an ambitious individual. Wait, Qinshi called out to Gongziyu and inquired, What motivates your desire to annihilate the Jin Fengshiyu building? To his surprise, Gongziyu paused and erupted into hearty laughter. His laughter was particularly boisterous. I refuse to be subordinate to others. Thus, I shall establish a power that reveres me. Moreover, I aspire to ascend the chaotic realm's golden list and become a legend in the martial world. Young Master Yu turned, his tone icy, unabashedly revealing his ambitions. In an instant, Qinshi displayed a dazed expression. Indeed, his suspicions were correct. Young Master Yu's aspirations were grander than he had anticipated. He intended to establish a power that revered him. Furthermore, young Master Yu aimed to attain the golden list of the chaotic realm. For some reason, he felt that the other party was not merely boasting, but genuinely capable of achieving it. Very well, I indeed have a trump card. Qinshi spoke plainly, no longer concealing anything. The affirmation of his inner thoughts caused young Master Yu to nod silently. Faced with such a reaction from young Master Yu, Qinshi was somewhat bewildered. Was this response not too nonchalant? Unable to resist, Qinshi remarked, Do you not wish to know what my trump card specifically entails? If you wish to speak, you will. If you do not wish to speak, you will remain silent. Young Master Yu remained composed, deliberately exuding an air of indifference. He easily grasped Qinshi's thoughts. As long as he feigned disinterest, Qinshi would inevitably divulge his trump card. Conversely, if he expressed concern about Qinshi's card, it would certainly heighten Qinshi's alertness. Everything unfolded precisely as young Master Yu had anticipated. Upon witnessing his seemingly indifferent demeanor, Qinshi promptly laid his cards on the table. My trump card is a treasure. This treasure is remarkably extraordinary. As he spoke, Qinshi intently observed young Master Yu's eyes. In Qinshi's view, young Master Yu might covet his treasure. However, a perplexing occurrence unfolded. Young Master Yu's eyes were as tranquil as an ancient well, devoid of even a hint of greed, as if he had no interest in Qinshi's treasure whatsoever. Unable to contain his impatience, Qinshi directly inquired, Are you not curious about the marvels of my treasure? Upon hearing this, young Master Yu shook his head. His demeanor did not resemble that of a deceiver. This prompted Qinshi to elaborate on the mysterious and wondrous treasure. The treasure was a tattered piece of paper, composed of an extraordinarily unique material, impervious to water and fire. However, the paper bore not a single character. This blank parchment must be a treasure, yet to this day, I have been unable to unravel its mysteries. Revealing the extraordinary nature of the treasure, Qinshi displayed an air of deep sighs and heartfelt lamentations. If only he could unravel the mysteries concealed within this artifact, it would undoubtedly prove beneficial to him. Alas, he was not destined to be the treasure's chosen one. Since acquiring this item, he had frequently observed and explored it, yet he had always come up empty-handed. In that moment, Gongziyu fully comprehended Qinshi's intentions. Qinshi was undoubtedly intent on leveraging this treasure to seek assistance in dealing with the Golden Wind in Drizzle Tower. As for where this assistance would come from, that led to the proprietor of the Rui Tower. According to Gongziyu's investigations, the Rui Tower's proprietor had connections with the local factions in Pingying County. If the proprietor were to act as a bridge, then Qinshi would surely be able to find the help he sought. It was no wonder that this fellow often resorted to the Rui Tower to drown his sorrows and drink. The act of drinking was not his true intention, but rather to seek out the proprietor. Unfortunately, the proprietor had recently traveled to Pingding County and had yet to return to Shattered Rock Town. If Chen Shi were to use the treasure in his possession to summon assistance, it seemed likely that they could eradicate the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. It appears that aligning with you is indeed a sagacious decision. Gongziyu spoke in a languid tone, his aura still exuding an extraordinary presence. Although Chen Shi's intentions had been discerned, he remained unfazed. At this juncture, he regarded Gongziyu as an ally on the same vessel. Both parties shared a common goal, the destruction of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. Your demeanor commands my admiration, Chen Shi expressed in praise. He then abruptly shifted his tone. However, are you not concerned that I might turn against you in the heat of battle, letting the summoned assistants eliminate you as well? Having said this, he concluded. His piercing gaze was fixed intently on Gongziyu. If I were so easily slain, I would have perished countless times already. Gongziyu's voice was devoid of warmth, his demeanor strikingly ostentatious. In an instant, Chen Shi fell into a profound silence. This Gongziyu was truly inscrutable to him. Were it not for dire necessity, he would prefer not to stand against him. Subsequently, the two engaged in discussions on how to deal with the formidable experts of the Jifeng Shiyu building. Once those masters were eliminated, the building would be rendered but a mere shadow of its former self. At that point, the head of Zhao Zhijing would be mine to claim. Fury burned in Chen Shi's dark eyes. Very well. Gongziyu nodded. After deliberating further on certain details, the two parties parted ways for the time being. Whoosh. In an instant, Gongziyu moved with the grace of a swallow, as elusive as a specter, vanishing swiftly from Chen Shi's sight. Truly remarkable and extraordinary lightness of foot. An expression of admiration crossed Chen Shi's face. By now, he found himself increasingly in awe of Gongziyu. A bold thought even took shape in his mind. If he were to follow a figure like Gongziyu, his future would undoubtedly be radiant, rather than being confined to the stagnation of Wanshi Town. After departing, Gongziyu set out to investigate Xiaobing. Xiaobing was stationed in the Zhenwu Division's Yamen to the north of Wanshi Town, with his strength having ascended to the Xian body realm. Gongziyu had experienced a tremendous enhancement in power. Thus, infiltrating the Yamen was akin to traversing an unguarded territory for him. Xiaobing was currently occupied with official duties in a corridor. His duties were, however, quite straightforward. He was tasked with organizing the power dynamics surrounding the town of Shattered Stone, as if a detailed map of the town's influence lay before him. In times past, this map would have featured the gathering of heroes, the Shattered Stone Gang, and the Brotherhood, with the Golden Cicada Temple perched atop the Shattered Stone Mountain just beyond the town. Yet, in the present day, these factions had either been subjugated by the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower or had met their demise. Consequently, the map now bore lines of text, each pertaining to the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower. This included the martial prowess of its stewards, the Master of the Tower, and the Deputy Master. All these details were to be reported to the town marshal office. Meanwhile, a pair of cold, piercing eyes observed everything from the shadows. He is none other than young Master Yu. Young Master Yu, akin to a patient hunter, quietly awaits the moment when Xiaobing reveals his flaws and exposes his vulnerabilities. Simultaneously, Wei Yixiao has once again appeared atop the roof of a humble dwelling. He lay prostrate on the rooftop, surveying the modest courtyard below. In the yard stood an ancient well, beside which a refined young man held a wooden bucket, secured with a light brown rope. This young man was Shen Zixing. Despite his scholarly demeanor, he possessed considerable strength. With a swift motion, he cast the bucket into the well, gripping the rope firmly, and with a gentle exertion, he drew forth a bucket of ice-cold water. The well's water was crystal clear, descending to a depth of approximately 2 to 3 fathoms. Soon, he carried the bucket filled with cool water to the kitchen. Upon his arrival, he hastily poured the refreshing water into a black iron pot, the surface of which bore evident signs of wear. He then quickly tossed several pieces of firewood into the ash-laden hearth and ignited them with a fire starter. Moments later, the water reached a vigorous boil, bubbling energetically. He sat alone, sipping hot water while consuming a dry, hard bread. This constituted his breakfast, rather meager indeed. Subsequently, he prepared to set up a stall for writing letters, arranging tables and stools before stepping outside. Occasionally, he encountered some neighbors, greeting them with amiable pleasantries. Concealed in the shadows, Wei Yixiao observed this with a sense of intrigue. The scholar, who had so brutally killed, drained blood, and disposed of bodies the previous night, now appeared so benign, as though he had morphed into a different person altogether. Truly, this scholar was becoming increasingly suspicious, Wei Yixiao mused silently. Meanwhile, Lin Pingxi, who was blind, wandered through the town of Wanshi, relying on sound to navigate. He sought clues regarding ancient martial arts relics through the conversations of passers-by. However, all he overheard were trivial matters of the common folk's daily lives. Such idle gossip offered him no leads whatsoever. Doubts began to creep into Lin Pingji's mind. Did ancient martial arts relics truly exist in Wanchur? Chapter 48. Gratitude and Repayment at Present. Zhao Zijing was hastening towards Qinghe village on horseback. Despite carrying a burdensome load, he moved with the swiftness of the wind, employing his lightness of foot. He swiftly arrived at Qinghe village and located the home of Hunter Wang. Xiao Qiao and Hunter Wang were practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Today, Hunter Wang refrained from hunting, having had a rather unfortunate experience the day before when a fierce beast inflicted a wound on his shoulder. His injury had been merely bandaged. Fortunately, as a practitioner of blood refinement, coupled with a stroke of luck, he had narrowly escaped a fatal encounter. Father, hunting is too perilous. Could you refrain from it? Xiao Qiao, practicing diligently, gazed at her father's bandaged shoulder with concern. Xiao Qiao, I'll heed your words. No more hunting. No more hunting. Hunter Wang affectionately ruffled Xiao Qiao's hair. His eyes filled with tenderness. Hearing this, Xiao Qiao's face lit up with joy, and she began to bounce around excitedly. At that moment, both Hunter Wang and Xiao Qiao, in perfect synchrony, turned their gaze towards the open gate of the courtyard. A middle-aged Taoist priest, clad in a robe and burdened with a pack, appeared, uninvited yet unperturbed. Hunter Wang instinctively placed himself in front of Xiao Qiao, his expression serious as he inquired, "May I ask who you are and the purpose of your visit?" A sense of vigilance filled his heart. "I am Zhao Zijing, the steward of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. A few days ago, on the Taihang Snow Mountain, you rendered life-saving assistance to our master. He specifically instructed me to come and deliver some gifts to you." Zhao Zijing wore a respectful expression. He would hardly pay attention to mere triflers. However, the individual before him, Hunter Wang, was evidently no ordinary person, having once saved the life of the owner of the building. Thus, he could not afford to be negligent. Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion? Steward Zhao Zijing? Hunter Wang's expression turned peculiar. Could it be that such a force as the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion truly existed? Recently, his thoughts had been entirely consumed by hunting, and he had not returned to Chaos Stone Town. Is the owner Su Yan's elder brother? The young girl Xiao Qiu blinked her eyes, her face lighting up with delight. Indeed. Zhao Zijing nodded, transferring the burden he carried to Hunter Wang. The latter did not refuse. Their family had been struggling lately, having had little success in hunting. However, he was curious about what Su Yan might send. Could it be a few hundred copper coins? Some clothing? Or perhaps some food? Hunter Wang's mind wandered with such thoughts, and as he accepted the package, he noted it felt somewhat heavy. What astonished him further was that his hand, cradling the bundle, seemed to touch something very familiar. Though the shapes varied, the sensation was unmistakable. It was silver. This package contained silver, and it appeared to be several taels. Zhao Zijing, smiling brightly, remarked, "Hunter Wang, will you not take a look? This is a token of our owner's goodwill." Hunter Wang nodded, without a trace of hesitation, and opened the package to see what lay within. He was taken aback. To his astonishment, the bundle contained numerous precious medicinal herbs, all of which he was quite familiar with, as they were used by warriors of the blood refinement and skin refinement realms. Furthermore, there were also some glistening silver ingots. The amount of silver was considerable. Upon a cursory glance, it appeared to be around 100 taels. He could not accept this, he simply could not. These items were far too valuable. Although Wang, the hunter, yearned for the herbs and silver within the bundle, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt at the thought of accepting them. If it had not been for his daughter urging him to save a life that day, he would hardly save anyone. In this world, merely surviving is a formidable challenge. Who has the leisure to rescue others? Wang the hunter, it appears you are not well acquainted with the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. Presently, our Jinfeng Shiyu Tower has decisively vanquished the three major factions of Wanchur Town. Even the Jinchan Temple has been obliterated by us. Zhao Zijing displayed an expression of smug satisfaction. What? They have swept through the three major factions of Wanchur Town and annihilated the Jinchan Temple? Wang the hunter was rendered speechless. Could the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower truly possess such might? It is said that the abbot of Jinchan Temple, Shan Fei, is a renowned martial artist, and it is even possible that he has stepped into the realm of Xin Gang. The Jinchan Temple was destroyed by our Jinfeng Shiyu Tower on the 7th day of the 12th lunar month. Zhao Zijing wore a beaming smile and recounted the temple's notorious misdeeds. Hiss. Wang the hunter gasped in disbelief. He never anticipated that the Jinchan Temple had ties to the Hehuan sect. The Hehuan sect is a nefarious cult. Brother Su Yan is truly remarkable. The little girl Xiao Qiao exclaimed, dancing with delight. Now, you have provoked the Hehuan sect. What will you do? Wang the hunter's face was etched with worry. He lacked Xiao Qiao's innocence. To him, the Jin Feng Shiyu Tower seemed somewhat unwise. The Hehuan sect is merely a third-rate force. As for the Hehuan sect, it is of little consequence. Zhao Zijing displayed a defiant demeanor, his attitude suggesting he held the Hehuan sect in complete disregard. Though he was fearful of death, he possessed an understanding. The Hehuan sect indeed posed a threat to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. Yet the complete annihilation of the tower was utterly implausible. Gong Ziyu, Lin Pingzhi, Hong Antong, and Wei Yixiao were no ordinary individuals. What truly troubled Zhao Zijing was a certain formidable figure residing at the inn of intermission. The individual was suspected to be a renowned martial artist. Most likely the leader of the Heavenly Demon sect, Feng Fei Wang. After exchanging a few cordial words with Wang Lihu, Zhao Zijing departed with a flourish. Employing the Golden Goose technique, he vanished from Wang Lihu's sight like a wisp of smoke. Witnessing this scene, memories of Su Yan's past words flooded Wang Lihu's mind. Wang Lihu, I am the master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. Wronged by malicious individuals, I have fallen to the Taihang Snow Mountains. If you lend me 10 taels of silver, once my subordinates arrive, I shall make you the vice master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. Reflecting on these past events, Wang Lihu struck his thigh in regret, exclaiming, Alas, how short-sighted I was. I was so close to becoming the vice master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. Nevertheless, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Su Yan was indeed a grateful and loyal lad. With this silver and these medicinal materials, not only could Xiao Qiao achieve breakthroughs in martial arts, but he too might have the opportunity to become a practitioner of the profound body. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, and noon had arrived. After enjoying a sumptuous lunch with his subordinates, Su Yan gathered everyone once more. He is eager to ascertain whether Gong Ziyu and others have made any progress or uncovered valuable clues. He had contemplated conducting the investigation himself. Yet such thoughts were swiftly extinguished as soon as they arose. He does not consider his abilities to be superior to those of individuals like Gong Ziyu and others. These individuals are seasoned veterans, well-versed in the ways of the world. He, with scant experience in the martial world, had merely indulged in a plethora of ancient costume martial arts dramas. Sitting at the lower seat, the cold-voiced Gong Ziyu spoke first, revealing that he had indeed made some discoveries. Upon hearing this, the crowd's attention was piqued. Had Gong Ziyu unearthed something significant? Without hesitation, he articulated in detail the treasures divulged by Chen Shi, the leader of the Gathering Heroes gang. Fire and water cannot coexist. A blank piece of paper. Truly peculiar. Such treasures might indeed be connected to the relics of ancient martial arts. A flicker of joy illuminated Wei Yixiao's pale visage, while Lin Pingzhi nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the insight, Hong Antong savored his tea in silence, though the admiration in his gaze was unmistakable. Gong Ziyu's capabilities were indeed remarkable. Were he within the Divine Dragon sect, he would surely appoint Gong Ziyu as his deputy leader. Deputy leader, you are mistaken, Zhao Zijing exclaimed, feigning deep concern. There is no need to feign politeness with that fool. A direct and rigorous interrogation would have compelled him to confess everything. In fact, we could have already obtained that treasure. Gong Ziyu's approach must have its purpose, Su Yan interjected, hinting at his understanding of Gong Ziyu's intentions. The abbot of Jinshanxi, known for his cowardice, would, under duress, surely reveal all. However, Chen Shi had built the Gathering Heroes gang from scratch over the years in Wanshur town, without any backing. If he were truly a coward, how could he have achieved such a feat without support? Thus, if we were to employ harsh interrogation on Chen Shi, would he cooperate? Gong Ziyu elaborated, his gaze icy, asserting that he would not comply, leading us to squander precious time, a resource we currently lacked. At this, Zhao Zijing felt a pang of shame. He could not deny Gong Ziyu's extraordinary abilities. The method of harsh interrogation might indeed be ineffective. Yet Gong Ziyu had taken a different route, engaging Chen Shi in feigned cordiality, thereby effortlessly extracting crucial information. Continuing, Gong Ziyu stated, Xiao Bing shows no unusual activity at present. Subsequently, Wei Yixiao shared the intelligence he had uncovered. The scholar Shen Zixing appeared transformed during the day, treating others with humility and courtesy, earning his living through writing letters. This individual must surely harbor secrets, though I have yet to ascertain them. The crowd exchanged glances, pondering what secrets a mere scholar could possibly possess. However, this scholar, who has committed murder and drawn blood, seemingly having cultivated sinister powers, cannot be viewed through the lens of ordinary perception. Su Yan pondered thoughtfully, although there are numerous clues at hand. It remains uncertain whether they are connected to the ancient martial relics. Master, I have been searching far and wide, yet I have found nothing. The majority of the people in Shattered Stone Town are mere commoners. Lin Pingji, his eyes shrouded in black cloth, revealed a glimpse of shame on his indifferent face. Never mind, Su Yin waved his hand dismissively. He felt no surprise at Lin Pingji's lack of findings. Master, regarding the tasks you entrusted to me, I have successfully completed them and delivered the silver and medicinal herbs to Hunter Wang. Zhao Zijing beamed with a smile, pausing momentarily before continuing. I have also made a small discovery. Well done, Su Yin responded with satisfaction, though his brows began to furrow as he pressed. What have you discovered? The rest of the group instinctively turned their gazes toward Zhao Zijing. Zhao Zijing, not one to withhold information, narrowed his eyes and pondered. Upon leaving Shattered Stone Town and proceeding to Qinghe Village, I noticed that no one followed me. Does this imply that our Jin Feng Shiyu Lu can prepare for an early retreat, lest we face dire consequences when that esteemed elder makes a move in 6 days? At this pronouncement, the other's eyes brightened, finding merit in Zhao Zijing's words. Even Su Yin, seated in the main position, began to contemplate whether it was time to transfer their assets. Despite the fact that each member of Gongziyu's party had acquired varying leads, the question lingered. Do these clues truly relate to the ancient martial relics? If not, the destruction of Jin Feng Shiyu Lu would be imminent. That esteemed elder, suspected to be the leader of the heavenly demonic sect, Feng Fei Wang, is no ordinary adversary, particularly today. He dispatched common henchmen from Jin Feng Shiyu Lu to gather intelligence on the heavenly demonic sect. As the information was collected, he gained a clearer and more intuitive understanding of the sect. The heavenly demonic sect, with its long-standing heritage, is said to be linked to the era of gods and demons. The first-generation leader fortuitously obtained a legacy of the heavenly demon, which led to the establishment of the sect. The heavenly demon, a terrifying figure from the era of gods and demons, is regarded as a top-tier ancient powerhouse. Of course, much of this information is widely known and not classified. Zhao Zijing, are you truly certain that no one was following you? Gongziyu inquired nonchalantly. Zhao Zijing's brow furrowed as he meticulously recalled his experiences from the morning. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, no one had followed him. But there existed another possibility. The person tracking him possessed even greater agility. We cannot afford to be complacent. Su Yin's expression turned serious as he waved his hand, signaling everyone to continue their investigation. The group complied and departed, while Su Yin resumed his martial training under Hong and Tong's guidance. Despite the biting cold, diligent practice rendered the chill less daunting. While persistently honing his skills, Su Yin also took note of the fluctuations in his reputation, which had risen to over 700. Though the increase was gradual, it would not be long before he could summon a third green card. Originally, the situation appeared to be progressing favorably. However, he found himself entangled in the turmoil surrounding the ancient martial arts relics. Undoubtedly, this upheaval was fraught with peril, yet it also presented an opportunity. Should he manage to profit from it and acquire invaluable treasures, the strength of Gongziyu and his companions would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. In a certain inn, within a luxurious room, sat Feng Fei Huang, clad in a flowing white gown, meditating in a cross-legged position as she practiced her internal skills. Her cold, piercing gaze faintly revealed an overwhelming demonic aura swirling around her. Suddenly, a figure in a red dress darted through the window. Xiao Rao Rao had arrived. Has the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower followed my master's orders and discreetly investigated the ancient martial arts relics? Feng Fei Wang's voice was sharp and devoid of emotional inflection. They would not dare to defy their master. They were diligently conducting their inquiries, Xiao Rao Rao quickly replied. She went on to mention that she had observed Zhao Zijing leaving Chaos Stone Town earlier that morning, only to return shortly thereafter. If he dares to flee, I shall ensure he experiences a fate worse than death. Xiao Rao Rao's eyes sparkled, her voice melodious and bright. Feng Fei Huang's cold, fierce gaze flickered with a hint of scorn. She regarded the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower as a mere trifling force and was indifferent to their potential escape. Chapter 50. The first on the heavenly rankings. Feng Fei Huang, brimming with confidence, resumed her internal practice. She was cultivating the heavenly demon scriptures, the sacred internal skill exclusive to the leaders and holy maidens of the heavenly demon sect. As Xiao Rao Rao beheld the pervasive demonic energy enveloping Feng Fei Huang, she felt an inexplicable sense of suffocation. Her master's power was truly formidable. Given a few more years, with her master's extraordinary talent, she would undoubtedly ascend to the heavenly rankings. Once her master became a heavenly ranked warrior, perhaps the heavenly demon sect would no longer need to hide in the shadows, but could proudly present itself to the world. Do not squander your free time. Devote yourself to your training. Look at the Emperor of Liang, who has neglected state affairs for a decade, fully dedicating his time to cultivation. Otherwise, how could he have become the strongest on the heavenly rankings? Feng Fei Huang admonished, her cold eyes brimming with caution. The Emperor of Liang was indeed the strongest warrior of the age. Master, it is indeed true that Emperor Liang is deeply engrossed in his cultivation. However, there are rumors circulating in the outside world that he has succumbed to a grave illness. The origins of this situation can be traced back to the Battle of Shanhaiguan a decade ago. At that time, the formidable guardian of the world's foremost stronghold, Shanhaiguan, Dai Hong, betrayed the Great Liang, seeking personal glory by opening the gates to welcome the elite cavalry of the Turks into the realm. In a fit of rage, Emperor Liang ventured north alone, and with sheer determination, he vanquished the entire force of 100,000 elite Turkic cavalry that had breached the gates. Furthermore, he annihilated the 9 clans of Dai Hong. As the battle drew to a close, the Turkic Khan launched a surprise attack on Emperor Liang, resulting in severe injuries that, despite eventual healing, left behind a profoundly debilitating legacy. Xiao Rara spoke slowly, her eyes betraying an astonishment she could not conceal. The mere recollection of the Battle of Shanhaiguan left her in disbelief. A single warrior could achieve such extraordinary might, one man annihilating 100,000 elite cavalry. The battlefield was awash with decapitated heads, and rivers of blood flowed freely. Even the Turkic tribes on the steppes have since refrained from harassing the northern borders of the Great Liang. The events of the Battle of Shanhaiguan are not mere hearsay. They are well documented in the annals of history. The records reveal that Emperor Liang single-handedly slew countless foes, yet was ultimately ambushed by the Turkic Khan and grievously wounded. Nevertheless, even while gravely injured, Emperor Liang managed to inflict harm upon the Turkic Khan, a warrior of unparalleled stature. Had Emperor Liang not expended so much energy slaying those 100,000 elite cavalry, it is likely he would have directly severed the Khan's head from his shoulders. Whether Emperor Liang has truly succumbed to illness remains to be verified. Feng Fei Wang spoke with an air of indifference, yet a glimmer of brilliance flickered in her eyes. Should it be confirmed that Emperor Liang is indeed gravely ill, chaos will surely ensue. The world is rife with ambitious individuals who have hitherto been quelled by the might of Emperor Liang. Should he falter, the Great Liang will undoubtedly fracture. In such a scenario, it may well be the time for the rise of the heavenly demon sect. As the sun dipped in the western horizon, the azure sky revealed a scattering of twinkling stars. Su Yin, having just completed his martial training, was attended to by a maid as he changed and bathed. Upon finishing his bath, he felt rejuvenated. Upon entering the hall, he was promptly served tea by the maid. Sipping the tea brought him a sense of tranquility. Yet a lingering shadow of unease remained etched upon his brow. He then engaged in a discussion about martial arts with Hong Antong, who sat at the lower seat. During their discourse, he had dismissed the attendants. Master, should you wish to make significant strides in the martial path, it is essential to cultivate a superior internal technique, Hong Antong advised. Although Su Yin had surpassed the typical age for martial training, he believed that with the practice of an advanced internal technique, coupled with the consumption of rare treasures from heaven and earth, his potential would be limitless. Su Yin also harbored his own thoughts regarding superior internal techniques. He aspired to cultivate unparalleled internal skills, such as the extraordinary martial art of the Shaoao sect, the North Ming divine skill, or perhaps that profound and invincible internal technique, the divine reflection scripture. He yearned for the comprehensive treatise of martial arts, the Nine Manual, or the eminent Shaolin internal practice, the muscle change classic. Moreover, he sought to integrate swordplay, palm techniques, internal arts, and lightness skills into a singular form, becoming exceptionally formidable through the esoteric martial arts manuscript, the Tai Xian Jing. Each of these internal cultivation methods resonated through the ages, showcasing immense power. Unfortunately, the martial characters he had summoned thus far were not versed in these arts. Subsequently, Hong Antong imparted various martial philosophies to Su Yin. Su Yin listened intently. This leader of the Divine Dragon sect, though deeply enamored with the path of immortality, possessed remarkable martial prowess. Throughout this exchange, Su Yin gained invaluable insights. At the same time, Hong Antong arrived at a conclusion. The prowess of young Master Yu and his companions far exceeded that of their peers, closely related to the techniques they practiced. Thus, mastering a superior technique was of paramount importance. Suddenly, a common henchman from the Golden Wind in Drizzle Tower rushed into the hall, his anxious demeanor suggesting urgent news. I report to the Tower Master. A visitor has arrived, claiming to bring a gift on behalf of the Qinglong gang. The henchman's voice was resonant, his manner respectful. The Qinglong gang? This appeared to be a regional power, yet they had no prior dealings with the Golden Wind in Drizzle Tower. What could this gift signify? For a moment, Su Yan was perplexed. Yet, a guest had arrived. He spoke, "Please let him in." After a brief moment, a man in his 30s, stout and robust, clad in a thick black cotton coat with a sword hanging at his waist, appeared before Su Yan. "I am Meng Lei, sent by the Qinglong gang to deliver a gift to Master Su." His voice resonated as he held a wooden box in his hand. The box was square, approximately the height of 2 palms, yet it emanated a distinctly palpable scent of fresh blood. Dark crimson stains were visible upon the surface of the box. At that moment, Su Yan narrowed his eyes and commanded, "Open it and see." Without hesitation, Meng Lei swiftly opened the box. Although he had anticipated the contents, he could not hide his astonishment upon revealing a severed head, its expression frozen in terror. Su Yan's countenance shifted unpredictably. Why would the Qinglong gang send a head? And whose head could it possibly be? He did not recognize the figure. In contemplation, he realized that he had undergone a transformation. Had he encountered such a gruesome sight in contemporary society, he would likely have been paralyzed by fear. Yet, at this moment, his terror was nearly negligible. Hong Etong, unfazed, slowly inquired, "Are you aware of the origins of the Qinglong gang?" The Qinglong gang is one of the 5 dominant forces in Pingding County, boasting a membership of over 1,000, led by the formidable Long Chanfeng, a practitioner of profound martial arts. Furthermore, the Qinglong gang operates numerous casinos, both large and small, throughout the county. Meng Lei succinctly introduced the Qinglong gang. Chapter 51. The Intricacies of Power. Su Yan furrowed his brow in deep thought. The Qinglong gang is no trifling matter. With 1,000 members and a multitude of casinos under its banner, gambling is undeniably perilous and should be avoided at all costs. Engaging in such activities could lead to the ruin of one's family. The casinos attract a diverse array of individuals, from affluent scions to opportunists, and even ordinary citizens may find themselves drawn into this world. However, those who establish a casino and manage it adeptly can reap substantial financial rewards. Curious about the other 4 major factions in Pingding County, Su Yan inquired earnestly. Meng Lei, a robust man with a generous spirit, eagerly shared information about the remaining 4 major factions in the region. The Shuanglei gang, with over 2,000 members, controls the docks of Pingding County, engaging in various forms of cargo transportation. The Qian Family Martial Arts School boasts 1,000 apprentices, welcoming anyone interested in martial arts for a nominal fee. The Bailama Temple, home to over 100 monks, all of whom have reached the blood refinement stage, is renowned for their mastery of the Great Arhit formation. It is said that this formation is extraordinarily intricate, ensuring the demise of any Xian gang warrior who enters, and even Xian Ming warriors face certain death within its confines. As Meng Lei spoke, his fierce countenance betrayed a lingering fear, clearly indicating his deep trepidation towards the monks of Bailama Temple. He was also unwilling to associate with that group of bald-headed men, each of whom was formidable in their own right. Hong Entong furrowed his brow, sensing that the power dynamics in Pingding County were intricate and complex, rendering it a tough nut to crack. Yet, despite the challenges, he felt no trepidation within. Su Yan, on the other hand, silently assumed the role of a listener. As for the final faction in this underworld, it was the Miaoying Fang. Although it was a brothel, none of the other 4 major powers dared to provoke it. There have been attempts to encroach upon Miaoying Fang in the past, but those who did either met their demise or were left severely wounded. Among them was the enchanting mistress of Miaoying Fang, the Fox Beauty, whose stunning looks made her a natural seductress, yet she possessed a heart as cold as a serpent's. Countless warriors had fallen at her hands. Meng Lei's expression was solemn. Despite Miaoying Fang's status as a mere pleasure house, he dared not underestimate it, especially in regard to that Fox Beauty. She instilled such fear in him that he would rather steer clear, treating her like a fierce tiger. He is a formidable figure in the martial world, not to be trifled with, for one must understand that the word lust is akin to a knife. Presently, Su Yan possesses a certain understanding of Pingding County, no longer navigating its intricacies with utter ignorance. "Thank you for your guidance," Su Yan expressed gratefully. "Master Su is too kind. I merely wish to cultivate a benevolent connection." Meng Lei replied with utmost respect. He then broached the subject of the severed head he had brought, declaring it an ill omen and expressing his profound embarrassment. After articulating his thoughts, Meng Lei, with a countenance full of remorse, succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that he had inadvertently passed by the base of the Qinglong gang. There, a member of the gang had stopped him, entrusting him with a wooden box meant for the master of the Jifeng Shiyu building in Wancher Town. The individual had claimed to be a confidant of Elder Han from the Qinglong gang, leaving Meng Lei with no choice but to comply. He is merely a small character, not daring to defy the Qinglong gang. Su Yan nodded, refraining from blaming Meng Lei. However, he did not fully trust Meng Lei's words either. Before long, Su Yan showcased his hospitable nature, inviting Meng Lei to temporarily reside at the Jinfeng Shiyu building for a brief respite, as the day had already grown late. Thank you, Master Su. Meng Lei expressed his gratitude. In no time, the servants arranged accommodations for Meng Lei. The residence was quite spacious, with many unused guest rooms in the front courtyard. Once Meng Lei departed, Su Yan inquired about Hong Antong. What is your opinion of Meng Lei? Without hesitation, Hong Antong replied, his words do not seem deceitful. If he were to lie, we could easily send someone to investigate and discern the truth. Su Yan pondered this thoughtfully, choosing not to speak further. After enjoying dinner, Su Yan awaited the arrival of young Master Yu and others in the brightly lit hall. They swiftly finished their dinner and hurried over. Upon arrival, Su Yan succinctly recounted the matter concerning Meng Lei and presented the gruesome severed head. The face of the head was marred by numerous deep purple liver mortis spots. Faced with such a macabre sight, the onlookers exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss regarding the intentions of the Qinglong gang in delivering this grim trophy. It was the composed figure of young Master Yu, adorned with a bronze mask, who, with sharp eyes, revealed a flicker of astonishment. It was indeed him. He initially thought he had misread the situation, but upon closer inspection, he recalled the identity of the owner of the severed head. Deputy Master, do you recognize this person? Who is he? Zhao Zhijing inquired, his face filled with curiosity. In an instant, every gaze turned towards Gongziyu. Master, I previously mentioned sending someone to Pingding County to ascertain the circumstances there. The individual I dispatched is this man. His name is Li Fu, a mere enforcer from our esteemed Jinfeng Shiyu building. Gongziyu spoke slowly, yet his eyes grew increasingly frigid. The death of an ordinary enforcer from Jinfeng Shiyu building did not deeply concern him. In the realm of the martial world, life and death were inevitable. What concerns him is that the adversary not only killed their people, but also sent the severed head through a third party, an act that is undeniably a provocation against the Jinfeng Shiyu Lu. In an instant, the entire hall was enveloped in a profound silence. As members of Jinfeng Shiyu Lu, they felt as though they had been dealt an unperceived slap across the face. Su Yan's expression fluctuated between anger and despair. The audacity of the Qinglong gang is truly remarkable. Zhao Zhijing wore a look of indignation, his visage twisted in fury, completely dismissing the Qinglong gang. Should the master issue a command, he would be the first to charge forth, eager to slay a dozen members of the Qinglong gang to vent his pin-up rage. Lin Pingzhi, Wei Xiao, and Hong Antong all wore equally grim expressions. Is it true that even the most insignificant buffoons now dare to cavort before Jinfeng Shiyu Lu? Young Master Yu pondered aloud, gentlemen, let us not be blinded by our wrath. Whether Li Fu was indeed slain by the Qinglong gang still requires verification. However, Zhao Zhijing found himself in disagreement with such a statement. Vice Master, the matter is already quite evident. That severed head was handed over by a member of the Qinglong gang to a fellow named Meng Lei. That individual is purportedly a trusted confidant of Elder Han from the Qinglong gang. Or do you believe that Meng Lei is lying? Zhao Zhijing's teeth ground audibly, his tongue relentlessly spewing forth his thoughts. The fury within him remained ever unquenched. Chapter 52. The forces of the Jianghu as pawns. The member of the Qinglong gang claimed to be a confidant of Elder Han, yet does that truly authenticate his allegiance? Even if he were indeed affiliated with the Qinglong gang, could he not merely be an impostor? The unseen orchestrator behind this may very well aim to frame and tarnish the reputation of the Qinglong gang. If we heed their wishes and retaliate against the Qinglong gang, we would merely become instruments wielded by others. Young Master Yu's tone was chilling, his words laced with palpable caution. Clearly, he perceived an underlying peculiarity in this matter. The assembly, upon hearing his assertions, found a semblance of logic within them. It became imperative to investigate the truth, lest we be led astray by their machinations. Perhaps the shadowy figure sought to probe the depths of our Jinfeng Shiyu Lu. Su Yan's countenance grew grave. He sensed that the turmoil was but the prelude to further upheaval. Subsequently, young Master Yu's voice turned frigid, imbued with a resolute intent for vengeance. Should it be confirmed that the Qinglong gang was indeed responsible, should they claim even a single life, he would annihilate the entire gang. Upon uttering such vehement declarations, the expressions of those present remained largely unchanged. Nevertheless, the ruthless conviction in young Master Yu's words brought them a sense of satisfaction. Su Yan remained silent. Though he did not desire bloodshed, he recognized that to exist in this world necessitated adaptation. This realm was far removed from the modern society of law and order. While the Great Liang did uphold certain legal codes, adherence was often confined to the common folk. The people of the Jianghu lived day by day, uncertain if tomorrow would ever dawn. Zhao Zhijing hesitated, caught in a quandary, yet ultimately could not restrain himself from speaking. Vice Master, should we accrue too much blood on our hands? What shall we do if the court comes seeking justice? He harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards the imperial court, particularly regarding the Liang Emperor, who ranked first on the celestial list, his strength unfathomable. In the realm of martial forces, the court typically remained indifferent, requiring no concern. Young Master, you spoke in a calm tone, acknowledging the court's peculiarities. Why did it permit the Jinwu division to eliminate only the nefarious members of the demon sect while seemingly turning a blind eye to the conflicts among martial forces? If the Jinwu division were to engage in the strife of the martial world, would it not be capable of dismantling numerous factions, thereby reaping substantial rewards? Wei Eshio articulated his inner confusion, admitting that the more he comprehended the Jinwu division, the more anxious he felt. The Jinwu division's influence extended across the land. A truth not lightly spoken. Consider the members of the demon sect. Even the formidable Tianma sect dared not reveal themselves overtly. At that moment, Su Yin had shifted his gaze to young Master Yu, seemingly eager to see how he would respond to Wei Yixiao's query. The incessant bloodshed among martial factions merely served to deplete their respective strengths. In such a manner of attrition, who stands to gain the most? Undoubtedly, it is the imperial court. The court continuously accumulates power, growing ever more formidable, as young Master Yu eloquently elaborated. His words were remarkably candid, garnering widespread agreement among the crowd. Su Yin contemplated the incessant bloodshed among the factions of the martial world, perceiving it as a relentless cycle of internal strife. Should this internal conflict persist, the ultimate beneficiary would undoubtedly be the imperial court. The rivalry among these martial factions should not embroil the common populace. This is a decree established by the court, and one can observe that none of these factions have openly contravened such regulations, at least not on the surface. Of course, those belonging to the demonic sects are an exception. The martial factions serve merely as pawns, while it is the elevated few who are the true players of this game. Young Master Yu's gaze was piercing. He too yearned to become one of these players, yet such aspirations seemed daunting. Su Yin, with a serious expression, probed further. Young Master Yu, are the players you speak of the warriors of the heavenly rankings? Indeed, they are the warriors of the heavenly rankings. Each warrior possesses an unfathomable destructive power. Young Master Yu's cold, sharp eyes gradually ignited with fervor. The might of the heavenly ranking warriors filled him with aspiration. After calming the tumultuous emotions within, he continued, from the intelligence I have gathered, over a decade ago, the master of the divine martial sect, Nangong Wentian, clashed with Emperor Liang. Their battle was cataclysmic, plunging the heavens into darkness and resulting in fierce combat. In this confrontation, the county seat of Ninggu, home to over 100,000 souls, was razed to the ground. Over 100,000 innocent lives were extinguished, a tragic injustice. Yet, who dares to hold Emperor Liang accountable? Who would dare question the master of the divine martial sect, Nangong Wentian? All this is substantiated by historical records. The tumultuous era's golden list serves as evidence. Having spoken, a heavy silence enveloped the assembly. Su Yin had only a rudimentary understanding of the heavenly rankings. But after hearing young Master Yu's account, his perspective shifted significantly. He has come to a complete understanding. The celestial ranking warriors are akin to nuclear weapons in modern society. With them, one wields significant influence and can become a player, unshackled by the constraints of the mundane world. Subsequently, young Master Yu spoke of the Earth-ranking warriors. Their destructive capability pales in comparison to that of the celestial-ranking warriors. Yet, with the prowess of an Earth-ranking warrior, annihilating a small town like Chaos Stone Town, with its population of approximately 2,000 to 3,000, would be a trivial endeavor. Young Master Yu's words were laden with implication, clearly warning everyone of the grave crisis that the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion currently faces, not from the Qinglong gang, but from the Earth-ranking warrior, the leader of the Devil Sect, Feng Fei Wang. Instantly, the crowd fell into a brief silence. This is all my fault. Had I not pursued that woman, Wei Eshio lamented. A look of deep remorse etched on his face. However, his self-reproach was swiftly interrupted by young Master Yu. It is not related to your pursuit. They merely sought to use us to investigate the ancient martial arts relics. Even without your tracking, they would have approached our Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Young Master Yu spoke with a calm demeanor. His words resonated with the crowd, instilling a sense of reason. Subsequently, Su Yin engaged them in a discussion regarding the afternoon's discoveries. However, they remained at a loss, still in the midst of their investigations. The treasure in Qinshi's possession will be mine within a day, declared Gong Ziyu with unwavering confidence, having already earned Qinshi's trust. With a modicum of effort, the miraculous, unmarked paper, impervious to water and fire, would soon be in his grasp. Zhao Zhijing could not contain himself, remarking, "If that treasure is indeed so extraordinary, it could serve well for our purposes." The more he grasped the formidable prowess of the earth-ranking warriors, the more trepidation he felt. The others displayed expressions of non-committal contemplation. "As for the matter of Li Fu's demise, I shall dispatch someone to investigate," Su Yan stated earnestly. "That individual will arrive tomorrow." Li Fu, an ordinary thug from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, had left no impression on him, as he had been engrossed in martial training of late. He had entrusted the management of such ordinary thugs to Gong Ziyu and his companions. Nevertheless, he was resolute in uncovering the identity of Li Fu's killer. Hearing this, Gong Ziyu and the others exchanged glances, having discerned the unspoken implications of the master's words. Another martial artist was to be summoned by the master on the morrow, just as they had anticipated. Presently, Su Yan's reputation had soared to 909. Chapter 53. A glimmer of red in the central plains after a prolonged discussion. The group departed in unison to continue their exploration of the ancient martial relics. Meanwhile, Su Yan persisted in his martial training under the guidance of Hong and Tong throughout the frigid winter months. The arrangements for Li Fu's funeral rites had been entrusted to the ordinary thugs of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. The process was uncomplicated. Find a suitable spot for burial, erect a wooden grave marker, and thus conclude the final rites. The burial site, lacking a proper coffin, reflected Li Fu's humble status, as he was merely an ordinary thug within the tower. Upon completing his training, Su Yan prepared to indulge in a medicinal bath. In a spacious bathing chamber stood a large wooden tub, towering to half his height. Steam billowed from the tub, enveloping the air in a misty white haze, accompanied by a faint aroma of herbs. Disrobing entirely, Su Yan executed a graceful dive into the tub, instantly enveloped by the warm medicinal concoction. The earlier exertion had left his muscles sore and his body weary, yet as he soaked, he felt the tension in his muscles gradually ease, the fatigue dissipating significantly. He exhaled deeply, donning an expression of sheer enjoyment. Currently, he was immersed in a superior medicinal bath, the ingredients for which had been meticulously gathered from the storeroom of the Golden Cicada Temple. This exquisite medicinal bath was valued at 100 taels of silver. Practicing martial arts indeed demands a considerable financial investment, Su Yan mused, yet he found himself quite satisfied with the efficacy of the premium bath. Merely a brief immersion in the medicinal concoction had already proven beneficial. He felt invigorated, his body light and buoyant. In fact, he sensed a surge of energy coursing through him. After completing the medicinal bath, Su Yan returned to his chamber and fell into a deep slumber. Before long, the dawn broke, revealing a pale light in the sky. Lying on his bed, Su Yan opened his eyes, and after being attended to by his maid for his morning routine, he sent someone to retrieve 100 taels of silver. His reputation had now reached an impressive score of 1,120 points. Although the growth was not particularly rapid, this was largely due to the limited influence of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. Su Yan even speculated that had the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower not vanquished the Golden Cicada Temple, his reputation would not have soared to such heights. It is worth noting that had he not previously summoned 2 green cards, consuming 2,000 reputation points, he would now have over 3,000 points. The combined population of Stone Town and the surrounding villages amounted to only 4,000 or 5,000 individuals. From this data, it is evident that the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower held a prominent reputation in the vicinity of Stone Town. Before long, his servants followed his command and went to the treasury to retrieve the 100 taels of silver. Upon further inquiry, he learned that the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower currently had over 700 taels of silver in its account. Fortunately, the various shops were able to generate some profit, or else they would have been facing dire straits. Su Yan murmured to himself as he awaited the departure of his servants, leaving him alone in his chamber. He could not help but rub his hands together, uncertain of which green card he would draw this time. Previously summoned characters had all been villains, surely it couldn't be another one? A myriad of thoughts raced through Su Yan's mind as he began the card-drawing process. The chest before him, once filled with glimmering silver, had now vanished entirely. The total amount had been 100 taels, and simultaneously, his reputation points had diminished by 1,000. Yet, Su Yan paid little heed to these details, his gaze fixed intently on the flickering interface. Displayed before him were green cards, each revealing only the outlines of figures, devoid of discernible attire or facial features. As he focused his thoughts, the interface ceased its flickering, presenting a singular green card before him. It depicted a youth clad in crimson, his demeanor austere, albeit missing his left arm. Su Yin struggled to recall this young man's identity. Central Plains 1 read. The highest-priced and most ruthless assassin in the world, renowned for his credibility. Upon reading the 3 lines of text in his field of vision, realization dawned upon Su Yin. This was indeed the person. This individual was renowned for his extraordinary swordsmanship, capable of piercing an enemy's throat with a single strike. Remarkably, this process left no spurt of blood, merely a trace of crimson upon his blade, hence earning him the moniker 1 Red. Shall I summon the green card of Central Plains 1 Red? Another line of text appeared. Without hesitation, Su Yin confirmed the summoning. In an instant, a young man, clad in red, with a long sword at his waist and a formidable, stoic presence, materialized before him. 1 Red merely nodded in acknowledgement, remaining taciturn. Su Yin took little notice of this silence and swiftly recounted the details surrounding Li Fu's murder, instructing 1 Red to investigate the truth in Pingding County. 1 Red, sparing words, simply replied with a single affirmative, good. Curious about 1 Red's age, Su Yin inquired, hoping to ascertain if he met the criteria for the potential dragon list. 1 Red, with no hesitation, answered, 26. In that moment, Su Yin's expression turned to one of regret. This age did not meet the standards after all. What a pity. Otherwise, 1 Red would surely have secured a place on the potential dragon list. Subsequently, Su Yin inquired about 1 Red's circumstances upon arriving in this new world. Drawing parallels to Lin Pingji, who was imprisoned beneath Westlake, and young Master Yu, whose martial prowess had faltered prematurely, 1 Red's response was succinct, indicating a life of seclusion and stability. Only a hint of crimson softened the cold glint in his eyes, yet he abruptly ceased his words mid-sentence. Su Yin chose not to pursue the matter further, sensing that this man, known as Yidian Hong, harbored a story of his own. Moments later, Yidian Hong set forth. As he departed from Su Yan's quarters, traversing several corridors until he reached the courtyard, he encountered Gongzi Yu and his companions. Zhao Zhijing stepped forward, eager to greet Yidian Hong, only to find that Yidian Hong paid him no heed and simply strode away, leaving Zhao Zhijing's face tinged with indignation. He was indeed a swordsman. Lin Pingji remarked this before resuming his practice of the Bishies sword technique, each move executed with precision and remarkable speed. Gongzi Yu silently observed Yidian Hong's retreating figure, succinctly labeling him a killer. In his eyes, Yidian Hong epitomized a killer, as he had previously encountered numerous assassins in the martial world. Wei Yixio and Hong Antong were absorbed in their own martial pursuits, paying little attention to Yidian Hong. On the 9th day of the 12th lunar month, the bustling town of Wanchur was alive with activity, the streets thronged with passers-by. The Baozi shop was abuzz with customers eager for steaming buns, meat buns at 2 when each and vegetarian buns at 1 when each, selling like hotcakes. Yidian Hong wandered intermittently through the Baozi shop and around the vicinity, appearing genuinely fascinated by everything around him. Gradually, he blended into the crowd, embodying the essence of an ordinary citizen. Chapter 54. The treasure awaits. The worthy Yidian Hong did not hasten towards Pingding County, instead lingering outside the Jinfeng Shiyu building. He awaits. He awaits that person, the one who brings the severed heads, the reckless Lei. He sought to uncover the true nature of this individual. While waiting at Yidian Hong, Gongzi Yu and his companions, having finished their breakfast, resumed their quest for clues regarding the ancient martial arts relics in Wanchur town. Observing their demeanor, it seemed they were intent on digging through the very earth of Wanchur town. Yidian Hong did not have to wait long, for Meng Lei departed from the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Yidian Hong silently trailed him, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. Despite Meng Lei's incessant wandering, Yidian Hong remained patient and steadfastly followed. Ultimately, Meng Lei left Wanchur town, heading towards Pingding County. At that very moment, within an unremarkable, sparsely furnished common dwelling, Gongzi Yu met with Chen Shi. During their conversation, Chen Shi's eyes widened in astonishment. For Gongzi Yu had actually taken action against Zhao Zhijing, even going so far as to encase him in a sack and bring him along. My lord, will this not attract the attention of the Jinfeng Shiyu building? Chen Shi inquired, his face etched with worry, as he had yet to find assistance. And Gongzi Yu had acted so hastily. Rest assured, Chief Chen, this matter will not provoke the Jinfeng Shiyu building. The master of the building has dispatched Zhao Zhijing to Yuyang County, which lies hundreds of miles from Wanchur town, even on horseback. The journey there and back would take several days, Gongzi Yu replied slowly, though his words were mere fabrications. Nevertheless, Chen Shi had begun to place a degree of trust in Gongzi Yu, thus he harbored no doubts regarding his claims. Gradually, a growing sense of hatred filled Chen Shi's gaze. He fixed his gaze intently on the brown burlap sack beside the table, as if a thought had just struck him. With a cheerful smile, Gouzi remarked, "Indeed. Since Master Chen harbors such a deep-seated hatred for Zhao Zhijing, it falls upon you to carry out the deed. Strike him down with a single blow." "No, no," Chen Shi retorted, his expression one of indignation. To slay Zhao Zhijing with a single stroke would be far too lenient. He then hastily untied the knot on the sack. As expected, once the burlap was opened, he was finally able to behold the man he abhorred to the core, Zhao Zhijing, clad in his ceremonial robes. At this moment, Zhao Zhijing lay in an unconscious state. Chen Shi's gaze burned with intensity. Indeed, his collaboration with young Master Yu proved to be his most astute decision. Given your evident sincerity, I too shall demonstrate a measure of earnestness and allow you a glimpse of my treasure. Chen Shi feigned a generous demeanor, yet his eyes discreetly scrutinized young Master Yu. "Ah." Young Master Yu responded lightly, seemingly indifferent to the treasure. Nevertheless, he felt a profound satisfaction. The fish had finally taken the bait. Chen Shi, no longer hesitating, promptly retrieved the treasure, which he appeared to carry with him at all times. Upon closer inspection, the treasure revealed itself to be a tattered, yellowed piece of paper. "My lord, please take this treasure and examine it. I shall fetch a fire stick to ignite it. At that moment, you shall witness the extraordinary nature of this artifact." As he spoke, Chen Shi intended to hand the treasure to young Master Yu. Yet, young Master Yu did not accept it, maintaining an air of apparent indifference. In that instant, Chen Shi's heart finally relaxed completely, for the treasure in his possession was merely a counterfeit. His actions were merely the final test of Lord Yu. Such a true treasure, how could he dare to carry it on his person? However, after a series of relentless trials, he had come to fully trust Lord Yu. Indeed, Lord Yu displayed no interest in his treasure and was genuinely intent on confronting the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower alongside him. Chen Shi said little as he went off in search of a fire starter and to retrieve the hidden genuine treasure. Lord Yu watched his departing figure with a pensive gaze, fully aware of Chen Shi's thoughts. Today, he was determined to obtain that treasure. Such a perfectly cooked duck could not escape him. Before long, Chen Shi returned, not only with a fire starter, but also with a piece of roughly palm-sized, tattered yellowed paper. The paper appeared ordinary, almost identical to the one Chen Shi had previously produced. Before Lord Yu, Chen Shi attempted to ignite the paper with the fire starter. A small flame flickered to life. Yet a most astonishing scene unfolded. The yellowed paper remained unscathed by the fire. This treasure was indeed peculiar. I have possessed this treasure for many years, yet I have been unable to unravel its mysteries. A look of dejection washed over Chen Shi, and he seemed to age several years in an instant. Despite having a wondrous and extraordinary treasure, he found himself unable to decipher its enigma. "It appears you are not the destined one," Lord Yu remarked leisurely. Chen Shi nodded, conceding that Lord Yu's words held merit. However, in the next moment, Lord Yu took action. He snatched the tattered, yellowed paper and unleashed a powerful strike. This blow was infused with a chilling essence of ice. The series of actions taken by young Master Yu caught Chen Shi completely off guard. Bang! Chen Shi was sent flying, crashing violently against the earthen wall behind him, blood spurting from his mouth and nose. While a chilling imprint of a palm could be seen on his chest, he widened his eyes in disbelief, his face a portrait of astonishment. "Why?" he questioned aloud, utterly perplexed as to why young Master Yu had suddenly turned against him. He seems to have done nothing to offend young Master Yu. Moreover, how could young Master Yu have seized his treasure? Was everything that transpired merely an act? Young Master Yu paid no heed to Chen Shi, instead focusing intently on the treasure in his grasp. The treasure rightfully belongs to the fated one. You, wretched creature, are certainly not the chosen one. Zhao Zhijing, previously trapped in a burlap sack and rendered unconscious, suddenly stirred with a surge of true energy, shattering the sack into pieces and revealing a triumphantly smug expression. "Even you wish to take my life? How utterly laughable!" Zhao Zhijing cursed vehemently and unleashed a formidable palm strike. This strike was none other than the most powerful technique from the Chuanjin sect, the three flowers gathered at the crown. The technique was exquisitely fierce, unstoppable in its momentum. Chen Shi, who braced himself to endure the strike, felt his internal organs tumultuously upheave, his dantian rupture, and his internal energy dissipate, leaving him utterly incapacitated. Moreover, the severity of his injuries caused him to faint from the pain. This was also Zhao Zhijing's intention. He wished to interrogate Chen Shi, for otherwise Chen Shi would have long since met his demise. How peculiar! This blank piece of paper is indeed rather enigmatic. Young Master Yu mused to himself. And despite his keen observations, he gleaned nothing from the tattered, yellowed sheet in his hand. "I too shall take a look." Zhao Zhijing joined the fray. Yet like young Master Yu, he found himself equally empty-handed. Nevertheless, both understood that this wordless paper undoubtedly concealed a secret. However, they were at a loss as to how to unravel it. Upon acquiring the treasure, the two hastened to the base of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. As for the gravely injured and unconscious Chen Shi, they instructed the ordinary henchmen of the tower to confine him. Chapter 55, The Mantis Catches the Cicada. While the yellow bird awaits along the journey, young Master Yu and Zhao Zhijing executed their lightness skills, moving as gracefully as swallows. After a brief while, they arrived at the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower's stronghold, where they met with the tower master, Su Yin. Young Master Yu recounted the events that transpired earlier and presented the blank piece of paper. Is this truly the treasure? Su Yin, upon receiving the yellowed, tattered sheet, displayed a curious expression. Subsequently, Su Yin, along with young Master Yu and Zhao Zhijing, began to investigate the treasure, attempting to unveil its concealed secrets. They attempted to soak the damaged, wordless paper in a wooden basin, yet the paper showed no reaction at all. After a quarter of an hour, there was still no change. This prompted them to explore alternative methods. Su Yin suggested using sunlight for illumination. Soon, the blazing sun shone upon the blank paper. Su Yin astutely observed the peculiar nature of the treasure, exclaiming, "Just moments ago, the paper was submerged in water, yet now, after only a brief exposure to sunlight, it has completely dried. The drying speed is rather swift, indeed." Young Master Yu narrowed his eyes, his voice icy as he shared his own insights. Not only that, but placing a finger upon this wordless paper, it felt utterly devoid of heat. It was as if it could absorb sunlight. As he spoke, his fingertips had already descended upon the blank sheet of paper. Zhao Zhijing glanced left and right, his conviction deepening that this unmarked parchment might indeed be connected to the ancient martial arts relics. Subsequently, Su Yin attempted to drop his blood onto it. The blood fell upon the blank paper, but in an instant, it vanished without a trace. How strange, it could absorb blood as well. Zhao Zhijing exhibited a look of astonishment, and within Gong Ziyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue, for this treasure was undoubtedly extraordinary. However, Su Yin felt a tinge of disappointment. Despite having shed blood, the blank sheet showed no reaction. Was the blood recognition method ineffective? In an instant, Su Yan's expression turned regretful. To possess a treasure, yet be unable to unravel its mysteries was indeed vexing. It was likely that the former leader of the Gathering of Heroes, Chen Shi, had acquired this treasure and attempted numerous methods but to no avail. Su Yin sighed softly. Master of the building, in my humble opinion, this treasure must be related to the ancient martial arts relics, Zhao Zhijing asserted confidently, though he harbored his own secret thoughts. After all, the woman residing in the inn had been a source of great unease for him. She was ranked 4th in the Earth rankings. Feng Fei Wang, the leader of the demon sect. He could discern the intentions behind Su Yan's thoughts, yet he refrained from making hasty decisions, instead directing his gaze towards Gong Ziyu. The followers of the demonic sect are notorious for their unscrupulous methods. At present, our wings are not yet fully formed, and we must tread carefully to avoid inciting their ire. Gong Ziyu spoke with a veiled implication, clearly believing it unwise to offend the martial artist ranked on the Earth list. Had our Jin Feng, Shiyu Lu not made such a conspicuous display in unifying the chaotic Shizhan, we might have evaded the troubles we now face. Su Yin rubbed his temples, his mood decidedly morose. He even mused that had he chosen to remain in Qinghe village, biding his time while allowing the summoned martial figures to develop their power and amass wealth, he might have avoided the perilous situation in which he currently found himself. Gong Ziyu, once a dominant force in the martial world, who had stirred the rivers and lakes into a tempest of bloodshed, had also gleaned some insight into Su Yan's thoughts. For a faction to expand, offending others is inevitable, whether they be weak or strong. The weak, like Chen Shi, the leader of the Jui gang, are but trifles in our eyes, hardly worth consideration. Yet the strong, such as the woman suspected to be the leader of the Tian Mo sect, ranked 4th on the Earth list, commands our respect. Gong Ziyu, calm and composed, elaborated with poise. Zhao Zhijing's eyes darted about, uncertain of the true intent behind Gong Ziyu's words. However, Su Yin subtly grasped Gong Ziyu's underlying message. Offending the weak can be managed with ease, but should we provoke the strong, we must resort to dissimulation, quietly amassing our strength. When the time is ripe, we shall strike down the formidable adversary. Of course, at present, we still hold some utility for that individual. Had we been devoid of value, we would have long since met our demise. Gong Ziyu's gaze remained as tranquil as a still pond, even amidst the dangerous circumstances surrounding them. His composure was something Zhao Zhijing could not replicate. Unable to restrain himself, Zhao Zhijing spoke up, Vice Master, when the blade falls. Are we not left to await our demise? First-rate powers infiltrate every nook and cranny. Even if you can hide and flee, can you truly evade their grasp? A mere threat of evidence, and they will uncover your whereabouts. In this world, there exists no sanctuary. Even if you retreat to a remote village nestled in the mountains, it remains the same. Prince Yu, as steady as an old dog, spoke words that struck deeply. At that moment, Su Yin also realized that even during his initial concealment in Qingge village, as long as he maintained any connection with Prince Yu and the others, he would inevitably be discovered by that woman who was suspected to be a martial artist of the Earth ranking. The Heavenly Demon sect was far more formidable than he had previously imagined. Of course, if he completely severed ties with Prince Yu and the others, it would indeed be exceedingly difficult for them to trace him, regardless of their capabilities. However, if he did so, how would he procure the silver needed for summoning? In an instant, Zhao Zijing's complexion turned as pale as paper. If Prince Yu's assertions held true, then were they not akin to fish on a chopping block? No matter how fiercely they struggled, their fate was sealed. With a thud, Zhao Zijing collapsed into the rosewood chair, overwhelmed by despair. The Heavenly Demon sect was indeed extraordinary. But to my knowledge, the Jinwu division was an elite force. The foundation of the Jinwu division far surpassed that of the Heavenly Demon sect. If the leader of the Heavenly Demon sect were to appear in Shattered Stone Town, would the Jinwu division truly remain oblivious? Regarding the current situation, while dangers loomed large, Prince Yu, once a dominant figure in the martial world, had also perceived a method to turn the tide. Certainly, the Jinwu division possessed immense capability and would be acutely aware of the movements of the leader of the Heavenly Demon sect. If that woman were indeed the leader of the Heavenly Demon sect, having lingered in Shattered Stone Town for several days, the masters of the Jinwu division were likely already en route. Zhao Zijing's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. At this moment, he felt a surge of hope. It seemed that the predicament of the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion was not one of imminent doom, but rather a broad avenue laid out before them. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Could it be that the Jinwu division also coveted the ancient martial arts relic? Su Yan's eyes brightened, and his thoughts became much more agile. The Jinwu division harbored considerable ambitions and vast appetites. They sought to counter the Heavenly Demon sect's leader and lay claim to the ancient martial arts relic as well. Perhaps an elaborate web had already been woven in the shadows, but the timing was not yet ripe for the net to be drawn in. Prince Yu, with his sharp gaze, found himself amidst the vortex of Shattered Stone Town, perceiving the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion as merely a pawn. The true players in this game were the Jinwu division and the Heavenly Demon sect. Chapter 56. Speak again, and you shall perish. Is the allure of the ancient martial arts relic truly so irresistible? Zhao Zijing felt an insatiable itch of curiosity. His understanding of the ancient martial arts relics was scant, merely recognizing them as remnants from the era of deities and demons. How could you dare to challenge across boundaries? You cannot genuinely believe yourself to be an unparalleled genius. Can you? Ultimately, it was the sophistication of the martial arts you practiced that set you apart. Conversely, your adversaries were merely practitioners of mediocre and flawed techniques. Young Master Yu jestingly remarked upon Zhao Zijing. Upon hearing such blunt words, Zhao Zijing's face flushed crimson, yet he refrained from retorting. For it was indeed the prowess of the Chuanjin school that enabled him, with a single sword, to subdue the Zhuyi gang. Ancient martial arts relics often harbored advanced martial techniques, typically under the control of formidable powers. Should our future opponents also master profound martial arts? Confronting them would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge, and daring to challenge across boundaries would be nothing but a fanciful delusion. Young Master Yu continued to speak in a leisurely manner. Zhao Zijing nodded silently, in full agreement with his words. Even Su Yin found his reasoning compelling. The impoverished grow increasingly destitute, while the affluent amass even greater wealth. The same principle applies to martial arts. Those elite factions monopolize profound techniques. Sharing them is utterly inconceivable. This results in ordinary martial artists being relegated to practicing only rudimentary or widely available martial arts. It is no wonder that despite the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower's triumph over the three major factions of Shattered Stone Town and its annihilation of the Golden Cicada Temple, the martial arts they acquired were rather commonplace, consisting solely of inconsequential techniques. Time swiftly passed, and before long, night fell. In the city of Pingding, at the stronghold of the Azure Dragon Gang, there stood a vast estate, brilliantly illuminated and expansive in size. Well-trained, brawny men, resembling towering iron pillars, continuously patrolled the surroundings of the estate. They were all clad in black cotton garments adorned with vividly embroidered azure dragons. The dragons were depicted with bared fangs and claws, exuding an imposing aura. They are all members of the Azure Dragon Gang, their strength not particularly formidable, mostly at the bone-tempering stage. The leader, a man with a face full of pockmarks named Zhang Wu, possesses cultivation at the blood refinement stage. The weather is indeed frigid. The leader, Zhang Wu, in his 30s, made a pointed remark, "Brother Zhang, there is no need for you to stand guard. Brother Zhang, you should return. Do not keep your wife waiting. Anyone daring to stir trouble with our Azure Dragon Gang is courting danger." The members of the Azure Dragon Gang surrounded Zhang Wu, all wearing expressions of ingratiation. Their reactions pleased Zhang Wu, yet he is a man who is quite fond of petty gains. He deliberately remarked, on such a frigid day, "Returning home empty-handed would surely provoke complaints from my wife. You all know how much I dread her." Upon uttering these words, Zhang Wu exhibited a comically naive expression. Hearing this, the members of the Great Liang Gang reacted as if they had swallowed a fly, utterly repulsed. They were well aware of Zhang Wu's intentions. Since they had received their hard-earned money today, their greedy leader was scheming to extract a portion from them. Such theatrical displays had occurred numerous times before, rendering them unfazed. At most, they would harbor a few resentful thoughts, but they dared not voice them. In no time, Zhang Wu had acquired several taels of silver, his face radiating joy. Yet, he could only retain a fraction of this wealth, as a portion must be offered to his superiors. With an air of indifference, Zhang Wu hurried homeward, striding with purpose. Today, someone was inquiring about Brother Zhang. This individual was a beggar, reeking of filth. A beggar? Surely. There must be another motive for seeking out Brother Zhang. Bah, nonsense. What does his life or death matter to us? A few members of the Great Liang Gang on duty quietly discussed amongst themselves, their teeth clenched in disdain. However, their conversations soon shifted to gambling, as they eagerly planned to visit the gambling den after their shift. "Last time I lost silver. This time, I shall reclaim it with interest." "Me too. I had poor luck before, but this time victory is assured. With continuous losses, it's high time for a win." As they delved into discussions about the gambling den, their excitement grew exponentially. Zhang Wu's home lay on the eastern edge of the county, an area inhabited by many common folk. Though night had fallen, some citizens ventured out, whether to gamble, visit brothels, or simply wander aimlessly. "Brother Zhang, good to see you." The ordinary people greeted Zhang Wu warmly. Despite being the captain of the Great Liang Gang, the populace held a certain trepidation towards him. Even though Zhang Wu had never crossed paths with them, their hearts were filled with unease in his presence. Zhang Wu was, after all, a man of the underworld. With his life hanging by a thread, one misstep could lead to fatal consequences, even to the destruction of families. Zhang Wu paid no heed to these commoners, and even contemplated extorting protection fees from them. Yet, he dared not act on such thoughts. He silently turned his gaze towards the northern part of the county, where the local military command was situated, presided over by the chief flag-bearer, Han Qianqiu. He was their leader, and none would dare to offend him. It was only upon returning to that quaint house of blue bricks and tiles that he had just pushed open the door. He was taken aback. A stern young man clad in crimson garments, with a long sword at his waist, sat steadily beside a rosewood tea table. In an instant, Zhang Wu instinctively sensed that something was amiss. Who was this young man before him? He did not recognize him. Yet the identity of the other party was likely that of a rogue from the underworld. When such individuals come knocking, it is seldom a harbinger of good fortune. Zhang Wu contemplated fleeing. However, the youth had already made his move. In a swift motion, the young man's figure darted forward, and his long sword was abruptly pressed against Zhang Wu's throat, capable of extinguishing his life with but a mere flick of the wrist. In that instant, a chill coursed through Zhang Wu's limbs, a frigid sensation surging from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. The speed of the opponent's movements and the swiftness of his strike were sufficient to demonstrate that the other's martial prowess far surpassed his own. Was he a practitioner of the profound body, or perhaps a master of the profound force? When did he offend such a figure? "Your Excellency, I am Zhang Wu of the Azure Dragon Gang." Cold sweat trickled down Zhang Wu's forehead, yet he maintained an air of feigned composure. "Another word, and you shall perish." The youth's tone was chilling. Instantly, Zhang Wu became docile, not daring to utter a sound, his demeanor transforming into one of obsequiousness. He exhibited a humble disposition, secretly contemplating ways to preserve his life. The youth was none other than Yidian Hong. After spending the better part of a day investigating in Pingying County, he was not without his findings. He discovered the connection between Mang Lei and the Zhenwu division. Moreover, yesterday he intercepted Mang Lei and subsequently entrusted the task of delivering the severed head of Li Fu to this very underling of the Great Liang Gang, Zhang Wu. "Who commanded you to deliver that head to the Jinfeng Shiyu building? And who was responsible for the murder of its owner?" Yidian Hong's expression was grim, her voice icy. Feeling the cold tip of the blade against his throat, Zhang Wu's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 57. The True Beauty of the Mortal Realm Hero. I will divulge everything. Just spare my life. Zhang Wu's voice quivered, his eyes filled with terror. At that moment, his sole desire was to survive. The severed head was given to me by a man in black. He paid me to carry out his bidding. The owner of that head must have been killed by that man in black. In a quaking tone, Zhang Wu did not dare to conceal the truth and confess directly. Yidian Hong's gaze was chilling as she pondered, is the man in black male or female? Describe their appearance, physique, and everything you know about them. He was clad entirely in black. With an elegant demeanor, he was a man, appearing to be in his 20s, of average build, with a black mole on his right cheek. Zhang Wu strained his mind to recall swiftly. His strength should be greater than mine, though not by much. He might be a Xuanyi martial artist. However, his lightness skills were remarkable, slipping away like a wisp of smoke right before my eyes. Yidian Hong listened intently, probing further into the details regarding the man in black. Zhang Wu shared every piece of information he had without reservation. Sir, I have told you all I know. You must let me go now, Zhang Wu pleaded, his eyes brimming with desperation for survival. However, Yidian Hong had already drawn her sword. In a mere instant, Zhang Wu met his demise. Thud. Zhang Wu's robust form collapsed heavily to the ground, his eyes wide open in shock. He passed away with his eyes wide open. He could not fathom why. Despite his complete compliance, the other party still sought to take his life. A hint of crimson stained the cold visage of indifference. A trace of blood upon the tip of his sword. To kill without shedding blood, a mere speck of red beneath the blade. He regarded murder as a form of art. In the end, a splash of red even proceeded to search the corpse of Zhang Wu, unearthing several taels of silver. Subsequently, he strode away with great confidence, leaving no trace behind. The rationale behind the murder of Zhang Wu was quite straightforward. Zhang Wu had seen his visage, and to prevent any unforeseen complications, he took drastic measures. He had no choice but to silence them through murder. Soon, a figure cloaked in crimson traversed the streets of the county town. Though night had fallen, the southern part of the town was particularly vibrant. A veritable spectacle of lights and throngs of people. This lively atmosphere was attributed to the presence of the enchanting Miaoyan House. As a renowned brothel, Miaoyan House buzzed with activity in the evening, drawing an abundance of patrons. Without a moment's hesitation, the figure in red made her way towards Miaoyan House. He sought to gather intelligence regarding the enigmatic figure clad in black through the renowned Miaoyan Pavilion. In the bustling brothel, where a myriad of characters converged, the acquisition of information proved rather convenient. Along his journey, he encountered several individuals adorned in dark garments, their faces obscured by wide-brimmed hats. He merely cast a few fleeting glances and subsequently paid no further attention. Ever since his arrival in the tranquil county of Pingding, he had encountered numerous enigmatic figures cloaked in conical hats, each varying in strength and prowess. As Yidian Hong made her way to Miaoyan Fong, Han Qianxiu, the commanding presence of Pingding, was diligently receiving two distinguished guests in the study behind the yamen. Han Qianxiu, tall and imposing, was a practitioner of profound martial arts, the chief banner of the Zhenwu division. With such a position, he held sway over the 5 dominant factions in Pingding County, none daring to offend him. Yet, at that moment, he bowed slightly, his mature visage reflecting utmost respect. The esteemed guests were 2 women. One occupied the main seat, while the other stood gracefully beside her. The young woman seated prominently possessed an alluring figure, her head adorned with a conical hat, her face obscured by a black veil, and clad in form-fitting black attire that exuded an air of mystery. The other woman, in the bloom of youth, was slender and strikingly beautiful, holding a meticulously crafted sword box, approximately 2 feet and 3 inches in length. With a humble demeanor, Han Qianxiu addressed her respectfully. I have the honor of meeting the chief. Please, no need for formalities, came a voice as delightful as a trickling spring, resonating in Han Qianxiu's ears. Before him sat the illustrious Tang Liyue, the 3rd-ranked chief of the Zhenwu division. Lowering his gaze, Han Qianxiu could not help but feel a tinge of regret for not being able to behold her true visage. It was said that the chief was a paragon of beauty, rivaled only by her twin sister, Tang Liyue, renowned as the stunning duo. However, very few had the privilege of witnessing their beauty, and he could only wonder what captivating face lay hidden beneath that black veil. In an instant, Han Qianxiu dispelled his scattered thoughts. After all, the chief had countless suitors, with even the princes of the Great Liang Dynasty eagerly vying for her affection. Alas, none had yet succeeded in winning her heart. Have the results of the interrogation been revealed? Tang Liyue inquired, her voice imbued with gentleness. Upon hearing this, Han Qianqiu's face clouded with guilt. Chief, the bloodthirsty cultists possess steadfast resolve. They refused to divulge the locations of their strongholds. As soon as he spoke, he felt an unmistakable chill envelop the study. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Stubborn, are they? I shall personally conduct the interrogation later. Those demonic cultists deserve to be eradicated. Tang Liyue's melodious voice was enchanting, yet beads of cold sweat formed on Han Qianqiu's brow. He felt a surge of relief that she did not hold him accountable. Otherwise, he feared the consequences would be dire. What is the situation in Shattered Stone Town? Tang Liyue inquired, her tone measured and calm. Chief, everything in Shattered Stone Town has been executed according to your directives. Han Qianqiu's voice resonated with newfound strength. At the very least, he had not completely botched the matters entrusted to him by the first seat. Has the truth behind the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion not yet been uncovered? Tang Liyue's tone was as gentle as flowing water. Yet, in this moment, Han Qianqiu's countenance turned pale as a ghost. He has exhausted all his resources, yet he remains oblivious to the intricacies of the Jifeng Shiyu Tower. As the chief flag of the Zhenwu Division, he considers himself a failure. Given his position, it is imperative that he thoroughly investigates the territorial and martial influences under his command. However, he has been unable to uncover anything about the Jifeng Shiyu Tower. It appears that you have not conducted a proper inquiry. I do not hold it against you. Yet, regarding the connection between the Jinshan Temple and the Hehuan sect, why have you failed to clarify this as well? You have been derelict in your duties. Tang Liyue's tone was laced with melancholy. Han Qianqiu's face turned pale, his expression rigid, and he fell into silence. He has indeed derelict his duties. I hope you can atone for your shortcomings. Tang Liyue did not reprimand Han Qianqiu. The demonic sect is akin to a persistent affliction, difficult to eradicate completely. If the demonic sect were so easily dealt with, how could there be so many of them in this world? The White Lotus sect wreaking havoc in the north, the Mithriya sect causing turmoil in the south, the elusive Azura sect, and the poison sect wielding control over venomous arts. With hundreds of thousands of followers, the ruthless and unscrupulous Heavenly Demon sect poses a significant threat. In the end, the two women gracefully departed. Alone in his study, Han Qianqiu gasped for breath. He felt as if he had narrowly escaped the gates of hell. The woman clutching the sword box held in her arms the legendary weapon, Frosty Snow, from the ancient martial relics. Frosty Snow was the weapon of Tang Liyue, the foremost master of the Zhenwu Division. It was said that this sword possessed formidable power, striking with the ferocity of a relentless blizzard, capable of freezing enemies into ice sculptures in an instant. Countless souls had perished beneath the chilling blade of Frosty Snow. Chapter 58, Secrets of the Ancient Era of Gods and Demons. After catching his breath for quite some time, Han Qianqiu finally regained his composure. The two departing women had transformed into two hat-wearing figures, seamlessly blending into the town of Pingding. Ultimately, they settled in a modest inn for respite. Upon entering the ordinary guest room, the woman with the sword box could no longer contain herself and spoke. Miss, now that we have arrived in Pingding, why not proceed directly to Wancher Town to eliminate that leader of the Heavenly Demon sect? The woman was Tang Liyue's maid, known as Qiu Yue, dressed in black. With a hat obscuring her features and a black veil covering her face, Tang Liyue had taken her seat on a wooden bench. Her delicate fingers were playfully toying with a white porcelain cup on the tea table. If Feng Fei Wang were truly so easily dealt with, she would not have survived this long. Moreover, we still require her to unlock that ancient martial relic, which is connected to the Heavenly Demon sect and can only be activated using the techniques of the Heavenly Demon scripture. Tang Liyue spoke in a leisurely tone. Qiu Yue chuckled and replied, Miss, your cunning is truly remarkable, allowing another to unlock the ancient martial relic for you. However, before she could finish her sentence, Tang Liyue flicked her fingers, sending a precisely controlled burst of white energy that lightly struck Qiu Yue's forehead. Miss, you are too mischievous. Qiu Yue raised her small hand to gently rub her slightly pained forehead, her expression a blend of annoyance and playfulness. Tang Liyue let out a soft laugh, her voice gentle like a spring breeze. Why are you so concerned about the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion? Qiu Yue inquired, her bright, expressive eyes filled with curiosity. In her memory, her mistress was always composed, rarely swayed by external affairs. Yet, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion seemed to hold particular significance for her mistress, making the situation rather peculiar. Once, she had overheard the old master speak of certain secrets from the ancient era of gods and demons. During that time, There existed a force known as the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Tang Liyue's gaze turned profound. The old master she referred to was the previous head of the Zhenwu division, currently in seclusion for cultivation. Upon mentioning the old master, Qiu Yue's eyes reflected concern. The old master, ranked 10th on the heavenly rankings, was a kind and affable elder. However, he had sustained severe injuries while battling the followers of the demon sect and had been in seclusion for many years. Given that the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion existed during the era of gods and demons, could it be that it shares a similarly ancient lineage as the heavenly demon sect? Autumn Moon was filled with curiosity. Tang Liyue's voice was melodious as she continued. According to the old chief, the records concerning the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion are rather vague. Only this name remains, and nothing else is known. Upon hearing this, Autumn Moon's spirit visibly drooped. She had hoped to uncover remarkable ancient secrets, yet this was all there was? Perhaps, just perhaps, the name alone was of no consequence, miss. Do not take it to heart. Autumn Moon puffed her cheeks, dismissing the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion entirely. Such a feeble establishment could hardly be linked to the era of gods and demons. Tang Liyue remained noncommittal, pondering that if the opportunity arose, it would be intriguing to meet Master Su of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. She then inquired, "Have the clues to the ancient martial arts relics been arranged for them?" Autumn Moon nodded but couldn't help pouting as she spoke. "Miss, why must we be so circuitous? Why not simply provide the exact location of the ancient martial arts relics to the heavenly demon sect from the outset? Things that come too easily are often taken for granted. However, if one must navigate through twists and turns to attain something, they will cherish it deeply, treating it as a precious treasure, and suspicion will not arise." Tang Liyue wore a knowing smile, her words laden with meaning. At her remark, Autumn Moon's charming face brightened with understanding. Meanwhile, within the chaotic stone town, Wei Xiao moved like a phantom under the cover of night, elusive and enigmatic. He once again stealthily infiltrated the town's administrative office. Although the premises were guarded by numerous personnel, they remained utterly oblivious to Wei Xiao's presence. With practiced ease, he navigated his way to the desolate archives room. The dimly lit chamber revealed rows of shelves, laden with a myriad of case files. These documents chronicled the various incidents, large and small, that had transpired in Shishir Town over the past several decades. Wei Xiu searched with great urgency. For today, he had inadvertently uncovered a piece of information. Shen Zixing's parents had met an untimely demise 6 months prior. He intended to use this as an opportunity to investigate the relevant documents. In Wei Xiao's eyes, that scholarly figure, Shen Zixing, was a merciless killer, his methods brutal. Yet by day he appeared as a completely different person. Such drastic changes in temperament could only indicate the practice of dark arts. However, he had previously examined the corpses in the outskirts of Chaos Stone Town. Though not a professional coroner, his experience allowed him to discern that the time of death for those corpses was approximately several months, certainly not a few years. This indicated that Shen Zixing had only recently mastered the dark arts. However, as a mere scholar, from where could he have acquired such forbidden knowledge? Wei Xiao found this perplexing, for Shen Zixing's acquaintances were not from the martial world but rather ordinary commoners. Before long, Wei Xiao finally unearthed the document he had been seeking. As he perused its contents, a frown creased his brow, and an expression of realization dawned upon him. According to the records, Shen Zixing's parents had succumbed to poisoning. Yet, this poison was peculiar, akin to a demon, devouring their bodies until they were unrecognizable, their skin shriveled, transforming them into grotesque figures. Furthermore, they had developed an insatiable thirst for blood, particularly craving fresh blood. Suddenly, Wei Xiao's eyes widened in shock. Shen Zixing too had a thirst for blood, yet he was alive and well. Was it possible that the so-called poison varied from person to person, and that overcoming it allowed one to survive? But from where did this poison originate? Food? Water? Gradually, Wei Xiu began to form a clearer understanding. It was likely not the food, but rather the water source. The seemingly inconspicuous ancient well at Shen Zixing's home held significant implications. Swiftly, Wei Xiu departed without hesitation. To validate his hypothesis would be simple. He would pay a visit to Shen Zixing's residence. In the blink of an eye, he soared to the eastern part of Shattered Stone Town and stealthily entered a modest courtyard. The courtyard was eerily silent, devoid of any presence, and the interior of the house was shrouded in darkness. After a careful observation, Wei Xiu confirmed that the courtyard and the house were utterly empty. The scholar was likely out committing heinous acts once more. Without further contemplation, Wei Xiao approached the ancient well, which was approximately 2 to 3 fathoms deep. He leaned over the well, peering into its depths. The water was crystal clear, resembling a brilliant copper mirror, showing no signs of anomaly. Wei Yixiao made his judgment. However, in pursuit of further observation, he leapt directly into the well. He deftly employed his extraordinary lightness skills, resembling a gecko as he adhered to the well's wall. Due to the damp environment of the ancient well, the walls were adorned with lush green moss. In an instant, Wei Yixiao's expression turned serious. His gaze sharp as he scrutinized the water from a close distance. The water remained as clear as ever, yet he could sense a strange, shifting aura within the well. This eerie sensation sent shivers down his spine. Was it merely an illusion, or did this ancient well harbor some significant mystery? Wei Yixiao displayed a contemplative demeanor. In the next moment, bold and skilled, he detached himself from the wall and dove into the water. Submerged, he moved like a nimble fish, thrashing about beneath the surface. He endeavored to uncover the extraordinary nature of this ancient well. However, the deeper he descended beneath the water's surface, the more a sense of unease enveloped him. In the dimness, an imposing figure seemed to materialize within his vision. Clad in armor and wielding a magnificent sword, the visage was fierce and the gaze piercing, reminiscent of an ancient malevolent deity. In that moment, Wei Yixiao felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, as if a terrifying demon was fixated upon him. Instantly, a desire to retreat took root within him. He resurfaced from the depths, his feet firmly planted against the well's wall, gracefully employing his lightness of body to swiftly exit the ancient well. Upon returning to the humble courtyard, Wei Yixiao gasped for breath. His clothes drenched, yet overwhelmed by a sense of having narrowly escaped a calamity. The mysterious figure that had appeared was utterly terrifying. It was certainly no illusion. This ancient well harbored peculiarities. Wei Yixiao murmured to himself. He had no intention of further investigating the well, but rather sought to report his discovery to the master, Su Yin. Subsequently, they at the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion could mobilize personnel to explore this ancient well, perhaps yielding unexpected gains. Within the stronghold of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, Su Yin sat in the principal seat, engaging in discussion with Lin Pingji, Zhao Zhijing, and Gong Ziyu. The responses from the three were largely similar, all reporting no findings. There was no trace of the ancient martial arts relics. Su Yin was not particularly surprised. Indeed, ancient martial arts relics were notoriously elusive. Does that bald monk, Shan Fe, truly possess no other leads regarding the ancient martial arts relics? Su Yin could not help but inquire. After all, this old fellow had been searching for ancient martial arts relics for over a decade. Gong Ziyu pondered for a moment. Not long ago, I personally interrogated him, and that bald monk truly had no clues. The mention of Shan Fe sharpened Gong Ziyu's gaze. During the previous interrogation, that monk had pretended to be mad, thinking him easy to deceive. Consequently, Gong Ziyu ensured that he experienced a torment worse than death. When it came to enemies, Gong Ziyu was always ruthless. Now, only Wei Yixiao remained. It seemed he too would likely lack any clues. Su Yin mused silently. Zhao Zhijing harbored a profound fear towards the woman residing at the inn. Thus he suggested, "Master, let us simply surrender that blank paper. After all, we are unable to decipher its secrets." In Zhao Zhijing's view, while the blank paper was undoubtedly extraordinary, if its mysteries remained impenetrable, it was merely a piece of worthless paper. If such worthless paper could ensure the safety of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, why not? Upon the mention of the blank paper, Su Yin felt a headache coming on. Remaining at the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion stronghold, he was not only practicing martial arts but also researching the blank paper, yet he was utterly baffled by it. Ultimately, it had proven to be a fruitless endeavor. Perhaps it was destined to be so. Su Yin nodded silently, agreeing with Zhao Zhijing's assertion. He could not comprehend the blank paper at all. And even Gong Ziyu and the others were equally confounded. As the discussion unfolded, a figure suddenly appeared, swift as the wind. It was none other than Wei Yixiao. Su Yin, maintaining a calm demeanor, casually remarked, "You've returned. As long as you are safe, that is sufficient." The others remained silent, their thoughts largely aligned. None believed that Wei Yixiao could uncover clues related to the ancient martial arts relics. However, the subsequent words of Wei Yixiao caused a subtle shift in the expressions of the crowd. "Host, I have discovered an ancient well. This well is extraordinary and may indeed be connected to the ancient martial arts relics." As soon as he spoke, a myriad of eyes involuntarily turned toward Wei Yixiao. Lin Pingji, typically with a cold demeanor, displayed a look of astonishment. Even Gong Ziyu, adorned with a bronze mask, appeared equally perplexed. Wei Yixiao, how could an ancient well have anything to do with the ancient martial arts relics? Surely you jest? Zhao Zhijing furrowed his brows, his expression one of skepticism. Recently, he had been cautiously searching for clues regarding the ancient martial arts relics. He had taken note of the so-called ancient well mentioned by Wei Yixiao. But he had also examined the ancient wells scattered throughout the town of Chaos Stone. The water was clear and sweet, entirely unrelated to the ancient martial arts relics. Su Yan's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he urged, Wei Yixiao, please elaborate. His intrigue about the ancient martial arts relics was palpable. Even if he could not claim them for himself, he hoped to glean some knowledge. Without hesitation, Wei Yixiao recounted his earlier experiences in detail. At that moment, the crowd exhibited expressions of profound astonishment. Was there truly such a mystery? Lin Pingji's countenance was peculiar. You submerged in the well and beheld a terrifying figure. Akin to an ancient demon? Zhao Zijing's eyes widened, finding Wei Yixiao's words absurd. Yet, Gongziyu held a differing perspective. The fact that Wei Yixiao could witness such phenomena suggested that the ancient well indeed concealed a fragment of the ancient martial arts relics. Su Yin found merit in Gongziyu's assessment, causing his gaze to gradually ignite with fervor. If Jinfeng Shiyu Tower could be the first to acquire this ancient martial arts relic, the rewards would be extraordinary. However, the authenticity of this being an ancient martial arts relic still required confirmation. Soon, Su Yin instructed Gongziyu and the others to investigate the ancient well. In a flash, the four of them vanished from Su Yin's sight like phantoms. Su Yin chose not to intervene. Some matters were best left to his subordinates. Furthermore, ancient martial arts relics were not without their dangers. Subsequently, Su Yin paced restlessly within the hall, finding it difficult to settle. He was awaiting the return of Gongziyu and his companions, hoping for favorable news. Fortunately, Su Yin did not have to wait for long. After approximately 2 incense sticks worth of time, Gongziyu and his 3 companions rushed back in haste. However, upon their return, their expressions were complex and difficult to decipher. Seated in the main position, Su Yin raised an eyebrow and promptly inquired, "Did something unexpected occur?" Chapter 60. Watching the tiger fight from the mountain, the host replied, "We have all witnessed the strange phenomenon that Wei Yixiao previously described. That figure was awe-inspiring, exuding an air of authority, resembling a demonic deity. We dared not approach it, for to draw near would mean risking death." Gongziyu spoke first, his gaze profound, as memories of the ancient fierce deity. Clad in battle armor and wielding a precious sword, flooded his mind. He could not help but furrow his brow. The deputy host's words were not unfounded. That figure was indeed terrifying. Zhao Zijing, drenched from the well water, wore an expression of sheer terror. He was truly reluctant to confront that formidable demon, for it was simply too terrifying. His recent experience made him feel as though he had traversed the halls of the underworld, and he was fortunate that the king of hell had not claimed his life. In an instant, Su Yan's expression shifted to one of contemplation. Realizing that to set foot in the ancient martial arts relics, he might need to defeat that godlike entity, or perhaps employ some unknown, special method. Indeed, acquiring the ancient martial arts relics was no simple feat. How powerful was that figure? A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Su Yan's eyes. He was not a living being, but rather a lingering will left by a formidable warrior. As for his actual strength, it likely surpassed that of any among them. Gongziyu recounted the tale with a steady demeanor, his eyes betraying a deep-seated apprehension. Nevertheless, he remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of despair or self-destruction. Having spent considerable time in this new world, he had come to accept that, in terms of martial prowess, this realm far surpassed his previous one. Presently, Su Yin was 90% certain that the ancient well indeed contained a peculiar space formed by the cataclysm of the ancient divine and demonic era. Regrettably, such a space was inaccessible to their Jinfeng Shiyu building. Master, that terrifying figure is beyond our capacity to confront. However, that martial artist on the earth ranking might not be so formidable. Gongziyu spoke with a cold tone, his gaze filled with avarice. Vice Master, are you suggesting we exploit that earth-ranking martial artist to gain entry into the ancient martial arts relics? You would be playing with fire, Zhao Zijing exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly. He believed that Gongziyu's actions were indeed a path to self-destruction. Lin Pingji remained silent. Yet admiration flickered in his eyes. The audacity of such a character left him in awe, even within his own realm. One like Gongziyu could undoubtedly forge a great empire. Wei Yixiao did not speak, but he too found Gongziyu's conduct excessively perilous and overly aggressive. Su Yin took a sip of tea from the Redwood Eight Immortals table, convinced that Gongziyu was not a reckless individual. His words, he believed, must carry profound significance. Gongziyu was a man of far-reaching strategy, possessing the demeanor of a formidable leader. Then, Gongziyu let out a derisive laugh. Gentlemen, It is an undeniable fact that an ancient martial arts relic lies hidden in that old well. Yet, despite the diligent search by the Shangfang for over a decade, we uncovered it in merely 2 days. Do you believe it is due to divine providence? Upon finishing his statement, the crowd fell into a moment of speechlessness. Indeed, they had managed to locate the ancient martial arts relic in such a remarkably short time. This progress seemed almost too fortuitous. The Shangfang certainly lacked our capabilities. We had thoroughly turned the town of Wanchur inside out. Zhao Zhijing's voice rang out, firm and resonant. Do you not feel any embarrassment in saying that? Gong Ziyu's gaze turned icy. In an instant, Zhao Zhijing's face flushed a deep red, yet he found himself at a loss for words. The discovery had indeed been remarkably smooth, as if an invisible hand was orchestrating the entire affair. We have all been meticulously arranged by someone. Gong Ziyu remarked with a self-deprecating tone, his eyes sharp and penetrating. He was intimately familiar with this sensation. Once, he too had been a strategist, orchestrating events as if the world were a grand chessboard. In an instant, Su Yan was gripped by a chilling realization, cold sweat cascading down his back. Even the others could not help but acknowledge the validity of Gong Ziyu's words. The more they listened, the more sense they made. Though Su Yan harbored suspicions, he sought to validate his conjectures and inquired, Gong Ziyu, what is this invisible hand? In that moment, everyone held their breath, eagerly awaiting Gong Ziyu's response. It was none other than Tang Liyue, the esteemed leader of the Jinwu division. Rumor had it that this woman possessed a cunning intellect, as sly as a fox. It was highly probable that the Jinwu division had already located the ancient martial arts relic, yet lacked the means to unlock it. Gong Ziyu spoke slowly, and with his words came a thunderous revelation that resonated like a clap of thunder in their minds, leaving them in stunned silence as their expressions shifted dramatically. A glint of brilliance flickered in Su Yan's eyes. His suspicions were indeed confirmed. If this were true, it suggested that the leader of the Jinwu division might very well have arrived in Wanchur town. Su Yan's gaze sharpened. Suddenly, the thoughts of the group began to race. If the Jinwu division and the heavenly demon sect were to engage in a fierce struggle, perhaps a third party could benefit from their conflict. The Jin Fengshiyu building could truly profit from the ensuing chaos. It seemed that the leader of the Jinwu division was not present in Wanchur town, after all. Wei Xiao had barely approached the inn before the woman had sensed his presence. To avoid alarming her, it was likely that the leader had taken refuge nearby. Gong Ziyu shared his deductions, and the group nodded in agreement, expressing their admiration for his sagacity. They then deliberated on strategies, centering their discussion on the principle of observing the conflict from a distance, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. The following 2 days were tranquil, yet to Su Yan's discerning eye, this tranquility heralded an impending storm. On the 11th of the 12th lunar month, the night was as dark as ink, adorned with twinkling stars. Gong Ziyu, Zhao Zhijing, Wei Yixiao, Lin Pingji, and Hong Antong were engaged in a discussion of martial arts within the hall. However, the atmosphere was charged with an overwhelming malevolence that swept through the air. The five exchanged knowing glances, understanding without words, the figure had arrived. As anticipated, in the next moment, a graceful silhouette appeared before them with an uncanny swiftness. The visitor, clad in a black gown, with hair cascading like a waterfall, possessed an elegant figure and skin as fair as snow. Her deep-set eyes belied an unremarkable visage. She was none other than Feng Fei Huang, the leader of the heavenly demon sect, who had undergone a transformation. Have you made any progress on the ancient martial arts relic that I tasked you to investigate? She inquired. Feng Fei Huang's voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. Previously, she had granted the Jin Fengshiyu 7 days, but circumstances had now changed. According to the confidential message she received, the head of the Jinwu division, Tang Liyue, was en route to Wanchur town. It was evident that her whereabouts had been compromised. That accursed woman would likely arrive within 3 days. Thus, she must leave Wanchur town at once. Delays could lead to unforeseen consequences. Chapter 61. The beauty rankings. Gentleman Yu sat poised on a sturdy mahogany chair, speaking first. A plan was beginning to take shape. He did not keep them in suspense, but rather recounted the discovery of the ancient well in its entirety. Suddenly, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Feng Fei Huang's eyes. If it were indeed as the other had described, then this ancient well was inextricably linked to the relics of ancient martial arts. Feng Fei Huang stated directly, "You two shall lead the way for me." As she spoke, her delicate, fair fingers casually gestured towards Gong Ziyu and Wei Yixiao. Soon, Gong Ziyu and Wei Yixiao guided Feng Fei Huang along their path, their movements as light as a swallow in flight. Along the way, a tacit understanding passed between the two as they exchanged glances. By this point, They were increasingly convinced that the figure behind them was indeed the leader of the heavenly demon sect, ranked fourth on the Earth list. Her lightness of foot could no longer be described as merely exceptional. It was utterly elusive, rendering them completely unaware of her presence. As if no one were behind them at all. In the exquisite parlor on the second floor of the Rui building, Su Yan leaned against the window, his gaze drifting towards the distance. From his vantage point, he could behold the majority of the houses in the eastern direction of Shattered Stone Town. Despite the cloak of night, the brilliant moonlight illuminated the scene, allowing him to spot Shen Zixing's residence, an unremarkable courtyard. Within the courtyard stood a simple ancient well. Choosing the auspicious building was a decision made after careful reconnaissance. This location lay 200 zhang away from the ancient well, ensuring that he would remain unaffected should a conflict arise. A hint of crimson, he inquired with a gaze full of depth, during your recent days in Pingding County. Have you encountered the woman veiled in black? His inquiry stemmed from the belief that the esteemed Tang Liyue, the foremost figure of the Zhenwu division, might indeed be present in the city of Pingding. According to the information he had gathered, Tang Liyue was known for her penchant for veiling her face with a black veil, rendering her true appearance a rare sight in the world today. Those fortunate enough to have glimpsed her visage unanimously regarded her as a paragon of beauty. Some enthusiasts even compiled a list of the most exquisite women, known as the List of Beauties, which featured 10 women universally acknowledged for their unparalleled grace and charm. Among them, Tang Liyue and her sister, Tang Luwei, a pair of stunningly beautiful sisters, were ranked second on this esteemed list. Standing beside Su Yan was a figure clad in crimson, known as Yidian Hong, whose demeanor was as cold as her attire. Yidian Hong remarked, in the city of Pingding, there are several women who conceal their faces with black veils. His response caused a twitch at the corner of Su Yan's mouth. Simultaneously, he learned from Yidian Hong that Pingding County was rife with Lang of influences, deeply intertwined, far surpassing the chaotic nature of Wancher Town. He remarked that forces such as the Unity Gang, the Wancher Gang, and the Brotherhood would find it impossible to establish themselves in Pingding County. Su Yan narrowed his eyes, contemplating before stating, so Pingding County is quite insular? External forces will be suppressed, ostracized, or even eradicated. Yidian Hong's expression turned grave. Then, Su Yan expressed concern regarding the death of an ordinary member of the Jinfeng Shiyu building, Li Fu, pondering who might be responsible. According to his subordinates' investigations, there had been recent conflicts with the Qinglong gang, particularly involving Qian Mingyang, the young master of the Qian family's martial arts hall. This individual had clashed with Long Hao, the young master of the Qinglong gang, over a romantic rivalry at Miaoyin Fong. Thus, Qian Mingyang had sent someone to kill Li Fu and frame the Qinglong gang, not only to divert blame, but also to test the depths of the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Yidian Hong recounted the general findings of the investigation. Su Yan listened intently. Despite Yidian Hong's understated tone, the investigative process must have been quite laborious. How could he have known that Li Fu was affiliated with the Jinfeng Shiyu building? Su Yan felt perplexed. Any outsider entering Pingding County would inevitably attract the attention of the Qinglong gang and the other 4 major forces. Only individuals from the town's martial division would be exempt from such scrutiny, as the 5 major forces dared not act recklessly against them. Yidian Hong slowly spoke, also mentioning that Meng Lei had entered the town's martial division's office in Pingding County, indicating a connection to the division. Su Yan's gaze shifted as he considered, is there a chance to eliminate Qian Mingyang, the young master of the Qian family's martial arts hall? He issued a directive, asserting that anyone daring to kill him would undoubtedly pay a bloody price. Killing Qian Mingyang was merely the beginning. After tonight, preparations would commence to dismantle the Qian family's martial arts hall in Pingding County. The Jinfeng Shiyu building would make them the first target. Understood, Yidian Hong replied succinctly. Remember to make the undertaking rather conspicuous, Su Yan reminded, his tone firm. His intentions are unmistakable. If matters are handled too discreetly, how can one attain renown? Without reputation, how can one summon the martial artist cards? To illustrate, in the past couple of days, the increase in reputation has been disheartening. With a mere 500 points accumulated thus far. Very well. A hint of crimson flickered in his cold eyes, to him. The young deputy master of the Qian family martial arts school was already as good as dead. Su Yan chose not to elaborate further, for he had already caught sight of 3 figures in the distance. Due to the considerable distance, he could only discern their vague outlines. Su Yan furrowed his brow. He could not tell if it was merely his imagination, but he felt an icy gaze emanating from one of the 3 figures, as if he were being watched by a primordial beast, instilling in him a sense of foreboding. Young Master Yu and Wei Ishio had already arrived at Shinzixing's doorstep. Following closely behind them, Feng Feiwang cast her gaze toward the distance. With her exceptional eyesight, she quickly spotted a distinguished young gentleman, whose refined features were directed toward their trio. However, she dismissed the thought, for within the entire chaotic stone town, there was not a single individual who caught her eye. Creak. Wei Ishio had already pushed open the courtyard door. The three stepped into the yard. Their action startled Shinzixing, prompting him, dressed as a scholarly figure, to hastily emerge from the room. In an instant, a look of astonishment crossed Shinzixing's face. He could not comprehend why, in the dead of night, three uninvited guests had arrived at his home. Before Shin could utter a word, Wei Ishio had already activated his lightness skill, soaring swiftly across the grass. Whoosh! His figure moved like a specter, striking directly at Shinzixing's head with a powerful palm. However, considering the acquaintance between Shinzixing and the master, Su Yan, he moderated his strength, merely rendering Shinzixing unconscious. Such actions did not garner any attention from Feng Feiwang, who was solely focused on the ancient well before her. Without hesitation, she leapt into the well, her form more swift than a ghost. Soon, she submerged into the well's waters, where ripples danced around her. Yet, the water could not dampen her black gown, as if an invisible force separated the liquid from her attire. Before long, Feng Feiwang's desires were fulfilled, as she beheld a figure clad in battle armor, wielding a precious sword, with a fierce countenance. In that fleeting moment, her beautiful eyes sparkled like stars. She recognized this formidable and imposing silhouette. According to the records of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the sword in his hand was the Rahu Demon Sword, an instrument that had claimed countless lives. When this demon sword emerges, calamity befalls all living beings. The figure before her was none other than the Rahu Demon Lord, one of the 8 demon lords under the command of the Heavenly Demon during the ancient era. Consequently, this ancient martial arts relic was undoubtedly intricately linked to the Rahu Demon Lord. For her, as well as the Heavenly Demon Sect, this represented a monumental opportunity. With this chance, she might swiftly ascend to the heavenly rankings. As for how to access the ancient martial arts relic, she was well versed. If she could disperse the figure before her, the entrance to the relic would manifest. However, attempting to confront this figure forcefully could lead to her demise. Even if she succeeded in vanquishing the silhouette, it would result in the collapse of the ancient martial arts relic, reducing it to nothingness. In the next moment, filled with exuberance, Feng Feiwang prepared to channel the heavenly demon scriptures. Utilizing this foundational technique of her sect, she aimed to dissipate the image of the Rahu Demon Lord. Waves of dark energy surged from her being as she activated the 9th layer of the heavenly demon scriptures, the formless heavenly demon. In an instant, from behind her, emerged a towering and formidable shadow, a demonic figure with a fearsome visage. This apparition, sculpted from swirling dark energy, clawed at the air, as if it sought to engulf the very heavens and the earth. At this moment, the internal power within Feng Feiwang was rapidly depleting. Yet, her eyes sparkled with brilliance, for her spirits were remarkably buoyant. Before her stood the figure of the demon lord Rahu, dissipating at a visibly accelerated pace. In the blink of an eye, the demon lord had vanished entirely. Before Feng Feiwang appeared a mysterious, ethereal portal shrouded in white mist, the entrance to the ancient martial arts relic. In the courtyard, both young Master Yu and Wei Ishio felt a sense of suffocation. Just moments ago, they had sensed an overwhelming demonic presence, a terrifying force that left them breathless. That woman was undoubtedly a practitioner of the earth ranking. They pondered silently. It was not only they who felt this. The citizens of Shattered Stone Town were also overcome with a sense of foreboding. This feeling was particularly acute among the martial artists. Meanwhile, in a private chamber on the 2nd floor of Rui Tower, Su Yan's gaze was intense. You felt it too? He inquired about Yidian Hong. Ah, that woman is a formidable force. Yidian Hong nodded, her gaze drifting through the window towards a courtyard in the eastern part of the town, fixating on an ancient well. Would she come? Su Yan wore a contemplative expression. If the other party did not arrive, how could the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower benefit from the conflict between the clam and the snipe? Suddenly, at that moment, amidst the countless stars in the bright, resplendent night sky, snowflakes began to fall without warning. It is snowing? Su Yan was taken aback. These snowflakes danced in the air like white spirits, imparting a surreal sense of wonder. Gradually, a vague silhouette emerged in the distant night sky. She approached like a celestial maiden descending from the moon palace. The newcomer was none other than Tang Liyue, wielding the divine weapon, Hanfrost Snow. This weapon appeared crystalline and translucent, resembling a sword sculpted from ice. From the body of Hanfrost Snow, a continuous cascade of snowflakes emanated. Clad in a white gown, with hair cascading like a waterfall. Her jade-like skin was cold and exquisite. Her garments fluttered gracefully, and a black veil adorned her face, revealing only her pair of lively, spirited eyes. In the next instant, Feng Fei Wang soared from the ancient well, lightly tapping her toes, suspended in midair. She stood aloft, exuding an aura of barely contained fury. "You relentless woman!" At that moment, she was indeed furious. Having already discovered the ancient martial arts relic, the appearance of Tang Liyue was utterly ill-timed. Gazing at the two enchanting figures on the horizon, Gong Ziyu's eyes were profound. So this is what a ground-ranked warrior is? Able to hover in the air for an extended period. Hiss. Wei Shu drew in a sharp breath. While he could manage a brief flight, remaining aloft for an extended duration was beyond his capabilities. Do you refuse to be captured? Tang Liyue sighed softly. Feng Fei Huang understood that Tang Liyue had likely laid a trap, yet escaping with her tail between her legs was far from her style. The ancient martial arts relic belonged to the heavenly demon sect. She must possess it. While pondering, Feng Fei Wang did not rush to act, remaining vigilant of her surroundings. She could sense that within 100 meters, there were neither ground-ranked nor heavenly-ranked warriors. How did you arrive so swiftly? Feng Fei Wang narrowed her eyes, as if her phoenix-like gaze could pierce through the distance to Tang Liyue. This ancient martial arts relic had already been discovered by the Town Martial Division and was firmly within their grasp. Your purpose is merely to unlock it. At this point, Tang Liyue had no intention of concealing the truth. Her deliberate revelation of the facts left Feng Fei Wang's body stiffened, her eyes reflecting disbelief. I do not believe it. Feng Fei Wang was reluctant to accept the truth revealed by Tang Liyue. You would come to learn that there exists an ancient martial arts relic in Chaotic Stone Town, intricately linked to the heavenly demon sect. All of this is connected to that ancient tome. Tang Liyue spoke in a tone laced with melancholy, seemingly harboring a tinge of sympathy for Feng Fei Wang. For every move Feng made was already accounted for in her elaborate schemes. You cunning woman. Do not dare to attempt to sow discord. I shall not be deceived. Feng Fei Wang declared, her tone sharp, convinced that Tang Liyue's words were riddled with flaws. Did I ever claim that the heavenly demon sect harbors traitors? That ancient tome was merely a deliberate ploy by the Martial Suppression Division to ensnare your elders, luring you to Chaotic Stone Town to unleash this ancient martial arts relic. If all goes as planned, this place shall become your burial ground. Tang Liyue's smile was serene, yet her words ignited a fury within Feng Fei Huang, her eyes blazing with indignation. At this juncture, Feng Fei Huang realized she had been manipulated, toyed with by this insufferable woman. In the next instant, she struck. A terrifying black light erupted around her, a manifestation of the heavenly demon sect's signature martial art. Demon radiance, rooted in the ancient era of gods and demons. Should one master this art to its pinnacle, it could obliterate heaven and earth, annihilating all existence. However, what Feng Fei Wang wielded was merely a fragmented version. Despite being incomplete, its power remained formidable. Waves of destructive black light surged forth like sighs of death, hurtling toward the Martial Suppression Division's head, Tang Liyue. Yet, faced with the demon radiance, Tang Liyue remained unperturbed. She channeled her inner strength and brandished her frost blade. In an instant, countless raindrops materialized in the air, coalescing into ice. This technique was a torrential ice storm. Boom. The clash between the ice rain and black light erupted into a deafening roar, reminiscent of rolling thunder, awakening countless civilians from their slumber. Even those who had yet to fall asleep were left trembling in fear at the terrifying spectacle. Chapter 63. Ice shatters the heavens in the distance. Su Yan, situated in a private chamber on the second floor of the Rui building, was left utterly astonished. Earthly ranked warriors, this was truly an unfathomable level of strength. His tone was one of astonishment. Even a hint of crimson could not conceal his agitation. In an instant, Su Yan regained his composure. He lifted the teacup from the table, gently savoring a sip of the fragrant tea, and continued to watch the unfolding drama with great anticipation. Ideally, it would culminate in a fierce clash resulting in mutual destruction. Soon, Tang Liyue unleashed her most formidable technique, ice shattering the firmament. It was evident that the divine weapon, frosty snow, trembled in her grasp, as if it possessed a consciousness of its own. Her internal energy was visibly being siphoned away by the frosty snow at an alarming rate. Witnessing this, Feng Fei Wang could hardly be oblivious to Tang Liyue's intentions, nonetheless. She understood that there was no escape. For within 100 yards around her, the heavens roared, and waves of terrifying icy power cascaded from the ninth heaven. Rushing toward her, the advancing ice caused many rooftops, courtyards, and streets in the chaotic town to be enveloped in thick layers of frost. Feng Fei Wang dared not underestimate the threat and called forth her ultimate move. She activated the 9th layer of the celestial demon scripture, manifesting a towering, terrifying shadow behind her. This shadow exuded an eerie and sinister aura. In the next instant, Feng Fei Wang thrust out her palm. This technique, known as the ninefold celestial demon palm, appeared deceptively ordinary. Yet its true potency was far greater. It required synchronization with the formless celestial demon. As the shadow behind her surged forth like an enraged primordial beast, it too struck out. The first palm, the second palm, the third palm. The shadow unleashed a barrage of 9 strikes, each one imbued with terrifying force, relentlessly dismantling the icy power. With every strike, the ice suspended in the air was gradually dissolved. 200 yards away, within the elegant chamber, Su Yin felt as though he was witnessing an eye-opening spectacle. This was undoubtedly a legacy from the ancient era of gods and demons, he asserted confidently. The confrontation between these two ranked martial artists had transcended the typical essence of martial arts, embodying a sense of the fantastical. Yet, when compared to the fantastical novels he had perused in modern society, they paled in comparison. Those novels often depicted characters capable of obliterating planets or severing the fabric of eternity itself. Beside her, a hint of crimson had already left Zhang Agape in astonishment. Almost immediately, the outcome was determined. The formless celestial demon behind Feng Fei Wang had been obliterated, reduced to nothingness. Simultaneously, her body teetered on the brink of collapse. Plummeting from the sky, an indomitable force of chilling ice enveloped her, akin to a ravenous beast that relentlessly devoured her essence. Her hands and feet were swiftly ensnared by the encroaching ice, and even her visage bore its frigid touch. In mere moments, she had transformed into an exquisite ice sculpture. Tang Liyue, standing at the edge of the heavens, observed this scene without a trace of joy. Though she had vanquished Feng Fei Wang, the prospect of extinguishing her life proved exceedingly daunting. Despite Feng Fei Wang's transformation into an ice figure, it was rapidly melting away. In an instant, the sculpture had dissolved. Blood spurted from Feng Fei Wang's mouth and nose, leaving her gravely wounded. She felt a profound frustration. In the end, she had been bested by that detestable woman, Tang Liyue. Yet, she dared not linger, her mind consumed by a singular thought: escape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, she split into 2, then 4, then 6, and ultimately 12. The scene erupted with 12 apparitions of Feng Fei Wang, each fleeing in a frantic scatter in all directions. Shadows of magic loomed. Tang Liyue's radiant, starry eyes narrowed slightly as she murmured. This technique was Feng Fei Wang's lifeline, the very reason she had managed to evade capture repeatedly. Among the 12 figures, only one was the true self. The rest danced between reality and illusion, making discernment nearly impossible. Tang Liyue leaped gracefully from the sky and stood upon the ground, her gaze fixed intently upon an ancient well. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed in her ears. It was her maid, Qiu Yue, rushing towards her. Miss, how could you have missed such a splendid opportunity? Had you not given that woman a moment's respite, you might have slain her in one fell swoop. Qiu Yue's large, luminous eyes blinked in dismay, her voice growing progressively softer as she noticed the bloodstains marring Tang Liyue's black veil. Miss, are you injured? Concern washed over Qiu Yue's face. Coughing, Tang Liyue expelled a few droplets of blood. I'm fine, she reassured, her voice somewhat hoarse from the immense drain of divine power. It's nothing of consequence. The battle must have affected many civilians. We must urge the Jinwu division to provide aid. At Tang Liyue's command, Qiu Yue nodded in agreement. Unable to restrain herself, she implored. Miss, will you truly let her escape like this? The net has been cast wide. Surely she cannot evade capture? Tang Liyue's tone was laced with skepticism. For Feng Fei Wang had eluded her grasp numerous times. Despite her meticulous preparations this time, devoid of flaws, capturing or slaying the leader of the heavenly demon sect proved to be an arduous endeavor. Shortly thereafter, the Jinwu division began to provide assistance to the afflicted populace. These citizens had suffered injuries from houses collapsing under the weight of frost or had fallen ill due to the penetrating cold. Tragically, some newborns and elderly individuals succumbed to the terrifying chill, frozen to death in their plight. The total casualties exceeded 100. Upon hearing Qiu Yue report the dire situation of the townsfolk in Shirtua, Tang Liyue was engulfed in self-reproach. It is all my fault. My lady. You acted thus for the purpose of confronting the leader of the heavenly demon sect, Qiu Yue replied, biting her lip as if to defend Tang Liyue. She instructed the Jinwu division to properly handle the compensation matters, ensuring that reparations would be made in both monetary and land forms. Should anyone dare to exploit this situation for personal gain, their head would be forfeit. Suddenly, Tang Liyue's ethereal voice turned frigid. Subsequently, the Jinwu division sealed the ancient well. For the ancient martial arts relics were now under their control, impervious to any outside interference. At the Jinfeng Shiyu building, Su Yin, seated in the main hall, wore a jubilant expression. Thanks to Gou Ziyu and Wei Xiao, who had audaciously infiltrated the ancient well during a duel between two earth-ranked martial artists. They had accessed the ancient martial arts relics and made significant discoveries. It was an extraordinarily peculiar space, where they encountered a colossal stone coffin, towering over a foot in height. Despite their strenuous efforts, they could not pry it open. However, within that realm, they unearthed a ceramic vessel containing some tea leaves, undoubtedly of exceptional origin. Gou Ziyu's demeanor turned serious, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. Chapter 64. Ancient tea. As he spoke, a delicately crafted white ceramic vessel, roughly the size of his palm, was visible in his hand. The assembly listened intently, their gazes fixated on the exquisite porcelain. Aside from the immense stone coffin and the ceramic, what else remained? Su Yan inquired, curiosity etched upon his face. There are also vivid murals. Yet we could scarcely comprehend their meaning, merely surmising that they depict battles between formidable warriors. Besides these enigmatic paintings, a long sword, emanating an overwhelming demonic aura, was embedded within one of the murals. Yet, neither Gou Ziyu nor Wei Xiao could wield it, as if the sword possessed a will of its own, rejecting them. Gou Ziyu's gaze sharpened, his tone tinged with resignation. That long sword is undoubtedly a treasure, likely a divine weapon from the ancient era of gods and demons. Alas, it remains unattainable. No matter, one must not be overly greedy. These tea leaves, it seems, have been stored for an indeterminate number of years. Yet they still exude an enduring fragrance that lingers in the air. Su Yin has opened the ceramic vessel in his hands, revealing a selection of tea leaves that emit an enchanting aroma. Had they been ordinary leaves, they would likely have succumbed to mold or deterioration long ago. Consequently, everyone concluded that these leaves must originate from ancient times. The tea from the era of primordial deities must possess extraordinary qualities, having been preserved within the relics of ancient martial arts. Upon brewing and tasting, one would surely discern their profound essence. Su Yin promptly resolved to partake in this ancient tea. Ultimately, the leaves were brewed, and as soon as the infusion was prepared, a rich aroma enveloped the surroundings. Merely inhaling the scent of the tea was enough to intoxicate the senses. Instantly, everyone was filled with longing for the beverage. However, young master Yu casually interjected with a few words. Host, allow me to sample it first. If this tea proves to be problematic, it could lead to unfortunate consequences. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhijing immediately began to have second thoughts, realizing that if there were indeed any issues with the tea, it could pose a grave threat to life. The others, however, did not express much concern. A large pot of tea was sufficient for each of them to enjoy several cups, thus, they felt no urgency. Very well. Su Yin nodded in agreement. Before long, young master Yu took his first sip of tea. As the liquid slid down his throat, he was enveloped by its rich flavor and lingering aftertaste. The robust fragrance of the tea was truly a source of immense pleasure for him. Simultaneously, young master Yu sensed an extraordinary energy nurturing his limbs and healing the hidden ailments within his body. Gradually, his eyes filled with astonishment. He was profoundly shaken to an unparalleled extent. With just a single cup of tea consumed, he transcended. He ascended directly from the mysterious realm to the profound essence. He did not conceal the aura emanating from him. Vice Master, have you broken through? Zhao Zhijing exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The others mirrored Zhao Zhijing's expression. A single cup of tea, and one attains a new realm. Is this not utterly astonishing? Could this truly be the legendary relic of ancient martial arts? Su Yan's expression was one of profound astonishment. Gou Ziyu candidly replied, Indeed, I have broken through. This tea is extraordinary. It has cured the hidden affliction within me. At this, the others could no longer remain seated, each eager to partake of this ancient tea to enhance their own strength. In no time, everyone began to savor the tea. However, upon consuming a cup, they all sensed its exceptional nature, yet none achieved a breakthrough in their realms. Gou Ziyu pondered aloud. Perhaps we haven't consumed enough. Yet, he suspected it was not solely this reason. The ancient tea had alleviated the drawbacks of his martial prowess. If only there were a bronze mirror, he believed his visage would appear several years younger. Thus, the group continued to indulge in the tea. Indeed, as they drank more, effects began to manifest. Among them, Gou Ziyu directly ascended to a Xuanxin martial artist. The ancient tea enabled him to break through 3 realms, Zhao Zhijing and Lin Pingxi. aided by the tea, reached the Xianming level. Hong Yantong, Wei Xiao, and Yi Dianhong also transformed into Xuanxin martial artists with the help of the tea. As the master of the tower, Su Yin, utilizing the tea, broke through 3 realms, ascending from the body refinement stage to the marrow refinement stage. In that moment, all were engulfed in a wave of jubilation. They had endeavored to continue consuming the ancient tea, yet it no longer afforded any enhancement to their prowess. In fact, Zhao Zhijing was rather ruthless, resorting even to consuming the tea leaves themselves. Unfortunately, the leaves seemed to have lost their miraculous properties, yielding no benefit to Zhao Zhijing's strength. The ancient tea leaves were indeed extraordinary. Su Yin couldn't help but exclaim. This kind of enhancement in power truly meant that a few cups of tea could equate to decades of arduous cultivation for others. It is no wonder that those formidable forces would go to great lengths to claim the ancient martial arts relics as their own. The crowd nodded in unison, in complete agreement. Subsequently, they all departed, each experiencing successive breakthroughs in their realms, necessitating the need to stabilize their newfound strengths. The sky was also growing late. After indulging in a refreshing bath, Su Yin, adorned in his splendid attire, made his way to the rear courtyard. The rear courtyard was his residence, inhabited solely by a few maidservants apart from himself, while the likes of young Master Yu and others resided in the front courtyard. Throughout his journey, Su Yin's spirits were notably high. Achieving the marrow refinement realm had granted him a strength of 500 pounds, even transforming his very bones. Boom! With a casual punch, he struck the air, producing a resonant sound of sinew and bone, akin to the thunderous roar of tigers and leopards. Yet, it was merely. His joyful mood was abruptly shattered as he stepped into his chamber. To his astonishment, he discovered a woman clad in a black dress, seated cross-legged upon his bed. Engaged in a healing meditation, her flowing black hair cascaded like a waterfall, her figure voluptuous and captivating, yet her face bore an ordinary visage. In a fleeting moment, a name surfaced in Su Yan's mind. Feng Fei Huang, the leader of the heavenly demon sect. This woman had infiltrated the stronghold of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion to mend her injuries. As she channeled the heavenly demon scriptures, an aura of dark energy enveloped her, yet she took notice of the delicate Su Yin before her. However, she regarded him with little concern, a mere insignificant figure, unworthy of her attention. Should her presence be revealed, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion would face dire consequences. Her gaze lingered on Su Yin, and in that instant, he felt as if a fierce tiger had set its sights upon him. Nevertheless, he managed to maintain his composure, for it was evident that she was gravely wounded. With an impassive expression, Su Yin remarked, "I apologize, but I do not succumb to threats." In the back of his mind, he had already devised a plan. Feng Fei Wang's sharp phoenix eyes glinted with ferocity. The chief of the town martial division, Tang Li Yue, remains at the Rock Town. Therefore, should any harm befall me, my subordinates will undoubtedly seek out Chief Tang Li Yue without delay. TSK, will you still have the chance to survive then? Su Yin spoke leisurely, his words laced with an underlying intent. His words resonated deeply within Feng Fei Huang's heart. Had she been at the zenith of her powers, the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion could have been effortlessly annihilated. Yet, in her current state, she bore grave internal injuries. The cold energy within her had solidified into a chilling poison. Unless it was eradicated swiftly, it would inevitably lead to dire consequences. Thus, it was ill-advised for her to engage in conflict, as she lacked the vitality to confront the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion. Should the esteemed Tang Li Yu of the Zhenwu division be drawn into this affair, the repercussions would be utterly unimaginable. Su Yan's demeanor was that of one unconcerned, for he had nothing to lose. Chapter 65. A warrior's theft of ancient treasures is not considered theft. He was acutely aware that Feng Fei Huang's foremost desire at the moment was to recuperate from her injuries. Feng Fei Huang continued her healing, disregarding Su Yin. The situation of a solitary man and a solitary woman cohabiting in a single room felt quite inappropriate. And Su Yin remained reluctant to share the space with this formidable woman. It was indeed perilous. In fact, he found himself contemplating whether he should inform Tang Li Yue, the esteemed leader of the Zhenwu division, about the presence of the heavenly demon sect's leader recuperating here. What can he gain? Cultivation techniques? Status and wealth? Resources for training? Moreover, if Tang Li Yue truly comes to slay Feng Fei Wang, the disciples of the heavenly demon sect spread throughout the land will undoubtedly not spare the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Su Yan's thoughts were easily deciphered by Feng Fei Wang. With a voice as cold as ice, she declared, "I have no objections to a solitary man and woman sharing the same chamber." However, as soon as she uttered those words, She felt they carried a double entendre. Do not even think about stepping out of this room. Feng Feihuang hastily corrected herself, issuing a stern warning. As she spoke, her gaze grew increasingly hostile. Yet, a subtle shift at her nose suggested she had encountered a familiar scent, the aroma of tea. Young man, have you ever tasted the ancient dragon saliva tea? Feng Feihuang's tone was filled with astonishment. The golden wind in Drizzle Pavilion was merely an inconspicuous little power. How could it possess such a rare treasure as the ancient dragon saliva tea? She found it utterly perplexing. In that instant, Su Yan realized that the ancient dragon saliva tea mentioned by her was likely the very tea he had consumed not long ago. But how had she discerned that? Oh, after drinking that tea, a lingering fragrance clung to him, both around and within. That tea was indeed extraordinary. Shrugging nonchalantly, Su Yan replied, I finished it. As for whether it was the ancient dragon saliva tea, who knows? Instantly, Feng Feihuang's heart plummeted. If she could enjoy a few cups of the ancient dragon saliva tea, it would undoubtedly have remarkable effects on her recovery in the expulsion of the cold poison within her. Yet now, such a treasure had been consumed by this fellow. What a waste. Gritting her teeth, Feng Feihuang was still calculating where he had acquired the ancient dragon saliva tea. As a thought crossed her mind, she began to form an answer. That ancient martial arts relic was related to the demon Lord Luoho, who had an insatiable fondness for the ancient dragon saliva tea. This tea nourishes the body, replenishes blood, strengthens the spleen and lungs, and greatly enhances vitality, enabling low-level martial artists to experience a remarkable surge in power. Could it be that while I was engaged with Tang Liyue, you from the Golden Wind in Drizzle Pavilion stealthily infiltrated that ancient martial arts relic and thus obtained this ancient treasure? Feng Feihuang spoke slowly, her gaze growing increasingly fierce. Her words laced with fury. She was truly enraged to the point of nearly exploding. Being manipulated by the Martial Suppression Division's leader, Tang Liyue, was one thing. Now, it seemed even a mere Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion was taking advantage of her. Su Yan was astonished. He had not anticipated how swiftly this woman's mind worked. What nonsense are you spouting? It's not theft for martial artists to acquire ancient treasures, Su Yan stated with a serious expression, his voice resonating with conviction. Suddenly, Feng Feihuang's throat constricted, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Are you all right, female demon? Su Yan feigned concern, yet inwardly he reveled in delight. The more dire the circumstances of this female demon, the more advantageous it was for him. Female demon? Such a designation, if the formidable Feng Feihuang were at her peak, would have resulted in her swiftly dispatching the individual before her. However, she needed to hasten her recovery. She could not perish. She was unwilling to meet her end in this wretched stone town. Soon, Feng Feihuang continued to channel her energy to heal, her previously tumultuous internal force gradually stabilizing. Su Yan felt a twinge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that this woman would remain unprovoked by his taunts. Female demon, though your situation is precarious, rest assured. Our Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion will undoubtedly assist you in your recovery. Others may label you as demonic, but we do not share that sentiment. What is demonic and what is righteous? In this world, it is solely strength that speaks. Suddenly, Su Yan adopted a serious demeanor. Feng Feihuang listened intently, a flicker of surprise passing through her eyes. She had not expected this individual to hold such a view of the demonic sect. She found herself in agreement. This is indeed a world governed by power. If the heavenly demon sect were to produce a warrior of the heavenly ranking, or even several, would they be living in hiding? Nonetheless, being referred to as a female demon still gnawed at her. While countless martial artists across the realm regarded her as such, very few dared utter the term in her presence. Do you, Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion, wish to join our heavenly demon sect? Feng Feihuang narrowed her eyes slightly. Su Yan's expression was earnest as he nodded emphatically. Yet, he inwardly scoffed. Joining the heavenly demon sect was an impossibility in this lifetime. If the heavenly demon sect were to join the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion, that would indeed be quite favorable. His true intentions were quite straightforward. He merely engaged in feigned politeness while indirectly inquiring about the recovery time of the other party's injuries, as well as their current capabilities. With your martial arts realm not even reaching the blood refinement stage, how could you represent the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion? Furthermore, you seem to be that master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, Su something. Feng Feihuang's gaze flickered intermittently. Initially, she presumed that this individual was merely a puppet master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, yet it appeared otherwise. Su Yan. The name extended endlessly. Su Yan, with a grim expression, uttered his own name. In my opinion, it is merely a struggle for survival. Feng Feihuang retorted with a hint of sarcasm. She still harbored a modicum of interest in the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. To her, Gongzi Yu and his companions were potential assets. If they could be utilized, it would greatly benefit the development of the Heavenly Demon sect. As for the Su Yin before her, he exuded an oddly peculiar and distinctly unique aura, as if he were not of this world. Female demon, Su Yin directly challenged with 3 words. You truly possess courage. Are you not afraid that I might kill you? Feng Feihuang's tone bore no emotion, her phoenix-like eyes fixed intently on Su Yin. If you wish to strike, you would have done so long ago. To kill me would bring you nothing but harm, would it not? Although Su Yin appeared outwardly composed, he felt a twinge of unease within. After all, she was a ruthless female demon known for her lack of hesitation in taking lives. Feng Feihuang remained silent, continuing her recuperation. Subsequently, Su Yin expressed numerous words of concern. Do not attempt to test me. The extent of my restored strength is of no concern to you. Feng Feihuang's eyelids flickered slightly, her tone indifferent. In an instant, Su Yin fell into silence. To become the leader of a first-rate power, one must not be an ordinary individual. His probing was utterly futile. Consequently, he was disinclined to squander any more time. Chapter 66, The Enchantress of Innate Allure. Su Yin stifled a yawn, yet fatigue began to envelop him. He directly shed the ornate clothing he wore, leaving only a simple white garment. Witnessing this scene, Feng Feihuang uttered a remark that nearly caused Su Yin to lose his composure. I shall recuperate on the bed, while you can sleep on the floor, she declared with an air of righteous authority. However, Su Yin was entirely unperturbed by her insistence. Why would he forsake the bed for the cold ground? Without a second thought, he circumvented Feng Feihuang and ascended the bed, reclining upon it with indifference. You. Feng Feihuang widened her eyes in disbelief, her anger nearly boiling over. She could only hastily steady her emotions and focus on expelling the cold poison from her body. Yet, the poison clung to her like a relentless affliction. How could it be eradicated so easily? This bed belongs to me. Why should I sleep on the floor? Moreover, if anything were to happen to me, my subordinates are no fools. They would immediately seek out the esteemed Tang Li Yue of the Zhenwu division. Reclined upon the bed, Su Yin spoke in a nonchalant tone. Her words stirred a tempest of indignation within Feng Feihuang, nearly provoking her to spit blood. How could she be threatened in such a manner? Did this insolent youth truly believe he had her under his thumb? I advise you to steer clear of the Zhenwu division. They are nothing more than a pack of imperial hounds. Feng Feihuang's tone dripped with disdain, holding the Zhenwu division in utter contempt. I care not for your imperial hounds. A good cat, whether black or white, is one that catches mice, Su Yin retorted. Feng Feihuang had no choice but to focus on her recovery, knowing that engaging in further conversation with this brat would surely infuriate her. Although reclining comfortably on her bed, Su Yin found himself unable to sleep, for he was in the presence of a ruthless female demon. The leader of the Heavenly Demon sect, Feng Feihuang, ranked 3rd on the beauty list. Rumors spoke of her enchanting allure, a visage akin to a celestial being. He couldn't help but wonder what she truly looked like. Raising an eyebrow, Su Yin queried, Demonis, in your battle against Tang Li Yue of the Zhenwu division, why has the chaotic world gold list shown no response? I am ranked 4th on the earthly list, while she is 3rd. Had I triumphed over her, the rankings would have shifted, and the chaotic world gold list would have manifested. Alas, I was defeated, Feng Feihuang lamented, her tone imbued with frustration and a sense of injustice. Having suffered yet another crushing defeat at Tang Li Yue's hands, she was exceedingly reluctant to accept it. Demonis, does this mean your martial prowess is inferior to Tang Li Yue's? Su Yin inquired, astonished. What do you know of martial realms? You have yet to even scratch the surface. The 6 realms and 5 mysteries merely establish a solid foundation in martial arts. There remains the need to unlock the 4 vital apertures of the body. The 3 hidden treasures, cultivate the 3 souls and 7 spirits, and master martial divine abilities, Feng Feihuang expounded, exuding confidence and pride in her martial achievements. Su Yin listened, utterly bemused. He understood the concept of the 4 vital apertures, yet the 3 hidden treasures, the 3 souls and 7 spirits, and martial divine abilities were a complete mystery to him. Demonis, what are these 3 hidden treasures? He asked. This time, Feng Feihuang chose to ignore him. Su Yin, realizing he was digging his own grave, fell silent. The chamber was enveloped in an uneasy stillness. At that moment, Su Yin's attention was drawn to Feng Feihuang's silhouette. Her black gown elegantly accentuated her alluring figure, and if he inhaled deeply, he could detect a faint, ethereal fragrance. Just as he stole a glance at her, Feng Feihuang became aware of his gaze. What? Do you dare to covet my attention? She challenged. My body is impervious to blades and bullets. Even in a state of undress, your martial prowess cannot penetrate it. Feng Fei Wang spoke languidly, yet her words struck Su Yin as excessively fierce. Indeed, she was a true femme fatale, a bewitching enchantress. Su Yin retorted, I apologize, but your appearance pales in comparison to the maidservants in my household. My interests are utterly unresponsive to such trivialities. In that instant, Feng Fei Wang felt a profound sense of insult, as her appearance had been called into question. She immediately summoned her inner energy, skillfully manipulating it across her visage. Under her deft control, her face underwent subtle transformations. Her nose, eyes, and lips displayed remarkably delicate alterations. The wrinkles upon her skin vanished at a visibly rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, her true countenance was revealed. Feng Fei Wang turned to Su Yin and, with an unfriendly tone, commanded, Open your eyes wide and behold my true form. He is convinced that soon he will become infatuated with her beauty. At this moment, Su Yin finally beheld the true visage of Feng Fei Wang. Beneath her elegantly arched brows, her eyes shimmered with a captivating brilliance, sparkling with life. Her cherry-red lips, naturally alluring, appeared as if kissed by the morning dew. Strands of hair danced at her cheeks, caressed by the gentle breeze, adding an enchanting charm to her presence. Truly, her skin was as smooth as cream, and her aura as delicate as the fragrance of orchids, exuding a seductive grace that surpassed mere beauty. Her exquisite countenance was beyond reproach, complemented by her voluptuous figure and a waist that could be grasped with a delicate hand. She was indeed a femme fatale, possessing an innate allure capable of ensnaring nations. Su Yin was utterly astonished by Feng Fei Wang's breathtaking beauty. He felt a profound sense of gratitude that, having lived in the modern world, he had encountered an abundance of short videos. In those clips, alluring beauties captivated the viewer, leaving one dazzled and breathless. Thus, when faced with the enchanting visage of Feng Fei Wang, he did not exhibit even a hint of infatuation. In fact, he could not resist uttering, Tang Liyue. The first seed of the Zhenwu division, ranks second on the beauty list. I wonder what her true allure is. In an instant, the bewitching beauty of Feng Fei Wang faltered. She simply could not comprehend why this man failed to be entranced by her looks. Was she not beautiful? How could he be so blind? Did she truly fall short of Tang Liyue? Turning away, she resumed her healing, though her grievances continued to spill forth. Even as the leader of the heavenly demon sect, she was still a woman, unable to escape the desire for beauty. Have you ever encountered the Moon Palace as sovereign, the one who tops the beauty rankings? It is said she is shrouded in mystery, a celestial being fallen to the mortal realm, possessing unparalleled beauty. Su Yin inquired, his curiosity piqued. Just how exquisite could this Moon Palace sovereign be to surpass all others and claim the title of the most beautiful? Yet, Feng Fei Wang remained silent, grappling with her own inner turmoil. Was it true that she was inferior to Tang Liyue not just in skill but in beauty as well? Suddenly, she felt a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth, her internal energy in disarray. Su Yin remained silent, acutely aware of the tempestuous emotions brewing within Feng Fei Wang. Could it be that she was experiencing her monthly cycle, explaining her heightened ire? Chapter 67. The Southern and Northern Zhenwu divisions. Soon after, Su Yin extinguished the candlelight in the dormitory. He reclined upon the bed, while Feng Fei Wang sat gracefully outside its confines. Su Yin stifled a yawn and suggested, with the propriety of gender, would it not be more fitting for you to meditate on the floor, to aid your recovery? A mere sliver of moonlight seeped through the window, casting a dim glow within the chamber. You wish for a beauty of such exquisite allure to sit upon the ground to recuperate? Feng Fei Wang responded, her tone laced with astonishment and her expression captivating. Su Yin fell into silence, realizing that her companion was resolute in her decision to remain. If she bore no objection, then why should he? Indeed, she possessed the qualities befitting a leader, her demeanor starkly contrasting with that of an ordinary girl. Oh, Su Yin exclaimed in surprise. He certainly heard a faint rustling sound, a slightly hurried breath. My dear sorceress, are you feeling anxious? Su Yin teased. Indeed, as he stated. It was the first time Feng Fei Wang found herself in a room with a man, particularly in such darkness. To claim she was not nervous would be a lie. How could I be anxious? Absurd, she retorted with an air of indifference. Deep down, she understood that this small man posed no threat to her, no matter the circumstances. She was determined to survive. If she were to perish, the heavenly demon sect would crumble like a house of cards, gradually devoured by the Zhenwu division. The lives of hundreds of thousands of sect members depended solely on her. Feng Fei Huang's gaze grew increasingly resolute, yet the bitterness in her heart intensified. It is all the fault of that wretched woman, Tang Liyu, the leader of the Zhenwu division. Otherwise, how could she have ended up in such a predicament? While Feng Fei Huang immersed herself in healing, Su Yin tossed and turned, unable to find rest. How could he possibly sleep with such a stunning beauty beside him? Alas, this woman was completely beyond his reach. At that very moment, Tang Liu, the leader of the Jinwu division, had stabilized her injuries and began to explore an ancient martial arts relic associated with the Lord of Luohua. Upon entering that extraordinary space, she was not taken aback. Even when faced with a long sword emanating a terrifying demonic aura nearby, she remained utterly unperturbed. "Miss, that sword is quite frightening," exclaimed her maid, Chiyoyu, clutching a sword box, her lovely face betraying a look of horror. The sword embedded in the mural gave her an ominous feeling. Surely, this sword was the demonic sword of Luohua. Demonic swords, notorious for their slaughter of countless lives, were indeed fearsome. Well-versed in the lore of the ancient demonic era, Tang Liu recognized the sword's origin at a glance. A demonic sword? Chiyoyu murmured, instinctively distancing herself from the sword engulfed in hellish flames. "Fear not. This sword will not harm you unprovoked. It seeks a master capable of wielding it." Tang Liu glided gracefully, her gaze falling upon the vivid murals surrounding her. In these murals, she witnessed two warriors engaged in combat. Their clash was monumental, shaking the very earth. In an instant, she began to comprehend. "Miss, do you understand these murals?" Chiyoyu, who had been by Tang Liu's side for over a decade, considered herself well-informed. Yet these murals left her utterly in the dark. On the surface, the murals appeared to depict battles from ancient times, but they concealed a profound technique. By deciphering the murals, one could acquire the martial arts skill contained within. Tang Liu gently parted her crimson lips, her voice soft and melodious. In that instant, Chiyoyu displayed an expression of sudden realization. "Miss, have you come to an understanding?" Chiyoyu's gaze was intense. In her eyes, her mistress was unparalleled. Comprehending the martial arts inscribed on the mural was merely a matter of course for her. Understanding was not achieved in a day, however. There was no necessity for her to grasp this particular martial art, as it belonged to the demon lord Lu Ho, not to her path. Tang Liu shook her head with a faint smile, her gaze resolute. Only by forging her own path could she advance further in the martial realm and have the opportunity to ascend to the ranks of the celestialist warriors. Next, Tang Liu's attention was drawn to an enormous stone coffin that towered before her. There must be a treasure hidden within. Yet, she had no intention of opening the coffin. "Miss, the treasure lies within this coffin. Are we simply to gaze upon it?" Chiyoyu displayed a sense of urgency, as if fearing that the delectable morsel within reach might slip away. With the Luoho demon sword present, it was highly likely that the coffin housed the corpse of the demon lord Luoho. After countless years, the remains of an ordinary person would have surely decomposed. However, during the ancient era of gods and demons, each being was formidable, their martial prowess reaching unfathomable heights. A flicker of apprehension crossed Tang Liu's expressive eyes. It seemed to her that opening the coffin was an exceptionally perilous endeavor. "Ah, I understand, miss. The demon lord Luoho may rise again," Chiyoyu exclaimed with realization. Previously, while exploring ancient martial relics with her mistress, instances of resurrection had indeed occurred. However, it was not true resurrection, rather. It was the transformation of fallen ancient gods and demons into restless spirits. Once awakened, these spirits would unleash a massacre. At that moment, an unwarranted calamity would ensue. Fortunately, most of these spirits were ones I could still manage. Tang Liu's voice was tinged with a sense of reflection. The endless passage of time had, imperceptibly, diminished the strength of these spirits. Yet even so, she would never dare to underestimate them. Chiyoyu earnestly advised, "Therefore, miss, you should focus on recovering from your injuries." Tang Liu pondered for a moment, then said softly, "I wonder if Lu Daong and Han Sanyang have captured Feng Fei Huang." The Jinwu division is divided into the Northern and Southern Jinwu divisions. The Northern Jinwu division is overseen by Lu Daong, ranked 33rd on the Earth list, while the Southern Jinwu division is led by Han Sanyang, ranked 35th. Both serve as powerful enforcers of their respective divisions. There is no doubt they will succeed. That wretched woman has already been severely injured by you. Mississippi Lu Daong, with his formidable blade, has severed countless heads within the demon sect. Han Sanyang is adept at employing various hidden weapons, including the Xianbing silver needles, which are exceedingly poisonous. Any contact results in fatal poisoning. Countless warriors have perished from the Xianbing silver needles, alongside the terrifying bone-piercing noon nails. With a flick of her fingers, she unleashed a speed that was astonishingly swift, akin to a flash of lightning, often leaving her opponents utterly defenseless. Even the most formidable warriors of the earth ranking could fall prey to her sudden strikes. On her adorable face, Chuyue radiated an air of unwavering confidence. Both Lu Daong and Han Sanyang were renowned throughout the realm, their names echoing far and wide. The dark sect, upon encountering them, would only know to flee in panic. This sentiment was indeed justified. However, events seldom unfold as one desires. Tang Liyue let out a soft sigh. In the end, the two departed from the ancient martial arts relic, emerging once more from the well, standing beside it. Dressed in a flowing white gown with a black veil obscuring her face, Tang Liyue appeared ethereal, like a celestial being. Xiaoyue, though damp from the well's water, swiftly harnessed her inner energy to dry her clothes. Remarkably, the sword box she held remained completely untouched by the water. Chapter 68, The Art of Deception. At that moment, two figures materialized. One was a robust man in his 30s, with a square face and bushy eyebrows, his physique resembling that of a mighty bear. On his back, he carried a formidable saber, its hilt adorned with fur, and the blade etched with intricate patterns. The other figure was clad in fiery red, her form graceful and alluring. With lips as red as cherries and teeth as white as pearls, her complexion reminiscent of a blossoming peach. These two individuals were none other than Lu Daong and Han Sanyang. They greeted the master respectfully. Among them, Han Sanyang, who typically exuded confidence in her beauty, felt a twinge of inadequacy in the presence of Tang Liyue. Although Tang Liyue's face was veiled, Han Sanyang had previously been fortunate enough to witness her true visage, a beauty that left her feeling woefully inferior. Have you failed to capture Feng Fei Wang? Despite her prior expectations, disappointment flickered in Tang Liyue's eyes. Xiaoyue's charming face displayed a look of astonishment. To her, it seemed improbable that two Earth-ranking warriors would struggle to apprehend the already severely injured Feng Fei Wang. Please, punish us. Lu Daong and Han Sanyang knelt on one knee, refraining from offering excuses, acknowledging their shortcomings in this endeavor. Rise and explain the circumstances. Tang Liyue's voice was delicate, lacking any hint of anger. The two stood and began recounting the events that had transpired. Since Tang Liyue engaged in combat with Feng Fei Wang, they had infiltrated the chaotic stone town, but despite their intentions to intervene, they had been unable to find an opportune moment. Though they are ranked as lowly martial artists, their abilities pale in comparison to Tang Liyue and Feng Fei Wang. During that fierce battle, they were utterly incapable of offering assistance. When Feng Fei Wang unleashed her shadowy magic, they hastily sought her true form. As Lu Daong spoke, he fell silent midway. However, Han Sanyang gently parted her crimson lips and remarked, in this fleeting moment, we cannot discern her true identity, yet if we search for subtle clues, we shall certainly uncover something and ultimately capture her. Indeed, we discovered a lead and traced her whereabouts. After relentless pursuit, we finally apprehended her. Upon concluding her statement, a profound melancholy washed over Han Sanyang's enchanting visage. Tang Liyue remained unmoved, listening intently, while Xiaoyue displayed a rather peculiar expression. It turned out that the individual we had captured was merely a pawn she had set in motion. The figure, with its similar stature, attire, and silhouette, was a mere illusion. Han Sanyang's demeanor grew despondent. The formidable Feng Fei Wang of the heavenly demon sect was indeed a challenging adversary. So you have caught an impostor. But where is she? Tang Liyue inquired. Soon, Han Sanyang summoned someone from the Zhenwu division. It was a young woman clad in a black dress, her complexion pallid and bearing injuries. Judging by her attire and posture, she bore a striking resemblance to Feng Fei Wang. Had we fallen victim to a dramatic ruse? Tang Liyue narrowed her eyes, realizing this must be Feng Fei Wang's contingency plan. This woman was indeed cautious. The young lady was Kai Dai, a devoted maidservant to the heavenly demon sect's leader, Feng Fei Wang. She would never betray her master. Humph. Even before the eminent figures of the Zhenwu division, she audibly protested, displaying a defiant spirit. How reckless to act so brazenly before the chief. Han Sanyang smiled, her expression warm and benevolent, reminiscent of a savior of the suffering. Yet, it was well known in the martial world that this so-called savior was merciless, with a swift hand that often brought death with her hidden weapons, earning her the moniker of the Blood Bodhisattva. Tang Liyue spoke languidly. You were once a beauty. Why pledge your loyalty to the heavenly demon sect? Her eyes reflected a sense of regret. Xiaoyue, standing nearby, suggested, Sister, if you are willing to join our Zhenwu division, we shall offer you a chance for redemption. Kai Dai's beautiful face revealed a stubborn resolve as she firmly declared, whether to kill or to maim, I leave it to your discretion. Lu Daong's eyes gleamed with menace. At a mere command from the leader, he would ensure that the girl before him would suffer immensely. Han Sanyang maintained a benevolent smile, while Qiuyue shook her head. choosing silence, for it seemed this young lady's time was all but short. Yet, the words that followed from Tang Liyue caused a stir among the crowd. "Let her go," she uttered succinctly. "Leader, what is this?" Lu Dayong's eyes widened in bewilderment, resembling large copper bells. A mere glance from Tang Liyue rendered him as docile as a quail, silencing him completely. Han Sanyang, Qiu Yue, and the surrounding members of the town martial division were equally perplexed. However, they dared not challenge Tang Liyue's decision. Thus, the bewildered Kaidai departed. Tang Liyue spoke calmly and deliberately, "Follow her, and observe whether she will make contact with Feng Fei Wang or head towards the Tianma sect's stronghold." In an instant, realization dawned upon the gathered members. Soon, several from the town martial division sprang into action. "You both continue the search for Feng Fei Wang's whereabouts. If she is unaccompanied, she should not be far, but if she is aided, the situation becomes precarious," Tang Liu said with a grave demeanor. Lu Dayong and Han Sanyang swiftly took their leave, their figures vanishing like lightning. Momentarily, the once bustling courtyard fell into a somber stillness, leaving only Tang Liyue, Qiu Yue, and a few vigilant members of the town martial division. Tang Liyue coughed lightly several times, each bout stained with blood. "Miss, you must tend to your injuries promptly," Qiu Yue implored, visibly anxious. "It's merely a slight wound," Tang Liyue reassured her. She then inquired about the situation concerning the relief of the common folk. Qiu Yue hastily sought the information. Upon her return, her face radiated joy. "Thanks to your prompt action, Miss, the town martial division was able to assist in time. The citizens received aid swiftly, the injured have stabilized, and fewer than 30 lives were lost." At this, Tang Liyue's eyes were filled with self-reproach. Those people were innocent. The common folk endured too much suffering in this world. She urged for proper arrangements for the aftermath, feeling a slight sense of relief. Subsequently, the master and servant departed. Tang Liyue harbored no fears of intruders breaching the ancient martial arts relics. Numerous skilled guardians from the town martial division accompanied her. Moreover, that ancient relic, with its demonic sword, was exceedingly difficult for even top-tier warriors to wield. How many could truly comprehend the intricate murals? As for the colossal stone coffin, anyone daring to open it would surely invite calamity upon themselves. Two young women traversed the dimly lit paths of shattered Stone Town. "My lady, if someone were audacious enough to unseal the colossal stone sarcophagus, would that not be a cause for alarm?" A hint of concern graced Qiu Yue's face. Chapter 69. That man is truly terrifying. Are you worried that the spirits within the sarcophagus might be awakened? There is no need for such anxiety. I shall keep watch over this town and have already summoned the martial forces from both the north and south towns. Which faction would dare to act recklessly? Tang Liyue's voice was melodious and pleasing to the ear. "My lady, your foresight is truly remarkable." Qiu Yue gazed at her with admiration. Tang Liyue remained silent. Her delicate brow furrowed as if she pondered something of great significance. "My lady, what occupies your thoughts?" Qiu Yue tilted her head, unable to fathom her mistress's mind. The martial division had recently acquired an ancient martial arts relic. Should this not be a source of joy? Yet, her lady appeared troubled. According to ancient texts, the demon lord Luo, who had a penchant for consuming ancient dragon spice tea, whenever bloodshed occurred, he would partake in this tea. There was even a saying, when the demon lord drinks tea, the demon sword drinks blood. However, within the ancient martial arts relic, only the demon sword was present, with no sign of the revered dragon spice tea. As they walked, Tang Liyue's lips parted slightly, and she spoke softly. Her voice was enchanting, captivating the heart. "Ancient dragon spice tea offers numerous benefits to martial artists. Should my lady manage to consume a few cups, it would undoubtedly aid in her recovery from injuries." Qiu Yue pouted, her face reflecting regret. Earlier in the ancient relic, she had not encountered the prized dragon spice tea. Indeed, while the ancient dragon spice tea was splendid, the true treasure lay in a pottery piece cherished by the demon lord Luahu. Tang Liyue's gaze grew distant. Her sister, Tang Liyue, had long desired to possess it. Alas, she had scanned the surroundings and found no trace of the pottery. Such an item, treasured by the demon lord, must possess extraordinary qualities. "My lady, does this pottery possess any unique abilities?" Qiu Yue blinked her lively eyes, brimming with curiosity. "This pottery is known as pure water. It possesses purifying properties. For instance, if ancient dragon spice tea were placed within it, all impurities contained in the tea would be entirely purified, thereby enhancing its quality. When consumed, the effects would surely be magnified." Tang Liyue's eyes glimmered with intensity. She was quite fond of the pure water and desired to obtain it as a gift for her sister. Could it be that if some medicinal pills were placed inside, the impurities of the pills would also be purified, thus enhancing their quality and potency? Qiu Yu was an astute maid, quick to draw inferences. As she spoke, her bright, expressive eyes widened in astonishment. The marvels of ancient treasures are indeed beyond our comprehension. Much like the enigmatic origins of the tumultuous Golden List, which remains a mystery to this day, Tang Liyu's gaze revealed a hint of regret. Pure water possesses effects beyond mere purification. Yet, words were futile. With that, she quickened her pace, her eyes reflecting a sense of loss. Perhaps, the pure water you mentioned, Miss, lies within the stone coffin. Qiu Yu offered words of consolation. Tang Liyu replied without hesitation, acknowledging the possibility. Subsequently, they took residence in a guest house, occupying a heavenly room. Clad in a flowing white dress, Tang Liyu, exuding elegance, sat gracefully upon the exquisite and ornate bed canopy. Beads of sweat continuously surfaced on her smooth and radiant forehead. A flicker of pain surged in her eyes, and she let out a soft groan, her body trembling slightly. Witnessing this, Qiu Yu's face was etched with worry. She understood well, the young lady's affliction had recurred. 3 years prior, the young lady had acquired the ancient Bai Luo Huang Quan water, which aided in the cultivation of one's 3 souls and 7 spirits. However, despite its benefits, the treasure bore a drawback. It birthed the Yin Ming bone-corroding poison within her body. This poison would flare up at intervals, inflicting excruciating agony akin to having one's bones shattered, piece by piece. At this moment, Tang Liyu was enduring that very torment. Fortunately, her body had reached a point of invulnerability. Otherwise, any ordinary person would surely perish when faced with the Yin Ming bone-corroding poison. Miss, with your innate talent, you should follow a gradual path. It truly was unwise to consume the ancient Bai Luo Huang Quan water. Qiu Yu expressed her heartfelt concern, wishing she could bear the brunt of the poison in her lady's stead. All this suffering is worth it to suppress the demonic sect. Tang Liyu's voice became hoarse. Yet her determination remained unwavering. She had no regrets about her initial decision. Your Majesty has ignored the affairs of state for 10 years, remaining secluded within the palace. If only your Majesty would intervene, you would not have to endure such hardship. Qiu Yu pouted, her eyes slightly reddening, her voice tinged with a quiver. Though her words were disrespectful towards the emperor, Tang Liyu remained unfazed. In the emperor's eyes, perhaps this realm was merely a game, yet to me, it is no game at all. I wish for the common folk to lead lives of peace and stability. Tang Liyu's gaze was resolute, her tone unwavering. In her eyes, that man was utterly terrifying. The top of the celestial rankings, Emperor Liang. He scorns the world and views it merely as a game. My lady, you have done exceedingly well, rescuing countless commoners from the clutches of the malevolent sect. Tears streamed down Qiu Yu's cheeks like broken pearls, and she wept. Do not cry. I have done far too little. Tang Liyu sighed softly, enduring the indescribable agony. It felt as though her very bones were being crushed, shattered. The piercing pain surged like a relentless tide. Yet, she could only furrow her delicate brows and grit her teeth, steadfastly holding on. Qiu Yu, with her pristine handkerchief, wiped away her tears. In that moment, her vision blurred, and she faintly perceived that her lady bore the weight of the world's dawn upon her shoulders. The burden of the realm weighed heavily, rendering her steps laborious and her progress arduous. In the stillness of the night, at the Jin Fengshu stronghold, the young master Yu, residing in the front courtyard, remained awake in his chambers, unable to find slumber. He still donned a bronze mask, yet in his hands, he delicately caressed a piece of pottery. The pottery, no larger than the palm of his hand, was exquisitely crafted. This object was indeed extraordinary. His eyes sparkled with brilliance as he arrived at a conclusion. In the dimly lit confines of the backyard dormitory, Su Yin tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. Yet, fatigue had begun to weigh heavily upon him, and despite the chaos outside, he succumbed to the depths of slumber. Throughout this ordeal, Feng Feihua remained blissfully unaware of Su Yan's presence. Her sole focus was on hastening her recovery. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of pale light, Su Yan opened his eyes to find a mysterious beauty in a black dress seated beside his bed, enveloped in swirling dark energy. Clearly, she had been cultivating her powers throughout the night. Su Yan rose to dress, inadvertently catching sight of Feng Feihua's complexion. She had not disguised herself, her enchanting visage still captivating. However, this morning, her pallor betrayed her condition. She resembled a beautiful yet ailing maiden. It seemed that a night of healing had yielded little improvement. With genuine concern etched upon his face, Su Yan inquired about Feng Feihua's injuries, though his true intention was to ascertain her current state. At his question, her usually impassive countenance flickered with anger, her eyes narrowing with venomous intensity. The chilling poison inflicted by Tang Liyu's divine weapon, Frosty Snow, was proving to be exceedingly troublesome. Feng Feihua did not hide her disdain. She harbored deep hatred for Tang Liyue. Were it not for that woman, the heavenly demon sect would not be so hindered. Perhaps it would have boasted a congregation of millions by now. The mere mention of the divine weapon ignited her fury. Had her own weapon of soul-capturing remained unscathed, defeat would have been unimaginable. Feng Feihua's gaze darkened, her delicate hands clenched into fists. If the weapon was damaged, it could still be nurtured back to health. Yet, her prowess had always surpassed that of Tang Liyue, until 3 years prior, when that woman experienced an unforeseen surge in strength that eclipsed her own. Feng Feihua lamented her predicament, her frustration evident as she focused intently on the ancient martial relic linked to the heavenly demon sect in Wanchur town. Eager to seek her own fortune. Alas, her meticulous plans had become a means of serving another's ambitions. Shortly thereafter, a maid delivered toiletries but did not enter the chamber. Instead, she left them outside at Su Yan's behest. With a creak, Su Yan opened the door, retrieved the items, and after a brief interval, completed his morning routine. Surely, I cannot remain confined to this dormitory indefinitely. I must continue my martial training. The pursuit of martial arts is not to be neglected. Su Yan shrugged and spoke leisurely. He remains profoundly devoted to his training. Guided by the likes of Hong Antong and young Master Yu, coupled with frequent immersion in medicinal baths, his martial prowess has advanced at an extraordinary pace. He had also grown fond of the sensation of becoming stronger. Aha! Little did he expect that his words would elicit a fit of laughter from Feng Feihua, who chuckled uncontrollably. You are hardly a diligent martial artist. Otherwise, your martial arts realm would not be so meager. Moreover, your essence has been depleted. Occasionally, you may experience chills, dizziness, and tinnitus. These symptoms indicate a deficiency in both kidney yin and yang. Feng Feihua's smile was enigmatic, yet her words darkened Su Yan's expression. This woman was clearly insinuating that he lacked vitality. As a modern-day university student, he was engrossed in gaming and had not pursued a romantic relationship. How could he possibly be lacking in vitality? Such alarming and nonsensical claims. Su Yan retorted. You, on the other hand, will find it difficult to achieve great success in martial arts. The essence of vitality is immensely beneficial for martial practice. Feng Feihua held no optimism for Su Yan's prospects. He was well aware of his own limitations. His martial arts aptitude was indeed subpar. However, he could rely on ancient treasures. For instance, the ancient Longxian tea had allowed him to effortlessly break through 3 martial realms. Do you think ancient martial ruins are so easy to find? Feng Feihua shook her head with a smile, believing Su Yan had underestimated the difficulty of locating such ruins. Soon, she resumed her cultivation to heal her injuries, casually adding, do not indulge too frequently. Upon hearing this, Su Yan's mouth twitched in irritation. Could this woman not be more tactful? What did she mean by not indulging too frequently? She was indeed a temptress. In the courtyard, Zhao Zhijing wielded his sword alone, executing the Kanzan sword technique with extraordinary grace. Hong Antong displayed his formidable prowess with 3 heroic moves, while Lin Pingji practiced the bewitching sword technique, which was exceedingly strange. Gouziyu emanated an aura of coldness, casually striking the ground with his palm, causing it to rapidly freeze over. Wei Shiu moved with the lightness of a feather, appearing and disappearing like a phantom. Where's Yidian Hong? Lin Pingji intended to spar with Yidian Hong but found her absent, due to the consumption of the ancient tea. He had ascended to the realm of Xianming warriors. Yet, he aspired to challenge Yidian Hong, a Xuanqin warrior, who merely surpassed him by 1 realm. He held great confidence in this challenge, a confidence derived from the bewitching sword technique. He had already ventured to Pingding County. Gouziyu spoke in a calm tone, which revealed disappointment on Lin Pingji's face. Dressed in a Taoist robe, Zhao Zhijing surveyed the surroundings but could not spot Su Yan. This prompted him to exclaim, why have I not seen the master today? Has he grown complacent? One must remember that martial skill should not be neglected. The crowd exchanged silent glances, all sensing that Su Yan had grown negligent. Young master, you found it somewhat peculiar but chose not to dwell on it. Soon, the group busied themselves with the task of solidifying their martial arts foundations. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and before long, noon had arrived. Throughout the morning, Su Yan had been diligently practicing his martial techniques within his quarters. However, despite his earnest efforts, Feng Feihua dismissed his endeavors as mere flamboyant display. Su Yan paid her no mind. Before long, a maid arrived with food. Su Yan did not allow her to enter his room. Instead, he accepted the dishes and urged her to leave promptly. He soon indulged in the tantalizing array of dishes laid before him. The fragrant aroma of the meal made Feng Feihua involuntarily swallow. Although she was a ground-level martial artist, she still required a modest amount of sustenance. Only those at the heavenly level could abstain from food and drink entirely. The chicken soup was exquisite, rich and flavorful. As Su Yan savored a steaming spoonful of the pale yellow broth, he also relished the delectable, springy fish meat. The fish was firm and bursting with flavor, truly delightful. He picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks and slowly chewed, all the while acutely aware of Feng Fei Huang's scrutinizing gaze. Yet, he chose to disregard her completely. The notion of cherishing beauty held no weight in his mind. He found her utterly lacking in appreciation for the finer nuances of life. Feng Fei Huang bit her lip, her tone turning sharp. As her eyes began to sharpen, Su Yin instinctively understood her intentions. She aimed to snatch away his lunch. "If you desire it, you may have it," he retorted, gesturing towards the dishes on the table with a sincere expression. In an instant, Feng Fei Huang's face contorted as if she had bitten into a fly, her appetite extinguished. Nevertheless, her gaze remained fixed on Su Yin, causing him to break out in goosebumps. Chapter 71. The 9 Transformation Jade Dew Pill. At that time, I summoned the leader of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower to meet me at a certain inn, yet you sent Hong and Tong in his stead. Do you truly believe I have forgotten this matter? Feng Fei Huang's voice was cold and her tone laced with intrigue. In an instant, Su Yan's expression became rather unnatural. Eventually, he summoned a maid to prepare another meal for him. After all, it was merely a midday repast, trivial in nature. However, his actions were markedly different from his usual demeanor, and individuals like Gongzi would surely perceive something amiss. Before long, Feng Fei Huang delicately savored her meal. Her manner of eating was elegant and dignified, reminiscent of a refined young lady, leaving no room for criticism. Nonetheless, her appetite was modest, and she did not consume much. Subsequently, Su Yan placed the leftover food and utensils outside his chamber, instructing the maid to tidy up. In the blink of an eye, Gongzi entered the courtyard, gently tapping on the door of Su Yan's chamber. "I apologize for intruding upon the back courtyard, esteemed host. However, may I inquire why you did not practice martial arts this morning? It is essential to remain diligent in such matters." Wearing a bronze mask, Gongzi's gaze was sharp, and his voice steady and unhurried, reflecting his composure. Simultaneously, he was attuned to the atmosphere within the chamber, yet he sensed only one presence. Was his judgment erroneous? Surely, there must be more than one person inside. Meanwhile, within the chamber, Su Yin found himself under the piercing gaze of Feng Fei Huang, compelling him to weave a fabricated tale. "I am rather fatigued today. My back aches, and I wish to rest well." Outside the chamber, Gongzi promptly responded, "Please, esteemed host, take your rest. I shall not disturb you further." With that, he turned and departed. As he left, Feng Fei Huang's eyes narrowed slightly, having fully confirmed Gongzi's exit. He likely had already discovered something. Su Yin shrugged, feeling a mix of admiration for Gongzi's cunning and intellect. How could this be? He had completely concealed his own aura. There was no way he could detect it. Confident, Feng Fei Huang continued to sit cross-legged on the bed, channeling her energy to heal. In the side hall of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, Gongzi summoned Zhao Zhijing and others for a discussion. "Esteemed host, today is unusual. You have remained in your chamber, a deviation from your norm. Perhaps you have encountered some trouble," he remarked, his eyes glinting as he recounted the earlier conversation succinctly. "Are you fatigued? Is your back sore? Could it be that you are hiding a beauty?" Zhao Zhijing jested. The others exchanged glances, awaiting Gongzi's next words. "Normally, you would only consume one meal at noon, yet today you had the maid prepare another. One portion was devoured ravenously, entirely consumed, while the other dish remained largely untouched. With only a few sips of soup taken, eaten with great deliberation. Within the host's dormitory, there must be another individual present, most likely a woman. Young master, you eloquently recounted his series of analyses to the assembled audience. His words resonated with the crowd, who found them quite reasonable. Indeed, the host had been accurately described by the Taoist, as this was a hidden treasure of beauty. Yet, the identity of that enchanting maiden remained a mystery. Zhao Zhijing wore a playful grin, but before he could complete his thought, he was met with a fierce glare from Gongzi. In an instant, Zhao Zhijing fell silent, obedient and subdued. The presence of that individual eluded my senses entirely. Moreover, her ability to infiltrate our stronghold at Jinfeng Shiulu without a sound indicated that her prowess was undoubtedly far superior to ours. A glint of sharpness flickered in Gongzi's eyes, and the atmosphere shifted as the expressions of the crowd turned solemn. They were all speculating about the identity of that mysterious woman and her true intentions. In an instant, the crowd fell into deep contemplation. The chaotic stone town was under the complete control of our Jin Feng Shiyu building. However, last night, we were unexpectedly visited by uninvited guests. The head of the town marshal division arrived accompanied by several of its members, currently in pursuit of the gravely injured leader of the heavenly demon sect, Feng Fei Huang. As Gong Ziyu spoke, he did so with an air of nonchalance, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yet, his straightforward words awakened realization among those present. That woman was highly likely to be Feng Fei Huang. Last night, they had witnessed the terrifying prowess of the Earth-ranking warriors. The sounds of battle were monumental, as if each move could potentially obliterate the entire stone town. A collective gasp escaped the crowd, their expressions shifting dramatically. Deputy Master. Perhaps we should seek assistance from Zhao Zhijing of the Town Marshal Division, one proposed. If we enlist the help of the Town Marshal Division, Feng Fei Huang will surely meet her demise without a proper burial. That would be unwise, another countered. What if she, in a state of desperation, retaliates fiercely? Our master would find himself in a precarious situation. Gong Ziyu swiftly made a decision, affirming that they must not alert the enemy. They should act as if she did not exist, just as they always had. His words revealed his own considerations. He harbored reservations about the Town Marshal Division. If they were to summon them, there was a possibility they might suspect that the Jin Feng Shiyu building was harboring members of the demon sect and might annihilate them without hesitation. Of course, we must also prepare for the worst, Gong Ziyu added. The group understood his implications. They quickly returned to their duties, either practicing martial arts or training the ordinary enforcers of the Jin Feng Shiyu building. In her chamber, Su Yan's gaze fell upon Feng Fei Huang's delicate hand, upon which rested a finely crafted white porcelain vial. The vial was inscribed with the powerful characters of Yaowang Valley. Feng Fei Huang poured out a small, translucent pill, pure white in color, from the vial. Su Yan could detect an intoxicating fragrance emanating from this pill. With a swift motion, Feng Fei Huang swallowed the pill and resumed her training. The moment she ingested it, her complexion became increasingly radiant and glowing. In that instant, Su Yan realized that the pills within the white porcelain vial were undoubtedly life-saving elixirs. His gaze fixated upon the vial, filled with longing. While he did not need to charge into battle himself, his subordinates did. If he possessed these pills, they might save the lives of his men in dire circumstances. Sister, could you spare me a few of those pills? Su Yan's eyes were sincere, his tone affectionate. The way he called her sister was truly endearing, however. Feng Fei Huang paid no heed to Su Yan. Was such pettiness befitting a master of the heavenly demon sect? Su Yan shrugged his shoulders and muttered to himself. The precious 9-turn jade dew pill I recently ingested possesses numerous benefits, including dispelling cold and dampness, invigorating blood circulation, healing injuries, and enhancing internal energy. This single vial contains a total of 10 9-turn jade dew pills, valued at a staggering 10,000 taels of silver. Feng Fei Huang slightly parted her crimson lips, her voice delicate, as her enchanting gaze briefly flicked towards Su Yan. Chapter 72, The Murder on the Long Street. That mere glance sent a shiver through Su Yan's bones. She was indeed a siren. He pondered quietly to himself, yet a look of astonishment surfaced on his countenance. A single 9 revolutions jade dew pill costs a staggering 1,000 taels of silver, such an egregious price. Su Yan was left speechless, finding the cost of the pill absurdly exorbitant. Nevertheless, despite its steep price, it was undoubtedly worth every coin. Feng Fei Huang spoke with a calm demeanor, and it was from her that Su Yan learned that the 9 revolutions jade dew pill originated from the Valley of the Medicine King. Across the realm, many medicinal herbs and elixirs are sourced from this esteemed valley. Each generation's leader is referred to as the Medicine King, renowned for their extraordinary medical skills. Even in the direst moments, when one is on the brink of death, the Medicine King possesses the ability to rescue them from the clutches of the underworld. Feng Fei Huang, however, did not dare to underestimate the Valley of the Medicine King. As a warrior, one inevitably faces injuries, thus necessitating the healing properties of the valley's remedies. She reflected that had it not been for the 9 revolutions jade dew pill, her injuries would have undoubtedly worsened. Su Yan silently took note of the Valley of the Medicine King, and a bold thought began to stir within him. If he ever found himself short of silver, could he perhaps consider robbing the valley? His thoughts, however, were perceptibly discerned by Feng Fei Huang. With narrowed eyes, Feng Fei Huang issued a warning. The Moon Palace, the Medicine King Valley, the Poison King Valley, the Mysterious Merchant Association, the 12 Zodiac, and the Daliang Martial Academy. These 6 formidable factions hold a unique status within the martial world, and no warrior dares to provoke them lightly. For those who do, the consequences are often dire. Su Yin was not well versed in the intricacies of these 6 influential forces and yearned to inquire further. However, Feng Fei Wang was already engrossed in her meditation and paid him no mind, leaving him to lower his head and refrain from further pursuit of a fruitless conversation. As night fell, the bright moon hung high in the sky. The streets of Pingding County bustled with life, teeming with people shoulder to shoulder. Citizens traversed the spacious bluestone pathway. Among them, some donned in conical hats with swords at their waists, while others, agile and robust, carried long knives on their backs. There were also young women, their faces veiled in white, possessing figures that were both alluring and graceful. The common folk and the martial artists intertwined seamlessly. The sounds of vendors hawking their wares filled the air. Meat pancakes for 6 coins each. A bowl of Yangcha noodles for only 5 coins. Would the esteemed guest care for tea? A pot of tea for just 1 coin. Some vendors eagerly approached potential customers. The entire length of the street was enveloped in a medley of enticing aromas. The rich and savory scent of Yangcha noodles, the sweet allure of candied hawthorn, and the mouth-watering fragrance of steamed meat buns. An array of delectable foods dazzled the senses, leaving one both captivated and salivating. A certain individual, clad in red, was enjoying dinner at a roadside stall. He savored a bowl of Yangcha noodles. With a sip of the broth, it was light and refreshing, leaving an indelible impression on the palate. He savored the noodles delicately, relishing their smooth texture. He slurped the noodles with a soft rustling sound. He is also waiting for someone. The young master Qian Mingyang of the Qian Family Martial Arts School, one of the 5 dominant forces in Pingding County. As an assassin, he is expected to operate in the shadows. However, the master has instructed him to act boldly. Thus, he shall embrace this flamboyance to the fullest. He intended to withdraw money on the bustling street, his mind brimming with ambition. After savoring a bowl of Yangcha noodles, Yidian Hong called out, "Vendor, the bill please." A young vendor approached with a cheerful demeanor. The vendor cheerfully announced, "Dear customer, a bowl of Yangcha noodles costs 5 won." With a swift motion, Yidian Hong flipped his palm and placed 5 copper coins upon the table. The noodles were indeed well made. He offered a compliment, noting that although the young vendor selling noodles was still in his youth, his skill in preparing Yangcha noodles was quite commendable. "Thank you for your kind words, esteemed guest," replied the vendor, Li Erlang, with a beaming smile. His noodle-making craft was inherited from his father. With this skill, he managed to scrape by in the county of Pingding. After settling the bill, Yidian Hong rose from the bench, his gaze sharp and his expression serene. The person he had been waiting for has finally arrived. Not far away, a group of individuals approached. Among them, the leader, a man of approximately 25 or 26 years, donned in elegant black attire, possessed a striking appearance and held a folding fan, exuding an air of grace and distinction. His pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes renders him even more handsome. He is none other than Qian Mingyang. At this moment, he is in search of the enchanting Miaoyan Pavilion, yearning for a life filled with indulgent pleasures. Surrounding him is a group of devoted disciples, all keenly attuned to his every command. "Young master, it is said that a mere melody at Miaoyan Pavilion costs several taels of silver, even upwards of a dozen. Perhaps we should consider other establishments." His fellow disciples voiced their reluctance, each harboring reservations about visiting Miaoyan Pavilion. Given their company, it is likely they would need to spend dozens, if not hundreds, of taels. Yet, the thought of parting with such wealth weighs heavily upon their hearts. They sought to utilize their silver solely for procuring medicinal herbs from the Pujitang. With these herbs, they intended to immerse themselves in medicinal baths, thereby enhancing their martial prowess. "You lot are truly miserly. Very well, we shall seek solace in other brothels." Qian Mingyang, shaking his folding fan, wore a countenance of discontent, yet found himself powerless. His funds were rather limited. The pursuit of martial cultivation demanded an exorbitant amount of silver. The Miaoyan Fong was particularly notorious as a den of extravagance. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. They could afford to patronize the ordinary brothels and meander through them as well. Suddenly, what had once been a bustling thoroughfare grew increasingly quiet. Pairs of eyes gravitated towards a figure clad in crimson. It was because this figure had effectively obstructed the path of Qian Mingyang and his companions. This development sent an inexplicable shiver through the hearts of the onlookers, who sensed that yet another conflict in the realm of martial arts was on the horizon. The townsfolk, accustomed to the violent spectacles within Pingding County, had witnessed such bloodshed innumerable times. Yet each incident filled them with trepidation, fearing that they might inadvertently become collateral damage. In an instant, the crowd instinctively distanced themselves from the enigmatic figure in red. What could his intentions be? Was he truly daring to provoke the young master of the Qin family's martial arts school? This stranger's face was unfamiliar. The townspeople murmured among themselves, while even the seasoned martial artist stood idly by, seemingly awaiting the unfolding of a dramatic performance. "Who are you?" Qian Mingyang inquired, his brow furrowing. Utterly unacquainted with the stern-faced youth before him, his words were yet to be completed when a crimson flash of steel emerged. The sword, swift as the tempest, quick as lightning, was drawn with alarming speed. As the wielder, Yidian Hong, sheathed her blade, a drop of blood glistened at its tip. Qian Mingyang remained rooted in place. Though the brilliance in his clear, bright peach blossom eyes gradually faded. Thud. Qian Mingyang's body collapsed heavily to the ground, as if bereft of support. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Even his fellow disciples, who stood nearby, failed to perceive or react to the unfolding chaos. When they finally registered the scene, their pupils widened in horror. For they all noticed that Qian Mingyang's gaze had turned vacant, his face rapidly paling. It seemed as though he had succumbed to death. The assailant was Yidian Hong of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Her indifferent voice resonated through the stillness of the long street, instantly igniting a shared thought in the minds of all present. How dare he? This person is insane. Chapter 73. What a magnificent building, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Meanwhile, Qian Mingyang's fellow disciples have directed their furious and discontented gazes towards Yidian Hong. However, upon noticing Yidian Hong's indifferent expression, they, despite the tumult of anger swelling within them, they could only suppress it deep inside. For the prowess exhibited by Yidian Hong was astonishingly formidable. With a single stroke of his sword, he had slain the young master of the Qian family martial arts school. That very strike, now etched in their memories, sent shivers down their spines. It was executed with such swiftness and unbelievable rapidity that they were utterly unprepared to react. This individual possessed a strength beyond their reckoning. Ultimately, Yidian Hong strode away, yet the murmurs of the crowd incessantly reached his ears. He had indeed dispatched the young master of the Qian family martial arts school. The Jifeng Shiyu building, seemingly a force from the chaotic Shishir town, had now entangled itself in grave trouble. Qian Jinbei, the master of the Qian family martial arts school, known by the moniker Thunder Whip Leg, delivered each kick with a ferocity and speed that was nothing short of terrifying. There were instances when seasoned martial artists had lost their lives to his formidable legs. Amidst the discussions, the townsfolk regarded Yidian Hong with gazes of sympathy, admiration, or even schadenfreude, paying no heed to their stares. Yidian Hong resolutely made his way towards the outskirts of the county town, where he had prepared a steed. The gazes of Qian Mingyang's senior and junior disciples were fixed intently on the receding figure of Yidian Hong. They dared not intervene. They could not withstand the opponent's sword. In the northern part of the county town, the Qian family martial arts school boasts a spacious training room, adorned with an array of weapons including sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. Prominently displayed, lanterns illuminate the entire training area. Apprentices clad in flowing white robes, their waists cinched with white sashes, diligently practice their martial arts. Some relentlessly strike at wooden dummies, each kick imbued with formidable force. Others engage in strength training, hoisting stone blocks weighing several hundred pounds with both hands. Meanwhile, pairs of practitioners spar and refine their skills against one another. They all yearn to make a name for themselves in the world of martial arts. A robust man, clad in a black robe, with a sturdy physique and graying temples, well into his 40s, strides back and forth in the training hall, offering guidance to these apprentices. He is Qian Jinbei, the esteemed master of the Qian family martial arts school. This group of apprentices, having each paid their dues, is thus under his guidance. After a brief moment, Qian Jinbei's gaze settled upon a pair of individuals. The man, in his early 30s, possesses a robust and honest appearance, his physique exuding strength. Each time he unleashes a kick, it seems to carry the force of an army's charge. Boom, boom. His powerful legs generate a sound that cleaves through the air. This man is Wang Tong, Qian Jinbei's most accomplished disciple. Over the past decade, countless warriors have fallen before the might of Wang Tong's legs, which are muscled and formidable, earning him the moniker Iron Legs. As for the woman, aged 29, she is strikingly beautiful, her skin as fair as snow, with a graceful and proportionate figure. However, her skills are evidently inferior to those of Wang Tong, as she finds herself steadily retreating under his assault. Her name is Lu Xian, the second disciple of Qian Jinbei. Lu Xian is adept in the art of poison, having dispatched numerous warriors through her cunning, earning her the title Poison Lady. As the contest between Wang Tong and Lu Xian concluded, it is noteworthy that they are not only senior and junior disciples, but also husband and wife. A union facilitated by Qian Jinbei himself. Brother, can't you give your junior sister a chance? Lu Xian pouted, adopting a pitiful expression. It is only in private that she refers to Wang Tong as her husband. Upon hearing her words, Wang Tong beamed with a simple smile and replied, "Next time." "I certainly will. Tonger, with greater effort, your achievements in martial arts will undoubtedly surpass mine," praised Qian Junbei from the side. "Master, how could I ever surpass you?" Wang Tong shook his head vigorously. "What about me, master?" Lu Xian inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Focus diligently on your study of poisons," Qian Junbei suggested. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian displayed a face of mild dissatisfaction, as if displeased. Amidst this pleasant atmosphere, a number of apprentices from the Qian family martial arts school hurriedly entered through the door. The commotion they caused was quite significant, prompting the others to peek curiously, eager to discern what had transpired. Initially, Qian Junbei was in good spirits, but at this moment, his countenance had darkened considerably. He pondered aloud, why the flurry and confusion? What a lack of decorum! As he spoke, he strode directly towards the apprentices who were in a state of disarray, their expressions filled with terror. Suddenly, his pupils constricted upon witnessing an apprentice carrying a figure on his back. That person, how could he not be familiar with him? It was none other than his wayward son, Qian Mingyang. Upon noticing the pallor of Qian Mingyang's face and checking for breath, he found that life had already departed. This revelation sent a thunderous echo through Qian Junbei's mind, as if a bolt of lightning had been ignited within his thoughts. He felt a sudden whirl of dizziness enveloping him completely. He had but one son, his only child. Yet now he is gone, vanished. In that moment, Qian Junbei staggered, nearly succumbing to the overwhelming despair. However, he swiftly steadied himself, his eyes suffused with a deep crimson hue, his voice chillingly cold. How could my son meet such a fate? Who is responsible? Who, indeed, has taken his life? In an instant, the apprentices before Qian Junbei were gripped by terror, trembling uncontrollably. The master's aura was utterly formidable. The others could only widen their eyes in disbelief. Had the life of the master of the small dojo been taken away? This is indeed Pingding County. Who possesses such audacity? Wang Tong and Lu Xian swiftly approached Qian Junbei, both displaying expressions of astonishment. Although they held Qian Mingyang in disdain, he was nonetheless the sole offspring of their master. Who could harbor such malevolence as to extinguish Qian Mingyang's life, thrusting their master into the sorrow of losing a child? Shortly thereafter, Qian Junbei gleaned the events that had transpired from the trembling apprentices before him. The renowned Jinfeng Shiyu Lu had committed murder on the bustling streets. With a single stroke, they had claimed the life of his son, Qian Mingyang. Jinfeng Shiyu Lu. What a notorious establishment. Qian Junbei's eyes blazed crimson, his emotions spiraling into a tempest of rage. The others mirrored his sentiments, their faces etched with shared enmity. Soon, within the main hall of the Qian family's martial arts school, 5 individuals convened. Qian Junbei took his seat at the head, having restrained his fury. Yet the deep-seated hatred in his gaze lingered. A well-dressed, curvaceous woman in her 30s gently dabbed at her tears with a handkerchief. She was Wang Shi, Qian Junbei's lawful wife. Sitting beside him, she wept profusely, her eyes brimming with sorrow. In this desolate corner of the world, they dared to send someone to murder my son, my husband. I shall flay every last person from Jinfeng Shiyu Lu. The master of that establishment shall be subjected to 1,000 cuts. I will summon the most fearsome executioners to carve the flesh from the body of that master. Slice by slice, a cruel and venomous expression crossed Wang Shi's heavily made-up face. Chapter 74. The uncles have entered this martial world. She was not merely speaking empty threats. She had once commissioned such actions. A rival gang had crossed the Qian family, and their leader was subjected to 3 days of torture, receiving over 3,000 cuts before succumbing. Seated at the lower end of the table, Wang Tong and Lu Xian remained silent, patiently awaiting Qian Junbei's decision. Additionally, an elderly gentleman with graying hair, over 60 years of age, sat among them. He was a highly esteemed old master of the Qian martial arts school. The apprentices referred to him as Old Lu, who seldom took action, yet his prowess was not to be underestimated. According to the apprentices, Jinfeng Shiyu Lu's swordplay was exceedingly swift and exceptional. However, this individual was unknown to me, and neither was anyone else from Jinfeng Shiyu Lu. They were shrouded in mystery. Qian Junbei's gaze sharpened. He had previously heard whispers of Jinfeng Shiyu Lu's reputation and had been discreetly investigating their background. Yet to no avail. Perhaps it would be prudent to have my disciples employ poison to eliminate them. Lu Xian volunteered, for he possessed considerable expertise in the art of toxins. Let me ponder this further. Qian Junbei rubbed his brow. The anguish of losing a child pierced his heart like a knife. Yet, his mind remained remarkably clear. He was deeply concerned that the Jinfeng Shiyu building might harbor other undisclosed martial arts masters. Even when hunting a rabbit, a lion employs its full strength. If we choose not to intervene, so be it. Yet, should we take action, it must be with the intent to uproot the Jinfeng Shiyu building entirely. Qian Jinbei's voice resonated powerfully, his gaze fierce and menacing. Furthermore, there is one more thing, yet he did not voice it. Though his son proved to be of little merit, the accumulation of various martial arts resources and the consumption of numerous elixirs had elevated his strength to the level of Xian Ti. Yet, he was swiftly slain by a single strike from Yi Dianhong's sword. The prowess of Yi Dianhong likely reached the realm of Xin Gang. If one of such formidable strength could be found in Yi Dianhong, what then could be said of the others from the Jinfeng Shiyu building? Subsequently, Qian Jinbei undertook a series of arrangements. In no time, the hall was left with only Qian Jinbei and his legitimate wife, Wang. Although Wang continued to weep inconsolably, Qian Jinbei remained unperturbed. His legitimate wife, though of humble origin, boasts a significant lineage as the daughter of the ruthless leader of the Iron Blood Gang in Yuyang County. Although she was born of a concubine, this connection has proven to be immensely advantageous for him. I shall compose a letter to my esteemed father-in-law, and I kindly request that my dear wife personally deliver it. Qian Jinbei's expression was solemn, and his tone carried a weight of seriousness. Wang's intuition allowed her to discern a fragment of her husband's thoughts. Is it your intention for me to seek reinforcements from my father? She pondered. Was it truly necessary to proceed with such caution? With her eyes rimmed in red, she felt that confronting the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower did not warrant this level of meticulousness. After all, how formidable could a martial force emerging from a mere small town be? Yet, one should never underestimate any martial faction. Qian Jinbei remained steadfastly cautious. Wang could only nod her head in agreement, akin to a chick pecking at grains. In that moment, Qian Jinbei's confidence surged. With the support of the Iron Blood Gang, he believed they could uproot the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower entirely. The Iron Blood Gang had numerous warriors who had already awakened certain acupoints within their bodies, classifying them as human realm warriors. Some even reached the earth realm. Swiftly, Qian Jinbei penned a letter and instructed his wife, Wang, to take a carriage and hasten to Yuyang County City overnight. The journey from Pingding County City to Yuyang County City spanned over 200 miles, requiring approximately 6 to 7 days for a round trip. Not far from the Qian family's martial arts hall stood a solemn temple characterized by its red walls, golden tiles, and elegantly curved eaves. This temple was known as the White Horse Temple. Due to the late hour, there were no worshippers present. Only monks reciting scriptures within the Great Hero Hall, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of wooden fish being struck. The abbot, Shiming, an elderly man in his 60s with murky eyes, donned a magnificent robe adorned with golden patterns. With hands clasped together, he incessantly chanted the scriptures that had been transmitted from Tianzhu to Daliang. These scriptures were obscure and profound. Suddenly, a young monk clad in a blue robe hurried to Shiming's side and whispered a few words. The Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. A flicker of unusual emotion passed through Shiming's murky gaze, yet he continued his recitation undisturbed. To the west of Pingding County City lay the headquarters of the Double Thunder Gang. Lei Xiong, the gang leader, though over 50, possessed a robust physique and a vigorous vitality. He was seated in an exquisite armchair, his eyes half closed. Before him stood a subordinate, reporting on the recent events that transpired on the long street. What a bold establishment the Golden Breeze and Drizzle Pavilion was. Indeed, a splendid spectacle awaited. Lei Xiong wore a smile, yet beneath it lingered a hint of cruelty. He had long been aware of the Golden Breeze and Drizzle Pavilion. To think that his ineffectual illegitimate son, Lei Bao, had actually allied himself with them was a true embarrassment. At Lei Xiong's side sat two men, both imposing and robust, their appearances bearing a striking resemblance to his own. They are approximately in their mid-30s. They are the eldest son, Lei Long, and the second son, Lei Hu, of the formidable Lei Bao. Father, it seems that the Jinfeng Shiyu building has finally met its match. Lei Long remarked with a playful smile and a glint of mischief in his eyes. We should seize the opportunity to settle our accounts with them, shouldn't we? Lei Hu said, cracking his knuckles and gritting his teeth. Our immediate priority is to prepare an extravagant gift. Let us not forget that soon. The Duke of Yuyang will celebrate his 60th birthday. He is no ordinary figure. He commands 3,000 elite soldiers, a formidable force renowned for their prowess in battle. A sense of reverence filled Lei Xiong's gaze. Over the past decades, his greatest pride had been his association with the Duke of Yuyang, which had allowed the Shuang Lei gang to establish a solid foothold in the county town. Hiss. Both Lei Long and Lei Hu inhaled sharply, their eyes wide with dread. The Duke's 3,000 elite soldiers, each possessing extraordinary abilities, with some having even reached the realms of Xianming and Xianxian, formed a military formation that could spell doom for even the most skilled warriors in chaotic times. The very thought of these elite soldiers instilled fear within them, leaving them in a state of trepidation. Over the years, countless assassins had attempted to slay the Duke, yet all had met their demise. Lei Long scoffed, dismissing the notion that mere warriors could ever harm the Duke. Lei Xiang shook his head, letting out a deep sigh. To take the Duke's life without harming those 3,000 elite soldiers is an impossible task. They are loyal to the court, and to injure them would mean opposing the very authority of the state. After all, the Duke has also entered this turbulent world. With a wistful expression, Lei Xiang envied the Duke's position, where he thrived in the martial world, shielded by his elite soldiers. Yet, he knew such envy was futile. The Duke had inherited his title through ancestral merit. The court decreed that those holding noble titles or meritorious ranks could engage in conflicts within the martial realm without fear of retribution. But how many could truly challenge them? Lei Long was filled with a sense of nostalgia and reflection. Contemplating the noble figures he would forever have to look up to, the members of the royal family and the esteemed heroes of the realm. Chapter 75 In this world. Like a game in the southern part of Pingding County, there stands a graceful pavilion adorned with bright lanterns, featuring black tiles, red pillars, and white walls. It is frequented by the local affluent and powerful. Upon entering the pavilion, one is greeted by a spacious stage on the first floor, where a young woman of exquisite beauty performs a captivating dance, eliciting cheers from the guests surrounding her. The seasoned matron, with a charming smile, relishes the prosperous business of the Miaoying Pavilion this evening. On the second floor, elegant private rooms are provided for guests to indulge in wine and merriment, while the third floor consists of independent chambers for patrons to engage in deeper romantic encounters with favored companions. The fourth floor serves as the residence of the proprietress, the enchanting Humaran. A young and beautiful courtesan named Qinghe hurriedly ascends the stairs leading to the fourth floor. After a brief moment, she pauses outside an antiquated boudoir. Rather than intruding by opening the door, she respectfully speaks, "Proprietress, an incident occurred on Chang Street tonight." "Oh, what incident?" A sultry voice emanates from within the room. Although her figure remains unseen, the mere sound conjures an image of a charming woman, full of allure and playful reproach. Qinghe recounts the events in detail. "No need to concern yourself," the proprietress succinctly replies. Qinghe silently nods and departs. Meanwhile, in the western part of the county, the leader of the Qinglong gang, Long Chongfeng, occupies the main seat in the hall. With a commanding presence and tall stature, he retains an air of martial vigor despite having surpassed his 40s. Presently, he gazes with astonishment, unable to comprehend how a minor force like the Jinfeng Shiyu building from Shishir town would dare to assassinate Qian Mingyang, the young master of the Qian family martial arts school, in broad daylight. Jinfeng Shiyu building truly has no regard for others. Do they believe that having made a name in Shishir town grants them the audacity to flaunt their power in Pingding County? Beside Long Chongfeng, several figures from the Qinglong gang's upper echelons sit. Among them, an elderly man with graying hair, clad in a long white robe, suddenly speaks. "Gang leader, I have a matter to report." "What is it?" "Speak." Long Chongfeng sips his tea with composure, his voice resonant. The elder, Han Chonglao, then reveals his grievances. It turns out that his trusted subordinate, Zhang Wu, was recently murdered. He dispatched individuals to investigate, but they found no leads until tonight. "Speak." Quickly. Long Chongfeng's eyes gleamed with malevolence as he contemplated the murder of Zhang Wu, a matter he was well aware of. Although Zhang Wu held the position of a captain within the Qinglong gang, his status was merely a notch above that of a lowly minion. To dare to slay a member of the Qinglong gang was tantamount to challenging the gang itself, and, more grievously, slapping the face of its leader. The throat of Qian Mingyang, the young master of the Qian family, bore but a faint crimson mark, indicative of the exceptional prowess of a certain red sword technique. Zhang Wu's demise, too, left only a slight trace upon his throat. Elder Han recounted the events with poise. In an instant, the countenances of the esteemed individuals present turned icy. Undeniably, the death of Zhang Wu was likely the handiwork of the enigmatic red sword. The golden wind and drizzling rain pavilion. Quite impressive. However, Elder Han, do not fret. The anguish of losing a son will undoubtedly incite Qian Jinbei's wrath. This man is known for his caution and may very well leverage the connections of Yuyang County. Long Chongfeng's eyes sparkled with insight. He held a deep-seated trepidation towards Qian Jinbei. A commendable father-in-law indeed, one who has spared Qian Jinbei decades of struggle. In that fleeting moment, Astonishment and surprise spread across the faces of those gathered. They harbored immense respect for Qin Jinbei's father-in-law, Wang Badian, the formidable leader of the Iron Blood Gang in Yuyang County. Yet, they would not belittle themselves. The Qilong Gang's establishment in Pingding County is not merely a fleeting presence, it is underpinned by formidable support. In the evening, not long after finishing his dinner, Su Yin feels rejuvenated, his countenance adorned with an expression of pure delight. This pleasure stems not only from the exquisite flavors of the meal but also from the exhilarating sensation of his reputation soaring rapidly. Akin to a gentle spring breeze that refreshes the spirit, initially his reputation stood at over 600. Yet now, it has surged to 700, 800, and even 1,000. The pace at which his reputation grows is conspicuously evident. In a brief span, it has already ascended to 1,300 and continues to rise. Throughout the day, Feng Fei Wang has been engaged in meditation and healing. Yet now her enchanting eyes reveal a hint of perplexity. What has prompted this sudden change in your demeanor? She queries. Su Yin replies with a calm demeanor. Our Jin Feng Shiyu building is preparing to expand its territory. He was acutely aware that the soaring reputation was likely tied to a certain individual, the enigmatic Yidian Hong. Yidian Hong had undoubtedly succeeded in eliminating Qian Mingyang, the junior master of the Qian family martial arts school, one of the 5 major powers in Pingding County. Expanding territory? Aspiring to establish a firm foothold in Pingding County? Feng Fei Wang wore a peculiar expression, her gaze imbued with intrigue. Su Yin inquired, is there a problem? However, his attention did not linger on Feng Fei Wang for long. This woman, captivating and mesmerizing, seemed capable of ensnaring a man's very soul with her every gesture. The competition among martial factions was far more intricate than one might imagine. Behind each faction often lay formidable backing and an extensive network of connections. Even the princes, dukes, earls, and other nobility were involved. Should one inadvertently stumble upon a formidable opponent, it could indeed lead to a dead end. Feng Fei Wang's demeanor was languid, her voice soft and delicate. Upon hearing this, Su Yin furrowed his brow. The martial world was infinitely more complex than he had envisioned. Feng Fei Wang continued, of course. If you possess the capability to eliminate them, the court would not pursue the matter. Yet, those individuals typically wield military power, hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of elite soldiers, and formidable warriors for protection. Su Yin felt overwhelmed and hastily probed, with tens of thousands of elite soldiers at their command. Wouldn't it be effortless to sweep through all the martial factions? Those soldiers serve only as their protectors. Moreover, the court has decreed that these elite soldiers cannot inflict harm. Doing so would be tantamount to opposing the court. These absurd regulations are truly excessive. Feng Fei Wang gritted her teeth, visibly displeased. Su Yin was momentarily taken aback. This was not merely the martial world. It was a veritable slaughterhouse, a struggle for survival where everyone was but a pawn, to escape the chessboard and become the player. Only the esteemed warriors of the Tianbang could achieve such a fate. For the Emperor of Liang, this realm was akin to a game. One must adhere to the rules. To defy them was to embrace heresy. Feng Fei Wang displayed an expression of indignation. Chapter 76. This man is no ordinary individual. Through further conversation, Su Yin gleaned from Feng Fei Wang that the Emperor of Liang was named Chen Wudi. The court's strict regulations governing martial factions, such as prohibiting harm to the common people, and the notion that if a prince or noble participated in the struggle of martial factions and caused death, the court would not hold them accountable, were all decrees established by Qin Yu, the founding emperor of Liang. Initially, the esteemed founders and royal relatives of Liang deemed these regulations absurd. The idea that martial factions could not harm the populace was simply outrageous. Furthermore, the notion that martial factions could engage in mutual slaughter without government intervention was equally preposterous. However, the founding emperor of the Liang Dynasty, Emperor Liang Taizu Qinyu, ruled through martial prowess, causing those who dared to defy him to vanish without a trace. Over a century has passed since then, and the populace has grown accustomed to these established norms. Suddenly, a mocking expression surfaced on the enchanting visage of Feng Fei Wang. These rigid regulations have significantly dwindled the Qin royal family's numbers, thereby conserving the treasury's resources. At that moment, Su Yin exhibited a bemused countenance. While conversing with Feng Fei Wang, he noticed his own reputation steadily ascending, having already surpassed 1,500, were it not for the presence of such a formidable martial artist beside him. Su Yin would have eagerly prepared funds to begin drawing from the martial character cards. However, now was not the opportune moment for such endeavors. Shortly thereafter, a maid approached the door of the chamber to deliver news. Reporting to the master, the head of the Jinwu division has come to visit. The maid's voice quivered, revealing her evident unease. This was the renowned head of the Jinwu division, whose unexpected visit left her bewildered. Not only the maid but also Su Yin and Feng Fei Wang, within the chamber, displayed expressions of astonishment. Among them, Feng Fei Wang fixed a scrutinizing gaze upon Su Yin, contemplating the significance of this visit. Understood, you may leave. Su Yin inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure, and dismissed the maid. Once she departed, he shrugged and remarked, "My dear Demoness, I assure you, I have not betrayed you." Once again, he referred to her as the Demoness. Nevertheless, Feng Fei Wang chose not to dwell on such trivialities. Her mind raced as she formulated a strategy to ascertain Tang Liyue's intentions. "I shall accompany you," Feng Fei Wang stated, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Su Yin. She understood that if Su Yin were to refuse the visitor, it might incite suspicion in Tang Liyue. "Demoness, are you mad, or am I?" Su Yin inquired with an odd expression. Was she not concerned about revealing herself by accompanying him? Initially, the arrival of the Jinwu division's head had sparked various thoughts within Su Yin, but these notions vanished in an instant. For before him, Feng Fei Wang's appearance underwent a transformation once more. She had employed her disguise technique. In mere moments, her strikingly beautiful visage subtly altered, her facial contours shifting to reveal a charming young woman. Not only that, but the very bones of her body seemed to awaken, emitting sounds of joints colliding. In the blink of an eye, her voluptuous figure underwent slight changes, and even her height diminished somewhat. Could this be the art of bone contraction? Su Yin displayed a look of astonishment. Feng Fei Wang nodded, yet did not conceal the truth. After an entire day of cultivating to heal her injuries, her condition had improved significantly. However, the cold poison within her body remained difficult to eradicate. At the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion stronghold, in the main hall, Tang Liyue, adorned in a flowing white gown with an ethereal grace, sat elegantly in a Grand Master's chair on the upper right side, her face partially concealed by a black veil. Her maid, Qiu Yue, held a sword box, standing by her side. "Why is this person so slow?" Qiu Yue complained. "Moreover, miss, you are the esteemed head of the Jinwu division. Why sit on the right side? You ought to occupy the left side, the principal seat." In the grand hall of the Great Liang, there was a distinction between host and guest seats, with the left side being the principal position, regarded with utmost respect. Such trivial matters are hardly worth concern. Tang Liyue replied dismissively, waiting for a moment longer. Finally, Su Yan's figure appeared, accompanied by a maid dressed in servant attire, whose beauty was captivating and radiant. As Su Yin and Tang Liyue's gazes met, a sense of regret welled within him. He could not behold the true visage of the esteemed head of the Jinwu division. Yet it was often in such semi-concealed appearances that one found their hearts swayed. Though he could not witness her true form, her guise resembled that of a celestial being stepped out from a painting. Upon taking her seat in the principal position, Su Yin displayed a courteous demeanor. "Might I inquire what important matter has brought you, head Tang?" he asked directly, his curiosity piqued by her visit. Tang Liyue's initial impression of Su Yin was quite favorable. She perceived him as an educated individual, unlike the boisterous, violent figures often found in the martial world. "Master Su, in the ancient era of gods and demons, there existed a faction known as the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Is there any connection between it and your establishment?" Tang Liyue spoke directly, her crimson lips parting as she articulated her inquiry. As she spoke, her brilliant star-like eyes fell upon Su Yin, and in that moment, his mind buzzed with confusion. The name Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion had been a mere whim. How could it possibly be linked to the ancient era of gods and demons? This seemed an utterly unrelated matter. "Head Tang, our Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion bears no relation whatsoever to that ancient era of gods and demons," Su Yin asserted. Su Yin wore a sincere expression, harboring no intention to deceive. His knowledge of the ancient era of gods and demons was virtually non-existent. To lie would only necessitate an endless web of subsequent fabrications. Clad in maid attire, with a well-proportioned figure, bright eyes, and an animated gaze, Feng Fei Huang was also contemplating Tang Liyue's inquiry. From what she understood, Tang Liyu was certainly not a person prone to fanciful nonsense. This implied that the ancient era of gods and demons indeed had a faction known as the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion. Was there truly no connection? If so, then Su, the master of the pavilion, from whence did your warriors arise? Young master Yu, Wei Xiao, Zhao Zhijing, Hong and Tong, Lin Pingxi, Yi Dian Hong. Their origins were entirely untraceable by our town martial division. Tang Liyue's voice was gentle, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance. She dared not underestimate the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion. Any martial force linked to the ancient era of gods and demons was far from ordinary. Feng Fei Huang maintained an impassive facade, yet her heart was tumultuous. Upon her arrival in Chaos Stone Town, she initially perceived the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion as a mere minor faction, unworthy of concern. In fact, she had previously entertained thoughts of annihilating it. But what was the outcome? What had she heard? Even the town marshal division could not uncover the pavilion's secrets. This alone spoke volumes of the pavilion's extraordinary nature. Furthermore, it had existed since the ancient era of gods and demons. Could the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion truly be a minor force? As her thoughts surged like restless waves, a sudden realization struck her mind. This man was no simpleton. He was concealed far too deeply. Chapter 77. A tale named Journey to the West. We are but nameless individuals, naturally incapable of unearthing the truth. Su Yan shrugged, feeling equally perplexed. Clearly, their Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion had no ties to the ancient era of gods and demons. He could only wonder what notions this Tang master had concocted in her mind. Master Su, there is no need for concealment. Your Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion must have some connection to the ancient era of gods and demons. Otherwise, how could your subordinates have appeared out of thin air? And you, too, remain an enigma to the town marshal division. They only uncovered that on the first day of the 12th lunar month. You were found unconscious on the Taihang Snow Mountain, rescued by the father-daughter duo of Wang Zhong and Wang Qiao from Qinghe village. Tang Liyu's voice was melodious, akin to a yellow aureole emerging from the valley. Yet her words once again made Su Yan acutely aware of the exceptional intelligence network of the town marshal division. They had even managed to ascertain the details of his unconsciousness and who had rescued him. In that moment, Su Yan fell silent. He could not possibly divulge the existence of the martial arts character cards, so he would let this Tang master harbor her misunderstandings. Surely, you warriors from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion did not emerge from the cracks of stone? Tang Liyue jested. Having now acquired the answers she sought, she realized that the present Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion bore intricate connections to the ancient era of gods and demons. Su Yan shrugged and replied, "They are not Sun Wukong." Who is Sun Wukong? Tang Liyue's mind raced. Despite her extensive knowledge, she had never heard of such a figure in the martial world. Observing her bewildered expression, Su Yan nearly burst into laughter. There is a tale called Journey to the West, and Sun Wukong is one of its characters. He is a stone monkey birthed from a rock, he explained. In an instant, enlightenment dawned upon Tang Liyue. So, it was merely a story. As the Grandmaster of the town's martial division, she was not only a master of martial arts but also well-versed in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She had indeed delved into numerous ancient and contemporary texts. Yet, curiously, she had never encountered Journey to the West. Is this tale compiled by you, Master Su? Tang Liyue inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Until now, most of the stories she had heard were related to martial arts. However, the notion of a stone-born monkey was simply fantastical. Not just her, but even Feng Fei Huang displayed a glimmer of astonishment. Su Yan replied, "The Journey to the West was penned by the esteemed Wu Qingyin. Master Su, could you elaborate on this story?" Tang Liyue was particularly intrigued, wondering how talented this Wu Qingyin was and whether the tale was truly captivating. In a distant land known as Aolai Country, there lies a mountain by the sea called Huagua Mountain. Su Yan strained his memory, recalling the Journey to the West he had read in modern times. Though he couldn't recount the entire narrative, the general plot, particularly the earlier chapters, remained vividly etched in his mind. Tang Liyue, Feng Fei Huang, and the maid Qiuyue were captivated, for they had never heard such a tale before. A celestial stone had surprisingly given birth to a stone monkey, who boldly entered the water-curtain cave, declaring himself the Monkey King. Moreover, the Monkey King sought the secret to immortality. Su Yan continued, enthralling Tang Liyue and Feng Fei Huang further. With a single somersault, he could traverse vast distances. How incredible! The maid Qiuyue's eyes widened in admiration, her face brimming with awe. But remember, this is merely a story. Tang Liyue slowly began to speak, yet her enchanting eyes sparkled with a myriad of colors. It was the first time she had encountered such a fantastical and bizarre tale. Soon after, Su Yan recounted the story of Sun Wukong borrowing treasures from the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. The weapon he borrowed, the Rui Jingu Bang, weighed over 10,000 pounds. As he spoke until his throat was parched, Su Yan's gaze shifted towards Feng Fei Huang, who was disguised as a maid, with an obvious intention to have her serve tea. Feng Fei Huang, however, did not refuse. not only out of respect for the esteemed Tang Liyue of the Zhenwu division, but also because the narrative of Journey to the West was filled with twists and turns, captivating and exhilarating. Yet, her manner of serving tea appeared somewhat unpracticed. Gulp. After downing a cup of tea, Su Yin continued his tale. He spoke of Sun Wukong, intoxicated and ensnared by the Grim Reapers, causing chaos in the underworld, erasing his name and that of his fellow monkeys from the Book of Life and Death. Without rules, one cannot achieve order. This monkey is truly beyond reckoning. Although Tang Liyue marveled at the intricacies of Journey to the West, her adherence to protocol and duty led her to deem Sun Wukong's actions rather inappropriate. Feng Fei Huang, with her sparkling eyes, admired Sun Wukong, reveling in his tumultuous antics. Creating a ruckus in the underworld was splendid. The maid Xiao Yue, however, harbored no such thoughts. She simply found the story vivid and entertaining. Then, Su Yin recounted how the King of Hell and the Dragon King went to the Heavenly Court to complain to the Jade Emperor about Sun Wukong, creating havoc in the Dragon Palace and the underworld. Tang Liyue nodded slightly, feeling that Sun Wukong was finally due for some proper punishment. Su Yin continued, yet, the Star of Venus proposed a solution, suggesting the pacification of Sun Wukong by offering him a position in the Heavenly Court. The three women perked up, eagerly awaiting what would come next. Upon hearing he could hold an official title, Sun Wukong was overjoyed and immediately took a position in the Heavenly Court. Su Yin sipped his tea, choosing to remain silent afterward. And then? Is that the end? Xiao Yue's bright eyes widened in disbelief. She could sense the tale was far from over. Why did it just stop there? Tang Liyue and Feng Fei Huang turned their gazes towards Su Yin in unison. The story is too lengthy. I shall recount it another day. There are many plot elements I need to thoughtfully organize and recollect. Su Yin shrugged, speaking leisurely. Despite having consumed much tea, he still felt a bit parched. Indeed, Tang Liyue nodded, not pressing the matter further. She appeared calm and unruffled, yet internally, she was quite eager to learn the unfolding tale. Feng Fei Huang shared the same sentiment. Outside the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, night fell, casting a dim light. With few pedestrians on the streets. Among them, two figures passed by the pavilion inadvertently. One, a robust man bearing a large sword upon his back, and the other, a voluptuous woman in a striking red dress, exuding an alluring charm. They are none other than the formidable Lu Daong and the bloodthirsty Han Sanyang. As they distanced themselves from the base of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion, Lu Daong could not suppress his furrowed brow as he inquired, "Shall we not infiltrate the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion for a closer look? What if Feng Fei Huang is concealed within?" Chapter 78. This is just a bad idea. The Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion. At this hour, we have already infiltrated and found nothing. Moreover, the master is currently a guest at the pavilion. We must not disturb them, Han Sanyang replied, her voice alluring. Though a hint of frustration was evident on her delicate features, they had thoroughly scoured the town of Ruanshe, to the extent that it would not have been an exaggeration to claim they had dug 3 feet into the earth. Yet, the whereabouts of the elusive leader of the heavenly demon sect, Feng Fei Huang, remained a mystery. Where could she possibly be hiding? Ultimately, the two figures vanished into the embrace of the night. Not long after, Tang Liyue and her maid, Xiao Yue, departed from the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. "Miss, why do you appear so burdened by thoughts?" Xiao Yue inquired, tilting her head, her small face marred with confusion. "The tea-serving maid beside Lord Su strikes me as rather suspicious. Her manner of serving tea is rather clumsy, and she certainly does not exude the aura of a proper attendant." Tang Liyue confessed her unease. Xiao Yue's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Unlike Tang Liyue, she was not overly concerned. She simply found the maid to be quite beautiful. "Do you think it's possible that she is Feng Fei Huang?" Tang Liyue's audacious thought left her lips in surprise. Xiao Yue's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "How could that be?" "This is merely a conjecture," Tang Liyue remarked, her gaze profound. The two leisurely strolled, their elongated shadows dancing upon the ground under the moonlight. In the back courtyard of the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, within the chambers, a sense of urgency enveloped the room. "What troubles you, my lady?" Su stretched languidly, just settling onto the comfortable bed when he noticed Feng Fei Huang pacing restlessly. She appeared anxious. When she had departed, she cast a glance in his direction. Had she uncovered his true identity? Feng Fei Huang's voice was low, her expression flickering with uncertainty. Faced with Tang Liyue, her only option was to flee. Yet, her injuries had not fully healed, and the cold poison within her remained. Where could she escape to now? Su paused, swiftly realizing that the she Feng Fei Huang referred to was indeed Tang Liyue. It was true. She had looked at you with a gaze that held profound meaning as she left. However, should you act recklessly now, it may alert the enemy. I possess a method that may temporarily aid you in navigating this crisis, Su stated earnestly, though his mind was filled with ulterior motives. His method is one he believes that Feng Fei Huang would never stoop to employ. Feng Fei Huang inquired, "What method?" Leaning closer, he urged. Su Yan's expression turned serious, while a look of skepticism flickered across Feng Fei Huang's face. Soon, as she drew nearer, Su Yan was enveloped by an intoxicating fragrance that lingered in the air, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Yet, upon meeting Feng Fei Huang's piercing gaze, he dismissed his distractions and whispered a few words in her ear. In an instant, her countenance shifted dramatically. Her eyes betrayed flashes of anger, embarrassment, and even a murderous intent. "This is a terrible idea," Feng Fei Huang exclaimed, her face darkening as she gritted her teeth, a flush creeping up her pristine neck. Su Yan remained silent. The most astonishing turn of events came with Feng Fei Huang's subsequent reaction. "Fine," she uttered, and at that moment, a surge of excitement ignited within Su Yan. Approximately the duration of an incense stick later, a slender figure cloaked in black, with delicate feet barely making a sound, stealthily infiltrated the golden wind and drizzling rain pavilion. It was Tang Liu. She had always found the maid peculiar, prompting her to investigate personally. It did not take long for her to slip into the backyard and locate Su Yan's quarters, a brightly lit chamber. Before she even approached, she sensed the presence of two individuals inside, Su Yan and the strange maid. Moreover, her keen ears caught the creaking of the bed, a most peculiar sound indeed. Tang Liu's curiosity piqued, yet soon, a persistent blush spread across her cheeks concealed beneath a black veil. This was due to the soft, sultry sounds emanating from within, reminiscent of a woman's coyness and feigned indignation. Though inexperienced, she understood precisely what was transpiring within those walls. She had thought of Su Yan as a modest and courteous gentleman, only to realize otherwise. Cursing inwardly, Tang Liu departed swiftly like a moonlit fairy gliding across the waves. Inside the chamber, Su Yan continued to rock the bed, producing the incessant creaking noise. His gaze fixated on the performing Feng Fei Huang. The sounds of her moans enraptured him, nearly consuming him entirely. His eyes roamed freely over her curvaceous form, a vision of mature allure. Unbeknownst to him, he swallowed hard, lost in the moment. "She has already left. Stop rocking," he muttered. Feng Fei Huang's cheeks flushed crimson. Her voice tinged with irritation, a true embarrassment that felt all too familiar. If circumstances allowed, she would have relished the opportunity to strike down the individual before her with a single blow. However, she had come to recognize the extraordinary nature of the golden wind and drizzling rain pavilion. With the assistance of this establishment, the heavenly demon sect might indeed find a path to success and rebellion. Su Yan ceased his rocking motion, yet his gaze wandered uncontrollably, his mind racing with myriad thoughts. At this moment, Feng Fei Huang delicately tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her smile devoid of warmth as she remarked, "Do you wish to enter? Are you not afraid of being caught in the door? Go ahead and try." Upon hearing this, Su Yan's face paled. The chaotic thoughts in his mind dissipated in an instant. Her words remained as audacious as ever. Did the head seat, Tang, truly come earlier? Su Yan shifted the topic, inquiring, "Indeed, that woman is excessively suspicious. I advise you to maintain your distance from her," Feng Fei Huang replied, her expression cold, her eyes sharp. Her delicate hands clenched into fists. At this juncture, Su Yan noticed his reputation had surged to 2,100 points. The momentum had begun to slow. This time, he could summon 2 green cards. "My lady, it seems you have not bathed for several days. There is an unpleasant odor emanating from you," Su Yan remarked with utmost sincerity, though his intention was merely to prompt Feng Fei Huang to take a bath. In doing so, he could find a secluded spot to summon martial arts character cards. "Is that so?" Feng Fei Huang's nostrils flared slightly as she raised her alabaster arm to inhale the scent of her clean maidservant attire, finding no trace of any unpleasant odor. Having reached her level of cultivation, her body had attained a state of purity. Nonetheless, she acknowledged that she had indeed gone 2 days without bathing. "Have your maidservants prepare a bathing arrangement for me, along with fresh garments," she commanded, her ruby lips parting as her gaze shifted to Su Yan. "As for you, remain outside the bath while I cleanse myself. My lady, we are now in the same boat. If you were to be captured and falsely accused of implicating the golden wind and drizzling rain pavilion in your misdeeds, it would leave us in an indefensible position." Su Yan expressed with a tone of resignation, "So, must you still harbor doubts about my trustworthiness? Am I the sort of woman who would slander others?" Feng Fei Wang's eyebrows knitted together, her phoenix eyes turning piercingly sharp. Yet, Su Yan's words struck a chord within her. If she were to falsely accuse the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion of sheltering her as the leader of the Heavenly Demon sect, their situation would indeed become precarious. After a moment, the maidservants led Feng Fei Huang to the bathhouse. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yan reminded them to retrieve her garments. As for the fresh attire, he instructed the maids to select several exquisite garments from the tailor shop, which he would personally deliver at the appointed time. Presently, within the entirety of Stone Town, numerous establishments belong to the Golden Breeze and Drizzle Pavilion, including a tailor shop. However, the majority of garments there are rather commonplace, crafted from inferior materials and exhibiting rough workmanship, yielding minimal profit. In the stronghold of the Golden Breeze and Drizzle Pavilion, within the study, a box has already been placed before him under Su Yan's direction. This box contains a total of 200 taels of silver. Everything has been meticulously arranged. Su Yan's gaze burned with intensity as he surveyed the study, which was fully equipped with writing tools, the doors and windows securely shut, leaving him utterly alone. Soon, he began to draw cards, one by one, green cards materializing before his eyes. With a mere thought, the green cards froze in place. On one of these cards appeared a strikingly handsome young man, approximately 25 or 26 years of age, with chiseled features and piercing eyes. The name inscribed on the card read Xia Shui, the Golden Serpent Lord, Realm of Profound Heart. Upon seeing the text in his field of vision, Su Yan's face betrayed a hint of astonishment. It was indeed him. In his mind, memories of Xia Shui resurfaced. She is an incredibly intricate character, both heartless and passionate, yet deeply devoted. She embodies a duality of virtue and vice. Should he summon the green card of Xia Shui? Another line of text appeared before Su Yan. However, he did not rush to summon her. Instead, he continued to draw from the green card deck. After traversing the familiar process, a green card materialized before him. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a man donning a silver helmet mask. Su Yan felt no recognition of this individual. The realm of martial arts is vast and teeming with countless figures. The name was Ming Zuer, the leader of the Scarlet Flame, wielding the realm of Xiangang. At the very moment the text manifested, Su Yan gradually recalled this leader of the Scarlet Flame, Ming Zuer. He possessed a demonic blade known as the Bloodthirsty Saber, a weapon nourished by human blood, notorious and deemed sinister. Without further hesitation, Su Yan swiftly summoned these two green cards. In an instant, two silhouettes emerged before him. One, clad in a white robe, bore a striking visage, handsome and refined, a rare example of male beauty. At his waist hung a sword sheath, concealing a precious sword within. This man was none other than the Golden Snake Lord, Xia Shui. The other, draped in black robes, wore an iron mask, his eyes cold and his stature imposing, wielding a long blade adorned with a vividly terrifying skull motif and a pair of bovine-like horns, each encircled by silver rings. The blade shimmered with a deadly gleam. This figure was indeed Ming Zuer. "Greetings, esteemed host." Both Xia Shui and Ming Zuer spoke in unison, bowing respectfully. Such formalities need not be elaborated upon. From this moment forward, you shall be members of the Jin Feng Shiyu building. Su Yan's face radiated with joy. The addition of these two new martial figures was a significant boon for the Jin Feng Shiyu building. In his eyes, the Golden Snake Lord, Xia Shui, possessed extraordinary insight and limitless potential for the future. Ming Zuer wielded the Bloodthirsty Saber, an instrument of supreme malevolence capable of draining the life essence from foes, a truly fearsome weapon. The Bloodthirsty Saber perpetually thirsts for blood, continuously rejuvenating itself, rendering it an unparalleled demonic blade. Subsequently, during his interactions with these two martial figures, Su Yan also gleaned an intriguing detail. Ming Zuer was merely 24 years of age. Thus, there lies a chance to ascend the potential dragon ranking. Once one ascends the hidden dragon rankings, it is conceivable that the Golden Wind in Drizzle Tower could instantly garner tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of prestige points. Of course, there is also the possibility of failing to make it onto the rankings. Su Yan is well aware of the intricacies of the hidden dragon rankings. Those who ascend are evaluated not solely on their strength but also on various factors such as age, cultivation methods, and innate talent. Ming Zuer, at the age of 24, possesses only the Xiangang cultivation level. In contrast, the Blood Slaughter sect's holy son, Shui Dizzy, despite having a lower cultivation level of body refinement, is 2 realms weaker than Ming Zuer. However, Shui Dizzy is merely 15 years old. Had he reached the age of 24, he would undoubtedly surpass the Xin Gang level by far. Su Yin advised, "You may withdraw for now and await the arrangements of young Master Gongziyu, the deputy tower master." Xia Shuwei nodded silently, harboring no objections. At present, he longs only to catch another glimpse of the woman from the one family who haunts his dreams. Ming Zuer also nodded, his cold gaze reflecting nothing but hatred. He appeared to be blinded by hatred. One must not be ensnared by the blood-drinking blade. Su Yin cautioned Ming Zuer. Indeed. While the blood-drinking blade could significantly enhance combat prowess, mastering it was no trivial endeavor. "Thank you for the reminder," Ming Zuer replied, firmly grasping the blood-drinking blade in her hand. Upon arriving in this new world, she sensed the blade's eager thirst for blood, yearning to shine brilliantly in this unfamiliar realm. Xia Shuwei narrowed his eyes, casting a glance at the blood-drinking blade in Ming Zuer's possession. The sight of it stirred an inexplicable sense of foreboding within him. This blade exuded a sinister aura. Not long after, Xia Shuwei and Ming Zuer exited the study. As they walked, Xia Shuwei's gaze fell upon a precious gold hairpin resting in his palm. After scrutinizing it, he quietly tucked the hairpin into his bosom. Upon reaching the main hall, both were introduced to Gongziyu and the others. However, all eyes were collectively drawn to the blood-drinking blade that Ming Zuer held. They all seemed to sense that this blade possessed an extraordinary allure. Step by step, Su Yin leisurely made his way toward the bathroom. Inside, Feng Fei Huang was half submerged in the bathtub, her delicate shoulders gleaming like snow. The bathroom was shrouded in mist. Yet the piercing gaze of her phoenix-like eyes occasionally betrayed hints of irritation. How could these maidservants be so incompetent? "The brand new garments I requested have yet to be prepared." Feng Fei Huang ground her teeth in frustration, the sound echoing sharply. She was not sullied in the least. A brief wash would suffice. Yet, despite having bathed, her attire had still not arrived, which only fueled her ire. Such occurrences would never transpire within the heavenly demon sect. Moreover, she sensed an eerie presence, though she could not discern if it was merely her imagination. Where had the maidservants gone? Her delicate brows furrowed, for she detected no shadows beyond the bathroom door. In that moment, she truly found herself in a quandary. To venture out was not an option, yet remaining in the tub filled her with unease. Could it be that this individual had truly gone to betray her to the Grand Master of the Xinwu Division? As these thoughts swirled, Feng Fei Wang's gaze deepened, her expression darkening. Chapter 80. 3 Golden Rings, and you shall see the King of Hell. Just as Feng Fei Wang's thoughts were in turmoil, a knock echoed against the closed bathroom door. "The attire has been prepared for you. Would you like me to deliver it personally?" Su Yan's voice resonated from outside. This revelation quelled a portion of Feng Fei Huang's anger. It appeared she had misjudged him. He had not betrayed her after all. "If you dare, then enter," replied Feng Fei Huang, her tone laced with playful challenge. In her eyes, Su Yan, the master of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion, was merely a man of lustful thoughts, but lacking the courage to act. Impatiently, she urged him, "Hurry and send in the maidservants with my garments. I have no time to squander." Creak. However, Su Yan had already taken action, boldly pushing open the bathroom door and striding in with confidence. As a result, he then beheld Feng Fei Huang, who had long since dispensed with her disguise. Once again, he beheld that exquisitely beautiful visage. However, apart from that, there was nothing else to see. Feng Fei Huang was nearly submerged in water, with only her head above the surface. Their gazes locked. Su Yan's countenance appeared rather unnatural. Feng Fei Huang's eyes were sharp, and a slight smile graced her lips, exuding an allure that was almost intoxicating. "You wish to see my form? Dream on. You may leave once the clothes are laid down." At that moment, Su Yan's expression darkened. Could this woman not be a tad more discreet in her speech? A temptress is indeed a temptress. Her nature is hard to change. Ultimately, he discarded the clothing and strode away. In the chaotic stone town, there lay an inn, specifically the Tianzi room. The maid Xiao Yue sat upon a chair, her hands resting on her cheeks as she observed her young lady perusing a multitude of documents. These papers originated from various corners of the realm. Some pertained to collusion between officials in the demonic sect, while others detailed the sect's clandestine disturbances in certain locales, as well as accounts of innocent victims harmed by the forces of the martial world. Many matters were personally reviewed by Tang Liyue. "Miss, what findings did you uncover at the Jin Fengshi building? Why have you returned in silence?" Xiao Yue's pretty face bore an expression of skepticism, her bright, gemstone-like eyes blinking in curiosity. At the mention of this, Tang Liyue's delicate hands froze mid-page. "Do not speak of this matter again." Her tone was laced with annoyance. Xiao Yue, feeling confused, wisely chose to remain silent. Have the injured commoners from last night been properly settled? Tang Liyue inquired. Xu Yue replied cheerfully, rest assured, Mississippi. This has been taken care of. Not only did the Junwu division intervene, but many physicians from the Pujitang also participated. Tang Liyue nodded in satisfaction, then pondered aloud. As for that scholar Shen Zixing, would he be willing to act as our covert agent? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yue hastily responded, Miss, you have granted him a chance for redemption, so he is certainly willing. He is a pitiful soul, having ingested water from an ancient well tainted by the malevolent energy leaking from ancient martial relics, which has driven him to consume human blood. Suddenly, Qiu Yue's tone shifted. However, Miss, what you have done in this matter is rather unjust. The beggars and vagrants he has slain were all stripped of their martial abilities and had their feet broken by the minions of the demonic sect. They were indeed wretched beings, deserving of their fate. What crime has he committed? Qiu Yue's defense of Shen Zixing did not provoke anger in Tang Liyue. He was indeed blameless. Yet had the Junwu division not been adequately prepared, the blood he would have consumed could very well have belonged to innocent citizens. Tang Liyue mused softly as she continued to sift through the documents. At her words, Qiu Yue fell silent. Suddenly, an idea struck Qiu Yue, and she quickly asked, Miss, could it be that other ancient wells and water sources are also affected by the malevolent energy? It is not the case. Only the ancient well at Shen Zixing's residence has been affected, as it serves as the entrance to a relic of ancient martial arts. Tang Liyue shook her head in response. However, where do you intend to send that scholar as an undercover agent? Can he truly manage it? Qiu Yue's face was filled with confusion. Shen Zixing's martial arts level was notably mediocre, merely at the body refinement realm. Yuyang County, Hongfu Temple. Tang Liyue did not conceal her intentions. She planned to position Shen Zixing as a pawn at Hongfu Temple. This temple seemingly does not belong to the realm of martial factions. Qiu Yue's expression reflected her perplexity. In her memory, Hongfu Temple was merely a place for prayers and offerings, having no involvement in the conflicts of the martial world. Recently acquired information suggested that this temple had connections with the Mithriya sect. Tang Liyue's gaze turned icy. She harbored no fondness for the Mithriya sect. The Mithriya sect is a demonic cult, belonging to a first-rate power. Originally, the Mithriya sect caused turmoil in the south, yet their minions seem to have extended their reach to the north. Mithriya Buddha, ranked 8th on the Earth list, possesses the divine weapon, Jin Rao. With 3 sounds of Jin Rao, one may encounter the king of hell. Qiu Yue's countenance could not remain composed. Indeed, Mithriya Buddha was the top expert of the Mithriya sect, notorious for his malevolence. The divine weapon of Mithriya Buddha, Jin Rao, when sounded thrice, poses a threat not only to those on the human list, but even to the weakest on the earth list. Miss, your injuries remain unhealed. What shall we do if we encounter Mithriya Buddha? Qiu Yue's complexion gradually paled. Although Mithriya Buddha was merely 8th on the earth list, he had remained an elusive figure over the years, never revealing himself, shrouded in mystery. If the connections of Hongfu Temple were solely with the Mithriya sect, it would be one matter, but there seemed to be hints of the King of Yu's involvement. Tang Liyue's eyes, akin to autumn waters, grew increasingly fierce. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As a maid, Qiu Yue felt her heart race. The King of Yu, named Shen Jiming, was the Prince of Daliang and the nephew of the current emperor. As a prince, enjoying boundless wealth and honor, how could he conspire with a demonic cult? Qiu Yue's face turned pale, her lips pressed tightly together. Wishing to persuade her mistress to steer clear of this whirlpool to avoid attracting calamity. Royal kin colluding with a demonic sect is a path to destruction. If the King of Yu truly wishes to test the sharpness of my blade, then I shall accompany him to the end. In that moment, Tang Liyue transformed, her eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Qiu Yue fell silent. If the King of Yu dared to align himself with the demonic sect, her mistress would undoubtedly see her resolve through. Do not worry about me. I have already slain more than one member of the Qin royal family. It is this prince that remains unscathed. The rules established by the founding ancestors shall not be broken by anyone. Tang Liyue's voice was gentle, yet there lingered an oppressive aura of lethal intent in her words. Thus, she resumed her work on the documents. Qiu Yue was well aware that the young lady would be occupied until dawn. In the rear chamber of the Jin Fengshiyu Tower, Su Yan lay sprawled across the bed, claiming its entirety. This time, he intended for that woman to sleep on the floor. Chapter 81. The Heart Demon, however, when Feng Fei Wang appeared. A mere flick of her fingers unleashed an invisible force that swept towards Su Yan, causing his entire body to tumble back onto the bed. Do not entertain any trivial thoughts before me. I have no desire to sleep on the floor. Feng Feihuang swiftly settled onto the bed in a meditative posture, channeling her energy to heal her injuries, yet she found the narratives of martial arts novels to be rather deceptive. In those tales, when male and female heroes shared a room, it was often the men who slept on the floor while the women occupied the bed. Yet, in her case, the situation seemed to diverge from this norm. Su Yin remained silent, contemplating the future development of the Jin Feng Shiyu Tower. Su Yin, your Jin Feng Shiyu Tower is indeed remarkable. That blade is quite impressive. As she cultivated, Feng Feihuang's crimson lips parted slightly, her eyes narrowing. In that moment, Su Yin was momentarily taken aback. This formidable woman had softened her demeanor, addressing him as Su Yin rather than Brat for the first time. Are you referring to the blood-drinking blade? Su Yin immediately realized that Feng Feihuang had delayed her arrival in the chamber to observe that very weapon. The name was indeed fitting. I took a few glances at it earlier. That blade possesses an alluring malevolence. However, the one who wields such a blade now may not necessarily be able to do so in the future. Feng Feihuang's gaze deepened. The blood-drinking blade, while far inferior to divine weapons, was still an extraordinary armament. You do not have intentions towards the blood-drinking blade, do you? Su Yin questioned with a skeptical expression. How could I possibly covet a mere demonic blade? I have little regard for it. Moreover, this blade requires blood to thrive. There are plenty of superior weapons in comparison. Feng Feihuang's enchanting visage suddenly darkened. She then continued, take for instance the blood fiend sect Saintess, Shueluosha. She ranks 65th on the hidden dragon list. A Xian Gang martial artist at the age of 17, possessing the Heart Demon Blade. The Heart Demon Blade is no less formidable than your blood-drinking blade. Su Yin could discern that the blood-drinking blade currently fell short in comparison to the Heart Demon Blade. Yet, as the blood-drinking blade was nurtured by blood, it was destined to surpass the Heart Demon Blade in the future. Is the Heart Demon Blade truly that formidable? Su Yin wore a puzzled expression. Yet internally he marveled at the situation. Blood Demon, merely 17, and a Xian Gang martial artist, truly a prodigy listed among the illustrious on the Hidden Dragon rankings. Indeed extraordinary. The Heart Demon Flute, a singular instrument, once played, could evoke the latent heart demons within an individual, plunging the listener into madness, or even leading them to lose control, resulting in a chaotic internal force that could cause their very demise. The tales of the martial world speak of a mournful melody that has claimed countless heroic souls. Feng Feihuang's lips parted slightly, revealing a visage of stunning beauty, tinged with a sense of nostalgia and melancholy. The Heart Demon Flute, it was said, was a treasured gift from the legendary martial king Xiang Batian to his beloved, a relic from a century past. The martial king? His beloved? Hearing these words, Su Yin couldn't help but recall the fabled martial king's secret treasury. Could it be that the existence of this treasury was not merely a fanciful rumor? Su Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. His interest in the martial king's treasury piqued. Who could say? Feng Feihuang spoke with a calm demeanor, admitting her own uncertainty regarding the treasury's existence. She had dispatched members of the heavenly demon sect to investigate, yet they had yet to uncover any clues. A profound silence enveloped the room as the night deepened. Unbeknownst to them, the candlelight had long since extinguished. This time, Su Yin quickly slipped into slumber. Although a woman of breathtaking beauty lay beside him, he was powerless to act due to his lack of strength. Feng Feihuang continued to cultivate her energy to heal her wounds. After several cycles of her heavenly demon technique, some of the cold poison within her was expelled. What might that cunning woman be up to now? Feng Feihuang's sharp eyes narrowed slightly. Could she infiltrate the ancient martial relics of the heavenly demon sect at this late hour? This thought emerged only to be swiftly dismissed. Perhaps Tang Liyue was waiting for her to walk into a trap. As she pondered, her alluring features gradually stiffened, her expression turning icy with rage. This was because Su Yan's hand had inadvertently wrapped around her slender waist. You. Feng Feihuang's face darkened as she turned to glare at Su Yan. She had a multitude of words to express, yet all she could do was swallow them back. After all, Su Yan remained deeply asleep. Could the bed not be a bit larger? Feng Feihuang felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. This was her first experience of being so brazenly touched by a man. And it was entirely unintentional. She was infuriated. Had she not been preoccupied with thoughts of the ancient martial relics, his hand would never have come into contact with her. Sleep truly was a restless endeavor. Feng Feihuang cursed under her breath and removed Su Yan's hand from her waist. He displayed no sense of vigilance whatsoever. She let out a soft hum, continuing her cultivation to heal her injuries. However, even in slumber, Su Yan remained somewhat restless. Yet he could not even brush against the hem of Feng Feihuang's garment. The following morning, as dawn broke, Su Yin awoke feeling invigorated. Upon opening his eyes, he acutely noticed Feng Fei Huang's stunningly beautiful visage, though her complexion appeared somewhat pale. This puzzled him, prompting him to inquire, "Demoness, you do not seem well. Is your recovery progressing poorly?" At this remark, Feng Fei Huang felt an inner surge of frustration. Cultivating to heal one's wounds should not be disturbed by external influences. Yet Su Yin's restless pause had persistently interrupted her recuperation throughout the night, while her recovery had been relatively smooth. Seeing his current demeanor made her wonder if he had indulged in a delightful dream last night. Feng Fei Huang's gaze was enigmatic, her tone laden with intrigue. "Did you dream of embracing Master Tang?" Su Yin displayed an expression of lingering fascination. Yet, as soon as he uttered those words, the atmosphere shifted. He could distinctly perceive a sudden drop in the temperature of the dormitory by several degrees. Feng Fei Huang's exquisitely beautiful face, flawless in every aspect, was now shrouded in an ominous gloom. "Embracing me, yet you dreamt of that wretched woman. I am no mere substitute." In an instant, Feng Fei Huang's emotions became a tempest. "The female demon, I am off for my morning practice. One must not be negligent on the path of martial arts," Su Yin declared with utmost seriousness before swiftly making his exit. He too felt a sense of frustration. There was something quite amiss with that woman earlier this morning. This time, Feng Fei Huang did not intervene. After Su Yin departed, Feng Fei Huang resumed her cultivation to heal her wounds, yet her expression remained exceedingly grim. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Su Yin encountered young Master Yu and others already engaged in martial practice. Among them, Hong Antong was fervently conversing with Xia Xuei. It turned out that this esteemed elder was none other than the legendary Golden Snake Lord. Regrettably, they had never crossed paths until today. The weathered visage of Hong Antong glowed with excitement. Chapter 82. The Might of Thunder. It is merely the praise of others. I am not worthy of such accolades, he modestly asserted. Xia Xuei shook his head with a chuckle, presenting an air of carefree nonchalance. He was acutely aware of his own reputation. In his past within the martial world, many harbored deep animosity towards him, cursing him, and even wishing for his demise. How fare you in these times?" Xia Xuei's eyes shimmered with nostalgia as he momentarily succumbed to memories. Moments later, he grasped a long sword and began practicing his swordsmanship. In his hand, the long sword resembled a graceful golden serpent, coiling with fluidity. The tail of the serpent curved elegantly, and the hilt was uniquely crafted. This sword is known as the Golden Serpent Sword. Whoosh, whoosh. He wielded his sword again and again, without invoking any internal energy. Yet each strike was enigmatic and each move deviated from the norm. The expressions of Gongzi Yu and the others were filled with admiration. They were genuinely impressed by Xia Xuei's talent, as it was not merely an imitation of others' martial arts, but rather the creation of his own Golden Serpent Sword technique. The synergy between the Golden Serpent Sword and this technique was extraordinary, producing moves that were both transcendent and unpredictable. Beside them, Hong Antong continuously praised, his eyes glinting with a spark of brilliance. The Golden Serpent Lord indeed possessed an intricate and formidable skill. Soon, Su Yin joined the group, practicing martial arts alongside them. Each member offered guidance, and with the mentorship of such numerous martial heroes, Su Yin reaped significant benefits. After completing their training and having breakfast, everyone gathered in the main hall. Su Yin, seated at the head, directed his gaze upon Yi Dian Hong, who occupied a lower position. Although Yi Dian Hong was typically reticent, he succinctly recounted the events of the previous night. Upon hearing his words, the group appeared invigorated. Yi Dian Hong's actions were indeed audacious. He had killed in broad daylight. However, they found no fault in his deed. Since Qin Mingyang, the young master of the Qin family martial arts school, had dispatched men to assassinate those from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. It was only fitting that blood be repaid in kind. Excellent, Su Yin expressed his approval, realizing that Yi Dian Hong's exploits from the previous night had indeed elevated his reputation swiftly. Master, just as I was about to leave Pingding County last night, a young child delivered a secret letter to me. The letter revealed that the main wife of Qian Jinbei, the master of the Qian family martial arts school, is the illegitimate daughter of Wang Badian, the head of the Iron Blood Gang in Yuyang County. The Iron Blood Gang already possesses practitioners who have opened certain acupoints in Earth-level warriors. The letter further indicated that the master of the Qian family is typically cautious and does not underestimate his opponents. He may have already sought assistance from Wang Badian. Yi Dian Hong's expression turned grave, his demeanor unusually solemn. Upon finishing his account, he presented the letter with both hands to Su Yin. As Su Yin received the letter and glanced over it, he noted that its contents matched Yi Dian Hong's description perfectly. Instantly, The atmosphere grew serious as everyone recognized that the situation with the Qian family martial arts school might be quite challenging. What is the background of the child who delivered this letter? Su Yin inquired with curiosity. Merely an ordinary child, the one who sent the letter is someone else entirely. However, my subordinates do not know who that person is, Yi Dian Hong replied candidly. Su Yin remarked, it appears that Pingding County is rather complex. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor. As long as Mingzuer could ascend to the hidden dragon list, there would be an opportunity to summon the blue card. Alternatively, they could lure their enemies into the ruins of shattered stones, or they could be dealt with by the female demon. Thus, they would obliterate the Qian family martial arts school in Pingding County with a thunderous force. Su Yin made a decision. He was acutely aware that his seemingly casual remark could cost many lives. Yet, in this world, it is a matter of survival. Either you perish, or I thrive. Dear host, might this action be a touch too hasty? Zhao Zijing's expression betrayed considerable concern. He evidently believed that the annihilation of the Qian family's martial arts school required meticulous planning to ensure absolute success. With the Qian family's young master already slain, our conflict with the Qian family has reached an irreconcilable point. Furthermore, should the Qian family seek assistance from the Iron Blood Gang in Yuyang County, it would take several days for help to arrive. Thus, while the Iron Blood Gang has yet to dispatch reinforcements, this presents the opportune moment for us to eradicate the Qian family's martial arts school. The enigmatic Gong Ziyu, adorned with a bronze mask, spoke with clarity and precision, each word thoughtfully articulated. The assembly nodded in agreement, clearly in favor of his perspective. We, at the Jifeng Shiyu building, cannot merely linger in this chaotic stone town. Finally, the usually reticent Ming Zuer, clad in a silver iron helmet, decided to voice her thoughts. He yearned for battle, and the bloodthirsty blade in his hand craved to taste blood. Subsequently, Su Yin made a series of arrangements. Young Master Yu was to remain at the Jifeng Shiyu Tower stronghold, while Zhao Zijing would journey to Qinghe village to deliver silver and medicinal herbs to the Wang hunters' family, inquiring whether they had taken refuge in Wancher town. As long as they refrained from engaging in the conflicts of the martial world, the Wang family could live a stable life in the town. As for the others, they would be led by Xia Shui to Pingding County. Let the bloodthirsty blade drink its fill of blood, Su Yin instructed. Xia Shui and the others understood perfectly. Spare not a single soul from the Qian family's martial arts hall, Su Yin added. Once one enters this martial world, one must not harbor the compassion of a woman. The group nodded in unison. At the entrance of the Jifeng Shiyu Tower stronghold, Xia Shui and the other 6 had mounted their steeds, ready to depart. Should they encounter an insurmountable foe, they would act according to the situation. Preserving their lives was paramount. Su Yin wore a grave expression, unwilling to see the martial figures he had summoned fall victim to their own demise so easily. We shall obey the command. The 6 echoed in a resounding chorus, their voices booming with fervor. In that moment, they were filled with the fiery spirit of youth, eager to gallop through the martial world. Boom, boom. Soon after, the 6 riders vanished into the distance, their passage stirring the ground with a sound akin to the thunder of war drums, and raising a swirling cloud of dust upon the streets of Wancher town. Not long after they set off, Zhao Zijing also rode a horse towards Qinghe village. He appeared quite dashing. However, a sigh of relief escaped him deep within. He truly fears being singled out by the host and assigned to Pingding County. At present, his martial arts realm is merely at the profound illumination level. He was not inclined to engage in a life-and-death struggle with his adversaries. My abilities require further enhancement before I can alleviate the concerns of the host. Zhao Zijing, mounted on his steed, wore an expression of serene contentment, exuding an air of ease and comfort. Upon returning to the main hall, young Master Yu spoke of a particular matter. Host, on the 9th day of the 12th month, we apprehended Chen, the leader of the Gathering of Righteousness. Now, on the 13th day of the same month, we have received promising news from Chen himself. At these words, Su Yin momentarily paused in his delicate sip of tea. What encouraging news! He wore a face of skepticism. Young Master Yu, without keeping them in suspense, directly revealed that the leader of the Gathering of Heroes, Chen, had concealed a considerable amount of silver. The silver was hidden in a secret compartment within a stone wall in the front courtyard of the Gathering of Heroes. In total, there were over 600 taels of silver, all of which had been retrieved. Currently, our accounts at the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion hold more than 1,100 taels. Young Master Yu delivered this report with conviction. Chapter 83. Adapting to local customs excellent. Truly splendid, exclaimed Su Yin. The front courtyard of the Gathering of Heroes has now become a stronghold for our Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion. No wonder Chinshur has been left destitute. His face radiated joy. Then, raising an eyebrow, he inquired, since ancient times, wealth has been known to stir the heart. Might the Brothers Alliance and the rock-solid gang also be hiding silver? Thus far, nothing has been discovered, young Master Yu reassured him. However, rest assured, the funds belonging to our Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion will not be lacking by even a single coin. His words were resolute, brimming with confidence. Shortly thereafter, young Master Yu took his leave. He was determined to delve into martial arts and explore the mysteries of that exquisite ceramic piece. Upon Su Yan's return to the courtyard dormitory, he beheld Feng Fei Wang, who was still cultivating her energy to heal her injuries. Her enchanting visage had blossomed with even more allure than in the early morning light. Concerning a mere martial arts academy, had Jin Feng Shiulu nearly mobilized its entire force? Was it truly necessary? Feng Fei Wang teased. Of course it's necessary, if we do not strike. It is one thing, but once we do, we must annihilate our foes with overwhelming force, leaving them no chance to breathe. Su Yin settled onto the mahogany bench in the dormitory, his expression grave. Suddenly, Feng Fei Wang, with a semblance of a smile, remarked, not long ago, I received intelligence from the celestial demon sect. You departed from Jin Feng Shiulu recently? Are you not afraid of being discovered by the Jinwu division? Su Yan, taken aback, had never anticipated this boldness from the female demon leader. Why would I fear being implicated by you? Feng Fei Wang's gaze was deep and inscrutable, leaving one uncertain of her true thoughts. Su Yin, with piercing eyes, replied earnestly, look into my eyes. Do I appear to be someone who fears for his life? Do you not? Feng Fei Wang retorted playfully. Thus, their gazes locked, and the atmosphere in the dormitory grew charged with tension. Su Yan's gaze fell upon Feng Fei Wang's luscious red lips. With her willow-like brows and phoenix-like eyes, her fair skin and crimson lips, her enchanting countenance was graced with a hint of a smile. Should you wish to kiss, do not suppress your desires. Be wary of bottling them up. Her lips slightly parted, her voice sultry. Su Yan, no longer hesitating, leaned in to kiss her red lips. However, as he approached that exquisite mouth, unexpectedly, Feng Fei Wang's figure vanished like a wisp of breeze. Thud. Su Yan felt a sudden kick to his rear, sending him tumbling awkwardly onto the bed. I have long wished to kick you. Feng Fei Wang stood before the bed, her alluring face displaying a sense of satisfaction. Just the night before, after being inadvertently teased by Su Yan, she had yearned to deliver a kick to him. Now, her desire was finally fulfilled. Had it not been for her caution regarding Jin Feng Shiulu behind Su Yan, she would have struck him down with a single blow. Moreover, last night, 2 more martial artists from Jin Feng Shiulu had arrived. Although their strength seemed trivial in her eyes, both possessed remarkable potential, their futures seemingly boundless. Particularly one named Xia Shui, who astonishingly could innovate his own martial arts. The golden serpent sword technique was exquisitely crafted, yet such a figure was unknown to her. This gave rise to a terrifying suspicion within her. Could it be that the words spoken that day were not mere empty talk? Was Jin Feng Shiulu truly as prominent as the rain and clouds? Su Yin sprang up from the bed with the agility of a carp leaping from water. Addressing Feng Fei Huang with unabashed candor, I have long desired to refer to you as a demoness. At this moment, he was no longer naive. He understood that Feng Fei Huang harbored reservations about the formidable Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower behind him. Otherwise, his audacity in front of this female fiend would have long cost him his life. Demoness, that title suits you exceedingly well, Feng Fei Huang replied with a smirk, her figure languidly reclining on the bed like a gentle breeze. Not merely a demoness, she was distinctly a fairy, Su Yin mused inwardly. Taking his seat once more on the mahogany stool, he inquired, what intelligence have you received, demoness? The Maitreya sect has approached the demon sect. Maitreya Buddha seeks my cooperation to ambush the esteemed Tang Liyue of the Jinwu division. Whether intentional or not, Feng Fei Huang revealed the intelligence without reservation. Su Yin was no stranger to the name Maitreya Buddha, having overheard discussions among Lord Yu and others. He was ranked 8th on the Earth list, practicing the supreme Buddhist technique known as the Great Compassion Heart Mantra. Though adherents of Buddhism are sworn against taking life, Maitreya Buddha was already stained with the blood of countless victims. It seemed Tang Liyue was in grave peril. A chill ran through Su Yin as he considered the implications. Should these 2 formidable warriors join forces, Tang Liyue's situation appeared dire, fraught with the threat of death. Are you concerned for your Tang Liyue? Feng Fei Huang's enchanting visage bore a teasing expression. How could I possibly worry for her? We are not bound by blood, Su Yin replied, shaking his head. I merely believe that the Jinwu division is a premier force. Attempting an ambush will not be so simple. In our previous encounter, she did not employ the 9th layer of her ice heart technique, the sigh of the ice god. Should she unleash it, coupled with her divine weapon, frost snow, this chaotic town would witness a massacre. She is a woman of the world, intent on alleviating suffering and embodying the living bodhisattva, Feng Fei Huang scoffed. Her exquisite features marred by disdain for Tang Liyue's altruistic ideals. Upon hearing this, Su Yin marveled at the substantial merit of Tang Liyue, ranked 3rd on the Earth list. If I were to ally with Mithria Buddha, we could severely injure Tang Liyue. At that point, would you care to have her at your leisure for a few days? Feng Fei Huang's words were audacious, and in that moment, Su Yin's expression stiffened. Truly, she was a demoness, unafraid to voice any thought. Thus, without hesitation, he retorted. One is insufficient. I desire two. Instantly, Feng Fei Huang's radiant countenance darkened. You dare covet even me? Her voice was as cold as steel, instilling unease in those who heard it. Demoness, you misunderstand. Does Tang Liyue not have a sister? 2 stunning beauties, 1 on each arm. What could be more delightful? Su Yin responded swiftly. A woman is not merely a man's subordinate, and to think of her as a mere beauty is a fanciful delusion. Feng Fei Huang's expression fluctuated between light and shadow. With 3 wives and 4 concubines, such is the way of the world. This is called adapting to local customs. Su Yan's expression grew earnest. If my future husband desires 3 wives and 4 concubines, I shall be compelled to cripple him in that regard. If he remains obstinate, my only recourse will be to take my leave from this life. Feng Fei Huang maintained a stern countenance, finding herself in complete disagreement with Su Yan's views on polygamy. Su Yin perceived this woman to be rather ruthless. Soon, the duo shifted their conversation towards martial arts realms. This time, Feng Fei Huang did not hold back and candidly discussed a series of martial arts stages. The 3 great hidden treasures are Huang Ting, Yu Jing, and Sui Hai. Once these treasures are unlocked, one can cultivate the 3 souls and 7 spirits of the human body. Humans possess 3 souls: the heavenly soul, the earthly soul, and the life soul, collectively known as the 3 realms of soul refinement. They also possess 7 spirits. The first spirit is Tianqiu, the second is Lingwei, the third is Qi, the fourth is Li, the fifth is Zhangxi, the sixth is Jing, and the 7th is Ying, together referred to as the 7 realms of spirit refinement. As Feng Fei Huang eloquently elaborated, Su Yin found himself overwhelmed. Chapter 84, Not a single survivor shall remain. The martial arts path appears excessively intricate. Su Yin couldn't help but mutter. Feng Fei Huang replied leisurely. The martial arts journey becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses, not to mention cultivating the 3 souls and 7 spirits. There are currently only about 100 individuals in the world capable of unlocking the 3 great treasures of the human body. Those who can unlock these treasures can contend for rankings of 40 to 50 or higher on the tumultuous gold list, while unlocking 4 crucial acupoints only allows one to vie for the lowest ranks. After Feng Fei Huang's explanation, Su Yin felt that the martial arts realms were not as convoluted as he had initially thought. In the entire world, nearly 118 individuals have ascended to the 3 list of heaven, earth, and humanity on the tumultuous gold list. What realm do you currently occupy? O female demon? Su Yin inquired. The 6th realm of spirit refinement, Feng Fei Huang responded directly. She continued to explain that upon completing the cultivation of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, one may embark on the path of divine abilities. This realm is known as divine power. Divine power practitioners seize the creation of heaven and earth, grasp the mysteries of the sun and moon, and master the martial arts of divine abilities. The 10 practitioners of the heavenly rankings all possess such divine powers. Feng Fei Huang's eyes sparkled with longing. She too yearned to master these divine abilities. In doing so, the heavenly demon sect could ascend to an unparalleled status. However, reaching the pinnacle of divine powers is no simple feat. While it may seem she is not far from the heavenly rankings, the reality is a mere hair's breadth can lead to a vast chasm. What divine power does the Emperor Liang wield? Su Yin inquired about the foremost figure on the heavenly rankings. According to the inscriptions once displayed on the tumultuous gold list, Emperor Liang possesses the divine power of life and death. The precise extent of one's abilities remains unclear to me. In the eyes of Feng Fei Huang, there was a profound reverence. However, according to the intelligence gathered by the heavenly demon sect, it was solely by virtue of this martial prowess that Emperor Liang was able, a decade ago at Shanhaiguan, to single-handedly vanquish a formidable force of 100,000 elite Turkic cavalry. As she spoke, Feng Fei Huang's emotions swirled within her. Emperor Liang, shrouded in enigma, possessed an aura of terror. Zhao Zhijing, riding towards Qinghe village, navigated the terrain with ease, experiencing a remarkably smooth journey. Had it not been for the winding roads, he would have certainly arrived in even less time. Upon his return to the residence of Hunter Wang, Zhao Zhijing encountered the latter, who was instructing Xiao Qiao in her martial training. Wang Hunter, it is a pleasure to see you again. Zhao Zhijing greeted as he stepped into the abode. It is you. You are a subordinate of Master Su. Hunter Wang's voice boomed, no longer referring to Su Yan as the lad as he had previously. In his eyes, Su Yan's status had elevated to an extraordinary level. He was none other than the master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Even in the remote confines of Qinghe village, Hunter Wang often heard villagers speak of the esteemed establishment. Indeed, Zhao Zhijing affirmed with a nod, directly articulating his purpose. His intentions were rather straightforward. He came to deliver several dozen taels of silver along with a selection of medicinal herbs. He also inquired whether the Wang family would be inclined to relocate to Chaos Stone Town. I appreciated the goodwill of Master Su, however. I fear that Chaos Stone Town may not be suitable for our family. Hunter Wang politely declined, wary of becoming embroiled in the conflicts of the martial world. He merely yearns for a tranquil life with his family. As Wang the Hunter perceives, the days are growing increasingly frigid. Remaining in Shattered Stone Town would render the procurement of provisions and clothing far more convenient. Unlike in Clear River Village, where a journey to Shattered Stone Town proves to be quite arduous, requiring a trek of over 100 miles round trip, Zhao Zhijing, in his fervent persuasion, exhibits an exceedingly warm demeanor. His words rendered Wang Lihu hesitant. As Zhao Zhijing aptly articulated, residing in Shattered Stone Town would offer unparalleled convenience for purchasing necessities. The charming Xiao Qiao, with her enchanting dark eyes, spoke up. Father, Mother has recently been unwell. Should she fall ill, we would find no physician in our village to tend to her. However, in Shattered Stone Town, the circumstances would be entirely different. Upon hearing Xiao Qiao's remarks, Wang Lihu's gaze gradually dimmed. His wife must not encounter any misfortune. In Qinghe village, there was not even a single doctor. Occasionally, when the village elders fell ill, prompt intervention could provide a chance of survival. Yet, with no physician in the village, the only recourse was to transport the ailing elder to Shattered Stone Town, where they would often arrive too late, meeting their fate before the gates of the afterlife. Ultimately, Wang Lihu acquiesced to the move to Shattered Stone Town, sincerely inviting Zhao Zhijing into his home for a warm bowl of soup to nourish their bodies. Zhao Zhijing readily accepted. In Qinghe village, despite the cold weather, many villagers remained diligently occupied. The men busied themselves gathering firewood and cutting grass for cooking and heating water, while the women engaged in embroidery, weaving, and other handicrafts at home. Some men were busy repairing farming tools and tending to the plow oxen. Meanwhile, groups of children frolicked together, creating a lively atmosphere. At this moment, a cluster of youngsters gathered around a scene of excitement. They were all clad in thick garments, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years of age. Ever since Brother Su Yan's departure, we could no longer hear stories. A spirited boy, with a round face, exhibited a look of dejection. The other children nodded in agreement. Yet their gloomy mood did not linger for long, for a little girl with a cherubic face began recounting the tale of Snow White. Despite having heard the story several times before, the children remained enchanted by it. Ernyo, you tell it so well, they exclaimed, their faces alight with joy and innocence. Not far away, in a secluded corner, stood a young man and woman, observing the lively children. The young man, around 15 years of age, possessed striking features and handsome looks, clad in a black robe, resembling a beautiful youth. The young woman, 17, adorned with a black veil and dressed in a flowing azure gown, had cascading black hair and a graceful figure, her eyes sparkling with vitality. These two were none other than the bloodshed sect's holy son, Xue Dizi, and the holy maiden, Xue Luosha. Elder Pang and his companions had been apprehended in this very village by the Martial Enforcement Division. A wicked smile crept across Xue Dizi's striking visage, while Xue Luosha, her enchanting eyes filled with awe, cautioned, do not forget, the esteemed Tang is still in Stone Town. The forces of darkness act at will. If they desire to kill, they shall do so. No living soul must remain in this village. Xue Dizi's expression was impassive, with an unmistakable glint of murderous intent in his eyes. He then commanded, Holy Maiden, please keep watch around us, ensuring no survivors escape. Understood, Xue Luosha replied softly. In the next moment, Xue Dizi sauntered leisurely toward the children. Upon encountering this stranger, the children displayed expressions of wariness. However, a crimson gleam flickered in Dizzy's eyes. He had already unleashed the blood fiend technique. With a mere flick of his left hand, he seized a young boy. In mere moments, the boy transformed from a living being into a lifeless husk. His blood entirely drained, his pupils sunken, and his skin ghastly pale. Chapter 85. The Enchanting Melody. What a delectable treat. The blood dripper channeled his internal energy, his face a portrait of ecstasy. The blood fiend technique siphons the vital essence of others, converting it into the power of blood fiend. The more blood fiend power he possesses, the mightier his strength becomes. However, one must not recklessly employ the blood fiend technique. Should the accumulation of blood fiend power exceed a certain threshold, the difficulty of control escalates dramatically. If one fails to manage this power, it could lead to a catastrophic explosion of one's own body. The remaining children, witnessing this horrifying scene, were rendered utterly paralyzed with fear. Their companion, in the blink of an eye, had transformed into a withered corpse. The blood dropper shows no mercy in its deadly pursuit. He continued his actions, resembling a demon that preys upon the innocent. In mere moments, he had drained the lifeblood of the surrounding children, rendering them lifeless husks. A demon indeed. He was a demon. Run. Flee swiftly. Help. Who will come to our aid? The slaughter commenced. The villagers of Qinghe were engulfed in terror, fear, and helplessness. Some even wept uncontrollably, kneeling in desperate supplication. Yet, the bloodthirsty fiend showed no mercy. Not only women and the elderly, but even newborn infants fell victim to his malevolent hands. The followers of the demonic sect were not merely idle threats. They were truly harbingers of destruction. Zhao Xijing, who had been visiting the hunter Wang, faintly heard the cries of anguish outside. Wang, too, was aware of the horrific sounds. In that moment, Zhao Xijing and Wang stepped outside together. Hardly had they crossed the threshold when a whoosh. Their faces paled in shock. They witnessed the villagers fleeing in a state of panic, and laid eyes upon countless lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Although no blood was visible, the scene was all the more chilling. It was unfathomable that a warrior would strike against defenseless commoners. The demonic sect, it must be the demonic sect. The members of this malevolent organization deserve nothing less than extermination. With a righteous expression, Zhao Xijing observed that there was but one adversary not far off, and that adversary was merely a youth, despite not having engaged in combat. Zhao Xijing discerned that the young man's martial prowess did not even reach the realm of Xian Gang. This realization filled Zhao Xijing with unwavering confidence. His resounding voice immediately captured the attention of Dizzy, the holy son of the Blood Fiend sect. I am Dizzy of the Blood Fiend sect. Do you dare to obstruct me? Dizzy proclaimed, a fierce expression gracing his handsome visage. Though the Blood Fiend sect was merely a third-rate faction, ordinary warriors would indeed think twice before provoking it. Hiss. Wang Li, who felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he was faced with the holy son of the Blood Fiend sect. How audacious for someone ranked 89th on the hidden dragon list, in the blood refinement realm, to speak so boldly before him. Truly a path to self-destruction. Zhao Xijing, however, displayed no fear. Today, he intended to slay a prodigy from the hidden dragon list. Whoosh. Zhao Xijing executed an exquisitely refined sword strike. In an instant, a wave of sword chi soared towards Dizzy. Despite the distance, the sword chi struck true, inflicting injury upon Dizzy. In that moment, Dizzy's expression shifted dramatically as he comprehended that this Taoist's martial prowess far surpassed his own. He dares not linger in battle. With a swift motion, the blood droplet employs his utmost agility and flees in disarray. Observing his demeanor, he resembles a lost dog. This sight inevitably brings a smug smile to Zhao Xijing's face. Hunter Wang, take your family and depart from the tumultuous Shishir town, a place fraught with peril. The blood droplet shall meet his demise at my hands. Having uttered these words with nonchalance, Zhao Xijing deftly channels his golden goose technique, moving as gracefully as a swallow in pursuit of the blood droplet. Hunter Wang, aware of his own limitations, realizes he cannot be of assistance. To avoid becoming a burden, he hastens to lead his wife and daughter away from Qinghe village. The blood droplet's lightness of foot is remarkable, yet Zhao Xijing steadily closes the distance. The one who seeks your life is Zhao Xijing of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. Zhao Xijing's countenance is one of arrogance as he chases the blood droplet. Just a little closer, and he is confident that with a single strike, he can severely wound the blood droplet, perhaps even slay this once great prodigy. As he flees, the blood droplet inadvertently aggravates his wounds, sending waves of searing pain coursing through him. In this moment, he is grateful for his swift decision to escape. Had he truly engaged in combat with this Taoist, he would surely meet his demise within 3 exchanges. Saintus, cease your spectating. If you do not lend your aid to this holy son, I shall perish at the hands of this Taoist. The blood droplet cries out, his initial composure completely shattered. Saintus, are there any allies? Bring forth one, and I shall vanquish him. Bring forth 2, and I shall slay them both. Zhao Zhijing raises an eyebrow, exuding confidence. Just as he is about to close in on the blood droplet, melodious yet mournful flute tunes, akin to a heart-wrenching lament, surge into Zhao Zhijing's ears. In an instant, his body stiffens, and a buzzing fills his ears. In the next moment, he seemed to have returned to the past, to his younger days. That spirited 14-year-old youth with bright, expressive eyes had dared to insult him as a mad dog. I am not a mad dog. The leader of the Qiuanjin sect can only be me. It is said that men and women should not engage in close contact. Yet this pair of shameless lovers is practicing amidst the blossoms in disarray. What they are doing is not cultivation, but rather indulging in vile acts. I shall ensure that the scandal of this master and disciple is known to the entire world. So many wasps, do not sting me. Help, help. Zhao Zhijing, with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes, appeared utterly deranged, as if possessed. Not far away, the blood droplet assassins watched in horror. The heart demon had just been activated, and the flute's melody had only just begun. A warrior had already succumbed to madness, uttering incoherent phrases. Soon, Zhao Zhijing's vital energy surged uncontrollably, his internal force in chaos. With a thunderous crash, he perished. Blood splattered the ground, remnants of flesh strewn about, alongside torn robes and fragmented sword shards. Had this man died in merely half a tune? Is Zhao Zhijing of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower truly this inept? The blood demon, donned in a green dress and black veil, spoke mockingly, her gaze laced with intrigue. Yet she understood that without the aid of the heart demon, overcoming that Taoist would not have been an easy feat. The blood droplet assassins wore grim expressions. Zhao Zhijing of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower had truly brought them to a state of disarray. Fortunately, the Saintess acted swiftly, or the consequences would have been dire. At that moment, however, the previously clear sky was lit with a dazzling line of golden characters. On the 13th day of the 12th lunar month, the blood demon Saintess, merely 17 years old and a Xiangang warrior, had employed the heart demon to play a half-tune, resulting in the demise of Xianming warrior Zhao Zhijing in Qinghe village. The rankings of the Qianlong list shifted, with blood demon rising to 64th. The haunting melody lingered. Death unseen. In an instant, the blood demon's bright eyes widened in surprise. Although an elevation in the chaotic world's rankings should be a cause for celebration, it was rather unfortunate that it occurred at this moment. She exchanged a glance with the blood droplet, both understanding in silence, their minds echoing a singular thought: escape. They must flee this perilous place quickly. Otherwise, should the Jinwu division arrive, their fates would be grim. In the next moment, they both exerted their full efforts into their lightness techniques, fleeing in haste without daring to linger. Chapter 86. Is there no hope above? In the back courtyard of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, Su Yin and Feng Feihuang stood before an open lattice window, gazing at the shimmering golden sky. At this moment, a blazing anger ignited within Su Yin. Zhao Zhijing had actually died, and had become a stepping stone for another. It is uncertain whether the Wang hunter and his family of 3 are safe now. The blood demon seems to have mastered the art of manipulating the heart's demons with remarkable skill. Yet, the subordinate perished after merely half a tune, indicating a lack of resolve. Otherwise, such a fate would not have befallen them. Feng Feihuang, with her crimson lips slightly parted, found a peculiar sense of delight upon witnessing Su Yan's displeased expression. At this moment, Xia Shui and the other 5 rode their horses, making their way to Pingding County. Xia Shui reined in his horse, emitting a long sound. The steed came to an immediate halt. The others mirrored his actions in unison. They all gazed upwards at the lines of golden text in the sky. Suddenly, a pallor fell upon the 6 of them. Although their connection with Zhao Zhijing was rather mundane, the shared affiliation with the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion ignited a sense of collective indignation. The Blood Fiend sect's holy maiden, Shui Luocha, possessed the terrifying ability to claim lives merely through her melodies. Xia Shui couldn't help but marvel. Yet his eyes sparkled with an unwavering bravado. This world exhilarated him, rekindling his fervor. One day, he too would ascend the tumultuous rankings of this chaotic era. Ensuring his existence was not in vain. Let us continue our journey. Do not forget our purpose, Xia Shui declared, spurring his steed onward, with the others following closely behind. Meanwhile, Su Yin was in the hall discussing matters with Gongziyu. This incident had inevitably caught the attention of the esteemed Tang, head of the Zhenwu division. However, it was likely that the holy maiden of the Blood Fiend sect had already departed from Qinghe village. Gong Ziyu, adorned with a bronze mask, spoke with a deep and resonant voice, his gaze as tranquil as a still lake. Yet, within, a fierce fire raged. Though he held little regard for Zhao Xijing, the latter was still a member of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. The fact that he had met such a grim fate was unsettling. Send people to inquire about the whereabouts of the Blood Fiend sect, Su Yin commanded, his eyes sharp with intent. Gong Ziyu nodded solemnly. Shortly thereafter, Su Yin sought out Feng Fei Wang, wishing for her to accompany him on a visit to Qinghe village. You wish for me to protect you? Feng Fei Wang reclined languidly on the bed, stretching her exquisite figure, yet her enchanting visage wore an oddly bemused expression. Su Yin retorted with a serious demeanor. Do you not feel any shame for living off others? What shame could I possibly have? Feng Fei Wang replied with unwavering confidence, leaving Su Yin's expression darkened. If I have nothing better to do, I might as well accompany you, she added with a playful smile. As she spoke, she once again employed her disguise technique, subtly altering her features to resemble the charming maid from that day. Soon, her subordinates had prepared 2 steeds. Su Yin and Feng Fei Wang set off for Qinghe village, while Gong Ziyu remained at the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion stronghold. However, Su Yin soon encountered yet another complication. He is certainly not skilled in horseback riding. He has only graced this world for a mere 12 days. Feng Fei Huang rides upon a robust black steed, adorned in a flowing red gown, her strikingly beautiful visage betraying an expression of impatience. She hesitates, then approaches to sit beside me. Her words reveal her utter disdain for Su Yan's clumsy horsemanship, which she finds utterly intolerable. Very well, Su Yan responds swiftly. He felt a sense of frustration. Whenever he sought to gallop forth, his steed remained inexplicably still, as if it had suffered from some ill fate, leaving him in a quandary. Just then, a voice, laced with warning, echoed in his mind. Do not dare to touch even a single hair of this master, or I shall have your paw severed. In an instant, Su Yin realized this was a martial artist's transmission. That woman was back, issuing threats once more, yet he was unfazed. After instructing his subordinate to bring back another horse, Su Yin leaped onto the back of the black stallion. A fragrant aroma wafted into his nostrils, the beauty within arm's reach, mesmerizing him. Go, Feng Fei Wang commanded. And the black stallion surged forward like a streak of lightning, galloping towards Qinghe village. The journey was smooth and steady, without a hint of turbulence. Just as Su Yin intended to embrace the beauty at his side, an invisible barrier seemed to obstruct his advance, rendering him unable to proceed. Feng Fei Huang smiled alluringly, her beauty radiant as she observed his every move. With your level of martial prowess, you dare to seek an advantage over me? Such foolish ambition. Do you truly believe my earlier words were mere fabrications? You cannot breach my defenses. Her enchanting voice resounded once more in Su Yan's mind. He stubbornly retorted, if I cannot proceed below, then what of above? Initially bewildered, Feng Fei Wang soon grasped his implications. How vulgar. A blush crept across her cheeks as she rebuked him playfully. Along the way, Su Yin encountered fleeing villagers from Qinghe. Upon inquiry, he learned that a demon had descended upon the village. This demon's methods were horrifying, capable of turning the living into mere corpses in the blink of an eye. Terrifying. The villager conversing with Su Yin was an elderly woman, her weathered face resembling tree bark, etched with an indelible fear. The other villagers mirrored her expression, equally shaken. Su Yin and Feng Fei Wang rode together, pressing onward. It must be the Blood Fiend technique, extracting the essence of life for one's own gain. Truly a sinister art, Feng Fei Wang remarked, her lips parting slightly. Su Yan's expression grew complex as he pondered the fate of the Wang family. Moreover, the demon sect was utterly despicable, even daring to unleash its malice upon these ordinary folk. Such madness was unfathomable. At long last, a fragrant incense stick had burned down. Su Yin and Feng Fei Huang arrived at Qinghe village. In days gone by, Qinghe village thrived with vitality, often echoing with the cheerful laughter of children. Yet today, the village was engulfed by heart-wrenching cries. Feng Fei Huang, leading her horse, remained unperturbed, as if the gentle breeze bore no weight on her spirit. In stark contrast, Su Yan's eyes fell upon the withered corpses that lay strewn about. Some women were cradling lifeless bodies, wailing inconsolably. As they traversed the path, Su Yan encountered the small bodies of children, some of whom he could still recognize. Hu Zi, Ernyo, Go Zi. He muttered to himself, his acquaintance with these children owing to the stories he once shared with them. Yet, in the brief span of mere days, they were irrevocably separated by the veil of death. Chapter 87. The evil sect like a poisonous ulcer. Soon after, Su Yin caught sight of a figure. She was graceful, clad in a flowing white gown, her attire billowing, and a black veil adorned her face. Who could she be if not the esteemed Tang Shozhua? Tang Shozhua, have you made any discoveries? Su Yin inquired as she approached. Tang Liyue was unsurprised by Su Yin's arrival, for after all, Zhao Zhijing had perished in Qinghe village. Upon the emergence of the chaotic golden list, I rushed here without delay. However, the followers of the Blood Fiend sect had long since vanished. Tang Liyue's eyes, sparkling like stars, reflected a profound sense of helplessness. Su Yin was not taken aback either. Individuals from the demonic sect were notoriously elusive, perpetually evading capture, making it exceedingly challenging to apprehend them all at once. Subsequently, Tang Liyue gestured towards the tattered robe and some indistinct remnants of flesh on the ground nearby. In an instant, Su Yin comprehended the grim reality. That was indeed Zhao Zhijing, who had left behind not even a complete corpse. Before long, Su Yin hastily erected a mound for Zhao Zhijing. This was his inaugural martial arts character card, and it was unexpected that he would meet his demise in Qinghe village. Tang Shozhua, should you acquire any news regarding the Blood Fiend sect, please dispatch someone to inform me, Su Yin stated. Very well, Tang Liyue nodded. Swiftly, Su Yin and Feng Feihuang mounted a steed and departed Qinghe village at a breakneck pace. Meanwhile, Tang Liyue remained rooted in place, her gaze complex, seemingly reproaching herself. The members of the demonic sect had brazenly appeared in Qinghe village, yet she had been oblivious to it all. Had she been more vigilant earlier, countless innocent lives might have been spared. Moments later, a middle-aged man, sturdy in stature and possessing a dignified appearance, with a beard adorning his chin and dressed in black, manifested before Tang Liyue like a specter. This individual, named Du Ming, served as a captain under the Town Martial Division, originally tasked with overseeing the Yangzhou region, but had been reassigned to assist Tang Liyue. Du Ming respectfully commenced his report. Esteemed Shozhua, there have been casualties among the citizens of Qinghe village, totaling 49. Upon hearing this, Tang Liyue inclined her head slightly, her eyes shimmering like tranquil waters, concealing her thoughts from all. She began to issue commands. Attend to the aftermath and compensation matters. Furthermore, conduct a clandestine investigation into Duke Yuyang, Zhao Liangkai, and King Qin Jiming. Determine if they have any connections to the Blood Fiend sect. Her voice, though gentle, instilled a sense of dread in Du Ming, sending chills down his spine. The Duke of Yuyang and the king could possibly be linked to the Blood Fiend sect? How could this be conceivable? Though astonished, Du Ming dutifully responded, "This subordinate shall obey." Afterward, he vanished like a specter, swiftly departing. Tang Liyue cast a glance at the villagers who were still wailing in despair, letting out a soft sigh. The demonic sect was akin to a malignant sore, difficult to eradicate. While the sect itself was detestable, those who colluded with it were even more contemptible. They deserved death, and they ought to be slain. With that, Tang Liyue soared into the air, resembling a celestial being, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Upon returning to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, Su Yin received splendid news. It turned out that Wang the Hunter and his family of 3 were still alive and had been waiting for him at the pavilion for quite some time. Upon seeing Su Yin in the main hall, Wang the Hunter displayed an expression of profound gratitude. Master Su, we are truly indebted to that Taoist Zhao. Had it not been for him, our family of 3 would have faced dire consequences. Wang the Hunter expressed his heartfelt thanks to Zhao Zhijing. If not for Zhao Zhijing, the outcome would have been unimaginable. Su Yin replied, Brother Wang, there is no need for such formality. In the past, you referred to me as a lad. Times have changed. Wang the Hunter shook his head repeatedly. How fortunate it is to have you, Brother Su. The young girl, Qiao Qiao, was unperturbed by such formalities, displaying her usual demeanor as before. Subsequently, Su Yin learned that Wang the Hunter's family had traversed some secluded mountain paths. It was precisely for this reason that he had not encountered them while hurrying to Qinghe village. Brother Wang, you are overly cautious, Su Yin remarked with a sigh. Wang the Hunter chuckled lightly, offering no further comment. The Hunter family bid farewell without lingering. In Pingding County, within the main hall of the Qian Family Martial Arts School, a table draped in white cloth was visible. On the altar lay an array of offerings, fruits, pastries, wine, and various other tributes. There was also a wooden plaque with a spirit tablet, an incense burner emitting fragrant smoke, and a candelabrum holding lit white candles. A long white curtain and drapes inscribed with elegiac verses adorned the space, resembling a mourning hall. Inside the hall rested a modest coffin, within which lay Qian Mingyang, long deceased, his body marred by dark purple-red blotches. Amidst the mournful cries of the Qian family, clad in mourning attire, their faces etched with sorrow and tears streaming down, Qian Jinbei, dressed in white, felt as though his heart were bleeding. He had uncovered the truth. His son had previously killed a small-time lackey from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion who was scouting for information in Pingding County, attempting to pin the blame on the Qinglong gang. Little did he expect that the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion would ascertain the facts and dispatch a skilled assassin to take his son's life on the bustling street. I shall ensure that the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion pays for my son's demise. Qian Jinbei's face was a mask of fury, his expression fierce and menacing. After a short while, his eyes reddened, and he strode out of the mourning hall with resolute steps. The sounds of weeping were unbearable to him, twisting his heart and making it bleed anew. Upon reaching the corridor, he encountered a young woman, approximately 24 years of age. She wore a simple, flowing white gown. Her figure graceful, cascading black hair like a waterfall, skin as delicate as cream, and hands as soft as petals. She was a rare beauty, his niece Qianxi. Having greeted her uncle with a respectful bow, Qian Jinbei merely nodded in response, feeling a sense of trepidation towards her. He feared that after his demise, his inept son would be unable to maintain the family estate, allowing Qianxi to usurp it. His niece was exceedingly astute, and fortunately, her frail constitution rendered her incapable of martial pursuits. "Niece, have you come to see me on some matter of importance?" Qian Jinbei's tone was cold, his son's death clearly weighing heavily on him. Qianxi's expression was solemn as she spoke with quiet authority. "Uncle, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower has always operated with ruthless efficiency. They have recently absorbed the Ruanshe Town's Brotherhood, and have proceeded to eliminate the Ruanshe Gang, the Brotherhood, and even the Golden Cicada Temple. Their intentions are clear. They are targeting our Qian family martial arts school. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower will not afford us an opportunity to breathe." Upon finishing her words, a grave expression adorned her face. "Niece, do not worry. In a few days, the Iron Blood Gang from Yuyang County will surely send martial artists to lend their support to your uncle," Qian Jinbei asserted confidently, his voice resonating with strength. "In no time, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower shall be vanquished, with my father-in-law's assistance. What is this so-called Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower to me? I could extinguish them with a mere flick of my hand." However, she did not share her uncle's confidence. She suggested earnestly, "Uncle, distant waters cannot quench a nearby fire. The urgent matter at hand is that we must unite to subdue the other 4 major factions in the county, to collectively confront the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower." At her words, Qian Jinbei's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and contemplation. Would those factions agree to join forces? They would likely consent if some benefits were relinquished. Qianxi's eyes sparkled with determination, her voice firm and resolute. Yet, Qian Jinbei was reluctant to part with any interests. Moreover, he harbored suspicions about his niece. Could she be secretly colluding with the other factions in the county? "I shall consider this matter carefully," Qian Jinbei replied dismissively. "Uncle, we cannot afford to hesitate. Delay may lead to unforeseen consequences." Qianxi attempted to persuade him further, to outline the advantages and disadvantages. However, Qian Jinbei's countenance grew darker. "Is this family governed by me or by you?" he demanded, his face set in a stern expression. "You have overstepped, niece." Qianxi's face betrayed a hint of guilt. Humph. Qian really walked away with a cold huff. Before long, she returned to her own courtyard, which was rather simple, lacking in servants, save for a single maid who was her sole companion. The maid, Hong Do, aged 17, was an exquisite beauty with a cherubic face, utterly charming. With a worried expression, Hong Do hurriedly said, "It is terribly cold now. Miss, your constitution has always been frail, so please refrain from moving about and rest well indoors." However, she was somewhat perplexed, for today, her mistress had instructed her to pack their belongings. Was this a sign that they were to leave the Qian family martial arts school? Seeing the concern etched on Hong Do's face, Qianxi shook her head with a smile. Only she understood that her frail constitution was but an illusion. Within her dantian resided a vital essence, nurtured over nearly 20 years. This was related to her practice of the qi nourishing technique, a top-tier martial arts method emphasizing the cultivation of qi within the dantian. The longer one stored this essence, the greater the benefits for the practitioner. With their belongings packed, Qianxi said, "Hong Do, you shall accompany me as we depart from the Qian family martial arts school. If you wish to stay, I will not force you." Her tone was gentle, yet her words left Hong Do bewildered. Why would they leave the Qian family martial arts school? Hong Do blinked her bright, expressive eyes and resolutely replied, "Miss, Wherever you go, I shall follow. Thus, the two donned traveling garments and hats suited for their journey, shouldering their bundles as they left the Qian family martial arts school. Just outside the gates, Qianxi sighed. The Qian family martial arts school was in peril. She was not exaggerating. She had discreetly sent someone to investigate the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu and found no trace of its origins. The Jin Feng Shiyu Lu was shrouded in mystery. At nearly the same moment, Qian Jinbei received the news of Qianxi's departure. He paid it no mind and even felt a sense of secret delight. She has left, so let her not return. Meanwhile, 4 riders entered the Pingding County town. These 4 were Xia Shuai, Hong Antong, Yi Dianhong, and Ming Zuer. Wei Yixiao and Lin Pingxi had been strategically placed by Xia Shuai in the shadows to prevent any survivors from the Qian family martial arts school during the impending chaos. This time, the goal was to ensure the complete annihilation of the Qian family martial arts school, leaving no survivors whatsoever. That person, do any of you find him familiar? He seems to be Yi Dianhong. I remember him. Last night, he killed the young master of the Qian family martial arts school with a single sword strike. Were all 4 of them affiliated with the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu? The bustling town of Pingding had drawn the attention of an increasing number of citizens due to the appearance of 4 riders. The chilling scene of the previous night's massacre on the Long Street had been witnessed by many townsfolk. By today, the events at the Jin Feng Shiyu building had become common knowledge among nearly all the inhabitants of Pingding County. Each citizen harbored a sense of foreboding, realizing that something significant was afoot. Some perceptive individuals even made way for Xia Shuai and her companions. This unfolding drama did not escape the notice of 2 cloaked figures within the crowd, Qianxi and Hong Do. The actions of the Jin Feng Shiyu building were remarkably swift. Clad in black attire, with a conical hat atop her head and a black veil obscuring her face, Qianxi murmured softly to herself. Her words, though softly spoken, seemed to resonate with someone nearby. Xia Shuai, astride a mighty steed, cast her gaze in Qianxi's direction. The moment their eyes met, Qianxi hastily lowered her head, grasping Hong Do's small hand, and hurriedly departed without wasting a moment. The 4 riders soon arrived at the entrance of the Qian family martial arts hall, which was adorned with white lanterns, white couplets, and white drapes, clearly signifying that a funeral was being held within. Xia Shuai's attention fell upon Hong Antong, who immediately comprehended the unspoken message. Drawing upon his inner strength, he bellowed with resonant authority, Jin Feng Shiyu building, summon all from the Qian family martial arts hall to face their fate. His voice thundered like a rolling storm, resonating through the long street and echoing throughout the entire Qian family martial arts hall. In an instant, the previously bustling street fell into an eerie silence. The surrounding townsfolk and the variously attired wanderers of the martial world displayed expressions of shock that rendered them almost speechless. The Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower. Have they lost their minds? Merely 4 individuals dare to challenge the Qian family martial arts hall? Good heavens! This is utterly insane. The audacity of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower is indeed remarkable. The prowess of these 4 must not be underestimated. They might very well have the capability to obliterate the Qian family martial arts hall. The murmurs of disbelief continued to resonate around them. It did not take long for Xia Shuai and her companions to wait. Like an iron tower, the imposing Qian Jinbei, clad in white, strode confidently at the forefront. He was truly infuriated to the point of laughter. He had not yet sought trouble with the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Yet the pavilion audaciously presented itself at his doorstep, sending merely 4 individuals. This truly reflects their disdain for the Qian family martial arts school. Following Qian Jinbei, there were over 100 apprentices from the Qian family martial arts school, all displaying expressions of shared enmity. Indeed, while the school had thousands of apprentices, the vast majority had merely paid to train there. However, this select group of over 100 apprentices was different. They not only practiced martial arts at the Qian family school, but had also taken Qian Jinbei as their master. Most of them are around 20 years of age, with limited prowess, either at the bone refinement or marrow refinement stages, with only a select few having attained the blood refinement realm. The master of the hall is one such individual. On that fateful day on the bustling street, he skillfully dispatched the young master with a single strike of his sword. That person is none other than the one known as Red Spot, the young man clad in crimson attire. Some apprentices from the martial arts school who accompanied Qian Mingyang last night have promptly identified Red Spot. Last night, they trembled in fear of his martial prowess, but today, they are emboldened by the support of the hall master. They are fearless. Chapter 89, Zishu raises the cauldron. Qian Jinbei wore a grim expression, refraining from acting hastily. He had yet to ascertain the true capabilities of this group. "Master, allow me to take the first strike," spoke a stout man in his 30s, whose demeanor was both honest and ingratiating. He is none other than Wang Tong, the esteemed eldest disciple of Qian Jinbei. Very well. Qian Jinbei nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Wang Tong stepped forward. With each step he took, the bluestone slabs beneath him shattered inch by inch, even with a protective aura surrounding him. A question arose in the crowd. Had Wang Tong broken through to the Xinjiang realm? Among the onlookers, someone gasped in astonishment. Sitting astride her steed, Xia Shuai cast a glance at Ming Zuer. Though Ming Zuer was also a practitioner of the Xinjiang, Wang Tong felt a profound confidence in his abilities. That blade possessed an ominous edge, capable of effortlessly claiming the lives of foes. Understanding his intent, Ming Zuer moved swiftly, dismounting her horse, adorned with a silver helmet mask. Her eyes glinted with ferocity. He has awaited this moment for an eternity. Upon encountering his adversary, a man adorned with a silver helmet and mask, Wang Tong felt no surprise. In this realm, the number of individuals who favor masks and veils is innumerable. Die! Wang Tong's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he launched the first strike with his leg. Boom! This kick, imbued with terrifying power, caused the air to tremble and resonated with the sound of something piercing through the void. Ming Zuer's eyes narrowed. The force and speed of the opponent's leg were formidable. If he did not evade in time, he could sustain severe injuries or even meet his demise. Yet, within Ming Zuer's gaze, there was not a trace of fear to be found. His eyes were brimming with excitement. Armed with the bloodthirsty blade, he charged forward without hesitation. The clash echoed as the blade struck Wang Tong's leg, producing a sound reminiscent of metal meeting metal, as if the strike was not against flesh but against a solid iron block. Wang Tong, indeed, lived up to his moniker of Iron Leg. Observers from the martial world expressed their astonishment. Witnessing this, Qian Jinbei nodded repeatedly. The swordsmanship of the man in the silver helmet and mask was astonishing. Yet his eldest disciple, Wang Tong, possessed formidable leg skills, having reached a state impervious to blades and spears. Xia Shuai and her companions remained silent, for the blade had yet to reveal its sinister nature. Just then, a wave of unease washed over Qian Jinbei. For reasons unknown, the knife wielded by the man in the silver helmet and mask imparted a distinctly eerie sensation. Qian Jinbei's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the hilt of the long knife, where the grotesque skull's eyes blazed with a crimson glow. In the next moment, the blade appeared to come to life, extending silver tendrils that swiftly ensnared Wang Tong's thigh. Realizing the peril, Wang Tong attempted to free himself from the silvery tendrils. However, to his dismay, they had already spread across his entire body in the blink of an eye. Wang Tong's complexion rapidly turned ashen. He felt as though the silvery tendrils had come alive, greedily siphoning the vitality from his very being. In mere moments, the once vigorous and spirited Wang Tong was transformed into a withered corpse, his skin wrinkled and his eyes reduced to mere hollow sockets. The silvery tendrils, having feasted sufficiently, retreated back into the blood-drinking blade. The onlookers, both common folk and martial artists, were stricken with horror, their expressions a portrait of disbelief. Many among the commoners turned pale, trembling uncontrollably as they collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the martial artists exhibited a glimmer of greed in their eyes. In their perception, the blood-drinking blade held by Ming Zuer was undoubtedly a treasure. Qian Jinbei's countenance shifted unpredictably. He could never have anticipated the demise of his eldest disciple, Wang Tong, in such a manner. That blade was exceedingly sinister, an object of malevolence, a demonic weapon. To acquire such a cursed blade and present it to the esteemed father-in-law in Yuyang County would be a remarkable feat. He would undoubtedly reap considerable benefits from this. With such thoughts in mind, the death of his eldest disciple did not cause him excessive sorrow. In the next moment, Qian Jinbei launched his attack. Boom! His leg technique, compared to Wang Tong, is even more fierce and domineering, striking directly towards Ming Zuer. He was like a flash of lightning, striking with unparalleled swiftness. Ming Zuer was still immersed in the exhilaration of the kill, completely unprepared for the sudden ambush from Qian Jinbei. By the time Ming Zuer realized what was happening, it was already too late. This is bad. Ming Zuer silently berated himself for being overly complacent. However, Qian Jinbei's fierce leg attack was met with the formidable might of Hong Antong's punches. A deafening roar echoed throughout the arena. The onlookers were left in astonishment, unable to believe that the elder clad in a crimson robe could withstand Qian Jinbei's onslaught. Once more, Qian Jinbei launched another strike. With a remarkable display of skill, he executed his leg techniques with the grace of a dragon emerging from the sea. Hong Antong, with his powerful palms imbued with internal strength, advanced directly to meet the challenge. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of dozens of moves, rendering the outcome uncertain for the time being. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Many onlookers from the martial world, witnessing this spectacle, instinctively gasped in awe, utterly astounded by the prowess of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. The mere dispatch of an elder in a red robe turned out to be a practitioner of the Xuanqin level. Remarkably, he held his ground against Qianjinbei. It is worth noting that an average Xuanqin warrior would find themselves at the mercy of Qianjinbei's three-legged assault. There remained two individuals who had yet to engage. One was the enigmatic Yidian Hong, and the other, though unnamed, was evidently the leader among the four, likely possessing strength that rivaled or even surpassed that of Hong Antong. It seemed that the Qian family's martial hall had indeed encountered a formidable adversary this time. Whispers filled the air as the crowd exchanged hushed words. Those who had previously eyed the bloodthirsty blade with greedy intent had now tempered their avarice, given the demonstrated strength of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Any ill intent would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Bang, bang. As Qianjinbei and Hong Antong clashed, the air reverberated with explosive sounds, and the ground beneath them cracked like a spider's web, riddled with numerous fissures. In that fleeting moment, Qianjinbei detected a flaw in Hong Antong's defense, igniting a surge of elation within him as he swiftly executed a sweeping kick. This strike, swift as the wind and resonant as a tiger's roar, bore immense power. Dubbed the Thunder Whip Leg, it was one of Qianjinbei's most treasured techniques. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Qianjinbei's expression shifted dramatically, for he had fallen into a trap set by Hong Antong's deliberate feint. By the time he realized his miscalculation, he was hoisted into the air by the powerful hands of Hong Antong. Zishu raises the cauldron. As Hong Antong channeled his inner strength, a surge of vital energy coursed through him, concentrating his power in his hands. In that fleeting moment, he unleashed his full force, slamming Qianjinbei heavily to the ground. A thunderous roar erupted, echoing like a clap of thunder in the ears of the onlookers. Dust billowed around the scene, and the ground was left with a massive crater. Qianjinbei lay in the pit, his clothes tattered, coughing blood, his appearance a picture of despair, having sustained severe injuries. Panting heavily, Hong Antong's eyes burned crimson, his hair disheveled. The recent skirmish and his final explosive effort had completely drained his inner strength. Qianjinbei was the first formidable opponent he had encountered since arriving in this world. His leg techniques were unfathomable, and a moment's lapse could cost him his life. In this instant, the surrounding citizens and martial artists were astounded beyond measure. The legendary Lei Bian leg had been defeated. Was this aged man in the red robe truly Hong Antong of the Jin Fengshi building? The very same who had annihilated the Jin Shan temple? Indeed. The Jin Fengshi building was a place of extraordinary talents. The onlookers gasped in awe, while the apprentices of the Qian family's martial arts school turned pale, many trembling in fear. Should the Qian family martial arts school fall, their lives would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. At that moment, a figure clad in red, Mingzuer, executed a swift movement, darting towards Qianjinbei with the swiftness of lightning. Clearly, they intended to take advantage of Qianjinbei's grievous condition to claim his life. Realizing the imminent danger, Qianjinbei's expression shifted drastically. In the past, he would have faced such a sudden adversary without fear. However, now, his injuries were too severe, and he could not recover in time. In that moment, he sensed the sin of death approaching. Yet, at that critical juncture, a silhouette appeared, intercepting Mingzuer's path. The newcomer was an elderly man in a black long robe, his demeanor gentle, and he was none other than the martial arts master Lu Lao of the Qian family martial arts school. With a resounding force, Lu Lao unleashed a palm strike. The power erupting from it was astonishing, akin to a roaring tempest, sending Mingzuer flying several yards away. The spectators on the long street were left in a state of shock. Who was this formidable elder, possessing such incredible strength? He was Lu Lao, the martial arts master of the Qian family school, reputed to be a Xuanqin martial artist. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the apprentices of the Qian family martial arts school discreetly exhaled in relief. Fortunately, Master Lu intervened in time, or the consequences would have been dire. Several apprentices swiftly approached to assist Qianjinbei, applying some wound ointment to tend to his injuries. Mingzuer and Yi Dianhong exchanged knowing glances, both acutely aware that this elderly gentleman was far from ordinary. I am grateful for your timely intervention, Master Lu. Otherwise, my life would have been in jeopardy. Qianjinbei expressed weakly. You should focus on your recovery, for with me here, the Qian family martial arts school is well protected, Master Lu declared. His voice resonant despite his advanced age. Just months ago, I was fortunate enough to